Chapter 1, Cost Transfer System. How? How is this possible? During the high school entrance exam, my mental strength level was 80. After studying at this school for 3 years, how come my mental strength regressed to D level? In the office of the Director of Education at Tianjin First Beastmaster High School, Liu Lin looked at the mental strength test report in his hand, shaking his head as he spoke to Director Wang, who was sitting behind the desk, unwilling to believe the report he held. Normally, mental strength continues to grow until it stabilizes at 18 years old, but your case should be an exception. It's time to face reality. But there's no but. I'm saying this not to discourage you. Perhaps you were a waste from the beginning, and the testing report during your entrance exam was just a mistake due to some unexpected circumstances. Impossible. Even if there was a mistake, it must be this time. I demand a retest of my mental strength. Retest? Ha! Ha! Director Wang was drinking tea when he heard Liu Lin's words, and he burst out laughing, then stood up and walked directly in front of Liu Lin. Just you? You think the school will conduct a separate mental strength test for you? Don't dream. Sign this. This is a voluntary dropout agreement. Why? Why else? The school has supported you and provided you with so many resources, hoping you could get into one of those 3 top Beastmaster academies and join various Beastmaster factions to benefit the school. But look at the result. You can't even get into the other 6 ordinary Beastmaster academies. What use is the school for you? Liu Lin tightly clenched the voluntary dropout agreement in his hand, his eyes already red. Who says I can't get in? My academic exam scores are the highest in the school. Your academic scores are indeed excellent. But are they important for Beastmaster universities? Liu Lin was momentarily speechless. Indeed, for Beastmaster universities, academic scores serve only as a reference. In fact, as long as the mental strength is high enough, even if the academic score is 0, or if they haven't even successfully contracted a spirit beast, they can still be specially recruited by Beastmaster universities, because mental strength is extremely important for Beastmasters. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he looked at Director Wang in front of him. I can sign and leave now, but I must enter the Beast domain tomorrow to participate in the student competition in Tianjin City in a month and complete the college entrance examination. For ordinary people wanting to become Beastmasters, the college entrance examination is almost the only opportunity, because if they fail to contract a spirit beast during the college entrance examination, they will have to leave school as an ordinary person and become part of the lower class of society. That if they want to try contracting a spirit beast again, it would cost nearly 10 years worth of salary. So he must seize this opportunity. Of course you can. According to national regulations, this is your right. But I must remind you that according to the rules, you can only go to the lowest level beast domain. Director Wang was not lying about this. The higher the mental strength level, the more spirit beasts one can control, and they can also make their spirit beasts grow faster. The higher the level of the beast domain, the more high-level spirit beasts there are. Thus, the country has stipulated that those with D-level mental strength go to D-level beast domains, and those with S-level mental strength go to S-level beast domains. If someone with low-level mental strength wants to go to a higher-level beast domain, such as a D-level mental strength wanting to go to C-level, or even a level beast domains, they have to pay out a lot of money. Therefore, each year, there are parents who sell everything to send their children to higher-level beast domains, as it concerns their children's entire lives. Liu Lin naturally didn't have the money to enter a high-level beast domain, so he directly said, I know that. Then hurry up and sign and get lost. With that said, Liu Lin really had no reason to stay there. After signing his name on the paper, he turned and left. Looking at the direction of the classroom, he ultimately did not return to the classroom. Now he could imagine how many people would mock him if he went in. After a moment's hesitation, Liu Lin walked out of the school gate. He didn't go home, but headed to a hospital in Tianjin City. Years ago, a beast domain near Tianjin City went out of control, taking away his parents and causing his sister to be infected by a poison-type spirit beast, leading her to be hospitalized for years. Liu Lin, you're just in time. Your sister's condition has worsened, and the dosage has increased, so the medical fees are higher. You need to pay it as soon as possible. As soon as he arrived outside the ward, a doctor handed over a payment slip, requiring 89,000 yuan. Liu Lin tightened his grip on the payment slip and paused before saying, Doctor, could you give me a week's grace? I can go to the Beastmaster tomorrow, and after contracting a spirit beast, I will take on tasks. The doctor sighed lightly and said that could be arranged, But if you can't pay after a week, your sister will have to be discharged from the ward. Thank you, doctor. Lu Lin bowed at a 90-degree angle, knowing that the doctor had already made significant efforts for him. All right, your sister is still asleep, so don't speak loudly to avoid worsening her condition. After saying this, the doctor left. Lu Lin entered the ward, holding his sister's pale hand, and said bitterly, "I'm sorry, sister. I'm useless. My mental strength test result is D level. But don't worry, I will definitely successfully contract a spirit beast tomorrow, and I'll take on tasks every day to pay for your medical fees." However, the girl on the bed kept her eyes tightly closed and did not respond. "Sister, you must get better." Perhaps he was too tired today. As he spoke, he unexpectedly fell asleep. The next day, outside the beast domain gate, the head teachers of each class were reminding students about precautions. Most of this had already been covered in class, and they were just emphasizing it again. Director Wong stood at the front and said loudly, "Students, quiet down. The beast domain is about to open. I want to say one last thing. After testing, a forbidden spirit beast has appeared in the D-level beast domain, so all students going to the D-level beast domain must be careful and absolutely avoid contracting it. Understood?" "Understood," the students replied in unison. At the end of the line, Lu Lin listened but didn't take it to heart. Because in this world, even a small child just starting to understand knows how terrifying forbidden spirit beasts are. Although they can help beast masters advance quickly, every beast master who contracts a forbidden spirit beast doesn't survive more than 3 years. Moreover, in those 3 years, they must endure various pains due to contracting the forbidden spirit beast. Now, students from the A-level beast domain can enter first, followed by B-level and C-level, and finally the D-level. Lu Lin, once a renowned genius at Tianjing First High School, now could only wait here for the D-level beast domain to open, attracting the attention of many former classmates. For the mocking looks, Lu Lin chose to ignore them, as the painful expression on his sister's face before her coma yesterday lingered in his mind. The inheritance left by their parents was nearly depleted, and with his sister's condition worsening, the cost would be even higher. Therefore, he must give his all today to gamble on his success in contracting a spirit beast. But with D-level mental strength, the probability of successfully contracting a spirit beast is less than 5%. Detected that the beast domain gate is about to open. Congratulations to the host for binding the cost transfer system. This system is dedicated to transferring the negative effects suffered by the host to a designated target, collecting pain points to help the host continuously grow stronger until becoming the king of beast masters. Current. Required cost to bear, none. Transfer target, none. Pain points, 0 note. The pain value is the manifestation of the pain of the transfer target and can be used to exchange items in the system. All. Hearing a mysterious voice suddenly appearing in his mind and noticing a transparent panel in front of him, Lu Lin's heart began to race. It's here, the golden finger has finally arrived. As he confirmed the function of this system, he couldn't help but pinch his thigh hard to prevent himself from screaming out of excitement. Transfer the cost to others, then collect that person's pain to strengthen spiritual beasts in exchange for items. Isn't this cost just referring to the price that needs to be paid to contract taboo spiritual beasts? Can he contract taboo spiritual beasts now? However, before he could feel too excited, he found himself staring at a panel that suddenly appeared before him, falling into confusion. Host, Lu Lin. Talent, awaiting awakening. Mental power, S rank. Contracted spiritual beast, none. What's going on? Wasn't his mental power D rank? Why does it show S rank here? Chapter 2. The truth of mental power. No, my mental power has never been D rank. It has always been S rank. The reason a mental power test result showed D rank was because it was manipulated behind the scenes by Director Wong. He thought this not without reason, but because Director Wong had a son named Wong Kun who was uneducated and only bullied his classmates, with a poor performance on the high school entrance exam.ASA result. This guy, whose mental power test was actually at a genius level S rank, shocked the whole school. Recalling the previous oddities, he was certain that his mental power test result had definitely been swapped with Wong Kun's through some means by Director Wong. Just thinking about how he would have remained in the dark if he hadn't awakened the system, only able to contract a D-rank spiritual beast, living a life of accepting low-level tasks in confusion, and possibly losing his most beloved younger sister because of it, ignited a furious blaze in his heart. Director Wong, and you too, Wong Kun, just wait. Soon, you will experience the cost of contracting taboo spiritual beasts. After receiving a black card from his homeroom teacher, he walked straight into the beast domain without looking back. As soon as Lu Lin stepped through the entrance of the beast domain, he was randomly teleported to a forest. The beast domain covers an area of 7,000 square kilometers. Finding a specific spiritual beast is just slightly easier than finding a needle in a haystack. What should I do? To improve his search efficiency, he slowly climbed up a tall, deep black tree and began to look around. Time passed, and not far from the tree where Lu Lin was, a very beautiful girl was holding a black card in one hand and a small pill in the other, speaking to a bird-like monster. That was almost her size. "Little bird, come here, I have something delicious for you," as expected. The three-color bird turned its head and immediately noticed the pill in her hand, drooling and revealing a fierce glint in its eyes as it slowly approached her. Watching the monster get closer, she began to activate the black card using the method she learned at school, her heart racing. However, before she could fully activate the card, the monster suddenly screeched towards the sky and, in the blink of an eye, appeared right in front of her, attacking without a second thought. Normally, stable spiritual beasts in the beast domain wouldn't actively attack humans, unless humans provoke them intentionally, or there's something they want on the human. In an instant, the monster pinned the girl down, its eerie screeches echoing. The sudden change left the girl frozen in fear. Just when she thought she was doomed, she suddenly saw a handsome man fiercely stabbing a runion-engraved dagger into the monster's back. The pain made the monster raise its head and emit a sharp, prolonged screech, and it quickly released the girl. But before it could make another move, Lu Lin reached out, grabbed its neck, and slammed it to the ground. "What are you waiting for?" "Contracted." "Waiting?" The girl took several seconds to understand the meaning of the words and immediately held the black card in front of her again, activating it at full speed. A white light completely enveloped the monster, and sensing something, the monster desperately tried to break free from Lu Lin's grip to escape. "I am the one who subdued it, not you, so your chance of successfully contracting it is too low. Think of another way to make it willing to become your spiritual beast." "Make it willing to become my spiritual beast?" The girl gritted her teeth, mustered her courage, and approached the monster, then raised her hand and slapped it across the face. "Join me, and you'll get delicious food. Don't join me, and you'll get slapped. Choose one." The monster paused for a moment, then struggled even harder. Seeing this, the girl slapped it again, causing the already wounded monster to cough up blood. Slap or food? The monster understood Su Miao's intention. Looking at the woman before it, and feeling the powerful and fierce man gripping it, it instinctively thought that since the two humans were cooperating and of different genders, they must be partners. Although this woman wasn't impressive, her man was incredible. If that's the case, following this woman seemed acceptable, and it gave up resisting. Now that all the contracting conditions were met, it was just a matter of that 10% chance. Lu Lin looked at the black card in the girl's hand, which now displayed a white pattern resembling the monster. Then he released his grip and said to her, "Congratulations, you have successfully contracted a D-rank spiritual beast, the Galehawk Dada. I succeeded?" The girl glanced at Lu Lin, fully aware that her success in contracting the spiritual beast was thanks to his help. If Lu Lin hadn't appeared, she might have lost her life. As for why Lu Lin helped her, does it need to be said? Of course, it's because she's beautiful. Lu Lin must have had a crush on her since school, right? But soon she sighed. He's handsome, does well in school, and even help her with such a big favor. It's a pity his mental power level is too low. He probably won't be as lucky as she was to successfully contract a spiritual beast. Otherwise, she might really consider giving Lu Lin a chance. After thinking for a moment, she smiled at Lu Lin and said, "Just as expected from the famous university god in the school. Thanks to you this time, if there's a chance, he'll treat you to a meal." "No need for a meal. I help you just to ask you for a small favor." Su Miao's eyes widened in disbelief. He actually rejected my dinner invitation? What favor? "A small favor. Just want to ask you to use your old bird to help me find that taboo spiritual beast in this beast domain." "I thought it was something big. Turns out it's just to help you find that taboo." "What? You want to find a taboo spiritual beast? What do you want it for?" In a monitoring room of the Tianjin City Spiritual Beast Management Bureau, 4 giant screens were placed on the walls of the room, each displaying various smaller screens, showing different scenes. There were forests, lakes, oceans, deserts. The images on these screens naturally showed the various beast domains that students from Tianjin City had entered, allowing them to observe the students' performances in the beast domains. Gathered here were people from various major forces in Tianjin City, looking for students with potential to invest in. Director Wang was also in the crowd, introducing the students. From Tianjin No. 1 High School, as if he were promoting a product. This one is simply the top student among the top students. His mental strength is just a little short of reaching S rank, and his ambition is to get into the talent beast taming academy that I believe he. In this one, don't be fooled by his B rank mental strength. His family spent a lot of money to place him in an A rank beast domain, so I'm sure. Especially this one. This is my son. He is the genius with S rank mental strength from our school. Upon hearing that Director Wang's son was a genius with S rank mental strength, people from various factions rushed over and began to flatter him desperately. At that moment, a woman in uniform looked at a screen and curiously asked, "Why is no one looking at this screen? That's the screen for the D-rank beast domain, and it's filled with nothing but waste. Less than 1% can successfully contract a spirit beast, and even if they do succeed, it's just a D-rank spirit beast, which is of no use. Why bother watching them? Exactly, just looking at them feels like a waste of time." The woman in uniform nodded and was about to leave that area of the screen, but the next second, she froze in place, her eyes wide open. This is a forbidden spirit beast. What does this student want to do? Chapter 3. Devouring Demon Wolf. The 4 words forbidden spirit beast immediately caught the attention of everyone present as soon as they fell into their ears. When they looked at the screen displaying the D-level beast domain, they quickly locked onto a target. Zoomed in. Quickly enlarged that male and female student. Soon, everyone witnessed a scene that left them dumbfounded. They saw Lu Lin, covered in blood, holding a black card in his hand, facing a beast-shaped spirit beast shrouded in black smoke, clearly attempting to form a contract, and the spirit beast showed no intention of resisting. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched this scene, completely captivated. This student is crazy. Which school does he belong to? Does he not know the consequences of contracting a forbidden spirit beast? He used to be a special recruit from No. 1 High School. But after the results of the mental power test came out yesterday, he voluntarily withdrew from school out of shame. With the college entrance examination almost over, he actually chose to withdraw. It seems he really has some issues. The crowd exchanged comments, but in the end, they all revealed a malicious smile. They were very clear that as long as Lu Lin could truly contract the forbidden spirit beast, even if he wouldn't live long after the contract, and even if he was just a D-level mental power waste, he could grow to a terrifying level. Therefore, once Lu Lin succeeded, they would definitely use any means necessary to woo and invest in him. Director Wang naturally saw this scene and recognized Lu Lin. He blinked, and then his heart began to swell with joy. Initially, he was thinking about how to deal with Lu Lin to prevent the exchange of Lu Lin and Wang Kuen's mental power test reports from being exposed. But now it seemed unnecessary. Truly, heaven is helping me. In his moment of great happiness, he wouldn't have thought about the level of pain he was about to endure. As an eagle-shaped spirit beast, the old bird was highly efficient in locating a specific target, and it soon found a location of the forbidden spirit beast. Looking at the mysterious existence shrouded in black smoke, Su Miao was clearly terrified. "Lu Lin, you're not really trying to contract that thing, are you?" "Yes." "What do you mean, yes? Do you even know what kind of fate befalls those who contract forbidden spirit beasts? There's an old saying, knowing full well that it's an impassable desert. Only the true warriors dare to attempt crossing it." Su Miao looked at Lu Lin, his face twitching madly. This guy is definitely insane. What a pity he is so handsome. I've already warned you. You insisted on going your own way. Don't expect me to help you later. No need. You. Before Su Miao could say anything further, Lu Lin took the rune dagger left by his father and walked toward the forbidden spirit beast. Detected forbidden spirit beast, devouring demon wolf. Description from another world. As the Wolf King, it has a high combat power bonus, growth level. Attributes. Type. Skills. Lu Lin ignored the nearly blank panel and directly approached the devouring demon wolf, placing the dagger horizontally across his chest and assuming a combat stance. The beast naturally noticed his arrival, lazily stretching before looking at him, and before Lu Lin could react, It appeared at his feet with a speed that was impossible to catch with the naked eye. Defense, I must defend. Without any hesitation, Lu Lin placed the dagger at his feet. Bang! A sound similar to metal colliding echoed, and Lu Lin felt as if he had just struck a blow with all his might against a hard steel surface. The intense vibration left his entire hand numb. Before he could take a moment to rest, the figure of the forbidden spirit beast appeared right in front of him again. He raised the dagger in front of him, barely managing to block the second attack. Then came the third and fourth attacks, each faster than the last, but Lu Lin managed to block them all. Repeatedly defending against the attacks, Lu Lin's hands were on the verge of giving out, while the spirit beast appeared to be effortlessly dodging. Lu Lin knew that if this dragged on, he would have no chance of winning, so he had to subdue the beast in a short time. After much thought, he decided to take the initiative. The devouring demon wolf completely looked down on Lu Lin, believing that the earlier show of strength was enough to make him retreat. But it was mistaken. Lu Lin not only did not retreat, but also swiftly moved to its side, raising the dagger high and stabbing towards it. In response, it simply opened its mouth and lunged for Lu Lin's arm. Just as it thought Lu Lin would block its attack with the dagger as before, Lu Lin surprisingly used his left arm to block its mouth and then wildly stabbed the dagger into its body with his other hand. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. Red blood, accompanied by the devouring demon wolf's painful whimpers, dripped onto the ground from the black smoke as it let go of Lu Lin's left arm due to the pain. But Lu Lin did not give either himself or the beast any chance to rest and stabbed at it again with the dagger. The devouring demon wolf had no choice but to bite down on Lu Lin's leg to try to stop him. However, Lu Lin once again endured the sharp pain and began stabbing at the recently wounded area on it. After several rounds of this back and forth, Lu Lin was now covered in blood. Although he looked on the verge of collapse, he still tightly gripped the dagger, determined to continue attacking. He wanted to become a powerful beast master, to save enough money to completely cure his sister, and this was his only chance. He could not give up, even if it meant sacrificing his life. The devouring demon wolf was stunned. It looked at the human before it, utterly unable to comprehend why someone would willingly injure themselves just to stab it a few times. Was this person not afraid of death? Although it was bleeding profusely, its injuries were nowhere near as severe as Lu Lin's. In such a trade of injuries, it would definitely be Lu Lin who fell first. Why would he want to fight to the death with it? Was he foolish enough to want to contract it and bear the outrageous price? Seeing Lu Lin, undeterred by his injuries, about to launch another attack, the devouring demon wolf actually took a step back, thinking to itself, if this continued, they would both end up in a mutually destructive situation, and perhaps some random passerby would take advantage of it. It would be better to see if this human truly wanted to contract it. If that was indeed his goal, then it wouldn't need to intervene. The terrifying price it bore would surely let him witness his own slow demise in endless torment. With this in mind, it decisively chose to give up the fight, lying on the ground to show its submission. Injured Lu Lin did not have time to think too much and hurriedly took out the black card to attempt the contract. In an instant, white light completely enveloped the devouring demon wolf, gradually dispelling the black smoke. It was only at this moment that the devouring demon wolf finally realized Lu Lin was a fool. He actually dared to contract it. Since that was the case, it would definitely watch Lu Lin be tortured to death by the terrifying price, and then crazily tear apart his corpse to vent its anger. Detected that the host has successfully contracted a spirit beast, unlocking the first step of the achievement Beast Master, achievement reward obtained. Earth level cultivation method, life breath technique. Devour demon wolf panel as follows. Growth level LV1, attribute and type, wolf skill, soul devour, detected that the host is about to bear the cost. Heart of fire, do you want to transfer? Transfer. Transfer to Director Wong of class 1. Transfer successful, pain value 10, pain value 50, pain value 120. On the other side, Director Wong, who is waiting to see Lu Lin cry for help, is still unaware that he is about to face a great disaster. Chapter 4. The Proud Wolf King on the other side. In the monitoring room, everyone present focused their attention on Lu Lin. They were astonished that this so-called waste with only D-level mental power had actually contracted a forbidden spirit beast. Hurry up and check. I want all the information on this student. A ruthless person, truly a ruthless person. As long as he can come out alive from the beast domain. Our organization will definitely recruit him. Don't wait for him to come out of the beast domain. Contact his family now and discuss it with them. Most people were shocked, but only Director Wong was excited. His eyes were wide open, eagerly anticipating the expression of pain on Lu Lin's face. According to past experiences, beast tamers who successfully contracted forbidden spirit beasts had to start bearing the costs within 10 seconds. He was really curious about what kind of cost Lu Lin would have to bear. It would be best if it was something that could directly kill him. Once Lu Lin was dead, he could finally be at ease. While watching the display screen, he counted down the time, and when it reached the last 5 seconds, he couldn't contain his excitement and began to count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As he counted to 1, his eyes almost sparkled, every pore filled with anticipation. However, before he could see Lu Lin's reaction, his heart suddenly tightened, and it felt as if a blazing fire ignited within him, scorching his heart. In the blink of an eye, he clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground, his face turning pale, and then he began to tremble violently. It hurts. It hurts so much. Someone help me. While everyone was still staring at Lu Lin, they just happened to see Lu Lin rolling on the ground in pain, presumably because he was bearing some cost. When they heard Director Wong's cries for help, they hurried over to help him up. Director Wong, you were fine just a moment ago. What happened? Director Wong's entire face had turned ashen, continuously pounding his chest. It hurts. This hurts. I can't take it anymore. Everyone looked puzzled, wondering if he was having a heart attack. At that moment, someone suddenly spoke up. Right? Wasn't he that guy who contracted the forbidden spirit beast, previously Director Wong's student? He must be feeling heartache seeing his former student bear the cost, right? So that is how it is. This is what they call the cost being on the student and the pain in the teacher's heart, right? Director Wong is such a good teacher. I'm almost moved to tears, sob, sob, sob. Listening to everyone's chatter, Director Wong was about to collapse. How could he possibly feel heartache for that dead orphan Lu Lin? He shook his head and continued to speak. I know you feel guilty for not advising him against contracting forbidden spirit beasts, but I have already found out that he has a sister infected by a poison attribute spirit beast. Contracting a forbidden spirit beast must be for his sister, so it has nothing to do with you. Yes, Director Wong, you are such a good teacher. Don't feel guilty. Is this the legendary deep bond between teacher and student? Sobi sobi. While enduring immense pain, Director Wong listened to the words around him and couldn't help but glance at Lu Lin in the D-level beast domain. Then a thought emerged in his mind, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Ultimately, under the dual torment of mind and body, he was unable to catch his breath and fainted. Director Wong, what is wrong with you, Director Wong? Quick, call an ambulance. On the other side, after successfully contracting the devouring demon wolf, the black smoke around it disappeared. Looking at this spirit beast, for which he had wagered his life and endured countless fatal injuries to contract, Lu Lin blinked. Siberian husky? Indeed, this so-called devouring demon wolf primarily has black and white fur. Although it has a swirling pattern on its body, it certainly looks like a husky from the front. After being contracted, the devouring demon wolf established a mental connection with Lu Lin, allowing it to sense Lu Lin's thoughts. Upon seeing the slightly disappointed look in Lu Lin's eyes, it couldn't help but bare its teeth and began to howl. It wanted to tell Lu Lin that it was a noble bloodline of the demon wolf clan, entirely different from a husky. However, since it hadn't mastered the art of mental communication, Lu Lin completely misunderstood, thinking it was expressing dissatisfaction towards him. Thus, Lu Lin decisively tapped its head. You little dog, who let you bare your teeth at your master? The devouring demon wolf was furious, panting heavily, but fearing another hit. It could only lay beside Lu Lin and act like a good dog, constantly thinking to itself, you really don't know your place. Just wait and see. You'll understand the terrifying cost of contracting this wolf king. Lu Lin didn't think much about the devouring demon wolf being small. After all, if it could fight so well at a young age, wouldn't it be even more formidable when it grows up? Truly worthy of being a forbidden spirit beast. Its combat power is indeed unquestionable. After timing it well and feeling that it was about time, He suddenly collapsed on the ground and began to roll around with all his strength. He was very clear that every move of students in the beast domain was being monitored. If he didn't show signs of great pain after contracting a forbidden spirit beast, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. However, due to his severe injuries, he quickly got tired of rolling and leaned against the devouring demon wolf, starting to study the system shop, preparing to exit the beast domain when his injuries healed. The devouring demon wolf tilted its head to look at the pretending to sleep Lu Lin, its eyes wide open, and its little heart received 1,000 points of damage. Because it was mentally connected with Lu Lin, it clearly understood whether Lu Lin was in pain and whether he was bearing the cost. What's going on? Is there something wrong? Just as it was doubting life, a scent full of temptation suddenly wafted towards it. Looking up, it saw Su Miao standing not far away. Her face filled with fear as she cautiously approached, with an eagle-shaped spirit beast circling above her head. It only took one glance, and Su Miao collapsed in fright. "Good dog. I'll give you a pill. Can you not eat Lu Lin?" After saying that, she immediately signaled the void eagle to go and rescue Lu Lin. Clearly, she had just rushed over worried about Lu Lin, not knowing that he had successfully contracted this forbidden spirit beast, and instead thought that Lu Lin was gravely injured after trying to contract the forbidden spirit beast. However, the void eagle had only just swooped down beside the devouring demon wolf when it was slapped down. It was just about to enjoy a good meal and replenish its energy when heard Lu Lin shouted it. "Don't be greedy, protect me and this woman, and I'll give you something truly delicious." The devouring demon wolf's skin twitched wildly, scoffing at what Lu Lin referred to as delicious. As a wolf king that grew stronger by devouring, what hadn't it eaten? A mere human dared to claim they would give it truly delicious food. It was simply ridiculous. But since it was now Lu Lin's contracted spirit beast, it couldn't disobey Lu Lin and had to drop the food in its mouth. Tossing it to Su Miao. "Ojibaji, sobi. It ignored Su Miao and immediately looked at Lu Lin, wanted to know what the delicious food was, only to see Lu Lin casually scatter 5 dry pills on the ground. Just these 5 little pills could be considered delicious? Did it really think this wolf king hadn't eaten good food before? It devours the magic wolf, suffering from hunger, and even if it dies in the wild, descending into an unpredictable abyss, it would not eat such discarded things. Hey, wait, this aroma is not right. Chapter 5. Beast Domain Riot. After catching a whiff of the sweetness hidden in the elixir, it cautiously placed a pellet in its mouth. As the pellet dissolved, it felt as if it was melting away. Delicious, it was simply too delicious. How could something so tasty exist in the world? When it snapped back to reality from the deliciousness, all the pellets had already gone into its belly. It wanted to beg Lu Lin for 2 more to satisfy its cravings, but Lu Lin just patted its head and indicated, "As long as you behave. I have plenty of this elixir, but your task now is to protect me." As a proud wolf king, it felt utterly humiliated to be patted on the head and to wait for food to be given to it. However, it quickly thought, that enormous cost probably only had a subtle effect, but it must be burning this guy's lifespan. It wouldn't be long before he died. It had to endure and eat more of his food. That would be a sure profit. The 5 pellets given to the devouring demon wolf were naturally exchanged by Lu Lin from the system mall, called beast food pellets, which could be exchanged for just 10 pain points each. He had been researching the system mall for half a day. Currently, the system had only opened the 1st level, and according to the hints, the condition to unlock the 2nd level was for him to break through to a 2-star Beastmaster. Even with just the 1st level, the variety of exchange categories far exceeded ordinary expectations. Lu Lin glanced around. The most commonly used true spirit pills for cultivation were of high quality, costing nearly 700,000 each in the outside world, while in this system, they only required 500 pain points. Even spirit artifacts worth millions could be exchanged for just a few thousand or tens of thousands of pain points. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find any pills that could neutralize the toxins from poisonous spirit beasts. The crucial point was that in just a short while, he had accumulated a total of 2,400 pain points from Director Wong. Now that the pain points weren't increasing, he guessed that Director Wong had either fainted or died. Hopefully, it was the latter. Spending 600 pain points, he exchanged for a healing pill and took it for himself and the devouring demon wolf. He only felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. And with the wolf's fluffy, warm body, he fell asleep just like that. When he awoke again, night had fallen, and Su Miao had somehow lain down beside him, tightly clutching one of his arms, which had gone numb. All around them were various spirit beasts closing in. An old bird was continually screeching, trying to scare them away. But it had almost no effect. Looking at these spirit beasts, Lu Lin, still half asleep, blinked, wondering why they were surrounding him when he suddenly saw their eyes. Countless blood-red dots flickered in the darkness, like deadly blades. He gasped in shock. These weren't spirit beasts at all, but ferocious beasts that would unconditionally attack humans. Lu Lin understood that even if the devouring demon wolf was a powerful forbidden spirit beast, facing so many ferocious beasts would still be quite tricky. He decisively searched the system mall and found a pill called Strengthening Pill. This was a 6th grade pill that could enhance the user's combat power for the next hour, costing a hefty 800 pain points. Given the current situation, Lu Lin didn't hesitate to exchange for it, then placed the pill by the devouring demon wolf's mouth and said to it, "Are your injuries healed? If so, eat this quickly. Whether I can survive depends entirely on you." The devouring demon wolf looked disdainful, although the quality of the pills from the system was excellent. Its injuries had long since healed. But as a proud wolf race, especially a wolf king, how could it fight under the command of a human? It prepared to pretend that its injuries weren't healed, but then suddenly thought, as long as its growth level improved, Lu Lin would have to bear a new cost. And its ability just happened to allow it to devour the essence and souls of enemies during battle to enhance its growth level. Although after making a contract with it, for some reason, Lu Lin didn't bear the cost. It was certain that the cost, although it might be delayed, would eventually come. The opportunity for that arrival might very well be the emergence of a new cost. Letting Lu Lin die at the hands of these ferocious beasts would be too cheap for him. It must make him die from the cost of contracting it, to make him understand what kind of ending contracting it would bring. With that in mind, it opened its mouth and swallowed the pill Lu Lin had sent. Feeling the fierce medicinal power spreading within, its originally limited spirit power began to surge wildly. In just a moment, its spirit power had more than tripled. This contracted human was somewhat impressive. Just thinking that it only needed to pretend to obey to deceive Lu Lin into giving it all his good things to eat. And then Lu Lin would die because of the cost, made it feel its blood boil and its battle intense sore. Noticing the change in the devouring demon wolf's momentum, Lu Lin smiled and pointed to the 3 closest ferocious beasts. "Go, kill them." Before he finished speaking, the devouring demon wolf shot forward like a sword released from its sheath, reaching the 3 leopard-shaped ferocious beasts in the blink of an eye. The speed and reflexes of those beasts were extremely agile, yet they didn't have time to dodge before the devouring demon wolf bit down on the middle one, which turned into a lifeless corpse in just an instant. The other 2 attempted to retaliate. But what awaited them was another round of attacks that were so fast they couldn't even see. In the blink of an eye, the 3 leopard-shaped ferocious beasts had turned into 3 lifeless corpses. Detected that the host is about to bear the cost, vomiting and diarrhea. "Would you like to transfer?" Lu Lin was taken aback, then looked at the system panel of the devouring demon wolf and found that this guy's growth level had actually risen from LV1 to LV2. Looking again at its skills, Lu Lin finally realized that his spirit beast's ability was to become stronger by devouring other lives. Didn't that mean that all these ferocious beasts attacking them were experience packs? After sensing that its growth level had increased, the devouring demon wolf immediately looked expectantly at Lu Lin. To its surprise, Lu Lin showed no signs of being affected by the cost, and instead smiled. After transferring the cost to Director Wang, he extended a finger and pointed ahead. "Devouring demon wolf, let me see your strength as an otherworldly wolf king." This statement was naturally interpreted by the devouring demon wolf as a provocation. It understood that only by raising its growth level would Lu Lin's burden of cost increase step by step. So it gritted its teeth and charged toward the direction Lu Lin pointed, beginning to slaughter fiercely. It had to level up, and it wanted to level up fiercely, then let Lu Lin experience what the ultimate cost felt like. Since Lu Lin hadn't cultivated yet, he couldn't help the devouring demon wolf much at the moment. He could only rely on his top academic knowledge to tell the devouring demon wolf the weaknesses of those spirit beasts. That's a stone demon. Biting it won't help. You need to find the crystal core outside it. For this type of spirit beast that can heal itself, don't overthink it. Just kill it in one hit. Watch your tail. That kind of cat-like spirit beast is very cunning and may attack you from behind. The sounds of fighting and Lu Lin's commands woke Su Miao, who was still asleep. Rubbing her eyes, she immediately saw the ferocious beasts surging toward them in waves. After blinking, she instantly became fully aware. She grabbed Lu Lin's shoulders like a madwoman and shook him vigorously. How long has the riot been happening? Chapter 6. Breaking out of desperation. Lu Lin was stunned, thinking that the little girl was scared out of her wits, so he began to comfort her. Don't panic. My contracted taboo spirit beast is super strong. It should be able to protect us from being eaten by these ferocious beasts. Su Miao glanced at the blood-soaked figure of the devouring demon wolf fighting fiercely and was greatly shocked. A taboo spirit beast, truly worthy of rivaling S-class spirit beasts, was even more powerful than rumored. That madman Lu Lin actually dared to contract a taboo spirit beast. It seemed he had fainted from bearing the cost. However, she did not feel relieved due to the strength of the devouring demon wolf, but instead asked seriously, Lu Lin, there's really no time to waste. Please tell me quickly, how long has this beast domain been in chaos? About an hour or so, but I just woke up not long ago, so I don't know the exact time. We're doomed. We're really doomed. What's wrong? Once the people outside confirm that this beast domain is in chaos, they will immediately close the gates of the beast domain. By then, we'll be trapped and die in here. How is that possible? Don't they care about our lives as students? Once the beast domain is in chaos, a beast tide will form. If the beast tide rushes out of the exit, it will destroy the city. Do you think we're more important, these talent-lacking students, or the safety of an entire city? Lu Lin's heart trembled sharply, finally understanding how critical their situation was. My father thinks my mental strength level is too low, so he didn't want me to enter the beast domain. I sneaked in without telling him. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. Not only am I stuck with a madman like you, but now I might die here. It's too early to give up hope. Quickly let your old bird find the exit, my devouring demon wolf, and I will break through. There might still be a glimmer of hope. Su Miao hurriedly issued instructions to her old bird, but she was still sobbing. I haven't even had a chance to date yet. I haven't even held a boy's hand. I don't want to die. Lu Lin looked around, beads of fine cold sweat forming on his forehead. Was he not afraid of dying? He had already awakened the system and contracted a taboo spirit beast. In just a little while, he would have enough money to completely heal his sister's illness. How could he die here? Soon, a loud call of the sky-piercing eagle came from one direction in the sky. Su Miao, who had been crying just a moment ago, quickly climbed to her feet upon hearing the call. When she looked in that direction, her whole body swayed, nearly falling to the ground, because there was the direction with the most spirit beasts, meaning they had to take a detour to reach the exit. Time was already tight, and if they took a detour, they would surely be too late. It's over. Now there's not a shred of hope left. Lu Lin naturally understood what the call of the sky-piercing eagle meant, but his choice was to grab Su Miao's hand. Su Miao was startled, and seeing Lu Lin's serious expression, she instantly understood his meaning, slowly closing her eyes. Her face flushed, feeling both anticipation and fear. But after waiting for a long time, Lu Lin only said, if we want to live, there's only one way left. Let your old bird lead the way, and we'll follow the devouring demon wolf and carve out a bloody path. Su Miao was stunned for a moment, then quickly shook her head. How is that possible? No matter how powerful your taboo spirit beast is, it can fight 1 against 5 or 1 against 10, but that path ahead has at least 1,000 ferocious beasts. How will we know if we don't try? As he spoke, he immediately popped a diamond pill, which he had just exchanged from the system store, into his mouth, worth 800 pain points. This pill could greatly increase physical strength, and now was the perfect time to use it. Then, without wasting time, he dragged Su Miao to the side of the devouring demon wolf, fed it another pill to increase its combat power, and shouted at it, follow that big bird, and kill any ferocious beasts that come near. The devouring demon wolf looked disdainful as a proud wolf king. Once this is over, you can have as many of those delicious pills as you want. Oh, as a wolf king, Being flexible was perfectly normal. Having contracted with a human, how could it not listen? Then, Su Miao witnessed a scene that would be etched in her genes. The devouring demon wolf led the way, leaving only the remains of various spirit beasts in its wake. Meanwhile, Lu Lin kept running behind her. Whenever a spirit beast attempted to ambush them, Lu Lin would swiftly use his dagger to take them down in one blow. That speed, that explosive power, was completely beyond what an ordinary human who hadn't trained could achieve. However, at that moment, she didn't have time to think. She just followed Lu Lin and ran. By the way, Lu Lin, why are you bringing along such a burden like me? Lu Lin thought to himself, Grandma, the surroundings are full of ferocious beasts, and I can't see the way. Without your broken-winged eagle leading the way, I can't even escape, let alone know where to run. Is it possible not to bring you along? But he said, how could I just stand by and watch a classmate die? This sentence immediately reminded Su Miao of when Lu Lin suddenly appeared, saved her, and helped her contract the winged eagle, involuntarily revealing a smile and thinking, Lu Lin definitely has a crush on me. In fact, Lu Lin still didn't even know her name. Outside, at the entrance of the D-Class Beast Domain, a large group of beast tamers had gathered nearby, and even a living legend from Tianjing City, the director of the Tianjing City Beast Tamer Management Bureau, Su Chongling, had arrived. Director Su, it's been over an hour. We should close the gate quickly, just in case. I said to wait a little longer. If something happens, I will take full responsibility. Do you understand? But, no buts. Wait another hour. The seemingly imposing Su Chongling was feeling like an ant on a hot pan inside, extremely anxious, because his daughter had actually entered this D-Class Beast Domain without telling him. Delaying the closure of the Beast Domain gate for 2 hours was the biggest effort he, as a director and father, could muster. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and 3 ferocious beasts rushed out of the Beast Domain without any warning. The next second, Su Chongling's expression changed, and 3 different black shadows suddenly appeared behind him. In the blink of an eye, those 3 spirit beasts were left as nothing but remnants. For a 5-star beast tamer controlling 3 spirit beasts, this was incredibly easy. But once a beast tide formed, the beasts that rushed out wouldn't be just 1,000 or 10,000, but tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. He couldn't possibly hold them back. If that happened, it would be a disaster for an entire city. Seeing the 3 ferocious beasts suddenly rush out, everyone outside was terrified. Even though they were all beast tamers, they still feared the horror of a beast tide and urged again, Director Su, we know your daughter is inside. But this beast domain has already gone into chaos. All the spirit beasts have turned into ferocious beasts. Even if your daughter is extraordinarily lucky and contracts a spirit beast, do you think she can survive? Su Chongling's face darkened, his teeth clenched tightly. He had thought of this too, but there was still a glimmer of unrealistic hope in his heart. As time passed, more and more ferocious beasts emerged, and the last trace of hope in his heart ultimately dissipated. He turned around heavily, and after several attempts to open his mouth, he finally said, Close the gates of this D-Class Beast Domain. Just as the words fell, a soaring eagle suddenly burst out from the main door, emitting a sharp screech. Chapter 7. Filling in the application, when the Beast Master's presence saw the void eagle, they immediately recognized it was not a ferocious beast, but a spirit beast. In the midst of the chaos in the Beast Domain, the only possibility for it to not turn into a ferocious beast was clear. No one would try to close the gate to the Beast Domain anymore. Everyone was staring at the entrance, seemingly holding their breath. Could there really be a student who managed to escape from the chaotic Beast Domain? The next moment, a black and white figure dashed out of the gate. It was the devouring demon wolf. Now, at LV5, it had reached an S-level spiritual power, a level that typically required several days of training to achieve. While the Beast Masters were still puzzled about what kind of spirit beast this was, having never seen or heard of it before, the devouring demon wolf suddenly turned and howled towards the sky. Oh! As the sound echoed, Lu Lin stepped out of the Beast Domain, holding the exhausted Su Miao in his arms, finally seeing the light of the outside world. After setting Su Miao down, he nearly fell to the ground. He had navigated through countless ferocious beasts, and he didn't know how many times he had been on the brink of death. Even though he had escaped with his life, he bore numerous shocking scars on his body. Just standing there for a moment, blood had already soaked a large area of the ground. Lu Lin, are you okay? It's just 7 broken ribs, 2 stab wounds in the abdomen, a rotten back, and a bit of blood loss. Nothing serious. But it sounded like a big problem. Everyone present looked at him, shocked to the point of not being able to close their mouths. Not only had he managed to escape from the chaotic beast domain, but he even had the strength to bring out the daughter of Director Su. Was this really something a student could achieve? Incredible, absolutely incredible. This year's student competition in Tianjin City, this D-level spiritual power student was bound to shine. So strong, truly too strong. Even the devouring demon wolf, which had previously looked down on him, turned back and thought to itself, this human kid, even among our wolf clan, would be an exceptional warrior. But to be its master, he still falls short. At that moment, Su Chongling finally confirmed that everything happening in front of him was not an illusion. His eyes were red and filled with tears. As he approached Lu Lin and Su Miao, he raised his hand. You dead girl. I told you not to go into the beast domain, yet you sneaked in behind my back. Dad, don't say so much. Hurry and help Lu Lin. Look at him. Dad, what the heck? This weak girl is actually the daughter of that legendary beastmaster from Tianjin City. Though it was hard to believe, he didn't think much of it and simply said, I really am fine. After Lu Lin spoke, he turned to leave. He absolutely dared not let a beastmaster of Su Chongling's caliber examine his body. If it was discovered that he hadn't paid the price, it would be disastrous. However, Su Chongling grabbed him. Your daughter managed to escape, and I suppose it's thanks to you. Now that you're injured so badly, let me help you check. No, I really am fine. I just want to go back and rest. You're a real man, but you must accept this card. You can go to the hospital for a full checkup later. Lu Lin looked down and gasped. This is actually Su Chongling's own medical card. In this world, ordinary people cannot have beast masters treat them unless they are family members with a medical card. Moreover, medical cards are tiered, and the one Su Chongling gave him is the highest tier. Thinking of his sister, he immediately accepted the card and then asked, Thank you, Director Su. After I use it, where do I return it to you? Well, my daughter should be friends. Just return it to her later. Right, Lu Lin. Quickly add my contact information so you can return the card to me later. Lu Lin looked at the new friend request on his phone with an avatar of a big black girl. After confirming it was indeed Su Miao, he silently closed his phone and then cupped his hands toward Director Su. Really? Thank you, Director Su. I have something else to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Watching Lu Lin gradually walk away, along with the devouring demon wolf following him, Su Chongling nodded in approval. But soon, a subordinate approached him and whispered a few words in his ear. These few words directly turned Director Su's approval into regret. What a rare talent. If it were an ordinary spirit beast contract, even if it only had D-level spiritual power, I would want to take him under my wing for careful cultivation, but unfortunately, he's a short-lived one. After Lu Lin exited the D-level beast domain, he immediately looked towards the application filling area. There, aside from some students who, like him, were accompanied by spirit beasts to fill in their applications, there were also large groups of reporters and onlookers. This was the case every year, a bunch of reporters interviewing the first students to emerge, which was quite boring. He thought that since he didn't come out too early, he shouldn't attract attention, so he walked straight towards the registration area. However, when he became visible to the reporters, they rushed towards him like hungry dogs. Sir, are you the one who just came out of the D-level beast domain? Sir, are you the student who contracted the forbidden spirit beast? May I ask? Lu Lin originally didn't intend to respond, but one reporter actually stepped forward and grabbed him. How did you survive the chaos in the beast domain? He impatiently turned back and pointed at the horrifying injuries on his body. Can't you tell? I fought my way out. Everyone present gasped at this statement, thinking to themselves, what a tough person. Hello, I'm here to fill in my application. Good. After receiving the form handed to him, just as he was about to fill it out, he heard someone shouting beside him. Lu Lin, join our half-moon organization. As long as you come to us, all benefits will be on par with A-level spiritual power. How dare you mention such trash benefits? Come to our RA group. We'll give you the salary of a 3-star beast master. Plenty of training resources. Young man, The great hero fights for the nation and the people. Only by joining our official Beast Master Management Bureau can you save the world. The shouts from the crowd left Lu Lin dazed. Was he really that sought after? However, he hesitated for just a moment before quickly writing down the application he had already thought through. The crowd looked on with anticipation, and when they learned that Lu Lin had fought his way out of the chaotic beast domain, his value was no longer just about contracting a forbidden spirit beast. But when they saw the application Lu Lin filled out, they all froze. Tianfu Beast Master University, Square Circle Beast Master University, Xinwei Beast Master University. These were the 3 top-tier Beast Master Academies. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. This student? What are you thinking? It's true that forbidden spirit beasts grow quickly, but they also require a lot of resources. Without the help of an organization, where you get so many resources? Exactly, without enough resources to satisfy the forbidden spirit beast, the price you'll pay will only become more severe day by day. A month later, don't even think about getting good results in the competition. Even if you crawl, you one team make it onto the competition stage. I think he contracted the forbidden spirit beast out of ignorance, or is just a fool. Forget it. Such waste is useless to our organization. Lu Lin sneered inwardly. Resources? Price? For me, the price I pay is the resource. Yo, isn't this my dear old class leader? Don't tell me you went through great cost to contract a forbidden spirit beast just for a college dream. Huh? Chapter 8 Potential Crisis. Lu Lin looked in the direction of the voice and saw 3 students who had already become beast masters, all wearing mocking smiles as they looked at him. Lu Lin showed no good face towards these 3 and coldly said, "What does it have to do with me? How could it not be related? After all, you're my good class monitor. Oh right, your aptitude was too poor and you've already been expelled from school, right? Ha ha ha. Are you really that good? Do you want to have a duel right now?" After Lu Lin finished speaking, he glanced back at the spirit beast behind him, which looked like a penguin, and smiled without saying a word. Feeling the intense killing intent emanating from Lu Lin, Ren Tao was scared and took a big step back, looking at his 2 companions. However, they were even more frightened than Ren Tao, having already lowered their heads, not daring to meet Lu Lin's gaze. What do you mean by I? Are we fighting or not? It's just a matter of a single sentence. Ren Tao gritted his teeth, ultimately wary of Lu Lin's strength. You're injured. I want to bully you. If you're afraid, just admit it. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lu Lin, you don't need to talk big here. After contracting a taboo spirit beast, every small step of growth will come with a new price for you. You should enjoy the power that the taboo spirit beast brings you now, because sooner or later, you will die in endless pain. After saying that, he didn't dare to stay a moment longer. After all, those who could contract taboo spirit beasts were definitely desperate people. And who knows what extreme actions they might take. Lu Lin just thought of them as clowns and ignored them, leaving the place. However, what he didn't know was that Ren Tao and the other 2 had just filled out their applications and were preparing to go home. As they passed through an alley, they were suddenly abducted, and their 3 spirit beasts, which were raging in anger, were also taken away. Then, they found themselves in a dimly lit room. Not long after, they were terrified when a masked man suddenly appeared in front of them. I brought you 3 here because I just want you to help me with a small task. Big brother, whatever it is, as long as you speak. We'll do it right away. Just can you let us go home after it's done? Of course. What is it? Go and fight Lu Lin. Are you overestimating us? Don't be afraid. I will give you something. As long as you use it on his taboo spirit beast during the battle. The price he bears will be immediately amplified, and he will die on the spot. What do you want to do? I just want to obtain his taboo spirit beast. Then why don't you do it yourself? My spiritual power wave pattern has been recorded and filed in the Beastmaster Bureau. Once I take action, I will be immediately found out, but you have just contracted spirit beast, so you don't have that concern. I think you misunderstood something. Lu Lin is my classmate, and we are as close as brothers. As long as you do as I say, this whole bottle of true spirit pills will be yours. Ren Tao was the first to lose control, as he had an irreconcilable conflict with Lu Lin and immediately placed his hand on the pill bottle. I can handle this alone. The other 2 were still hesitating, but upon seeing this scene, they hurriedly placed their hands on it as well. We wanted to. There was no choice. A whole bottle of true spirit pills was estimated to be worth over 3 million, and the temptation was simply too great. Looking at the three students in front of him, the masked man's face curled into a strange smile. Three fools. Once the incident occurs, and the Beastmaster Investigation Bureau comes to investigate the scene, they will immediately capture your spiritual power. How will you escape then? Hey. With just a little trick, you could get a taboo spirit beast for free. How delightful. I really look forward to how painful Lu Lin's expression will be when the price on him is amplified. After Lu Lin arrived at the hospital, he did not pay any attention to his own injuries, but quickly used Su Chongling's medical card to have her sister admitted to the highest grade ward for the best treatment. When they arrived at the new ward, Lu Shuai looked at the room that could only be described as luxurious and first revealed a smile, then quickly shook her head. Brother, I don't need to stay in such a good place. Let us go back to the old ward. Seeing his sensible sister, Lu Lin felt a pang of heartache and patted her head. Don't worry. Your brother is a once-in-a-million genius beastmaster. Soon I will earn enough money to spend freely. Not only will I let you stay in a high-end ward, but completely curing your illness will also be no problem. Really? Brother, you are the best brother in the world. Lu Shuai had unconditional trust in Lu Lin. Hearing him say this, she believed she would be discharged soon and felt very excited. Just as the siblings were talking, a voice came from behind Lu Lin. Family member of the patient. Please step out. Lu Lin stepped outside and saw a doctor holding a test report, looking rather grim. What's wrong? I used the most advanced equipment, combined with spiritual power, to conduct a thorough examination of your sister. I found that the toxins in her body are quite unusual, and there is a risk of further deterioration at any time. What? Even with the highest level medical card, it can't cure her? The doctor shook his head. The medical methods in Tianjin City are still insufficient, and the medical card you provided is too high a level. If it's not a family member, the balance inside cannot be used. You see, I will gather the money as soon as possible. Can you give me a couple of days? Of course. But that card cannot be given to you. No problem. Just remember to use the best medical methods for my sister. I'm not sure on money. After Lu Lin returned to the ward and comforted his sister a bit, he went out. Right now, he could be described as penniless, but his pain-value balance had, thanks to Director Wang's efforts, already reached 5,003. Using these pain values to exchange for pills in the system and selling them outside could yield a lot of money. However, before that, he must become a one-star Beastmaster to gain the qualification to trade with other Beastmasters. Thinking of this, he immediately returned to his rental apartment. He casually found a bowl, placed about 10 beast food pills inside, and set the bowl down in front of the devouring demon wolf. Looking at the bowl on the ground, the devouring demon wolf's skin twitched wildly. This human is treating it like a dog, as a proud wolf king. Forget it. Why quibble with a dying person? As long as there's good food to eat, that's enough. After the devouring demon wolf finished eating, Lu Lin brought it to sit on the bed. As long as you cooperate with my training, there will be even more and better pills for you. Then, he took out the Earth-level cultivation method awarded for achievements from the system space. In this world, the levels of cultivation methods are divided from top to bottom as Heaven, Earth Profound, Yellow. Generally, after the college entrance examination, successful candidates who contract spirit beasts can choose a yellow-level method from their school. But Lu Lin had already dropped out, so that method was definitely not available to him. However, Earth-level methods are countless times better than yellow-level ones, and even such a method could easily sell for tens of millions outside. Lu Lin naturally couldn't bear to sell this method, so he opened the first page and began to close his eyes, feeling the surrounding spiritual power fluctuations and the devouring demon wolf in front of him. Chapter 9, Strengthening the Cost. Lu Lin, a genius with S-level mental power, consumed a 6th-grade spirit-nourishing pill worth 800 pain points. Before long, he grasped the trick and not only sensed the thin spiritual energy around him, but also felt the connection between himself and the devouring demon wolf. He then began to follow the techniques in this manual, allowing the spiritual energy to first pass through the beast core of the devouring demon wolf before absorbing it to enhance his realm. However, he quickly noticed that the devouring demon wolf had not undergone any cultivation, yet still possessed a lot of spiritual energy within. After hesitating for a moment, he activated the technique and attempted to absorb it. To his surprise, it actually worked, as the spiritual energy gradually gathered within him. He finally understood one thing. After absorbing the essence, blood, and souls of other spirit beasts, the devouring demon wolf could not only enhance its growth level, but also store spiritual energy within its body for him to absorb. In other words, as long as the devouring demon wolf killed other spirit beasts, it could become stronger itself, while also making him stronger. By the afternoon, Lulin finally stopped his first cultivation session. After taking a deep breath, he detected the formation of a chi sea within his body. A radiant smile spread across his face as he hugged the devouring demon wolf tightly. Ha ha! Devouring demon wolf, I love you. Lulin did not know how many spirit beasts the devouring demon wolf had killed in the D-level beast domain, but by devouring those lower-level spirit beasts, it had not only reached LV5 in its growth level, but also stored enough spiritual energy for him to become a 1-star beast master. As a 1-star beast master, he officially became a beast master, able to communicate telepathically with his beast at certain moments and control his spirit beast to unleash skills, with physical abilities far exceeding those of ordinary humans. At this rate, if he took the devouring demon wolf to higher-level beast domains to hunt ferocious beasts, how quickly would he grow? Becoming a 2-star beast master before the student competition in a month was definitely not a problem, considering that every top scorer in the college entrance examination in Tianjin City had been a 2-star beast master. He would immediately become a 2-star beast master and aim for first place in the student competition a month later as a short-term goal. As a genius with S-level mental power, after becoming a 1-star beast master, he could contract a second spirit beast. It seemed he needed to gather information about taboo spirit beasts and prepare to contract a second taboo spirit beast. During his cultivation, that unfortunate director, Wang, seemed to have once again tasted the bitterness of cost, contributing nearly 3,000 pain points to him, bringing his pain points balance to 7,800. He spent 1,000 pain points to exchange for 100 beast food pills, then spent 2,000 to exchange for several pills that could quickly heal injuries, and finally converted all the remaining pain points into the highest value true spirit pills. Looking at the 8 true spirit pills in his hand, he remembered their prices, which ranged from 130,000 to 700,000, depending on their quality. Although they were only 7th grade pills, their ability to significantly enhance cultivation speed made them highly sought after and expensive. He planned to sell these true spirit pills for money to pay for his sister's medical expenses. Considering that he was just a student who had just contracted a spirit beast, suddenly possessing these 7 pills would raise unnecessary suspicion. Lulin decided to first hunt spirit beasts in the beast domain to grow stronger, and then sell the pills to the merchant guild outside the beast domain. The beast domain is divided into 3 types. Besides stable beast domains and chaotic beast domains, there are also development type beast domains. Although they are filled with spirit beasts, they are not all weaklings at LV1 like in stable beast domains. The danger level is much higher than in stable beast domains, but lower than in chaotic beast domains. After registering as a beast master, one can enter freely to hunt ferocious beasts and search for treasures. As soon as he stepped outside, he was immediately blocked by a strange masked man. "Hey brother, that mask looks nice. Where did you buy it?" The man said nothing but simply extended a finger and gently tapped on his shoulder. The next second, he found himself in an abandoned parking garage. This is a beast master. Moreover, being able to share skills with spirit beasts, this person was at least a 3-star beast master. He felt a wave of panic, wondering how he could be targeted by such a presence, and then saw Ren Tao approaching him. "We meet again. What do you want?" "Nothing much. Just want a fair duel between beast masters." Lulin thought of the beast master he had just encountered and dared not refuse lightly. "Speak. How do you want to fight?" Ren Tao smiled and then raised 3 fingers. "Best 2 out of 3? No, we do 3 against 1. Lulin's face twitched. Was this what he called a fair duel? This guy could say such shameless words with such a nonchalant attitude. "Fine, let's do it your way." Soon, the devouring demon wolf stood alongside the 3 spirit beasts. However, the 3 spirit beasts were full of fighting spirit, while the devouring demon wolf appeared listless. Such an opponent left it with no desire to fight. "Attack!" Hearing his master's command, the 3 spirit beasts immediately leaped up and attacked the devouring demon wolf. At that moment, The devouring demon wolf merely lifted its eyelids. Then, its figure instantly disappeared from its spot, and when it reappeared, it was already in mid-air. It opened its mouth wide, and with a single bite, it made one of the spirit beasts scream in pain, then suddenly swiped its claw at the one on the left. In the blink of an eye, two of them had already lost their combat ability, leaving only the last spirit beast, which looked like a penguin. Seeing the situation was dire, the spirit beast opened its mouth wide and unleashed a blast of icy air toward the devouring demon wolf. But the devouring demon wolf simply jumped lightly, dodging the attack, then quickly jumped in front of it, raised its paw, and slapped the spirit beast hard, knocking it to the ground. The expressions on Ren Tao and the others shifted from smiles to shock. The spirit beast they had painstakingly contracted in the sea-level beast domain did not even last 3 seconds before being killed by the devouring demon wolf with a single slap. A 1-star beast master, paired with an LV5 taboo spirit beast, was much easier than killing chickens when dealing with 3 beast masters who had not yet cultivated. Then, a system prompt suddenly began to ring in his mind. Pain points 760, pain points 840, pain points 980. On the other side, Director Wong lay in bed, surrounded by various pain relief medication syringes. The cost of 3 hours of heartburning pain, plus 4 other minor costs like diarrhea, had nearly driven him insane. At that moment, someone suddenly walked in. Director Wong, I have bad news for you. What news? The D-level beast domain has gone chaotic. Hearing this news, Director Wong's expression visibly brightened. As long as Lu Lin was dead, his son's future would be secure. Good news. How do you know there's good news? The good news is that your most concerned student, Lu Lin, actually killed his way through the chaotic beast domain with a taboo spirit beast and came out alive. It's simply amazing. Poof. Director Wong, what's wrong with you? Director Wong. Director Wong spat out a mouthful of blood in anger, his mind only thinking of one thing. Everything happening to him was definitely because Lu Lin had somehow transferred the cost of contracting the taboo spirit beast onto him. No wonder that guy could contract a taboo spirit beast so decisively. It turned out he didn't have to bear the cost himself. This can't happen. I must speak out. But just as he opened his mouth, before he could utter a single syllable, the cost he was bearing suddenly doubled and began to expand infinitely. Ah! His last life force was transformed into a scream by unimaginable pain, and then his eyes rolled back as he left this world forever. Ha ha ha, Director Wong. Isn't this good news? Why aren't you speaking, Director Wong? Are you so happy that you can't say anything? Wait. Huh. Someone come quickly. Director Wong is so happy he could die. Chapter 10. Development type beast domain Lu Lin sensed something was off when he noticed that the pain value contributed before Director Wong's death had clearly doubled. He immediately grabbed Ren Tao's collar and demanded, "Quick, tell me, who instructed you to do this?" Ren Tao was frightened and quickly revealed everything he had experienced. After listening, Lu Lin understood what was going on. Someone wanted his taboo spirit beast. So they tampered with the spirit beasts of these 3 fools and even installed bombs in their bodies. When the bombs exploded, the poisonous blood would splatter onto the devouring demon wolf, magnifying the price that Lu Lin was supposed to bear. As for who that person was, it was definitely the beast master who had sent him here. What kind of existence is he? Detected that the person who transferred has died. Original price cleared. Detected that the host has acquired a new price. Eyeball explosion. Would you like to transfer? Detected that the host has acquired a new price. Intense brain nerve pain. Would you like to transfer? Detected. This toxin is so potent, it can even increase new prices. Lu Lin's eyes turned as he tentatively said, "Transfer it to that guy who deceived Ren Tao and the others and targeted the devouring demon wolf." In the distance, a masked figure stood with a bird with wide eyes on his shoulder. Although he was far from Lu Lin, as a 3-star beast master, he could share senses with his spirit beast and was observing Lu Lin's every move through the bird on his shoulder. As the spirit beasts of Ren Tao and the others exploded, blood splattered onto the devouring demon wolf, and a sinister smile appeared under his mask. "It's here, it's coming." Just imagining the expression of agony from bearing the price, twisted in pain, brings me joy. I absolutely cannot miss this. As time passed, the excited smile on his face gradually became stiff. "What's going on?" After waiting a while, Seeing that Lu Lin had already realized the truth, he frowned slightly. Forget it. I'll handle it myself. At worst, I can leave Tianjin City immediately. Just as the bird on his shoulder took flight, preparing to personally attack Lu Lin, he suddenly felt his eyes dry out. Instinctively rubbing his eyes, he suddenly felt a sharp pain. Quickly removing the bloodied mask, he found the world around him had turned pitch black. Just now, his eyeball had exploded. The intense pain caused him to fall to the ground, rolling around. But soon his brain felt as if it had been pried open and scalding water poured in, exploding with even more intense pain. Before he could catch his breath, he felt a powerful kick to his body, as if his internal organs were being dislocated. Opening his mouth, a sweet liquid gushed out. As a large mouthful of blood was spat onto the ground, he could clearly feel his life force rapidly waning. He still couldn't understand what was happening. Relying on the tenacious physique of a 3-star beast master, he shared the senses of his spirit beast one last time, looking at Lu Lin, who had a smile on his face, seemingly already predicting his condition. Suddenly, a bold thought crossed his mind. Could it be that this guy is also a spy who received money from the Lighthouse Nation and possesses technology even more advanced than his? He could even transfer the price he should bear to others? Another mouthful of blood was spat out. No matter how extraordinary his strength was, he could not survive under this level of price. In the last moment of his life, he thought, perhaps the moment he chose the path of selling out his country, his fate was already sealed. Pain value 810, pain value 1180, pain value 1360. Lu Lin listened to the continuous system prompts. Slightly shocked, the pain value provided by that unknown guy was actually much higher than Director Wong's. It seemed that the pain value provided by beast masters was indeed richer than that of ordinary people. Detected that the person who transferred has died. Price eliminated. After confirming that the guy was dead, Lu Lin felt relieved and then looked at his pain value balance. There were over 23,000 points. It seemed he wouldn't lack pain value for a while, and he truly had to thank Director Wong and that unknown beastmaster for their selfless contributions. Afterward, Lu Lin didn't bother with the 3 guys and silently walked out of the parking lot, needing to confirm where he actually was. The 3, devastated, didn't even notice Lu Lin's departure. They had finally contracted spirit beasts and become beast masters, only to end up in such a situation. Everything was ruined. Rin Tao cried out, thinking of the girl he had liked for 3 years, who had confessed to Lu Lin recently, only to be rejected by him. He had merely felt humiliated and sought revenge, but ended up sacrificing his entire life. Stupid, so stupid. Then, the other 2 beside Rin Tao looked at him. It's all your fault. It's all your fault for getting us involved with that guy. We're going to fight you. Shamu Beast Domain. D-level development type Beast Domain, where the growth levels of spirit beasts range from LV1 to LV20, suitable for newly developed 1-star beast masters to train. As long as one doesn't enter the core area of the beast domain, there is basically no life-threatening danger. When Lu Lin arrived at the entrance of the beast domain, many people looked over at him, contracting a taboo spirit beast and just becoming a beast master. He had carved a bloody path out of the chaotic beast domain. These points alone were enough for him to be known among the beast master circle of Tianjin City. However, these people only glanced at him and then ignored him. A fool who relied on overdrawing life to temporarily gain power was not worth their attention. Lu Lin looked around, appearing somewhat at a loss when a woman approached him. Hello, I'm Xiao Wu, a new guide. How may I assist you? I want to take a mission and enter the beast domain. Only 1 star. Lu Lin didn't waste words, displaying the black card used to contract the devouring demon wolf, which was flashing with a golden star. Have you really become a 1-star beast master so quickly? The growth speed of a taboo spirit beast contractor is even more astonishing than rumored. All right, I'll register you and take you to receive your mission. Sure. Once everything was ready, Lu Lin looked at the electronic screen in front of him, filled with various missions, and couldn't help but feel curious. How many missions can I take at most at one time? There's no specific limit on the number, but if you take a mission and don't complete it, you will need to pay a certain amount of compensation. Lu Lin nodded, then took out a data terminal he had just received and claimed all the missions related to hunting ferocious beasts, totaling 13. This scene shocked everyone present. while the old man in charge of managing tasks showed disdain. How many teammates do you have? I have no teammates. I'm alone. Then I think I should cancel your missions. As long as I haven't violated any regulations, how many missions I take is my freedom, right? Why should you cancel them? Still a greenhorn, unaware of the dangers of the world. I've seen countless newcomers like you, but it's the first time I've seen someone so arrogant. In the end, they all end up begging me to reduce their penalties. Xiao Wu was also startled and hurriedly said to Lu Lin, Mr. Lu, I think you should take on fewer tasks at once. Even if you have that kind of strength, your stamina can't keep up. Lu Lin just smiled. Since you don't trust me so much, how about we make a bet? If I can't complete these tasks, I'll give you a true spirit pill. As he spoke, Lu Lin took out a true spirit pill and shook it, then continued, if I succeed, you will continue to be my guide and help me. Okay? Xiao Wu thought there was no way Lu Lin could complete so many tasks and casually agreed, then added, then I'll take you into the beast domain. Remember, you mustn't overexert yourself, understand? Chapter 11. Quick task completion after entering the beast domain. Lu Lin began to swipe through a terminal in his hand to see what tasks he had accepted. Hunt 10 burrowing monkeys and collect their foreclaws. Task reward, 300. 000. Hunt 4 stone spirits and collect their cores. Task reward, 250. 000. These tasks were all quite similar, consisting of killing a specific type of spirit beast and then collecting a certain part from them. Lu Lin finally understood why it was said that beast tamers were not short on money. He first selected relatively simple D-level spirit beast tasks from these options. The tasks came with relevant intel, allowing him to use the navigation on the terminal to determine the general location of those spirit beasts, saving him the trouble of searching for them one by one. Upon arriving at the first location, which was a habitat of a group of burrowing monkeys, he casually exchanged for a pill that could temporarily enhance the battle power of spirit beasts and fed it to the devouring demon wolf. The burrowing monkeys were D-level spirit beasts, ranging from LV6 to LV9 in this beast domain, which could only be considered an appetizer for him. The devouring demon wolf licked its lips as it observed a burrowing monkey peeking out of a hole nearby, and then, under Lu Lin's direction, it rushed forward swiftly. The first burrowing monkey hadn't even had time to react before it became a delicious monkey brain, swallowed whole by the devouring demon wolf. Lu Lin quickly moved up to cut off its 2 claws with a dagger and placed them into the bag he had casually bought when entering the beast domain. The remaining burrowing monkeys, seeing this, did not flee in fear. Instead, they shouted and continuously burrowed out of the ground, attempting to ambush the devouring demon wolf. As a forbidden spirit beast that had also consumed a 6th-grade pill, the devouring demon wolf showed no fear whatsoever. It dispatched each one that emerged in an instant, and in no time, it had already consumed 10 monkey heads. Just as it felt it hadn't had enough and was about to start digging into the ground for more, Lu Lin hurriedly said, "Don't rush. This is just an appetizer. Let us head to the next location." Lu Lin had accepted a total of 13 tasks, 9 of which were like the burrowing monkeys. He had planned a route that allowed him to kill continuously from start to finish. It could only be said that the devouring demon wolf, being a high-level spirit beast, leveled up quickly. After this killing spree, the devouring demon wolf's growth level had already reached LV9. The costs incurred during the process were all transferred to Director Wang's son, but those small costs brought very limited pain value. Compared to when it was LV1, the devouring demon wolf had undergone a qualitative change. Now, not only could it not match Lu Lin in a direct confrontation, but even a slap would likely put out of commission. For what he understood, spirit beasts generally unlock a second new skill at LV10 and can undergo their first evolution at LV25 with an additional forbidden evolution route available during the evolution. He had heard that forbidden spirit beasts experience a surge in all attributes after forbidden evolution, but it comes with a great cost. He must choose forbidden evolution when the time comes. By now, it was already evening, and just as Lu Lin decided to head to the next location to hunt a C-level spirit beast with a level between LV5 and LV12. In order to let the devouring demon wolf quickly learn a new skill, his terminal suddenly sounded an alarm. Picking it up, he saw, deep in the beast domain, a LV20 mutated giant demon spider has appeared. A special bounty is issued. Collect its 8 eyes for a reward of 1,500,000. Wow, such a good opportunity? However, the devouring demon wolf's level was still too low. He decided to first tackle the 3 more difficult tasks before figuring out how to deal with that demon spider. The spirit beast he was to hunt was called the Gale Wolf, a sea-level spirit beast with a growth level between LV12 and LV18. Known for its incredible speed and high alertness, making it a tough opponent. But as someone who scored full marks in cultural subjects and was well-versed in the Spirit Beast Encyclopedia, Lu Lin knew how to effectively take them down. Upon arriving at the location, Lu Lin directly instructed the devouring demon wolf, "You pretend to be injured over there, and when the wolf pack approaches, attack suddenly. We only need to kill 7 this time." The devouring demon wolf growled softly. "What? You, a noble wolf king, cannot do such treacherous things?" Lu Lin's face twitched, spending 50 pain points to exchange for a higher-grade beast food pill to place by its mouth. In the next moment, the devouring demon wolf appeared in front of him in a flash, lying on the ground, writhing and whimpering, looking as if it were seriously injured and about to die. Not long after, a snow-white Gale Wolf, attracted by the smell of blood from other spirit beasts on the devouring demon wolf, approached. When it saw the seemingly weak, devouring demon wolf, it did not act hastily. This type of spirit beast was extremely cunning, since its battle power was not great. It relied on its speed to be cautious, quickly fleeing at the slightest hint of danger. Once it confirmed that the devouring demon wolf posed no real threat, it called its pack to circle around the devouring demon wolf. The devouring demon wolf remained still, which eased their vigilance, allowing them to draw closer and prepare to attack. Seeing that the time was right, Lu Lin immediately used his mental connection to signal the devouring demon wolf to attack. In the next second, the devouring demon wolf sprang up, biting one of them. The other Gale Wolves, thinking the devouring demon wolf was merely making a comeback, surprisingly did not flee and continue to charge in one after another, offering themselves as easy targets. Before long, 3 Gale Wolves were bitten to death, 4 severely injured and unable to move, while the remaining Gale Wolves began to flee in panic. Lu Lin was about to remind the devouring demon wolf not to chase, but it leaped directly in front of the largest Gale Wolf, growling deeply. That was the Gale Wolf King, and the devouring demon wolf wanted to challenge this alien wolf king. Lu Lin did not stop it. Instead, he reminded, "This spirit beast is very cunning. Sometimes it seems to attack your left side, but will actually attack your right side. Be careful." Just as he finished his warning, the Gale Wolf King vanished at incredible speed, reappearing behind the devouring demon wolf. Lu Lin thought it was bad. He expected the Gale Wolf King to attack the devouring demon wolf's neck while it was unprepared, but to his surprise, it turned and fled without looking back. The devouring demon wolf turned to chase, but Lu Lin stopped it. "Let it go. You won't be able to catch up to that guy's speed." The devouring demon wolf was furious, baring its teeth. Such cowardice, and it dares to call itself a wolf king? The 7 Gale Wolves on the ground were all above the devouring demon wolf's level, so after consuming them, the devouring demon wolf's level immediately rose to LV10. Lu Lin took out his black card, infused it with his mental power, and discovered that the devouring demon wolf could learn not 1, but 2 skills. However, he could only choose one. Although he didn't understand what these 2 skills were, he could clearly sense that one was an ordinary skill while the other exuded a terrifying sense of threat, like some kind of forbidden skill. Forbidden skill. This was the first thought that came to Lu Lin. Without hesitation, he chose that forbidden skill, and in the next second, detected that the host is about to bear a cost. Nerve-tearing. Transfer? Transfer to Wang Kuan. Pain value 240. Pain value 310. Then, the devouring demon wolf acquired a new skill, Shadow of Magic. Chapter 12. A big windfall. This skill was not introduced. So Lu Lin wanted to understand what this skill did, and the only way was to let the devouring magic wolf demonstrate it. Just then, a gust of wind howled towards the devouring magic wolf. Lu Lin didn't even have time to react before the previously fleeing Wind Wolf King bit down on the devouring magic wolf's neck. Such a fatal blow to an unguarded spot could put the devouring magic wolf in life-threatening danger. Lu Lin couldn't help but step forward. wanting to save the devouring magic wolf with his own strength. But the next second, a shocking scene unfolded before him. The devouring magic wolf's body suddenly turned pitch black. And then another devouring magic wolf appeared beside it, knocking the Wind Wolf King to the ground with a single paw. Then a third devouring magic wolf appeared. The three devouring magic wolves surrounded the Wind Wolf King and began to tear it apart. With such fierce power, in the blink of an eye, the Wind Wolf King was devoured into a dry corpse. Finally, two of the devouring magic wolves transformed into shadows and merged into the body of the one in the middle. Lu Lin was stunned. He didn't expect it to be the legendary Shadow clone. No, it was even more powerful than Shadow clone. It could even swap the positions of the real body and the clone. Furthermore, based on his recent observation, he could confirm that the clone possessed at least 70% of the main body strength. The power of this skill was evident. It truly deserved to be called a forbidden skill. Since that was the case, let's go complete the last two tasks. With a level 10 devouring magic wolf, combined with the shadow skill, the efficiency could not even be described as double the effort for triple the result. It was simply 3 times. After finishing the last 2 tasks, the devouring magic wolf's growth level reached LV12. With this strength, even if he were to immediately participate in the student competition, he could probably get into the Beastmaster Academy, though not the top 3. By this time, the sky had completely darkened, and Lu Lin looked towards the depths of the beast domain. There, Beastmasters were coming out, cradling their nearly lifeless spirit beasts, looking dejected. They must have failed to subdue the LV-20 giant magic spider. Lu Lin knew that kind of spirit beast was actually not too bad in its ordinary form. Just AC rank, but it could lay tens of thousands of eggs at once, and occasionally a mutated type would appear. The strength after mutation could rival B rank spirit beasts, and with a growth level still at LV-20, capturing it was quite difficult. After thinking carefully, he decided to walk in that direction. However, as he walked, he began to regret it because he occasionally saw beast masters on both sides crying out for help. Those whose spirit beasts had died were considered lucky. Some were even severely injured themselves. Although Lu Lin had healing pills, he understood that in such situations, being overly compassionate could lead to big trouble for himself. But soon, he had an idea and walked up to a person who was crying loudly while holding their spirit beast corpse, asking, "What happened over there? Why should I tell you? Woo-woo, tell me, and I can help you properly handle the spirit beast in your arms. It's dead, what is there to handle? Actually, I am a practitioner of the Buddhist path. I can help you guide your spirit beast to the Pure Land, Amitabha." This beast master thought of the moments spent with their spirit beast and finally sighed, beginning to recount the story. That magic spider is not an ordinary mutated type. Its strength rivals that of an A-rank spirit beast. We were no match for it at all. Lu Lin gasped. An LV-20 A-rank spirit beast was quite troublesome. The moment I became a beastmaster, I should have anticipated today's outcome. It helped me earn so much money, and now it has died because of my greed. I truly feel sorry for it. Master, please help me guide it. Lu Lin nodded, then took the spirit beast and brought it to the mouth of the devouring magic wolf. The devouring magic wolf understood and immediately absorbed the spirit beast until it was dry, reaching a growth level of LV-14 for AC rank spirit beast. It tasted quite good. The beast master was stunned, about to say something, but Lu Lin had already gone off to find next target. The beast masters who came to the beast domain for training had spirit beasts with levels of at least 10 or higher, so as Lu Lin continued to guide them, he unexpectedly raised the level of the devouring magic wolf again to LV-13. Finally, he focused his gaze on a cave deep in the beast domain, hearing the immediate sounds of fighting, unable to resist, licking his lips, and decided to go take a look. Although the task rewards were clearly lower, the benefits of devouring such a spirit beast would likely be considerable. Inside the cave, a small team of 3 men and 1 woman was fiercely battling the giant magic spider. The 3 men's spirit beasts were on one side, drawing the giant magic spider's attention, while the woman circled behind it, waiting for the right moment to launch a sneak attack. Now's the time. Sensing the moment was ripe, the cat-type spirit beast controlled by the woman suddenly ignited with a raging flame and charged towards the giant magic spider's rear. This type of spirit beast was filled with spider silk, As long as they could ignite those silks, the giant magic spider would surely be severely injured. Soon, the flame successfully entered the giant magic spider's belly, and those silks ignited just as they had anticipated. The roaring fire made the giant magic spider jump around in pain. Seeing this scene, the four thought their plan had succeeded and were about to high-five in celebration. But soon, the giant magic spider began to wildly spit webs that were engulfed in flames, spraying them in all directions without any pattern. It's so hot. Help! Flying heavenly bull. Come save your master. Damn it, whose terrible idea was this? In just 10 seconds, the four-person team, who had been ready to celebrate victory, turned into a group fleeing for their lives. However, they soon realized a deadly problem. The exit was completely blocked by burning webs, leaving them with nowhere to escape. As they watched the three men as spirit beasts, unable to move due to the surrounding flames being trampled by the giant magic spider, the woman was so frightened that she collapsed on the spot. It's over, completely over. They were so close to success. Just as the giant magic spider finished off the other three beast masters and swiftly approached her, a black and white wolf-shaped spirit beast suddenly charged in, pouncing and knocking the giant magic spider to the ground. Then the wolf-shaped spirit beast split into three, continuously jumping and attacking the giant magic spider in turn. With its insides on fire and nearly out of silk to spit, the giant magic spider, which had previously been hunted by who knows how many beast masters, was utterly helpless in the face of the devouring magic wolf. After more than 10 minutes of entanglement, it finally collapsed to the ground. The four present could only see Lu Lin slowly walking in, plucking the 8 eyes that originally belonged to them one by one, while looking in a certain direction. There were spider eggs, at least tens of thousands of them. Spider eggs could also be considered half a spirit beast. Devour that giant magic spider. And all those spider eggs. Soon, the growth level of the devouring magic wolf skyrocketed from LV13 to LV15 in the blink of an eye. If one word could describe Lu Lin right now, it would be satisfied. Seeing Lu Lin about to leave, the four of them had red eyes. Stop right there. That giant magic spider was clearly taken down by us. Chapter 13. The shock task administrator Lu Lin turned his head and looked at the man who was speaking, and he couldn't help but laugh in anger. What? You say this giant magic spider was solved by you? The man nodded without hesitation, and then pointed at the three severely injured spirit beasts, shouting angrily, "We have put in so much effort. We even devised such a perfect plan. We were about to succeed, but you took advantage of it." Haha. Lu Lin started to laugh wildly. After finishing his laughter, he glanced at the man again and said, "On my way here, I saw at least 20 beast tamers, their spirit beasts either on the verge of death or already dead. Without them exhausting the giant magic spider's stamina, do you really think your ridiculous plan could succeed?" The man opened his mouth, wanting to say something more, but was interrupted by Lu Lin. "If I hadn't done the finishing work, do you think you would be happily taking the magic spider's eyes and collecting money? Or trapped in this cave, killed by the mad magic spider along with your spirit beasts?" With Lu Lin's words, everyone immediately lowered their heads. They could never forget the recent danger. "Even if I took the results you risked your lives for into my own hands, what could you do to me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the devouring demon wolf jumped to Lu Lin's side. As a level 15 forbidden spirit beast, its mere presence created an overwhelming pressure, and a single glance could make them tremble in fear, followed by a wolf howl. A whoop. This immediately left the few people speechless. Ignoring them, Lu Lin quickly walked out of the cave and glanced at the devouring demon wolf beside him, which was full of fighting spirit due to its level up. "Do you want to get out quickly or fight your way out?" The devouring demon wolf didn't howl, but gave Lu Lin a look, as if to say, "Isn't that obvious? All right then, let's fight our way out." Subsequently, the beast tamers training in this beast domain witnessed a scene they would never forget. Lu Lin followed behind the devouring demon wolf, sprinting madly in one direction, attacking any spirit beast they encountered, regardless of their strength. This man and wolf seemed to know nothing of fatigue, their eyes filled only with endless slaughter. Since the spirit beasts in this domain had not grown to high levels, and their numbers weren't many, even though Lu Lin fought his way out, his growth level did not increase again. It seemed that to rapidly improve his strength, he would need to go to a higher level beast domain. When Lu Lin emerged with a large, bulging backpack, the task administrator still wore an incredibly disdainful smile. He looked at the newcomer beside him, Xiao Wu, who was selecting tasks. Do you believe that this kid, when he hears the penalty amount for not completing the task, will definitely cry and ask me to reduce it? Or simply play dumb and deny it? Do you believe it? But look at him, the backpack is bulging, and his spirit beasts are covered in blood. Aren't all newcomers like this? They think anything they pick up is a treasure and stuff it into their backpacks, not knowing how to command their spirit beasts to fight. After a little combat, they leave their spirit beasts all battered? Then can you reduce his penalty a bit later? How could that be possible? Just because of his arrogant demeanor when he came to pick up the task, I will double the penalty to let him know what it means to be humble. While the two were talking, Lu Lin had already walked up to them, checking the task with a terminal and expressionlessly pulling out the items described in the task one by one. At first, the task administrator wore a mocking expression, thinking that Lu Lin had only completed one or two of them. But soon, he began to sweat profusely, thinking that perhaps he only completed the simpler tasks. However, when the leg bone of the Gale Wolf was taken out, he was completely shocked, his eyes wide open. It wasn't until Lu Lin pulled out all the task items that he gasped and exclaimed, "In such a short time? You completed all 13 tasks?" Lu Lin raised his eyelids. To be precise, it's 14. 14? The task administrator was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly remembered the ultimate task released not long ago. He looked at Lu Lin with an incredulous gaze as he took out the 8 giant magic spider eyes, placing them on the table like gems. This is impossible. How could this be? Many nearby people were attracted by the commotion, and someone recognized Lu Lin. Isn't that the scammer who exorcises other people's spirit beasts? He not only completed 13 tasks in one go, but also successfully killed the giant magic spider. A scammer has such strength? What scammer? He avenged our spirit beasts. Isn't that exorcising them? Call him master. In an instant, the scene was filled with voices calling master, making Lu Lin feel a bit embarrassed. The task administrator was also so excited that his hands trembled. After silently counting and accepting all the task items, he said to Lu Lin, this student, "No, master, I apologize for my earlier underestimation." Before he could express his feelings about becoming a master, Xiao Wu patted him, his eyes filled with excitement. "I didn't expect you to be so powerful. No wonder you could fight your way out of the chaotic beast domain. Where should I go to collect these rewards?" Lu Lin asked. Then, under Xiao Wu's guidance, he placed his contract black card on a device. Soon, his photo appeared on a display screen. Lu Lin, 1-star beast tamer, spirit beast level, forbidden level, points, 340. In the 13 tasks you completed, there are 90 level tasks, 3 F-level tasks, and 1 D-level task. In addition to cash rewards, you also gain 340 task points. Once your points exceed 500, you can enter the C-level development beast domain. I see. In the future, this contract black card will not only serve as your identity certification as a beast tamer, but it will also be your bank card for task rewards and transactions with other beast tamers. Lu Lin took the black card and noticed that a string of numbers had been added, which should be the card number. After claiming a total of 5,500,000 in task rewards, Lu Lin looked at Xiao Wu and said, "Do you know where I can buy pills?" "What kind of pills?" "True spirit pills. Those pills are essential for cultivation. I advise you to keep them for yourself. Selling them is not worth it." Lu Lin scoffed. He used higher-level, spirit-concealing pills for cultivation. "I need money urgently. You just earned over 5 million. Are you still short?" "Well, my sister was infected by a poison-type spirit beast years ago, and treatment costs a lot of money." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel moved. Any illness related to spirit beasts is a bottomless pit for treatment. Spending a few million a month is easy, not to mention being infected by a poison-type spirit beast. No wonder he contracted a forbidden spirit beast and took on such dangerous tasks. It was all to save enough medical expenses for his sister before he died. What good man. All right, I'll continue to be your guide and take you to a place that specializes in recycling various pills. Thank you. Chapter 14. Goal. First place in the grand competition. After identifying the elixirs he exchanged from the system, Lu Lin found that their quality was quite good. He sold them all at the highest market price of 700,000 each, including the rewards from previous tasks. The balance on his black card had already exceeded 10 million. If he told others that he earned this much money in just one day, no one would believe him. After finishing all this, he hurried to the hospital to pay for his sister Su Shue's treatment. However, as soon as he reached the area of the VIP wards, the Beast Master Doctor, Dr. Jiang, suddenly blocked his way. Lu Lin, I've been looking for you everywhere. Come with me quickly. Feeling uneasy, Lu Lin immediately followed Dr. Jiang and found his sister lying in a completely sealed ward, connected to various medical devices. She was in a coma, yet her expression remained pained. What happened to my sister? Her condition suddenly worsened, and the toxins began to spread throughout her body. I used the most advanced equipment in the hospital to barely stabilize her condition, but it won't hold for long. How long is not long? At most, 2 months. What should we do? Unless you go to the first hospital in Magic City or Tianfu for the best treatment in the country. But that level of treatment is not available to ordinary people. What about with a top-tier medical card? Dr. Jiang shook his head and sighed helplessly. Unless you can get first place in the student competition in a month, but how is that possible? Really? If I get first place, can my sister go to the best hospital for treatment? First place in the city means you have unlimited potential, and the country will spare no effort to cultivate you. So, of course, your sister can receive the best medical care. That's good, that's good. Seeing Lu Lin's reaction, Dr. Jiang was puzzled. Could it be that this guy really thinks he can take first place in the student competition next month? Doesn't he know that this year in Tianjin City, there are 2 extraordinary geniuses who not only have S-level mental strength, but also contracted 2 incredibly powerful spirit beasts? And various organizations are already sparing no effort in cultivating them. It seems he still doesn't fully understand how important resources are. After finally earning some money, he is using it for his sister's treatment. Sigh. Lu Lin looked through the transparent glass of the sealed ward at Su Shui. You must hold on until the student competition. I will definitely crush everyone and take first place. Then I'll take you to the best hospital for the best treatment. Lu Lin, there's one more thing. The expenses for this ward are exceptionally high. How much? 200,000 a day, including previous treatment costs, various elixirs needed during the treatment, and just tell me directly. How much do I need to pay for 1 month, including the previous costs? For 1 month? If you want to pay for a month in one go, it would be 960,000. This card, can the hospital charge it? Lu Lin took out his contract black card. Yes, of course. After the card was swiped, Lu Lin let out a slight sigh of relief, thankful that he sold 8 true spirit pills. The purpose of making money was probably to avoid being overwhelmed and helpless at this moment. After Dr. Jiang returned his black card and medical card, Lu Lin took one last look at his unconscious sister before reluctantly leaving. To secure first place in the student competition a month later, he needed to keep growing. After returning to his rented room, he spent 4,000 pain points to exchange for 5 spirit-nourishing pills and began to cultivate, leaving him with 21,000 points. Wang Kuan was more supportive in contributing pain points than his father, Director Wang, probably because he successfully contracted a spirit beast. What luck! The probability of a D-level mental strength successfully contracting a spirit beast is only 10%, yet he actually succeeded, and in an S-level beast domain, his future looks bright. Of course, that was before Lu Lin transferred the cost to him. Not long after starting his cultivation, Lu Lin broke out in a cold sweat. Going from no rank to a 1-star beast master with a fairly easy threshold, so anyone could achieve it as long as they successfully contracted a spirit beast. However, advancing from 1-star beast master to 2-star beast master was very difficult. The devouring magic wolf could level up to LV-15, and the spirit power accumulated in its body was substantial. Yet, even after Lu Lin absorbed half of it, there were no signs of a breakthrough, and he had already used up 4 spirit-nourishing pills. Helpless, he exchanged for 4 more and continued his cultivation. When he opened his eyes again, he couldn't help but exhale a mouthful of white turbid air. He was completely drenched in sweat, looking as if he had just taken a shower. Now he understood why those people said forbidden spirit beasts consumed a lot of resources. It was indeed a drain. His progress from 1-star to 2-star had not even exceeded a quarter, yet he had already used up 9 spirit-nourishing pills. A good quality spirit-nourishing pill could fetch a market price of at least 150,000. In other words, this time his cultivation cost over 10 million. The reward he earned from completing tasks today was only 450,000. If he relied on doing tasks to exchange for cultivation resources, that would be a pipe dream. However, he didn't have time to feel sorry for the elixirs. He quickly opened his phone to check the time and decided to visit the D-level development beast domain again, aiming to earn 500 points as soon as possible to enter the C-level development beast domain. As soon as he opened his phone, he saw a string of messages from Sumiao. Haha, I became a 1-star beast master. Impressive, right? I can tell you that my rapid cultivation is all thanks to my extraordinary talent and the various elixirs my dad sent me. Not related to you at all. By the way, I'm going to D-level development beast domain for training. Do you want to come with me? Without thinking, Lu Lin replied, I don't want to bring a burden while training. What? I see you haven't reached 1-star yet, right? What do you think? I'm begging you, just accompany me. My dad is worried about me going alone. He said if you don't go, he'll make me stay home to cultivate, and I don't want to cultivate anymore. No, you should listen to your dad and focus on cultivating. Your spirit beast isn't a high-level spirit beast, and its growth level is too low. You won't be able to complete any tasks there. Just consider a chance to gain experience. Besides, the beast domain I'm going to is not an ordinary one. It's a newly opened beast domain only for internal personnel with great rewards. Are you sure you won't come with me? Are there many spirit beasts inside? I already said it's just been developed. How could there not be many? Let me show you a picture. Lu Lin looked at the photo that popped up on his phone, drooling at the sight. The photo depicted a dark purple plain, teeming with spirit beasts in groups. And looking at the description next to the photo, their growth levels were generally higher than those in the beast domain he had been to. No wonder it's exclusive to connections. This is too tempting. He then replied on his phone, Isn't this too dangerous? It seems I really need to follow you. After all, I can't just watch my classmate in danger. Seeing Lu Lin's message, Su Miao, wearing pajamas, rolled around happily on her bed, her tender white feet constantly patting the mattress. He definitely likes me. Chapter 15, The Genius of Tianjin City Dad. Lu Lin has agreed to accompany me to the beast domain, so I took the pass. In a villa in Tianjin City, Su Chongling remained silent, tacitly allowing his daughter to go out. He merely took out a document, glanced at it, and a smile crossed his face. This year's student competition is probably the most exciting one in the history of Tianjin City. Su Miao directly sent the address of the beast domain to Lu Lin and arranged to meet him at the entrance. After Lu Lin received the address, he left without hesitation. When he arrived at the entrance of the beast domain and found that Su Miao had not yet arrived, he began to wait. Before long, instead of Su Miao, he encountered an acquaintance. Lu Lin, long time no see. He lifted his eyelids and saw a girl with fiery red lips and a slender figure looking at him, so he nodded symbolically. This girl was Li Zhuotao. They had played together when they were young, although she did not attend the same school as Lu Lin. She often came to find him and had confessed her feelings to him twice. However, Lu Lin was focused on his studies and had no interest in dating, so he rejected her each time. The reason that Ren Tao disliked him was mainly because he had a crush on this famous school beauty from the second high school. Seeing that Lu Lin's attitude towards her was still very cold, she took a deep breath in frustration and extended her arm, allowing a small red bird with a burning tail to perch on it. Not only did I get tested to have S-level mental power, but I also contracted this S-level mutated spirit beast, the Blazing Phoenix. I've already signed contracts with 3 top beast tamers organizations, and I have so many training resources every day that I can't possibly use them all. This time, Lu Lin did not even nod in acknowledgement, feeling that Li Zhuotao was a bit absurd. He not only had S-level mental power, but also possessed the devouring demon wolf, which had stronger combat power and a faster growth rate. He could exchange training resources at will from his system space. Was he being arrogant? Oomph. You don't think that just because you contracted a forbidden spirit beast, you're something special, do you? I hope you can survive the student competition, and then I'll show you that the power you gained at such a cost is utterly insignificant. You're right. You. Li Zhuotao was so angry that she took a deep breath, then suddenly thought of something and regained her smile. By the way, what are you doing here? Are you being turned away because you don't have a pass? Ha ha ha. Do you want to apologize to me now? I might be generous and take you in. As soon as her words fell, Su Miao's voice came from not far away. Sorry, Lu Lin, I'm late. As soon as Su Miao arrived, she noticed Li Zhuotao standing in front of Lu Lin. She certainly knew this famous genius, but still linked her arm with Lu Lin's and shook it, asking Lu Lin, "Who is this woman?" Lu Lin was just about to shake her off, but suddenly remembered that he needed her connections to enter the beast domain. So he reluctantly shook his head and said, "I don't know." "Then let's go in quickly." "Okay." After the two left, only Li Zhuotao was left standing in the wind, feeling disheveled. This guy actually has such a close relationship with the daughter of that legendary beast tamer from Tianjing City. Soon, a trace of ruthlessness appeared in her eyes. Whether it's a forbidden spirit beast or the daughter of a legendary beast tamer. When a student competition comes in a month, Lu Lin will definitely regret rejecting her when he truly understands her power. After entering, Lu Lin showed his contract black card to the guide and smoothly arrived at the task reception area. This time, he did not hurriedly accept all the hunting spirit beast tasks, but carefully reviewed all the tasks. The previous beast domain had too few tasks, but this newly opened beast domain had many tasks, and he chose to only accept those with higher target levels. When Su Miao finished registering her identity and came to Lu Lin's side, she saw that Lu Lin had already accepted nearly 20 tasks, all of which were relatively difficult ones. "Lu Lin, what are you doing? If you can't complete the tasks, you'll have to pay." The task administrator also reminded him, but Lu Lin not only did not withdraw the tasks, but continued to accept those he thought were good. This newly opened beast domain is really different. It's much stronger than the one he went to before. Soon, his actions were halted by someone. "Hey, student, please stop for a moment." Lu Lin turned his head to see a well-dressed man smiling at him. "Is there something?" This beast domain was just recently opened and should only be accessible to talented students within the range of Tianjing City. Although I don't know how you got in. Your behavior is greatly affecting the training of other students. So, am I violating some regulations by accepting tasks? Well, not exactly. Then shut your mouth. There is no rule about how many tasks one can accept at a time. So why shouldn't I take as many as I want? Su Miao, although she also didn't understand Lu Lin's behavior, firmly stood by his side at this moment. "Exactly. Do you think this young lady can't afford to pay?" Su Hongwei's mouth twitched in anger. "Do you think this is an all-you-can-eat buffet? The compensation for failing tasks is not something other beast domains can compare to. I told you to be quiet. Can't you understand human language? Don't let me run into you in the beast domain. Or I'll definitely compete with you for task targets." This guy left behind a harsh remark and walked away angrily. In the end, Lu Lin accepted a total of 28 tasks, nearly finishing all the E and D level tasks. Su Miao didn't accept any and planned to help Lu Lin complete the tasks to minimize any potential penalties. Once Lu Lin and Su Miao entered the beast domain, Lu Lin was directly shocked. An endless black plain stretched before him, filled with various unsettling spirit beasts. Most of the spirit beasts in this domain had 3 attributes: magic, poison, and stone, making it feel particularly oppressive. Lu Lin looked at his terminal and found that these tasks did not have any prompts, meaning he had to search for them himself. The newly opened beast domain had this drawback, but Lu Lin didn't mind and directly said to Su Miao, "Have your old bird help me find the targets. I'll clear them one by one. After completing the tasks, we'll split the rewards 80-20. Su Miao didn't care. She thought that whether they could even pay the fines was questionable, let alone how much she would get. But soon this thought dissipated, because the ferocity of the devouring demon wolf exceeded her imagination. After confirming the location of the first task target through the old bird, Lu Lin looked in that direction. Since this beast domain was a vast plain, the fastest route was naturally to cut across it, but because there were many spirit beasts roaming that path, Su Miao suggested, "The task deadline is only 3 days. To avoid wasting time, let us take a detour." Unexpectedly, Lu Lin just waved his hand and said, "A detour? That's a waste of time." "What do you mean?" Then he pointed at that path and looked at the devouring demon wolf. "Clear a bloody path." Chapter 16, Tumor B. Lu Lin, wait for me. The key parts of these spirit beasts are worth a lot of money. We can't waste them. Lu Lin and the devouring demon wolf forged ahead, while Su Miao frantically picked up the spoils that Lu Lin overlooked from behind. She wasn't really in need of these items, It was just her first time entering a development-type beast domain as a beastmaster, so obtaining anything gave her a sense of achievement. Watching Lu Lin commanding the devouring demon wolf in battle ahead, a smile involuntarily appeared on her face. He is so powerful. If only he didn't have to bear the cost, how great would that be? Just as she felt a pang of regret in her heart, Lu Lin noticed something on the ground not far away, something that looked like a huge tumor. That was the first target, the nest of the tumor bees, which housed a large number of C-grade spirit beasts ranging from LV-12 to LV-18. If they could devour all those tumor bees, the devouring demon wolf might even level up directly. These spirit beasts were social and very numerous. If not careful, they might encircle the beast master and directly attack. Adequate preparation was essential before the battle. Lu Lin carefully recalled the entries about tumor bees in the Spirit Beast Encyclopedia and started rummaging through the system shop. In no time, he spent 400 pain points to exchange for 8 pills that emitted a foul odor, casually burying 2 of them in the ground beneath his feet. What are you doing? Don't worry about it. In a bit, you let the old bird lure most of the tumor bees away. The tumor bees can't fly high and can't catch up to your old bird. Then the devouring demon wolf will protect us, and together we can move that tumor bee nest. Su Miao was initially stunned, then smiled and patted Lu Lin's shoulder. Lu Lin, how did I never notice before that you have such a sense of humor? You think we could just carry that nest away? Aren't you afraid the tumor bees will come back? Can your spirit beast hold them off? If it can't hold them off, we'll just run. How can we outrun spirit beasts? Are you crazy? Just do as I say and leave the rest to me. Seeing that Su Miao was still unwilling, Lu Lin added, Don't worry, if my plan fails, I'll make sure the devouring demon wolf protects you first. Su Miao knew Lu Lin was a smart person and wouldn't joke with their lives, so she agreed to his plan. The tumor bees were active at night, and since it was daytime, almost all of them were in the nest. Once the old bird learned its task, it flew to the tumor-like hive, pecked at it fiercely, and then desperately flew into the sky. Even though this D-grade spirit beast had a type advantage against this insect-type spirit beast, the level difference was too great, leaving it with no chance of victory. Before long, the tumor-like nest began to stir, and then, like a volcanic eruption, it spewed out countless large, dark, green poison bees, chasing after the old bird. Now, without hesitation, Lu Lin led the devouring demon wolf towards the nest, and after a moment's hesitation, Su Miao followed closely. A few tumor bees were still left in the hive, and upon seeing them come to steal their home, they rushed out without a second thought to defend their nest. However, before they could even fly out of the entrance, they were bitten to death by the already prepared devouring demon wolf. Quick, take action. After Lu Lin said this, he began to frantically use his dagger to destroy the territory of the nest, and finally yanked the nest up with a forceful pull. Although the nest looked large, it wasn't particularly heavy. Now that both Su Miao and he were 1-star beast masters, their physiques far exceeded that of ordinary people. Produce. Lu Lin had taken a pill in advance, so he easily lifted the massive nest and started to run madly in one direction. The tumor bees that were desperately chasing the old bird immediately turned around and dove towards Lu Lin and Su Miao's location. Seeing the scene, Su Miao was so frightened she almost cried out. These poison attribute spirit beasts weren't particularly strong in combat, but if infected by their toxins, it would definitely be as serious as bearing the cost of a forbidden spirit beast. Lu Lin, hurry and throw that thing away to escape. If they catch up, someone will definitely die. Lu Lin continued to run with the nest on his back, and in response to Su Miao's cries, he just smiled and said, Don't panic. Just run. As the swarm of tumor bees drew closer, Su Miao used all her strength to run, cursing her mother for only giving her 2 legs. Just when she was about to run out of breath, Lu Lin suddenly stopped. Are you trying to get yourself killed? At a time like this, you want to stop and rest. Who said I want to rest? I plan to confront that group head-on. Confront? Your forbidden spirit beast has a group attack skill? No. Then what are you planning to confront them with? Hurry and run. Compared to Su Miao's panic, Lu Lin appeared leisurely and confident, standing still and smiling at the swarm of tumor bees densely filling the sky. Not far away, a team of 5 beast masters noticed this scene. The leader was none other than Su Hongwei, who had previously stopped Lu Lin from taking on too many tasks. He looked at Lu Lin and Su Miao, who seemed to have given up and were waiting for death, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, do you see? This is the consequence of casually taking on tasks. I believe it won't be long before they meet a miserable end under the stingers of the tumor bees. Captain, I remember that the tumor bee nest is quite valuable. Su Hongwei nodded and then glanced at the 4 people behind him. Which of you has a spirit beast with a group attack skill? 2 of them raised their hands. Good. While the tumor bees are attacking them, we'll take the opportunity to snatch the nest. You 2 will be responsible for controlling your spirit beasts to use their group attack skills to cover us. That way, the nest will be ours. Ha ha ha. All 5 of them were relatively talented and strong newcomers, so teaming up to deal with a group of tumor bees wasn't too difficult, and they didn't exercise too much caution. After confirming the plan, they immediately sent their spirit beasts rushing towards Lu Lin, with only one goal in mind, the nest still being carried by Lu Lin. Noticing the 5 spirit beasts running towards him, Lu Lin frowned and wildly waved his hands, shouting, "Don't come over. Whatever you do, don't come over." Seeing this scene, Su Hongwei and his team laughed even brighter. Look, that kid is at death's door, and he is still afraid we'll steal his stuff. Don't pay attention to him. Hurry and snatch his nest. Ha ha. I love seeing him so anxious and helpless. Just as they were laughing heartily, the spot where Lu Lin had buried the pills exploded completely, the powder enveloping the area like smoke. Except for the devouring demon wolf, every spirit beast stopped moving and began to tremble wildly. At this moment, the smiles on the faces of the 5 people completely froze. Chapter 17, we tried our best. What is going on? I can't find a mental connection with my spirit beast. Me too. What on earth is happening? The 5 of them exchanged glances, all seeing the fear in each other's eyes. For a beastmaster, being unable to perceive the presence of their spirit beast right in front of them is an extremely terrifying situation. Before they could think of a reason, they saw their spirit beast suddenly stop trembling and then start attacking each other frantically, and the battle was bloody and brutal. Lu Lin also witnessed this scene and sighed helplessly. I told you not to come over, yet you insisted on coming. What can I do? He then looked at the swarm of tumor bees in the sky, which, like the 5 spirit beasts, were also attacking each other continuously. From time to time, a few injured tumor bees would fall from the sky, only to be killed by the devouring demon wolf in one bite. The pills that Lu Lin had buried in the ground were not real pills in the traditional sense. Their only function was to amplify the desires in the spirit beasts' minds, ultimately leading them into chaos. Simply put, if a spirit beast thought about food before coming into contact with the powder, it would then desperately seek food. If it thought about attacking, it would indiscriminately attack all living beings around it. The devouring demon wolf had taken the antidote in advance, and the old bird was still in the sky. At Lu Lin's request, Su Miao didn't let it come down near them, so it remained unaffected. The tumor bees, being of the poison attribute, had a bit of resistance to such things, so they only trembled for a dozen seconds before regaining their senses and launching another attack on Lu Lin. However, the remaining number was far from what it originally was, and the devouring demon wolf easily took care of them. This type of spirit beast, unless in extremely large numbers, simply didn't have enough combat power to be of concern. After the devouring demon wolf dealt with all the tumor bees, Lu Lin noticed that its growth level had increased. He then cut up the nest, found the larvae, and devoured them all again, but still no increase. For the 5 beast masters, the effect of the drug lasted only a short few dozen seconds, but in those few seconds, the 5 spirit beasts unleashed a fierce battle against each other for several seconds. The other spirit beasts were fine. Their strengths were fairly similar, and at most they were severely injured and could no longer continue training. However, 2 of the weaker ones collapsed on the ground, barely hanging on to life. They held their spirit beast corpses and looked towards Lu Lin. They saw Lu Lin and Su Miao, who in their eyes had already given up hope and were waiting to die. One was leisurely dissecting the tumor bee nest, finding useful parts to submit for the task, while the other had long since shed fear and was happily picking up the tumor bee's stingers off the ground, smiling sweetly. In contrast, they felt utterly miserable. Soon, the frustration in their hearts turned into anger and they directed it towards Lu Lin. You set a trap there. Why didn't you tell us? Lu Lin stopped what he was doing and looked at them, simply saying, I told you not to come over. It was you who insisted on bringing your spirit beasts over. With that one sentence, the 5 of them turned red with shame. Indeed, Lu Lin had warned them. But they were blinded by profit, which led to the current tragedy. I don't care. My spirit beast became like this because of you. You must compensate me. Lu Lin glanced at the weeping beastmaster and then turned to Su Miao. Do you think I need to take any responsibility if I accidentally kill his spirit beast while treating it? Su Miao laughed directly. Haha, what you're saying is funny. This is the beast domain, where countless spirit beasts and beast masters die every day. Even if you killed his spirit beast, you wouldn't need to take any responsibility. So wild. Of course, in this beast domain, most who come and go are students, so the situation is a bit better. The higher the level of the beast domain, the more common it is for people to kill and rob, and there's no responsibility to bear. By the way, you don't have any bad ideas, do you? What bad ideas could I have? I just want to treat his spirit beast. Lu Lin walked over to the 2 beast masters who were crying while holding their spirit beasts and said, no matter what, this matter started because of me. Since that's the case, I'll treat your spirit beasts. Treat? You? Take a good look at your spirit beasts. Do you think you have a choice? The beast master whose spirit beast was injured the most looked at his spirit beast, and to say it had only 1 breath left was flattering. Its body was already close to stiffening. Helpless, he could only ask Lu Lin, how are you going to treat them? Just hand them over to me. After Lu Lin took the 2 spirit beasts, he immediately placed them by the mouth of the devouring demon wolf, then returned the 2 that had become dried corpses back to them. Sorry, we've done our best. The 2 were stunned. Their hands trembled as they took the spirit beasts, causing them to fall to the ground and shatter into pieces. By the time they reacted, Lu Lin had already left them, thinking that B-level spirit beasts were indeed more useful than those lower-level ones. After devouring 2, the devouring demon wolf finally reached LV-16. You stop right there. You killed our spirit beasts. Liar. Demon. This was all part of your plan, right? Compensate them for their spirit beasts. Facing the furious shouts of the 5 beast masters, Lu Lin turned around, his face pale with anger. You dare to speak to me like that again? With that one sentence, no one dared to make a sound anymore. They were all too scared to even let out a fart. That's right. This is the beast domain. Even if Lu Lin killed them, he wouldn't have to bear any consequences. For a long time afterward, Lu Lin and Su Miao went on a rampage in the beast domain, slaughtering everything they could see. Su Miao was happily picking up the discarded items that Lu Lin didn't want, but Lu Lin's brows were furrowed tightly, because he realized that leveling up was becoming increasingly difficult. Despite killing for such a long time, his level hadn't increased at all. When they had completed about half of the tasks, Lu Lin spoke to Su Miao. This time, have your old bird find the locations of 3 targets at once, and mark them on the terminal for me. What are you planning? It's too slow to do them one by one. I've decided to clear 3 at once. Su Miao thought Lu Lin wanted to deal with 1, and then immediately head to the next location. So she didn't think much of it, and did as Lu Lin requested. After she marked the locations of the next 3 tasks on the terminal, her mouth dropped open in shock, unable to close. Because Lu Lin actually had the devouring demon wolf split into 3 and charged towards 3 different target locations. Su Miao's feelings at this moment could no longer be described as shock. Once she realized what was happening, she immediately gave a command to the old bird. Get ready to pick up the scraps. Chapter 18. The terrifying Huayin tree with the current strength of the devouring demon wolf. Completing 3 different E-level tasks simultaneously in such a D-level beast domain was not a difficult task at all, especially with Lu Lin's detailed plan based on the task objectives prepared in advance. Additionally, with Su Miao acting as a human navigator, they completed almost all the remaining tasks in just 3 hours, and the growth level of the devouring demon wolf reached LV-17. In the blink of an eye, only the last D-level task remained. This D-level task required them to find a forest made up of black trees in this vast plain filled with spirit beasts. In fact, it was not a forest, but a type of spirit beast known as Huayin wood. Sea-level spirit beasts, with growth levels between 17 and 22, were characterized by their ability to disguise themselves as woods and then attack those resting in their shade. Finding a patch of forest in this nearly flat beast domain was certainly very simple. After confirming the location, Su Miao reminded him with her limited knowledge. I've heard of this spirit beast. As long as the main tree vein is alive, it can continuously supply spiritual power to other trees. Is it too dangerous for us to complete this task together? It's fine, as long as we quickly find that so-called main tree vein will be done. Okay. Looking at the vast forest, Lu Lin was momentarily troubled. There were simply too many of them, and charging in recklessly could lead to significant losses. For spirit beasts of this level, the previous type of elixir would not be very effective. After thinking it over, he began issuing commands to the devouring demon wolf. Having spent so much time with Lu Lin, the devouring demon wolf, despite feeling deep down that it shouldn't be a human's contracted spirit beast, had already come to see Lu Lin as a combat partner. It had no doubts about Lu Lin's plan and immediately followed his orders. It split into two shadow forms and walked into the forest, pretending to be an unsuspecting spirit beast, looking around. Soon, several trees, barely noticeable, opened their eyes and glared fiercely at the devouring demon wolf, slowly approaching it like tree roots. In the next second, all the trees around suddenly fell to the ground, their branches transforming into limbs, sprouting pairs of eyes, and even their large, gaping mouths opened, letting out an ear-piercing screech. Even though Su Miao was far from the forest, she was startled by this scene and immediately hugged Lu Lin tightly. How scary! After saying this, she peeked at Lu Lin to see his expression. What expression could Lu Lin have? He wondered why this girl was normal one moment and then acting strangely the next. But thinking of her father and that medical card, he ultimately did not push Su Miao away. Instead, he controlled the two shadow forms of the devouring demon wolf to charge through the forest. Now at LV-17, the devouring demon wolf was very fast, at least quicker than those spirit beasts that had been pretending to be wood for years. Seeing that they couldn't catch the devouring demon wolf, the Huayin wood in front of it began to fall to the ground ahead of time, revealing its true form to block the path of the devouring demon wolf. But Lu Lin had only one order: don't fight, just run deeper. At that moment, large trees in the entire forest transformed into their original forms and desperately fled, causing the ground to tremble. The dense forest finally became loose, allowing Lu Lin to observe which tree was the main vein. Found it. After confirming the target, Lu Lin immediately instructed the devouring demon wolf's two shadow forms to dodge the attacks of the Huayin, while occasionally retaliating to draw their attention. He quickly led the devouring demon wolf and Su Miao forward, advising her, "You just saw it. Those things take time to transform from trees into spirit beasts. Let's take advantage of this time gap to reach the main vein. Just follow the directions of your old bird in the sky." No problem. Lu Lin finally understood why many Beast Masters teams specifically recruited those with flying spirit beasts. They were really useful, especially since this old bird had the skill of insight. It allowed it to provide strong support, even as a low-level D-class spirit beast. One could only say that she was indeed Su Chongling's daughter. Even with only D-level spiritual power and the ability to contract spirit beasts only in D-level beast domains, she knew which one was the most useful. This cognitive gap put her far ahead of others, since the two shadow forms of the devouring demon wolf attracted many spirit beasts. They ran for more than 20 minutes before being blocked by the responding spirit beasts. Seeing this, Lu Lin immediately instructed the devouring demon wolf to retract the two shadow forms used for distraction and then release them again. With 3 devouring demon wolves clearing the way, they soon arrived in front of the main vein. Without any hesitation, Lu Lin took out a dagger, raised his hand, and struck down with all his might. The most powerful aspect of this spirit beast lay in the main vein, which could continuously supply energy to other Huayin woods, healing their injuries. However, this main vein was also the most vulnerable. Even someone like Lu Lin, a 1-star beast master, could forcibly cut it open with sheer strength. As the main vein began to ooze a large amount of milky white liquid, a smile appeared on Lu Lin's face. Su Miao also took out a short sword and began attacking the main vein with all her might. Soon, they heard the main vein wailing in pain. But the more miserable its cries became, the more excited Lu Lin and Su Miao felt. and their strength increased. With the main vein completely withered, Lu Lin finally stopped his actions, ready to praise Su Miao when he suddenly noticed something hidden within the main vein. When he confirmed what it was, the smile that had previously blossomed vanished in an instant, and his heart began to race. Without caring about anything else, he grabbed Su Miao's delicate hand and said, "Bad news, Run." No sooner had he spoken than a man's voice came from behind them. "I didn't expect a student like you could detect us. Unfortunately, it's too late. Thank you for finding this main vein. You've saved us a lot of time." Looking towards the source of the voice, they saw more than 10 beast masters who clearly did not look like students, taking down one Hawaiian wood after another that had become weak due to the loss of the main vein surrounding them. Lu Lin cursed inwardly, wanting to escape, but they were already completely surrounded by these beast masters. "Everything here is yours. Can you let us go?" This girl is Su Chongling's daughter. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. "You, a contracted spirit beast of taboo, can leave, but you must leave this legendary beast master's daughter behind." Hearing this, Su Miao was so frightened that she tightened her grip on Lu Lin's hand and whispered, "My father has offended many people. They..." In the next second, she felt Lu Lin slowly release her hand, causing her heart to tremble violently. Before she could say anything else, she felt Lu Lin suddenly pull her into his embrace. "I'm sorry, you can't keep me, and you definitely can't keep her." Chapter 19. Your father would also have to retreat 3 steps upon seeing this. Lu Lin glanced around at the crowd and noticed that at the forefront was a man controlling a B-rank spirit beast, while the other 11 were managing either C-rank or B-rank spirit beasts. Judging by the aura emitted by their spirit beasts, they all seemed to be at least LV-20, but none had completed their first evolution. With opponents of this level, even if there were 12 of them, they could not possibly stop Lu Lin. However, Lu Lin's goal was not merely to escape from them. After confirming that he was not mistaken about the position of the main vein, Lu Lin immediately used his mental connection to give instructions to the devouring demon wolf. "The 3 beast tamers on the left are the weakest, and your magical attributes can restrain them. Break through from the left. Remember, do not use the shadow of magic skill." He then immediately told Su Miao, "Let your sky-piercing eagle circle above, keeping an eye on that position of the main vein. If you see that location emit an unusual glow, let out a loud cry so that I can hear it." After Su Miao nodded, she looked at Lu Lin's determined eyes and asked, "What exactly did you see?" "Something that even your father would have to retreat 3 steps upon seeing." As soon as Lu Lin finished speaking, the devouring demon wolf suddenly charged to the left. The LV-17 Forbidden Spirit Beast was indeed stronger than any C-rank spirit beast before its first evolution. In a sudden attack, it bit down on the throat of the middle spirit beast, which began to struggle violently. The 2 beside it wanted to help, but the speed of the devouring demon wolf was beyond their imagination. In the blink of an eye, those 2 spirit beasts were knocked to the ground, and then Lu Lin rushed towards that direction. This scene stunned everyone present. According to their information, Lu Lin had only recently contracted the Forbidden Spirit Beast. How could he be so strong? Was the growth rate of Forbidden Spirit Beasts really that outrageous? Even Forbidden Spirit Beasts couldn't grow this quickly. That kid must be the son-in-law of Su Chongling, receiving cultivation resources from Su Chongling. "Brothers, let's capture him too. The boss will definitely be pleased." The man at the forefront shouted, then waved his hand, and the remaining spirit beasts all chased after Lu Lin. "Lu Lin, I can run on my own. Just let me down." At this moment, Lu Lin's gaze was particularly sharp, carefully observing everything around him. He was not simply running away, but was deliberately avoiding something. In response to Su Miao's words, he simply replied with 2 words, "No. If you want to take advantage, I'll let you take advantage later. But right now we are escaping." Lu Lin ignored the girls rambling and continued to run. Seeing Lu Lin so insistent, Su Miao said no more and buried her head in Lu Lin's shoulder, seeking more security. Strangely, the originally abundant locust trees had now diminished significantly, with the remaining ones insufficient to block Lu Lin's path, all dealt with easily by the spirit beasts pursuing him. These fools still hadn't realized something was off. Just as Lu Lin was about to run out of the woods, he suddenly took a turn and ran in another direction, crazily darting around the edge of the forest. Su Miao, noticing this scene, was even more puzzled. "What are you doing?" Lu Lin, too lazy to explain, simply said, "If we successfully escape, I won't be able to hold you, so I need to stall them a bit longer." After hearing this, Su Miao's face flushed red, her heart racing almost to the point of bursting. You. She wanted to say that if he wanted to hug her, he could do so anytime, but her shy girl-esque heart kept her from saying it. Just as Lu Lin had run almost a full circle around the forest and was about to collide with the group of beast tamers, a sudden cry from the sky pierced through the air. The moment he heard that sound, Lu Lin almost instinctively gave an order to the devouring demon wolf and suddenly stopped in place. At that moment, a giant bird with disproportionately large wings suddenly flapped its wings towards Lu Lin, and 7 white feathers plunged into his back, causing him to kneel on one knee in pain. Su Miao, who had gotten down from his arms, saw the severe injury on his back and immediately wanted to carry Lu Lin to escape. But soon, the remaining spirit beasts surrounded them, and the heavily injured devouring demon wolf also collapsed to the ground. This scene left Su Miao stunned. Summoning her courage, she stood up and said to them, "I'm not my family's only child. Even if you kidnap me, don't think you'll get anything good from my father. With your strength, if my father finds out your identities, surviving a day would be impressive." To her surprise, the group not only didn't seem afraid but burst into laughter. "Do you really think your father is all-powerful? Today we'll first kidnap you, then take turns humiliating you, and finally contact Su Chongling. We'll see if he can find us." Saying this, their faces showed lewd smiles, their greedy eyes scanning Su Miao's well-proportioned figure. Making her hug her arms in front of her chest, her jaw clenched. Out of fear, her eyes filled with tears. But she still stood in front of Lu Lin and said, "If you're targeting me, can you let him go?" Haha, a contract master of a forbidden spirit beast, and the son-in-law of Su Chongling, we are also very interested in that. When the time comes, we can force you while letting him watch. To increase the excitement for us brothers, haha. He not. Su Miao could only manage to say 3 words. But the seemingly motionless Lu Lin suddenly stood up, wrapping his arms around her chest and pulling her back. Since Lu Lin had been running around the edge of the forest, this pull perfectly brought both him and Su Miao outside the forest range. The group of beast tamers wanted to chase after them, but the barely alive, devouring demon wolf went berserk, engaging in a fierce struggle with their spirit beasts and releasing a shadow of magic to fight alongside it. Feeling the unusual sensation coming from in front of her, Su Miao's face quickly flushed red, but she could no longer care about that. Seeing the devouring demon wolf holding off those people, she immediately wanted to drag Lu Lin to escape. However, she saw Lu Lin calmly stand up, expressionless as he pulled out the feathers embedded in his flesh, finally revealing a smile. No rush, the good show is about to begin. The 2 shadows of the devouring demon wolf were fiercely entangled with those spirit beasts, and its true self had long returned to Lu Lin's side. Like Su Miao, it was equally curious about what Lu Lin was planning. Just as that group realized they could not quickly deal with the 2 shadows of the devouring demon wolf, they decided to have 5 of their beasts hold them back while the rest pursued Lu Lin and Su Miao, when suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Chapter 20. The betrayal invitation of the lighthouse country spy. At that moment, the main vein, which had been destroyed by Lu Lin and Su Miao, burst forth with an incredibly dazzling red light. Immediately after, that red light enveloped the entire forest at a speed so fast that no one could react. The beast tamers looked at the ground beneath them, which had been dark purple 1 second and turned into a blood-like eerie red the next, and an ominous premonition surged in their hearts. They wanted to escape, but it was already too late. Vines began to emerge from the ground, binding them and their spirit beasts without any warning, and then the vines sprouted sharp thorns that pierced deeply into their flesh. The pain caused them to scream in agony, attempting to break free from the bindings, but they soon realized the vast difference in strength, and no matter how hard they struggled, it was futile. At that moment, they looked towards Lu Lin and Su Miao outside. "Save me, please save me. As long as you can save me, I can give you anything. It hurts so much. I don't want to die. Anyone, please come and save me." The screams and the expressions of pain on these people's faces terrified Su Miao. Did you know they would end up like this? What else could it be? So what exactly is going on? As they spoke, those people could no longer scream because most of their bodies had turned into blood and seeped into the ground. Overwhelmed by pain, they all fell into unconsciousness. In fact, the Huayin with Spirit Beast is quite interesting. During battle, the main vein provides them with spiritual power to ensure their combat effectiveness. In normal times, they continuously transmit spiritual power to the main vein to ensure that it can level up and evolve as quickly as possible. Evolution? Yes. Everything happening before our eyes is actually the main vein evolving. But didn't we kill the main vein? Exactly, because we killed the main vein is evolving prematurely. But due to insufficient stored spiritual power, it will turn all life within its range into nourishment during its evolution. As Lu Lin's voice fell, almost all the Huayin would, along with a group of beast tamers and spirit beasts, turn into nourishment. At the location of the main vein, a tree monster that looked like it had come out of a horror movie appeared. Is that an evolved spirit beast? It's completely different from before. Looking at the now fully evolved main vein, Lu Lin couldn't help but smile widely. Thanks to that group of beast tamers, the main vein was provided with ample spiritual power to complete its evolution. Otherwise, I wouldn't know when my devouring demon wolf would be able to devour an evolved spirit beast. After all, there are rumors that even an LV-24 S-Class spirit beast cannot defeat a recently evolved D-Class spirit beast, which shows how much evolution increases a spirit beast's combat power at once. Without hesitation, as soon as the main vein stopped evolving, he rushed inside and commanded the devouring demon wolf to use the shadow magic skill, splitting into three, and fiercely attack the few remaining Huayin would. Faster, even faster. Lu Lin understood that the main vein had no offensive power. Even after completing an evolution, at most it would just be more defensive. Its primary means of self-preservation was still transmitting spiritual power to the Huayin would. Therefore, he had to clear out all the Huayin would before the main vein transmitted spiritual power to them. Finally, after a few minutes, the once dense dark forest was left with only a gigantic main vein, lying on the ground, appearing extremely weak. Lu Lin looked at the exhausted, devouring demon wolf, patted its head, and after exchanging for 10 enhanced beast food pills, said, "Hurry and eat, then swallow that big guy." At this moment, Su Miao also walked over, took a close look at the main vein, and couldn't help but exclaim again. This spirit beast is truly amazing. Although it has no combat power, it can complete rebirth through pre-death evolution, something that other high-level spirit beasts cannot envy. No. There are actually several types of spirit beasts that can complete rebirth through pre-death evolution. For example, the girl we met at the entrance. Her S-Class spirit beast might undergo special evolution during its 4th evolution if it dies, potentially evolving into the legendary Phoenix. Is it really that magical? It's just a legend. No one has really seen such a divine beast. Moreover, even if that girl is impressive enough to allow her spirit beast to undergo a 2nd evolution, how could she possibly let that spirit beast die to gamble on that legend? Hearing Lu Lin refer to Li Zhuotao as that woman, Su Miao let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but smile. That's true, but isn't that main vein a bit too magical? After evolving, it can even manifest people? Manifest people? How is that possible? But look, as soon as Lu Lin glanced over, he felt as if he was engulfed in a chilling wind because behind the main vein, there was indeed a person standing. Before he could react, a huge mantis flew down to his feet, lifting its front claws and attacking Lu Lin. Caught off guard, a deep bloody mark was left on his thigh. But he didn't care about the injury. Instead, he gazed at the spirit beast, an A-Class variant spirit beast close to S-Class, the green leaf mantis. And its growth level has already reached LV-25 or higher, just not yet completed its 1st evolution. Who the hell is this person? Lu Lin looked up at the person, and his heart trembled violently because he recognized a familiar mask. The person who had merely tapped him on the shoulder and sent him to the abandoned parking lot before was also wearing a similar mask. Was there a connection between the two? Before he could react, the devouring demon wolf had already engaged in battle with the spirit beast. Although the devouring demon wolf was a forbidden spirit beast with a level advantage, The gap in growth levels was too great. And combined with the fact that this action had lasted too long, its stamina was already exhausted, and it was soon knocked down, covered in injuries. Su Miao tore off a piece of her clothing, wanting to quickly bandage the deep bone-visible wound on Lu Lin's thigh. But before she could finish, she was kicked away by the masked man. Just as she was about to crash into a rock, the old bird quickly dove down and caught its master. "Who are you?" "Wozi Angerdao, Womi Yu Guai." Hearing the incredibly awkward Daxiao language in his ear, Lu Lin could roughly understand what it meant. "I'm Angerdao. I mean no harm. Foreigners can find me too." Angerdao seemed to want to say something else, but ultimately just took out his phone, opened a translation app, and rambled on a lot. And then Lu Lin heard him speaking in his native language. "I can speak the sunset language. Then communication will be good. I am a citizen of a lighthouse country, and I came here to kidnap Su Chongling's daughter to coerce him into doing something for us. But it seems that's no longer necessary." "What do you mean?" "A few days ago, my boss died, which has made it difficult for us to handle some matters. We wanted to coerce Su Chongling to help us a bit, but if you're willing to help us, then we won't have to coerce that bastard." "Why should I?" "With the vast resources we can provide, you can not only survive steadily for 3 years, but also grow to an unimaginable height. We can also contact the headquarters in the lighthouse country and utilize the most advanced medical equipment in the world to cure your sister's illness. On the contrary, if you refuse, I will have no choice but to kill you here." "What do you say? You can cure my sister's illness?" Lu Lin, who was originally smiling mockingly, suddenly couldn't smile at this moment. Chapter 21. Countdown to Death. Lu Lin was well aware of the medical standards in the Lighthouse Nation. It certainly couldn't be simply summarized as advanced. Therefore, when the person from the Lighthouse Nation claimed he could cure his sister's illness, Lu Lin had every reason to believe him. His thoughts slowly drifted back to 9 years ago. It was a stormy night when a beast domain suddenly went out of control, and a large number of spirit beasts escaped. Although the authorities took timely measures to close the beast domain gate again, a toxic attribute spirit beast still broke into his home. That day, he had stayed out too long playing and returned home only to find that his parents had been killed by the spirit beasts while trying to protect his sister, who had also been infected and was in a coma. From that moment on, a seed of guilt took root in his heart. Every time he saw his sister's frail condition, he felt a heavy weight on his chest and couldn't help but think, if he had been home that day, would it have been him infected instead of his sister? Therefore, he always regarded curing his sister's illness as his primary goal. Now, with an opportunity to cure her right in front of him, his mind went blank. Rationality prevented him from betraying his country, but his emotions pricked at his heart like needles. Seeing Lu Lin seemingly in a dilemma, Angerdor crouched down and fixed his gaze on Lu Lin through his mask, saying, "Don't forget, the reason your sister was infected by the toxic attribute spirit beast, the reason your parents died tragically at home, and the reason your happy family was destroyed is all due to the government's insufficient regulation of the beast domain. You're talking nonsense. That beast domain riot was caused by your Lighthouse Nation." Su Miao, who had been kicked, realized the nature of their conversation and quickly stood up to refute Angerdor. But before she could finish her sentence, the mantis struck again, creating a strong wind that sent her flying back, crashing heavily into a tree. Blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, but despite this, she shouted desperately at Lu Lin, "Lu Lin, our situation in the Great Xia is even more dangerous than you think. You must not agree to him." Hearing the girl's hoarse cries, Lu Lin suddenly smiled and looked up. "Sir, I believe you've made the right choice. Haven't you?" Lu Lin nodded, remaining silent, and simply extended 5 fingers. "Are you asking for something?" As he spoke, Lu Lin lowered one finger, and his smile took on a slightly eerie quality. "No, I have prepared a surprise for you. This is the countdown to the surprise." As his words fell, the devouring demon wolf had finished consuming the Sephora wood and charged over rapidly. The green leaf mantis immediately flew in front of the devouring demon wolf to block its attack, and the 2 spirit beasts engaged in a fierce battle. At this moment, Angerdor looked at Lu Lin with an incredulous expression, only to see that the fingers Lu Lin had extended had already reduced to 3, and his smile had become exaggerated to the point of being terrifying. Just as he saw the devouring demon wolf split into 3 and launch a fierce attack on the green leaf mantis, A disdainful smile appeared on his lips, and he pressed a button hidden in his sleeve. Instantly, the green leaf mantis was covered by a layer of nanotechnology combat suit, which greatly enhanced its defense and strength. Coupled with its significant growth level advantage, the green leaf mantis quickly began to dominate the devouring demon wolf. Looking back at Lu Lin, he saw that only one finger remained, and the smile on Lu Lin's face was grotesquely exaggerated, making Angerdor feel uneasy just from a glance. "You really don't think you can defeat me, do you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a tightness in his throat, followed by a strong sensation of suffocation. It felt as if 10 strong men were viciously gripping his throat, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Before he could recover from that suffocation, the sound of bones cracking echoed in his ears, accompanied by immense pain in his legs. After a scream, he knelt on the ground, and when he looked up, he saw Lu Lin standing in front of him with a dagger, laughing maniacally. The green leaf mantis tried to save him, but as soon as it jumped, the devouring demon wolf bit it, sending it crashing to the ground. This is impossible. My body was personally modified by Dr. Benby's. How can my leg bone break? How did you do it? Secret. As the word fell, he raised the dagger in his hand and plunged it into Angerdor's chest. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Realizing that Angerdor had likely hidden a vest under his clothes to withstand attacks, causing the dagger not to pierce a vital spot, Lu Lin immediately stabbed again, followed by a third and fourth time. After consuming the main vein of the Sephora wood, the devouring demon wolf not only restored its stamina, but also leveled up twice to LV-19, transferring all costs incurred during this process onto Angerdor. As the saying goes, take advantage of his illness to claim his life. Thus, he did not hesitate for a second and chose to attack Angerdor directly. It must be said that the technology of the Lighthouse Nation was indeed impressive. It was unclear what Angerdor had done to his body. Despite being riddled with blood holes and having his throat slashed, he still hadn't died. At this moment, Angerdor had completely lost the gentlemanly demeanor he once had. Blood had soaked through his clothing, and bubbles of blood continuously emerged from beneath his mask, making him look utterly tragic. My instruments clearly detected that your spirit beast had no stamina left, so why? I'm just as curious as to why you haven't died yet. If it weren't for the Great Sia's ban, do you think you could kill me? The Great Sia has strict prohibitions against foreign beast tamers. 2-star beast tamers, as mental power users, and having spirit beasts that have evolved once. All 3 points must be met for anyone to step into Great Sia. This is also why he had been suppressing his green leaf mantis, preventing it from evolving. In response, Lu Lin replied, "If it weren't to buy time, do you think I would hesitate like this? But Lu Lin would not give him another chance, attacking with all his strength once more at Angerdor's chest. The spy who had lurked in Great Sia for many years finally met his faith in God. Then Lu Lin turned sharply to the devouring demon wolf and commanded, "That spirit beast is no longer suppressed, and it will begin to evolve soon. Inflict heavy damage on it, and wait quietly for its evolution to end." After saying this, he quickly ran to Su Miao's side. Looking at the injured girl, Lu Lin spent the 600 pain points Angerdor had just provided him to exchange for a healing pill. "Quick, take it. By the way, are you missing a few screws in your head? That guy is clearly not to be trifled with, and you still rushed at him?" Su Miao had been enduring the pain, and even after being knocked away twice and spitting out a large amount of blood, feeling as if her internal organs were shattered, she had not cried. But now, upon hearing Lu Lin's words, tears began to uncontrollably stream down her face. Woo, I'm just so scared that you agreed to his request and became a traitor. I can like a short-lived person, a lunatic, but I can't like a traitor. Woo. Lu Lin felt a surge of emotion in his heart, silently picked up Su Miao, and then spoke in an extremely soft voice, as if to himself, "I understand." Chapter 22. Recognition from Su Chongling on the other side. The devouring demon wolf began to launch its most ferocious attacks on the green leaf mantis according to Lu Lin's instructions. Since the owner of the green leaf mantis was already dead, there was no mental power to control it. With the intelligence of this insect-type spirit beast, it was naturally unable to harness the nano armor on its body. Moreover, the power that had been suppressing it had disappeared. So its instincts began to urge it to evolve, leaving it completely uninterested in fighting. Under multiple factors, it started to be beaten back by the devouring demon wolf. Several times, the devouring demon wolf could have dealt a fatal blow to the green leaf mantis, but each time it held back, only disarming the mantis's forelimbs used for battle, and then removing its 2 legs, rendering it completely unable to fight. Only at this point did the devouring demon wolf retreat to the side, watching the green leaf mantis complete its evolution. However, even after evolving, its injuries would not heal, and it was easily consumed entirely by the devouring demon wolf. A spirit beast that had evolved once, still close to S-level A-class mutated spirit beast, was a great supplement for the devouring demon wolf. After devouring it, the devouring demon wolf directly leveled up twice, reaching LV-21. It was a big step closer to its first evolution. After doing all this, Lu Lin casually handed the newly acquired reward to Wang Kuan, then turned to Su Miao. This girl, having already consumed a pill worth hundreds of thousands, was still saying she was in great pain and unwilling to get off him. My chest hurts. Can you check it for me? Lu Lin looked at the spot Su Miao was pointing at, which was rising and falling with her rapid breathing, and a refreshing fragrance wafted into his nose. After swallowing hard, Lu Lin hurriedly steadied his mind and stood up. Stop talking. Let's get out quickly. 2 of the task deadlines are about to pass, and I don't want to pay a fine. He then began to walk out. As they walked, the devouring demon wolf suddenly raised its head and looked at Lu Lin, communicating through mental power. This female human is too thin, too weak. The next generation she bears will definitely not be strong. You better shut your dog mouth. Outside the beast domain, the task administrator was chatting with the guide. That kid named Lu Lin has contracted a forbidden spirit beast and is acting wildly, taking on so many tasks, and even bringing along the daughter of Director Su. He probably wants to show off to that young lady to pursue her, but I really don't know where he gets the audacity. A person who might not live for a few more years actually dares to have ideas about the daughter of the Su family. If Su Chongling finds out, he would swallow him alive. The deadlines for those tasks are about to pass. When he comes out, I must make him look ridiculous in front of the daughter of the Su family. While the 2 were talking, they noticed a beast tamer standing nearby, trembling and sweating profusely. Noticing that something was wrong with him, the task administrator asked, "Student, are you feeling unwell?" And no, I see. You are afraid of losing your spirit beast because it is severely injured, right? Don't worry. That spirit beast has strong self-healing abilities. Just buy some pills, and it will recover in no time. That's not it, What is wrong with you? Speak up. There is nothing to worry about. You newcomers often like to overreact. Most things are really not that serious. Just say it. Lu Lin won't come out anymore. Did you see him in trouble? What about the daughter of Su Chongling? Is she all right? Hearing this, the young man collapsed to the ground in despair, tears streaming down his face. He was Su Hongwei, who had a grudge with Lu Lin twice. We were originally a 5-person beast tamer team, but because of that jerk Lu Lin, we lost 2 spirit beasts. A 5-person team? But you came out alone, right? Woo. Stop crying and talk. On the way, we encountered a group of people, led by someone from the Lighthouse Nation. They were extremely powerful, and we were no match for them. Then they asked me if I knew the whereabouts of Lu Lin and Su Chongling's daughter. I thought of my previous hatred and told them. And then, after getting the answer, they killed everyone except me and told me to pass a message to Su Chongling, saying that Su Miao is in their hands. Woo, what should I do? I'm done for. At that moment, both the task administrator and the guide were stunned, their hands trembling uncontrollably. Their minds only focused on one thing. That is, beast tamers from a hostile country had entered the beast domain through unknown means, and their target was Su Chongling's daughter. If they succeeded, they would certainly be able to use the same method to get out of the beast domain. The seriousness of the situation exceeded their imagination. Quick, call the head of the beast domain and have him contact Director Su Chongling. In a short while, a luxurious extended car stopped at the entrance, and Su Chongling stepped out with a cold face. Everyone present fell silent upon his arrival. Su Chongling walked up to Su Hongwei, grabbed his collar, his voice calm but filled with authority. Kid, knowing that they are foreign forces probing for my daughter's whereabouts, Where do you get the courage to tell them? I was wrong, I was really wrong. Director Su, spare my life. Su Chongling threw him to the ground and took a deep breath. I will personally go in to find someone. Let me make it clear, if anything happens to my daughter, I will not let you go. At this moment, Su Chongling felt immense regret, regretting why he trusted Lu Lin so much and let him protect his daughter. If he found out that Lu Lin was fine while his daughter was in danger, he would undoubtedly kill Lu Lin without hesitation. As he was about to enter the beast domain, all the staff present turned pale with fear, especially the head of the beast domain, who was almost fainting from fright. Letting foreign beast tamers into this developmental beast domain was already a serious crime. And now, because of this incident, Su Chongling's daughter was missing. His life was completely ruined, with no hope left. But at that moment, Lu Lin, covered in scars on his back and legs, stepped out from the beast domain, with Su Miao clinging tightly to his neck and 2 large bags on his back. One was Lu Lin's task items, and the other was the junk Su Miao had picked up. As soon as he came out, he saw Su Chongling's grim face, which frightened Lu Lin greatly. Seeing Su Miao in his arms made him even more guilty, and he hurriedly wanted to explain, but Su Chongling had already raised his hand. Just when Lu Lin thought he was about to get beaten, Su Chongling slowly placed his hand on his shoulder, his eyes filled with recognition. You kid, from now on, you are one of my Su Chongling's people. Chapter 23. Su Chongling's dominance as a 5-star beast master. Su Chongling had a keen sense of spiritual energy fluctuations. Therefore, he could tell at a glance that Lu Lin not only had a confrontation with the beast master from the Lighthouse Nation, but had also defeated him, surpassing his level. While others might not know the tricks of the Lighthouse Nation's beast masters, he was well aware of them. The people from the Lighthouse Nation would go to great lengths to ensure their spiritual beasts exhibited greater combat power during battles, making them quite troublesome to deal with. Unexpectedly, Lu Lin, a mere novice beast master, was able to defeat the beast master from the Lighthouse Nation, which truly could be described as the younger generation being formidable. But what a pity! Sigh. He had already lamented countless times in his heart about Lu Lin contracting a forbidden spiritual beast. Such an outstanding talent was unfortunately a short-lived one. Lu Lin noticed the complex gaze from Su Chongling. On the surface, he appeared calm like an old dog, but inside, he was in a panic, especially since Su Miao was in his arms. Why did she feel particularly hot at this moment? No, it wasn't his feeling. It was that the girl had turned completely red from her neck to her face, and her body temperature was rising sharply. Just as he thought of putting her down to ease the awkwardness, he found that Su Miao had buried her face in his body, gripping him tightly, as if she had no intention of letting go. She was also embarrassed and dared not face her father. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence until Lu Lin could no longer stand it and finally spoke. I currently have no intention of joining the official Beastmaster organization. As soon as he finished speaking, a large golden-scaled python suddenly appeared at Lu Lin's feet like a ghost. The sudden appearance of the spiritual beast startled Lu Lin, and even the devouring demon wolf fluffed up its fur, unable to suppress a low growl of threat. Seeing this, Su Chongling smiled. I understand you. A good man has ambitions to make his mark in the world and doesn't want to be constrained by the system, unlike me, who is already old and content with a dead-end salary. He seemed completely oblivious to the golden python, appearing relaxed and at ease. While he spoke, the golden python began to writhe, and in front of Lu Lin's astonished eyes, it spat out a corpse covered in blood and slime. Without needing to look closely, it was clear that it was the body of the beast master from the Lighthouse Nation. Afterward, the golden python transformed into a streak of golden light and quickly dove into Su Chongling's sleeve, disappearing from sight. Although Lu Lin was well-versed in the beast encyclopedia, he couldn't recognize a spiritual beast that had evolved more than 5 times. He only knew that this beast could find the body of the Lighthouse Nation's beast master in such a short time. Its power was far beyond his imagination. If someone of this level wanted to take action against him, he would probably not even realize it before it was too late. For some reason, even without using mental communication, Lu Lin felt that the devouring demon wolf and the golden python exchanged glances, seeing the mutual desire for power in each other's eyes. Su Chongling lowered his head and removed the mask from the Lighthouse Nation's beast master. After observing it for a moment, A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes before he looked at Lu Lin. Kid, no need to rush. The growth rate of forbidden spiritual beasts is quite fast. Perhaps you can really catch up to me. After speaking, he merely glanced at his daughter before turning away. Remember to take good care of Su Miao. The pests in Tianjin City have multiplied to the point where I can't ignore them anymore. I'm going to kill a few people. You all go have fun. That medical card. Don't worry. Just give it to Su Miao when you're done. It wasn't until Su Chongling left that Su Miao trembled and finally got down from Lu Lin's embrace. You scare me to death just now. I thought my dad would scold me fiercely. Lu Lin gave her a look to let her figure it out for herself. Then, with his backpack, he headed to the mission management office, taking out the various items needed for mission submission one by one, not forgetting to say, it seems 2 missions are overdue. The mission administrator, still pale from Su Chongling's earlier words, hadn't recovered yet. When he saw the person in front of him and the seemingly harmless little girl behind him, he hurriedly nodded with a smile. It's fine if they're overdue, no problem at all. After hurriedly collecting all the mission items, he marked all the tasks Lu Lin had accepted with a check. This time, Lu Lin had completed a total of 28 missions, all of which were E and D grade tasks, which had a certain level of difficulty in this beast domain. Thus, he earned 740 points and over 20 million in money. After 2 rounds of training, Lu Lin understood that while 20 million seemed like a lot, it was only enough to purchase resources for 2 rounds of training. However, his main purpose in coming to the beast domain was never to make money, but to enhance the level of the devouring demon wolf by devouring other spiritual beasts. This time in the beast domain, his goal was perfectly achieved. His points also reached 1,080. He spent 500 points to purchase a pass allowing entry into a C-grade development beast domain, then looked at Su Miao. I'm going to visit my sister in the hospital. Do you want to come along? Of course. Seeing Su Miao's bright smile, Lu Lin felt a complicated emotion, as if awakening something terrifying that made him hesitant to face it. In the end, he shook his head and waved to Su Miao. Come on. Your dad asked me to take good care of you. If anything happens to you, I can't bear the wrath of your old man. Su Miao bounced over, but the devouring demon wolf growled at Lu Lin, as if to say that human could be considered strong in this world, but in my world, he's just an ordinary person. If he sees me, he will have to kneel and call me king. Lu Lin found this amusing. If the wolf were truly that strong, how could he have contracted it back then? What a joke. However, the next words from the devouring demon wolf made Lu Lin feel a sense of respect. If you truly are unafraid of the price I bring and can live until I regain all my power, I guarantee you will become the #1 beast master in this world. Lu Lin smiled slightly. I believe you. After Lu Lin and Su Miao left, the people present breathed a sigh of relief. In the corner, Li Zhuotao watched Lu Lin's back, a nameless fire burning fiercely in her heart, making her grit her teeth. Truly worthy of being a forbidden spiritual beast, its growth rate is beyond what ordinary spiritual beasts can imagine. At this rate, could she really make Lu Lin regret it in the student competition a month later? Soon, she shook her head. No matter how fast the growth rate, it came at a cost. The faster one grew, the more one had to bear the price. It wouldn't be long before Lu Lin would have to slow down the growth rate of his spiritual beast due to the cost, and by then, she would definitely be able to surpass him. Chapter 24 Medal of Honor in the hospital. Dr. Jiang stood in front of Su Shue's ward. What do you want? This is a hospital. Don't cause any trouble. He was facing 3 staff members wearing uniforms from the Tianjin City Beast Management Bureau, who were threatening him with their spirit beasts. Step aside quickly. This is none of your business. Our director Huang's wife needs this ward. If you delay us, none of us can bear the consequences. But the patient in this ward has already verified her medical card and paid the necessary fees. Get lost. An orphan and a crazy brother who has contracted a forbidden spirit beast. How could they possibly get a high-level medical card? Who would believe that? Step aside. Seeing that Dr. Jiang was still standing there, the 3 of them sneered immediately. One of them commanded his imposing black bear spirit beast and silently walked beside Dr. Jiang, slapping him and sending him flying. Dr. Jiang's fluffy spirit beast tried to counterattack, but at this level, it couldn't withstand even 1 round against the black bear and was knocked aside, just as one of them was about to cut off the power to Su Shue's ward. Dr. Jiang hurriedly said, The director's wife only has a cold. She doesn't need such a good ward. But that little girl inside, if she doesn't stay in a ward of this level, will be in real danger. You don't know anything. Our director's wife deserves the best, and that includes the ward. Just as one of them smiled and was about to pull the main switch, a figure suddenly appeared beside him, threateningly saying, "If you dare to move again, I'll kill you." Turning to look, he saw Lu Lin standing next to him with a dark expression, scaring him back several steps. Once he regained his composure, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. I thought who it was. It turns out to be the legendary forbidden spirit beast contractor, Lu Lin. While they were talking to Lu Lin, the big black bear suddenly raised its massive paw and swung it down towards Lu Lin's head. Su Miao, who had just chased after them, saw this scene and immediately wanted to warn Lu Lin, but it was already too late. At this distance, it would only take a blink for Lu Lin's head to be crushed. But as Su Miao blinked, she saw the devouring demon wolf pinning the giant black bear to the ground, biting it continuously. The black bear tried to fight back several times, but was firmly held down by the devouring demon wolf and was eventually bitten to death, becoming spirit beast meat. In an instant, everyone present was dumbfounded. They never expected that Lu Lin, having just contracted a spirit beast, could grow the devouring demon wolf to such an extent. Even more unexpected was that Lu Lin actually dared to kill their spirit beast. They were official beast tamers. They had a formal position. Su Miao's eyes widened in shock, her face pale with fear as she trembled and walked to Lu Lin's side. "How dare you?" Lu Lin's only response was, "Not killing all of them already shows I've been lenient." Hearing him say that, the three of them immediately exploded with anger. "Lu Lin, how dare you kill the spirit beast of an official beast tamer, especially outside the beast domain? You're finished. Your future is gone. Just wait to spend your remaining 3 years of life in the beast domain." After saying this, the leader of the group began to make a phone call. Su Miao rushed to Lu Lin's side, wanting to criticize him for not considering the consequences, but in the end, she couldn't say it and immediately called her father's number. "Hello, I'm busy. Can this wait until later?" After saying this, she hung up immediately, her heart sinking. She turned to Lu Lin and said, "When you go in, remember to behave. Don't cause trouble. I'll see if my dad can get you out." Upon hearing Su Miao say this, the three official beast tamers immediately became furious. "Su Miao, don't think your dad is the director, so you can act all high and mighty. We have connections that are on par with your dad's, the director Huang. This time, Lu Lin has killed our spirit beasts, and he's done for." While they were speaking, the phone was already connected, and Su Miao was anxious and flustered. The three official beast tamers finally revealed a hint of a smile. They were just about to speak when suddenly, Su Chongling's voice rang out. "Hello, I am Su Chongling. This Huang is suspected of treason with solid evidence. Not only did he refuse to surrender when I attempted to arrest him, but he also dared to resist. He has already been killed. You must be one of his subordinates, so hurry back to the bureau for an investigation." Once this sentence fell, the scene fell silent for a moment. Lu Lin couldn't help but tease, "Is this what you call being on par?" Ignoring Lu Lin's mockery, the three of them simultaneously thought of one thing. Director Huang had been exposed, and the things they had helped him with could no longer be hidden. Without hesitation, they instructed 2 spirit beasts to hold Lu Lin down while they quickly ran toward the window. They had to escape through the window as fast as possible and leave Tianjing City. Otherwise, they would be doomed. Facing the 2 spirit beasts that suddenly appeared in front of him, Lu Lin commanded the devouring demon wolf, kill the spirit beasts, and capture their masters alive. With the command given, the devouring demon wolf immediately released 2 shadowy figures that trembled the 2 spirit beasts. Meanwhile, its main body charged forward, blocking the path of the 3 while roaring and attacking them. Seeing their master under attack, the 2 spirit beasts turned to help. But the devouring demon wolf seized the opportunity, and the 2 shadowy figures simultaneously launched their attack. In an instant, the 2 spirit beasts were brutally killed by the devouring demon wolf. Then, Lu Lin walked step by step to the 3 people who had been pinned to the ground and unable to move, slowly picking up the phone lying on the ground. "Director Su, it's me, Lu Lin. I have caught 3 traitors here, and their spirit beasts were killed by me without issue, right?" On the other end, Su Chongling burst into hearty laughter. "Huh, Of course, there's no problem. You did great. Where are you? I'll send someone to bring them back. After Su Changling's subordinates took the 3 injured beast tamers away, Lu Lin smiled at Su Miao. See? Even if I killed them, there wouldn't be any problem. Su Miao was already shocked, unable to help but think secretly. Could it be that Lu Lin had planned all this from the beginning? Later, after Su Changling's subordinates arrived and took away the 3 heavily injured beast tamers, they handed Lu Lin a medal. This student, thank you for your contribution to Tianjing City. This is the medal our director specifically instructed us to give you. Lu Lin took it and saw that although the medal was shiny, it was clearly not made of gold. It depicted a person and a dog, likely representing him and the devouring demon wolf. Just defeating 3 of these things could earn me a medal? It's mainly because you didn't accept their bribes in the beast domain and killed that spy from the Lighthouse Nation. Now I understand. After Su Changling's subordinates left, Lu Lin looked at the medal for a long time and asked Su Miao, what use does this thing have? What use? Big brother, this is a second-class merit medal. It's a symbol of honor. So it's useless? Seeing Lu Lin about to casually put it in his pocket, Su Miao hurriedly stopped him. Do you even know what honor means? Besides, this thing has high practical value. It can give you many discounts and benefits. For example, when you pay for your sister's medical fees in the future, you can get a 30% discount. Oh, that is somewhat useful. Hearing Su Miao say that, Lu Lin carefully put away the medal and then turned to Dr. Jiang and asked, thank you so much for earlier. Can I go into the ward to visit my sister now? To his surprise, Dr. Jiang, who had been smiling, suddenly looked troubled upon hearing this. You can, but you have to promise me that when you see your sister, you mustn't get too excited, okay? Chapter 25, I didn't plan to team up hearing Dr. Jiang say this. Lu Lin immediately showed a look of confusion, but still nodded. Don't worry, my emotions aren't that easy to lose control over. Seeing Lu Lin nod in agreement, Dr. Jiang led the 2 into the disinfection room. After a full-body disinfection, they finally entered Lu Shui's ward, while the devouring demon wolf and the old bird were left outside. In the ward, the moment Lu Lin saw his sister, he froze in place. Half of Lu Shui's face had turned into a mix of black and red, and even the visibly larger black-red veins than normal were all over her neck. Although Lu Shui was asleep, the pain on her face was faintly visible, making Lu Lin feel very heartbroken. But soon, he turned his head and said to Su Miao, let's go. Don't you want to take a good look at your sister? No need. With this time, I might as well focus on getting stronger. Only by continuously becoming stronger can I obtain everything I want. Su Miao looked at Lu Lin, not knowing why her delicate body trembled slightly. Lu Lin's desire for power exceeded her imagination. Perhaps, as her father said, Lu Lin could reach the 5-star level before being completely devoured. What are you planning to do next? After thinking for a moment, Lu Lin felt that the spiritual power within the devouring demon wolf was definitely insufficient for him to cultivate into a 2-star beast master. So he was not in a hurry to go home to cultivate. I plan to train in a C-level development beast domain. Upon hearing this, Su Miao couldn't help but feel emotional. Although he had contracted a forbidden spirit beast, it was indeed a bit exaggerated to be able to train in a C-level development beast domain in such a short time. I have to remind you, the C-level development beast domain is filled with seasoned beastmasters who are not very talented. They know they can't advance in strength, so they just want to make as much money as possible. It's very dangerous. You shouldn't team up with random people. Don't worry if you're not with me. I definitely won't team up with anyone else. It was a joke. Lu Lin had heard about teammates being backstabbed in the beast domain while he was still in school. The thing he feared most was this. So how could he team up with someone he couldn't trust? However, this statement sounded different to Su Miao's ears. She suddenly turned around, not wanting Lu Lin to see her shy expression, and quickly spoke, I'm going back to cultivate. I'll still see you off. If anything happens to you, your dad will definitely not let me go. For some reason, Lu Lin and Su Miao were unusually quiet on the way. Neither of them spoke until they arrived at the entrance of a luxurious-looking manor. Lu Lin swallowed hard. By the way, don't you get lost at home? How could that be possible? That's right. Who gets lost in their own home? No, what I mean is, how could you not get lost? What? Ha! Su Miao suddenly laughed, then glanced at Lu Lin and walked into the manor in front of her. Looking at Su Miao's back, Lu Lin suddenly felt a huge gap in their identities, and, at the same time, the feeling of excitement in his heart became more apparent. However, he quickly shook his head. 3 years. He only had 3 years. After 3 years, he would either fake his death or become strong enough to surpass everyone. Otherwise, he couldn't keep the matter of not bearing the cost a secret. This pressure forced him not to think about anything else other than continuously fighting and getting stronger. After taking a deep breath, he turned and left, with a thought constantly active in his mind. If he became his strongest one day, would he be able to face everything? After using the terminal to find a location in the sea-level beast domain, Lu Lin took a taxi there. As soon as he entered the hall outside the beast domain, he caught the attention of several gazes around. Isn't that a student? I didn't expect a student to arrive here so soon. That's a crazy student who contracted a forbidden spirit beast. But even though he contracted a forbidden spirit beast, his growth speed is truly unbelievable. Is he really at D-level spiritual power? Not necessarily. Some spirit beasts can grow stronger without their masters cultivating them. Like that genius Wang Kuan with S-level spiritual power. His contracted spirit beast can grow stronger by absorbing the owner's pain. It's said that Wang Kuan has been self-harming to avoid cultivation. The sea-level development beast domain is a place where seasoned beastmasters from Tianjing City have long been mingling. They know that breaking through in this lifetime is hopeless. So they don't think about competing or fighting and instead take low-difficulty tasks to pass the time. In this beast domain, the strength of the spirit beasts varies greatly. Most are between LV21 to LV35, with powerful spirit beasts that have evolved once scattered everywhere. And there's a very small chance that LV40 or above ferocious creatures will appear. After showing his pass for the sea-level development beast domain, Lu Lin wanted to take on tasks, but was stopped by the guide. Sir, please wait a moment. Your strength is only 1 star, and your spirit beast has not evolved, so it's too dangerous to enter the beast domain alone. You cannot take on tasks alone for now. It's okay. I'll be careful. It's not just about being careful. The rules are like this. Beastmasters below 2 stars and with unevolved spirit beasts cannot take on tasks alone. You must team up to enter the beast domain. The guide's words made Lu Lin frown. Just as he was about to say something, a particularly strong-looking man patted him on the shoulder. Do you want to join our team? We have a 2-star beastmaster leading us, and our strength is quite formidable. The reward for tasks are also distributed according to effort. Lu Lin glanced at the man and immediately nodded. Sure. His decisiveness stunned the man for a moment. Aren't you going to check the members of our team or anything? There's no need. Ha! No wonder you have the guts to contract a forbidden spirit beast. You really suit my taste. After the strong man said this, he called his team members over and then pulled down a long-armed monkey from around his neck. I'm the 2-star beastmaster leading this team. This is my spirit beast, a B-level long-armed macaque that has reached LV28 and has evolved once. Let's hurry and get the process done so I can join your team. I'm eager to enter the beast domain for training. All right. Young people are indeed full of energy. Now, give me your terminal ID code. After a while, Lu Lin successfully joined this team, then looked at the guide and asked, Can I take on tasks now? Yes, you can. Without saying a word, Lu Lin walked straight to the task management office. First taking 7 D-level tasks related to hunting spirit beasts. After thinking for a moment, he also took on 2 C-level tasks for hunting spirit beasts. The targets for the C-level tasks were evolved spirit beasts, which were quite difficult to deal with, but Lu Lin still wanted to give it a try. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished taking the tasks, it caused strong dissatisfaction among the other team members. You're the weakest in our team. Do you dare to take on C-level tasks? You took 2 at once. If you go to complete those tasks, we won't take care of you. Exactly. Didn't you see that we're only 1 star and our spirit beasts haven't evolved? What if something unexpected happens during the tasks? Will you take responsibility? The strong man also looked troubled and wanted to persuade Lu Lin to give up those 2 tasks. But unexpectedly, Lu Lin just waved his hand. I didn't plan to complete the task with you all, so I'm leaving first. If you feel that there aren't enough people, you can continue to wait for another team member. After Lu Lin finished speaking, he entered the beast domain by himself, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Chapter 26, A Bit of Intelligence. But not much. They never expected that Lu Lin would pull such a stunt. Watching Lu Lin's rapidly receding figure, the burly man nearly bulged his eyes out. This is a C-level developed beast domain. Does he really think he can venture in there alone with such strength? Captain, I told you before, those who can contract taboo spirit beasts are either fools or madmen. What are you thinking bringing this kind of person into our team? The burly man shook his head helplessly at his teammates' words and then spoke to them. Regardless, that guy is now part of our squad. If we see him in the beast domain, we can help him out. If we only find his corpse, we can at least retrieve it. Captain, you are too kind. A true good person, clearly possessing powerful strength, yet willing to take us weaklings along. How can you not be a good person? I will follow you for a lifetime. These cheerful teammates didn't know that their kind-hearted captain, once he turned around, wore a completely different expression. Damn it, taboo spirit beasts are valuable. I thought this time we could catch a big fish, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a scam. There's nothing we can do but use these fools to fill the gaps. On the other side, Lu Lin had already entered the beast domain. He knew that in this sea-level developed beast domain, unpredictable things often happened, so he couldn't charge and recklessly like before. He had to be cautious with every step. Then, he looked at the 7 D-level tasks on his terminal. The targets of the D-level tasks were at growth levels between LV-18 and LV-24, which was a piece of cake for the current stage of the devouring demon wolf. Logically, it should be easy, but during the task, no one could guarantee they wouldn't encounter evolved spirit beasts of the same kind, which greatly increased the danger level. Lu Lin had heard a rumor during his student days that the gap in strength between spirit beasts before and after their first evolution was enormous. Even an LV-24 S-level spirit beast couldn't defeat an evolved D-level spirit beast. Now that he had become a beast master, Lu Lin knew this rumor was somewhat exaggerated, but it also illustrated the significant strength disparity before and after the first evolution of spirit beasts. After using the information on his terminal to determine a target's location, he quickly headed there, hardly seeing any spirit beasts along the way. Indeed, compared to the density of spirit beasts, this old beast domain was nothing compared to the exclusive beast domain that Su Miao had taken him to. It seems that after leaving this beast domain, he needed to have Su Miao look into whether there were any exclusive relationships in sea-level developed beast domains. Soon, he arrived near a swamp. After finding a hiding place to crouch down, he looked towards the deepest part of the swamp. There, the swamp was continuously bubbling up, and before long, a winged toad poked its head out, taking deep breaths of fresh air before diving back down. Lu Lin, familiar with the Spirit Beast Encyclopedia, recognized this sea-level spirit beast. The mud swamp jumping frog. Despite having a pair of wings, they were almost just for show. They could only glide after evolving and couldn't even glide before that. After observing for a long time and finding that the spirit beasts in this swamp didn't seem to have evolved, he began to act, thinking he should complete the task first. He exchanged 500 pain points for 10 high-quality beast food pills in the system mall. As soon as the devouring demon wolf smelled the scent, it leaned over, wanting to eat them all in one go, but Lu Lin stopped it. I've already fed you so much before. Aren't you full? These are to lure those jumping frogs out. Don't even think about eating them. You must not run over to eat later, understood? Hearing this, the devouring demon wolf immediately sat down and tilted its head to the side. I am a mighty wolf king. How could I lack this bit of self-control? What a dignified wolf king. What's self-control? If it weren't for the exaggerated drool flowing from its mouth, Lu Lin might have believed it. There was no choice. To prevent the devouring demon wolf from causing unnecessary trouble at a critical moment, Lu Lin had to spend another 500 pain points to exchange for 10 beast food pills to feed it. It wasn't that Lu Lin was stingy about giving the devouring demon wolf the freedom to eat the beast food pills. After all, these weren't just spirit beast feed, but proper elixirs that could provide significant benefits to the devouring demon wolf. It was simply that he was too short on pain points. Even though he currently had over 30,000 pain points, he was about to reach the rank of a 2-star beast master and unlock the second level of the system mall. When that time came, a large number of high-quality items would become available for exchange, and he would definitely need more pain points to redeem those items. Therefore, he had to save as many pain points as possible to prepare for exchanging high-quality items. After instructing the devouring demon wolf to hide well, he slowly approached the swamp, pretending to just pass by, casually tossing the beast food pills onto the ground. At first, he threw them relatively close to the swamp. But the later ones were thrown farther away. The devouring demon wolf was not suited for fighting in the swamp, so to capture the mud swamp jumping frogs, he had to lure them out as much as possible. After doing all this, he hid in the shadows, ready to take action. In the swamp, 3 jumping frogs poked their little heads out, looking at the scattered beast food pills on the ground, croaking as if communicating. Does that human think a bit too little of our intelligence? Such an obvious trap. Even if we were really idiots, we wouldn't fall for it, right? Wait, do you smell that fragrance? It seems to be coming from those strange pills. As the scent of the beast food pills wafted over, the once calm surface of the swamp suddenly erupted with dozens of jumping frog heads, all staring intently at the beast food pills on the shore. What a joke. Those were beast food pills produced by the system, enough to tempt even the devouring demon wolf, a wolf king from another world. Let alone these sea-level spirit beasts that lived in the swamp and hardly got to eat anything good all year round. Before long, a bold jumping frog jumped onto the shore and gulped down the nearest beast food pill, quickly retreating back to the swamp. How is it? Is it delicious? The first jumping frog that dared to come ashore opened and closed its mouth, savoring the unparalleled, delightful taste while shaking its head vigorously. Not delicious at all. It's just fragrant. After saying this, the beast food pill melted in its mouth and flowed into its belly, and it opened and closed its mouth again. Clearly still wanting more, and without a second thought, it jumped back towards the shore. Seeing its reaction, the others immediately reacted, scrambling to climb ashore and fight over the beast food pills, with a few even starting to brawl. It was clear that these mud swamp jumping frogs had some intelligence, but not much. Seeing that the timing was ripe, Lu Lin immediately wanted to signal the devouring demon wolf to act, but suddenly heard the voices of others nearby. There are so many mud swamp jumping frogs. These spirit beasts have very low combat power on the shore. Everyone, quickly take care of them. Chapter 27. Battling the Frog King, Lu Lin looked up and saw 3 dim-witted guys, accompanied by their spirit beasts, grabbing the mud swamp frogs on the shore. The mud swamp frogs had low fighting power on land, and a few of them were even fighting over beast food pills, so their combat ability was barely worth mentioning. The 3 of them caught over a dozen frogs without much effort and then killed them all. If I had known we would encounter the mud swamp frogs on land, I would have taken a mud swamp frog task. I wonder if anyone took that task after we entered. Probably not, because once people step into the swamp where they live, they keep sinking down, which is very dangerous, so no one would take that task. I'll check outside later. If no one has taken it, we'll take it ourselves. We can use these mud swamp frogs to submit the task and get a big haul for free. Even if someone has taken it, we can sell these mud swamp frogs as medicinal materials. As the 3 were excitedly discussing this, a man appeared in front of them with a wolf dog. Can you guess why these mud swamp frogs, which were comfortably staying in the swamp pool, suddenly came ashore and started fighting? The 3 couldn't help but take a step back, and one of them said, "Of course, it's our lucky day. We have great fortune." Lu Lin was so amused that he almost laughed. Great fortune? They must have read too many novels. He simply shrugged. I've already taken the mud swamp frog task, so even if you take them, they won't be of much use to you. Just give them to me. Unexpectedly, the 3 took another step back. Don't think you're impressive just because you contracted a forbidden spirit beast. Our team leader is a 2-star beastmaster, and he asked nearby, if you dare to steal, I'll call for help. Lu Lin understood that there was no 2-star beastmaster nearby, and the strongest spirit beast contracted by these 3 was just a LV-22 C-class spirit beast, which was completely insignificant. But he still shook his head and said, "You can't handle these. Giving them to me is for your own good." The 3 exchanged glances and turned to leave. Guys who contract forbidden spirit beasts aren't very smart. We should get away from him quickly. Watching the 3 leave, Lu Lin didn't stop them. He simply left the spot slowly with the devouring demon wolf. He said that the 3 couldn't handle it, so they definitely couldn't. Before long, a huge frog head emerged from the water surface. After observing its surroundings for a while, it immediately locked onto the 3 weak beastmasters who were carrying a large number of frog corpses and walking away. Instantly, a surge of anger rose within the frog's heart. In fact, among social spirit beasts, there's a small chance for a king to emerge. A special variant that is much stronger than other members of the same species at the same level. You can refer to the devouring demon wolf, the wolf king from another world, and the wind wolf king. This frog was the king among the mud swamp frogs. As a king, it not only gained immense power, but also bore the responsibility of protecting its clan and seeking revenge. Even a timid breed like the wind wolf had its wolf king daring to return and avenge its clan, let alone the mud swamp frog. With a big leap, the frog king appeared before the three and opened its massive mouth. Inside its mouth, countless snake-like organs also opened wide, spraying out a green liquid that looked highly toxic. This was an evolved mud swamp frog. The three simultaneously had this thought and prepared to dodge, but it was already too late. The green slime sprayed onto them, and their clothes began to emit thick smoke, corroding bit by bit, while their flesh was corroded to the bone in an instant. The three screamed in agony, instinctively sending out their spirit beast to block in front of them, then began to run for their lives. Although the mud swamp frog's combat power significantly weakened on land, it was still an evolved spirit beast. With a flick of its tongue, it swallowed the three spirit beasts whole and jumped high into the air to glide. No matter how fast the three were, they couldn't outrun the glide. Soon, the Frog King was above them again, opening its mouth once more, covering them in its toxic liquid. After this round of screams, no one could continue running. Two of them rolled on the ground in pain, while one, who was less injured, managed to crawl forward on his hands. Just then, a familiar figure appeared before them. I told you, you can't handle those mud swamp frogs. Why didn't you believe me? The newcomer was none other than Lu Lin. The crawling person saw Lu Lin blocking his path and immediately cursed. You crazy person. We can't eat them, can you? If you have the guts, deal with that frog, and I'll call you Dad. Lu Lin didn't waste words with him. The devouring demon wolf beside him shot forward like a sword. Don't be afraid. Although it's an evolved spirit beast, it has many weaknesses once it's on land. Focus on wearing it down. Make sure to create openings and let it spray its toxin. That toxin severely depletes its stamina. Stay still. It's about to jump. This kind of spirit beast has poor static vision. As long as you stay still, it can't aim at you in the air. The devouring demon wolf utilized its speed on the ground, darting around the Frog King at high speed, becoming a black streak. The Frog King found it extremely difficult to turn on the shore, and taking advantage of this flaw, the devouring demon wolf was able to sneak attack it repeatedly, targeting the same spot each time as instructed by Lu Lin. After a while, the Frog King realized that if this continued, it would only meet its doom. So it immediately turned and jumped towards the swamp. But this undoubtedly exposed its back to the devouring demon wolf. Lu Lin wasted no time and ordered the devouring demon wolf to unleash two shadow clones, relentlessly pursuing and attacking the Frog King. Every attack targeted the same spot. Just as the Frog King reached the edge of the swamp, ready to leap back into the water, three devouring demon wolves attacked simultaneously, creating a large hole in its back in the blink of an eye. After jumping a few times, the severely injured Frog King realized it could no longer leap and opened its mouth to spray toxic liquid. But as soon as it did, a large amount of blood gushed out. Lu Lin understood that this big guy was done for and commanded the devouring demon wolves to face it head-on. The three devouring demon wolves obeyed Lu Lin's command without hesitation, opening their mouths wide to bite down on the Frog King. At this point, the only means left for the Frog King to resist was to swing its long tongue, quickly ensnaring one shadow clone in its belly. But before it could even taste what the shadow clone was like, the other two devouring demon wolves pierced through its body, killing it completely. At this moment, the three observers were completely dumbfounded. An unevolved spirit beast had single-handedly defeated an evolved spirit beast. How could this be possible? Chapter 28. Soul Reaver. The three of them, regardless of the pain on their bodies, began to rub their eyes frantically, trying to confirm if they were seeing things. I've rubbed the toxin into my eyes. They hurt so much, I'm blind. One person was blind, while the other two were still watching. When they saw the devouring demon wolf in an instant absorb the Frog King into a dried frog, its overall aura clearly becoming stronger, they were even more shocked. This guy was no longer an existence that could be described by common sense. Lu Lin was overjoyed because he thought that after the devouring demon wolf reached LV-21, Absorbing such an evolved spirit beast would likely only raise its level by one, at most 2 levels. However, he never expected that after absorbing the Frog King, the devouring demon wolf's growth level jumped a full 3 levels, reaching LV24. Just 1 level away from reaching LV25 and undergoing its first evolution. After some thought, Lu Lin felt that the 2 previous absorption evolutions of spirit beasts, combined with the 3 traitorous spirit beasts from the hospital, had already brought him to the peak of LV21, just a little short of LV22. Moreover, the Frog King's belly was likely filled with undigested spirit beasts. Under various influences, it surprisingly allowed him to leap 3 levels to LV24. Awesome. As per usual, he rewarded all the costs incurred during this period to Wang Kuan. After doing all this, he looked at the 3 people. One had already poisoned himself to death by getting the toxin in his eyes due to sheer stupidity, while the other 2 seemed to be in relatively good spirits, frantically picking up the black and white mixture on the ground. That was the Frog King's spawn. As long as they were well cared for, they could hatch into mud marsh jump frogs and be sold in the market for a decent profit. Lu Lin walked over and said to them, "If you don't get treated soon, you won't last long. Give me those mud marsh jump frogs back, and I can give you a pill to barely extend your lives so you can get out alive." Who would have thought that the 2 would act like protective dogs? Glaring at Lu Lin with red eyes and barking back, "Our spirit beast is dead. Our future is ruined. This is our last chance to earn money. And you want to take it? Are you even human?" Lu Lin couldn't be bothered to argue with them, and just watched as they scrambled for the frog spawn. Their behavior reminiscent of the mud marsh frogs fighting for beast food pellets. Soon, the 2 noticed something was wrong with their bodies. They felt like they couldn't breathe, but no matter what, they couldn't catch their breath. They looked at Lu Lin with pleading eyes. However, Lu Lin turned a blind eye, silently picking up the mud marsh jump frogs on the ground, letting the devouring demon wolf absorb them before putting them into his backpack. Just as he was about to head to the next task location, he heard a slightly childish voice ringing in his ear. "Why didn't you save those 2 just now?" Upon hearing the voice, Lu Lin looked over to see a little girl with pigtails holding a small white ferret, staring at him with a questioning tone and a fierce gaze. "Whose child is lost? How did you end up in this beast domain?" The little girl was so furious at Lu Lin's words that she stomped her feet. "What child? Look closely, I'm almost 20. I'm an excellent adult woman." Lu Lin glanced at what she had brought out and gasped. This little girl was actually 19, and she was a student at the Tianfu Beastmaster University. That was one of the top 3 prestigious universities in the Daxia, and also Lu Lin's ultimate dream. This meant that the girl in front of him, who didn't look very developed, could very well be his future senior. Although it was hard to connect a senior with this girl who looked like a little girl, he quickly accepted this reality and said to her, "Actually, those 2 are still breathing. Do you want to try to save them?" The little girl glanced at the 2, and indeed they still had a breath left, but their faces were turning green and they were foaming at the mouth. That breath was purely hanging on. No matter how great the ability, it was impossible to save them. Seeing that she was not moving, Lu Lin continued to encourage her. "Hurry up. If you don't have a pill, do mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, this excellent adult woman." Those 2 were clearly still savable. It's your fault for not saving them. Now that it's come to this, how can I save them? And don't call me excellent adult woman. I have a name. I'm Long Mingting. Uh-huh. Miss Long, since you've chosen not to save them, you have no reason to blame me, right? Long Mingting's face twitched, and then she took a closer look at Lu Lin. "You're a student? You've reached this level in such a short time since contracting a spirit beast. You must be the genius of Tianjing City." Lu Lin was too lazy to deal with her and turned to leave. "Are you Wang Kuan?" "No. That guy is said to be addicted to self-harm to enhance his strength." "Is that Li Shuotao?" "But she's a girl, so you must be Xiao Bufan, right?" "No. Xiao Bufan was taken away by a hidden family." Seeing Lu Lin walk further away, she suddenly shouted loudly, "I know. You must be a 2nd generation with a bit of talent, right? I tell you, I am a member of the student council sent to Tianjing City from Tianfu Beastmaster University, and the teacher responsible for this recruitment is my mentor. If you want to apply to Tianfu Beastmaster University, offending me will be disastrous." As Lu Lin walked away, he couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking that this kind of university student was really terrifying. Not only did they not get the nutrients they should have during their growth, but how could they lack some common sense too? When he takes first place, what use is it for a student council member to talk to him? The top 3 prestigious universities could be entered at will, right? Then he completed the remaining 60-level tasks in a row, although there were some dangers along the way. Fortunately, the devouring demon wolf was already at LV-24, and from a Chinibi perspective, it could be considered half-evolutionary. When encountering some high-growth level spirit beasts, although he couldn't defeat them, escaping was still easy. However, shortly after, a huge problem appeared before him. The devouring demon wolf hadn't evolved yet, so it was impossible to complete the sea-level tasks. There was no choice. He could only look around to see if there were any spirit beasts nearby to grind. Hoping to smoothly get the devouring demon wolf to LV-25 for evolution before completing the remaining 2 sea-level tasks. Just as he was ambushing a herd of wild water buffalo spirit beasts, whose growth levels were between LV-17 to LV-22, his terminal suddenly malfunctioned. He looked at his flashing terminal with a frown and clicked on it, only to find that several light points representing his teammates were disappearing one by one. Moreover, judging by their coordinates, those people should be nearby. Could there be some powerful spirit beast nearby? To prevent any changes to his plan later, he decided to check the locations provided on the terminal. Before long, he arrived at the outskirts of a thorny forest, where cries for help were continuously coming from inside. Lu Lin pushed aside a small patch of thorns and took a peek inside, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat. He saw the burly man who had invited him to join the team standing in front of an old man, constantly laughing, while his teammates were all lying on the ground. The old man was controlling a spirit beast that resembled an octopus, with 8 tentacles equipped with suction cups. Lu Lin recognized that spirit beast. Its attributes were the same as the devouring demon wolf. Both were of the demon type, and spirit beasts with this attribute had very strange skills. This evolved soul-eating octopus can also seal the souls of other spirit beasts within itself. Then, when using a certain skill, it can enhance the skill's effect by consuming those souls. However, the conditions for soul absorption are relatively harsh. The spirit beasts must not resist during the absorption. Therefore, Lu Lin immediately guessed that the strong man was deceiving other beast tamers into teaming up with him under the guise of being the team leader. He then brought those beast tamers to the old man and tricked them into making their spirit beasts not resist, thus forcibly taking away the spirit souls of those beast tamers. Chapter 29, The Consequences of the Holy Mother's Heart. Lu Lin couldn't help but gasp. Fortunately, he had long felt that teaming up with strangers was unreliable and had chosen to take the risk of being a lone wolf. Otherwise, even if he were smarter than these beast masters, he would still be killed by the combined efforts of the 2-star beast masters. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly witnessed a shocking scene. The burly man reached out to ask the old man for something, presumably a reward, but the old man only smiled at him and said nothing. In an instant, the old man made his octopus use one tentacle to pierce straight through the burly man's spirit beast. Although both beasts were around LV-30, the strength of an A-grade spirit beast was not something the burly man's C-grade spirit beast could compare to, and combined with the surprise attack, the burly man's spirit beast was instantly killed. Then, the burly man shouted, "Why? Why are you doing this to me?" But the next second, he was also pierced through the chest and died. The old man grinned, letting his octopus crawl onto his back, and then spoke to himself. The collected soul spirits are enough now. Even if the spirit beasts resist, I can still harvest their souls. So what use do you have left? Hearing this, Lu Lin finally reacted. The soul-eating octopus, after evolving once, could permanently enhance a certain skill as long as it consumed enough spirit beast souls. Its main skill, Soul Devour, after being strengthened, allowed it to directly absorb the opponent's soul upon killing a spirit beast. Truly terrifying. After the old man left, Lu Lin looked at the LV-30 spirit beast corpse on the ground, which had its soul absorbed, and his eyes turned. He then commanded the devouring demon wolf to release a shadow and quietly approached to suck the essence blood from the corpse clean. The result was quite good. Although it had lost its soul, this evolved spirit beast was still worth at least that group of big rhinos. Not a loss. After picking up the leftovers, Lu Lin hurried to a place far away to hunt spirit beasts. However, The spirit beasts in this area were exceedingly scarce. After hunting for more than half a day, he had barely managed to kill a few. He helplessly asked the devouring demon wolf, "How's it going? Do you feel like you're about to break through?" The devouring demon wolf shook its head. "Still a little bit short. You said the same thing yesterday at noon, and now it's still a little bit short?" Lu Lin felt helpless. There was only one day left until the deadline for those 2 C-grade tasks, and it seemed he would definitely have to pay the penalty. Just as he was calculating whether the rewards for the 7 D-grade tasks would be enough to cover the penalties for the 2 unfinished C-grade tasks, a voice suddenly came from afar. Run. That old man has gone crazy." Looking in that direction, he saw a man whose face was half gone running frantically, and his spirit beast was nowhere to be seen, presumably dead. Lu Lin keenly caught that he had just mentioned the old man, which instantly reminded him of the scene he had witnessed yesterday. Could it be that the old man hadn't left the beast area and had begun some sort of actions there? After this thought emerged, Lu Lin felt his heart suddenly start a race. Since the devouring demon wolf had now reached LV-24, it no longer made sense to devour spirit beasts of a lower growth level. The speed of leveling up was just too slow. However, those that were of a higher level were all evolved, and he couldn't defeat them, which put him in a deadlock. There was actually a very simple way to break this deadlock, which was to be simplistic. For example, if that old man was indeed out there harvesting spirit beast souls, wouldn't that mean that wherever he passed, there would be spirit beast corpses, and there should be evolved ones too? His thoughts became active, and he stealthily followed behind the fleeing man. Along the way, he indeed saw many spirit beast corpses. Lu Lin was not polite at all, and had the devouring demon wolf absorb them all. However, most of these corpses were not evolved, and even if there were some that had evolved, their souls had been extracted, so after a round of devouring, he still hadn't managed to complete the breakthrough. In response, the devouring demon wolf firmly stated, "So, close, just a little bit more." Seeing that there were no more spirit beast corpses around, Lu Lin had no choice but to continue moving in one direction. Soon, he arrived at both sides of a large canyon and discovered that many people were hiding there. Many of these people had already breathed their last, and even those who were still alive bore serious injuries. The most outrageous was a guy who had been cut in half but still managed to have a breath left. The physical resilience of a 2-star beast master was truly frightening. The spirit beast had suffered heavy casualties, with 10 or so spirit beasts on the scene. Only 5 still intact, while the others were either severely injured or barely alive. Soon, he noticed 2 corpses of evolved spirit beasts, and his eyes lit up. He quickly walked up, clasped his hands together, and said, "Amitabha, I am from the Buddhist sect. Get lost." One of the injured people lazily opened his eyelids and spat out a single word before closing his eyes again. Beside him, a lightly injured B-grade spirit beast, approximately LV-35, went ballistic. Lu Lin understood that this group of people was likely hiding from that crazy old man, which indicated that the mad old man was nearby. Since these people were not buying into his act, he was too lazy to stay longer. Just as he was about to leave, he saw that little girl, Long Mengting, coming in from another direction. She looked at him and scolded, "You want to see them die without helping, right?" Lu Lin twitched his face. Just as he was about to leave, he saw the girl reach into her pocket as if she wanted to take something out. Considering that she might be his future senior, he felt it was necessary to remind her a thing or two. He walked up to her and whispered, "You're not planning to take out pills to save these injured people, are you? What else? They can clearly survive. Should I just watch them leave? I advise you not to. In situations like this, humanity can become more wicked than you can imagine. Are you even listening to yourself? It's one thing for you to see them die without helping, but you want me to do the same? Do you know that now outside of Dacia, there are the lighthouse, the sunset, and the Sakura nations eyeing us hungrily, while inside, there are countless unrest incidents in the beast area? Shouldn't we unite in such circumstances? How can we watch our compatriots die without helping?" Lu Lin was completely speechless. He just kindly reminded her, and now she was morally blackmailing him? Didn't he expect such a small chest to hold such a big heart? After all, it was about righteousness. Forget it. A college student with such clear eyes can do as she pleases. Staying with a saintly person will definitely not lead to a good outcome. Seeing Lu Lin leave, Long Mengting shouted loudly behind him, "With someone like you, At a critical moment for Daxia, you run faster than anyone else. What use is it for the country to train you? After saying that, she began distributing her pills. However, what she never expected was that as soon as she showcased her pills to these people, they revealed wolf-like eyes toward her. You're not seriously injured. One of those 7th grade pills is enough. Why do you have so many? Don't be greedy. One is barely enough to keep me alive. At least 7 are needed for me to recover. Hurry up and give me some. It hurts so much. Everyone, hurry and grab them. If you wait a little longer, there won't be any left. Ignoring the sounds behind him, Lu Lin pretended not to hear and continued walking forward until 2 evolved spirit beasts stood grinning in front of him. When Lu Lin turned his head, he saw that the one half was watching him coldly. Hand over all the healing pills you have on you, or don't even think about leaving. Chapter 30, First Evolution. Heading towards the nightmare demon god, Lu Lin revealed a wry smile, then fished around in his pocket and surprisingly pulled out 2 7th grade healing pills worth 500 pain points each, which could sell for over 100,000 on the market. I have healing pills, but I need to exchange them for the corpses of your spirit beasts. His eyes squinted into a narrow slit. What if I refuse to exchange? Then it will have to be a showdown between beast tamers. Do you think your forbidden spirit beast can defeat us? I certainly can alone, but with my friend, we definitely can. As he finished speaking, Lu Lin and the half-eyed man looked towards the back, in the direction of Long Mengting. At this moment, the naive girl was already scared out of her wits because those seemingly dying, injured people, after consuming her pills, surprisingly had the strength to stand up and surrounded her. Do you have any more pills? No, I really don't. Humph, whether you do or not, we'll find out after searching you. It was only at this moment that Long Mengting realized how right Lu Lin's warning was and how naive and ridiculous she had been. As she saw several big men about to rush towards her and pull at her clothes, she couldn't bear it any longer. Gritting her silver teeth, the white ferret by her side suddenly sprang down, opened its mouth, and let out a roar, showing its sharp white teeth. The white fur on its body revealed strange symbols, exuding a powerful aura that immediately stunned everyone present. This was actually an evolved A-level spirit beast, the Dream Feather Ferret, and, judging by its aura, its growth level had already reached LV35 or even higher. Then she took out her student ID. I am Long Mengting from the Tianshu Beast Tamer University, Class 7 of the 21st Level Survey Department. This operation is commissioned by the state to investigate the stability of various beast domains in Tianjing City. Who dares to lay a hand on me? She looked at those who had just been saved by her and were now plotting against her, biting her lower lip in grievance. If it weren't for her little bit of strength, wouldn't she have already become a plaything for this group of men? Just thinking about it was terrifying. Seeing this scene, the half-eyed man also didn't dare to act rashly and spoke to give his subordinates a way out. What do you big men want with a little girl? Get lost. Although the half-eyed man's life was already counting down, his words were still effective. At his command, those people immediately scattered and left. Subsequently, the spirit beasts blocking Lu Lin's path also returned to the crowd, and the half-eyed man even had a subordinate place all the dead spirit beasts in front of Lu Lin. Without saying a word, Lu Lin fulfilled his promise and threw the 2 pills to them. The half-eyed man had not eaten a single pill from the beginning and didn't even look at the 2 Lu Lin threw over. He simply closed his eyes and rested again. Lu Lin couldn't help but admire him. Very few people could remain so calm in the face of death. Just as he was about to let the devouring demon wolf absorb these spirit beasts, Long Mengting walked over. I'm so sorry about just now. All right. No need to apologize. I don't need your apology. Reminding you is just me being stupid. Just keep your distance from me. Don't talk so excessively. Although you have a point, but in Daxia, seeing Long Mengting starting again, Lu Lin directly threw the medal that Su Chongling had awarded him in front of her. Do you recognize this? I recognize it. You still think I would run away when the country is in danger? Long Mengting shook her head frantically. Can I touch this medal? After confirming the authenticity of the medal, Lu Lin's image suddenly grew larger in Long Mengting's mind. Reflecting on her previous behavior and words, she wished she could slap herself, because being able to obtain such a high-level medal only meant that Lu Lin was a hero. People often have a bad habit of believing the words of successful individuals. For example, Lu Lin had previously told her not to be overly naive, but she had taken it lightly. However, once Lu Lin's identity transformed into that of a hero, the impact of those words was completely different. At least, Long Mingting had firmly remembered that phrase in her heart, just as she was lost in thought for a moment. A large amount of black mist suddenly began to swirl around the devouring demon wolf, with 3 blood-red light spots standing out prominently within the smoke. This is a forbidden spirit beast. No wonder I couldn't recognize it. You are that crazy student who contracted a forbidden spirit beast in Tianjing City? Lu Lin didn't answer her question because the system's prompt sound was ringing wildly in his mind. Detected that the host is about to bear a new cost. Detected. Congratulations, the host's spirit beast, devouring demon wolf, has reached LV25, rewarding special forbidden evolution route. Nightmare Demon God route. Nightmare Demon God route. Following this route, the devouring demon wolf can evolve into the Nightmare Demon God. Would you like to evolve along this route? Yes. Detected that the host has chosen the Nightmare Demon God route, automatically teaching the devouring demon wolf the skill, Demon God Breath. Then, everyone present was dumbfounded because amidst the swirling black mist around the devouring demon wolf, a terrifying existence appeared that was enough to give anyone nightmares just by looking at it. Following that, a tremendous sense of oppression pressed towards them. This aura, this effect comparable to movie-level special effects, was immediately recognized by any beast tamer with a bit of knowledge. It was actually a hidden evolution route. Originally a ridiculously powerful forbidden spirit beast, now it had awakened a hidden evolution route. How powerful must that be? Speaking of such power, could that kid really bear the corresponding cost? Upon hearing the words cost, Lu Lin immediately reacted. After glancing at what the cost was, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, rubbing his entire body with both hands. So hot, so painful, I feel like I'm about to die. There was simply no way out. The system's prompt said his cost was the parasitism of a demonic bacterial group. Who knows what that demonic bacterial group is? Just as he was preparing to casually gift this cost to Wang Kuan, an old voice suddenly rang out. I wondered where all the prey had gone. So they were here. Everyone looked up and was immediately frightened, their faces turning pale, because that crazy old man actually came looking for them. The crazy old man briefly scanned the area and immediately locked onto Lu Lin and the devouring demon wolf beside him, which was in the process of evolving and had no power to resist. A forbidden spirit beast, especially one undergoing hidden evolution. What a rare soul. Surely it must be delicious. After saying that, 8 bizarre tentacles extended from behind him, using the tentacles to support the ground as they rapidly rushed towards Lu Lin. Kid, just endure the cost. I will take your forbidden soul's essence. Lu Lin opened his eyes and saw that the crazy old man was already in front of him, and he instantly felt despair. If he had known, he would have chosen a safer place to absorb those spirit beasts. Originally, he thought that after the devouring demon wolf absorbed those spirit beasts, it would only need a little more to finish, and he didn't choose a place carefully, which turned out to be a huge disaster. In the next second, a flash of white appeared before his eyes, and Long Mingting's white ferret firmly stood in front of the old man, the strange symbols on its body reappearing. Long Mingting then smiled lightly at Lu Lin, as if to say, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Chapter 31, The Warm Moment of the Virgin. Seeing Long Mingting take action, Lu Lin felt a warmth in his heart. It turns out that a capable virgin isn't so annoying after all. Without hesitation, he immediately spoke to the system. Transfer the cost to that crazy old man, quickly. Long Mingting looked at the crazy old man again, her face beaming with confidence. Both of their spirit beasts were A rank, and her growth level had an absolute advantage over the old man's spirit beast, so she believed that dealing with the old man would be a piece of cake. The old man looked at Long Mingting and her white ferret, revealing a disdainful smile. Just as he was about to make a move, he felt a bit itchy, scratched himself, and surprisingly pulled out something from his clothes. Upon closer inspection, it was a small black mushroom. What was going on? Had he not bathed for too long? At this moment, he couldn't think too much about it and immediately adjusted his state to combat mode. Little girl, today, let me show you the power of the elder generation. As soon as he finished speaking, The old man pulled out a blood-stained large knife from his backpack. The octopus-like spirit beast he controlled was firmly attached to his back, with two of its tentacles tightly wrapping around his arms. This way, those tentacles could provide him with immense strength. Moreover, his knife was not an ordinary knife, but a spiritual weapon. The older generation of beast tamers emphasized the cooperation between humans and beasts in battle, so they usually equip themselves with a spiritual weapon to fight alongside their spirit beasts. Spiritual weapons could infuse spiritual power to enhance their might. Long Mingting paid no attention to this and charged forward with her spirit beast. The old man laughed maniacally as he said, "Every attack burns the spirit of the beast. Do you think you can withstand over 40 years of combat experience from the outside world?" After speaking, the two engaged in battle again. The tentacles behind the old man continuously attacked the white ferret, each strike creating afterimages. This skill, relying on consuming spiritual energy, was so powerful that it was almost excessive. Despite the absolute suppression in rank, the white ferret was completely no match for the old man, seeing that she had fallen behind in just a few exchanges. Long Mingting looked at the devouring demon wolf. Discovering that the evolution was not yet complete, she turned to the group of injured people. "Come help quickly." However, when the group heard Long Mingting's plea, they took several steps back. If it weren't for their leader still being here, they would have collectively fled long ago. "What is wrong with you? Let us go together. Once that guy's forbidden spirit beast evolves, we can kill this old man." But those people remained unmoved. There was nothing they could do. Their entire team had been slaughtered by the crazy old man earlier, leaving them with an enormous psychological shadow. After dodging several attacks, the white ferret was accidentally hit and flew backward. Although it managed to get up, it was already seriously injured. If this continued, defeat was certain. At this moment, the one who had been silent, known as one half, slowly opened his eyes. "Can you bear to watch our enemy bully a little girl?" Everyone was silent, but one half suddenly straightened his arm, and even though he was only half there, he stood up and looked at the crazy old man, calmly uttering a word: "Kill." Then, the spirit beast he controlled immediately joined the battlefield. Although it was only a B-rank spirit beast, it could still alleviate the white ferret's combat power to some extent. Seeing this scene, a person with a severed arm suddenly shouted, "As beast tamers, it's already very embarrassing to be afraid of battle. Now we have to let a woman take the lead. Can there be anything more humiliating than this? I'm in too. Damn it, it's just a crazy old man. I'm in too. Me too." In a short time, several spirit beasts appeared in front of the old man, which made his smile even wider. A group of defeated subordinates dared to join the fun. They were just supplements for my spiritual energy. After finishing, a thick tentacle lashed out, instantly killing all the weaker spirit beasts. Then he charged forward, swinging the large knife in his hand at the beast tamers. Lu Lin lay on the ground, observing the situation over there, thinking to himself, what is going on with this cost? Why hasn't it manifested yet? And why does the old man have such a strange black mushroom growing on his head? Could it be that he hasn't washed his hair for too long? That can't be it, right? Soon, he heard cries, screams, and the mournful howls of dying spirit beasts. Devouring demon wolf. There is no time left. Can you hurry up? Compared to before, the devouring demon wolf had more than doubled in size, and the smoke around it was gradually dissipating. Almost there, the evolution is about to be complete. As time passed second by second, only Lu Lin and Long Mingting remained at the scene. The spirit beast controlled by Long Mingting was already heavily injured. Its originally snowy white appearance now stained with blood, and it could barely walk. Meanwhile, the beast tamers led by one half had been completely wiped out. They had sacrificed their lives to buy as much time as possible for Lu Lin. Watching the old man approach, Long Mingting had a red poisonous snake emerge from her sleeve. It was her second contracted spirit beast, only LV-17, which she hadn't planned to release. The little snake quickly approached the old man and bit down. However, this level of attack had no effect and was easily swatted away by the old man's octopus tentacle. At that moment, the ferret charged in, leaping fiercely. But before it could land, it was brutally slapped to the ground by the tentacle, followed by a savage beating. When the old man had his fun, he simply coiled a tentacle around it, suspending it in midair. "Little girl, Just watch as I slowly crush your spirit beast to death, then cry. No, I beg you. Let go, please. This is the expression I wanted. Blood had begun to trickle from the corners of the white ferret's mouth. Just as the old man prepared to deliver the fatal blow, a flash of black light appeared. 6 of the 8 tentacles disappeared in an instant, leaving only 2 wrapped around his hands. The white ferret fell vertically and landed directly in Long Mengting's arms. Long Mengting looked at the nearly incapacitated white ferret in her arms, puzzled. Before she could raise her head, Lu Lin's voice reached her ears. I told you before, don't casually extend a helping hand to others. You've been non-stop, and now you don't even have a healing pill left, do you? As his words fell, Lu Lin casually tossed her a few healing pills worth 4,000 agony points and charged toward the old man with the devouring demon wolf, saying, Stop bullying the girl. Your opponent is me. The old man looked at Lu Lin with some surprise, then glanced at his devouring demon wolf, bursting into laughter. You don't think that after evolving, you can defeat me, do you? As he spoke, the octopus spirit beast's tentacles had fully grown out and turned red again, clearly re-entering a state of burning spiritual energy. Lu Lin, however, smiled as he faced him. How would you know if you don't try? The old man let out a loud laugh and prepared to strike, but in the next moment, a look of pain appeared on his face. Chapter 32. 5 moves. Just 5 moves. Lu Lin thought for a long time before remembering what the magic fungus group actually was. It was a type of microorganism that only existed in high-level beast domains. Once parasitized by this organism, black mushrooms would start to grow all over the body, and initially, there would be no strong feelings. However, once those little mushrooms matured, they would desperately suck your blood. And the pain experienced during the entire process was said to be 100 times worse than cancer. Moreover, the more mushrooms that grew in the body, the more areas would suffer that kind of pain. Pain value 2382, pain value 2982, pain value 3112. As a 2-star beast master, contributing pain value was impressive. The intense pain made the old man scream, and he began to frantically scratch his whole body. Every time he pulled off a mushroom, a large amount of blood would flow out, and in the end, he simply let all his tentacles help him pull the mushrooms out. Seeing this, Long Mengting, although not understanding what was happening, immediately pulled Lu Lin and said after giving her spirit beast a pill, we should run. In her eyes, no matter how strong the devouring magic wolf was, it was just a spirit beast that had just fully evolved. It probably couldn't even defeat her spirit beast, let alone the old madman who was powerful beyond description. But Lu Lin just sneered, placed his hand on hers, slowly lowered her hand, and then extended 5 fingers. Long Mengting was momentarily stunned, but tentatively placed her hand on his, intertwining their fingers. This scared Lu Lin, and he immediately shook her hand off. What are you doing? Didn't you mean to hold my hand and escape? What I meant was to resolve all troubles within 5 moves. How is that possible? Before Long Mengting could finish her sentence, the devouring magic wolf charged forward at an incredible speed. The old man, seeing this, endured the pain and had his octopus spirit beast extend an arm. The devouring magic wolf seemed unable to dodge in time and was wrapped up. But the next second, 2 identical black shadows emerged from beside it, rushing towards the old man again. The old man gritted his teeth and sent out 2 more tentacles, which again ensnared the devouring magic wolf. But the same thing happened again. 2 magic shadows sprang up near them and continued to rush towards the old man. Indeed, after evolving, all of Lu Lin's skills have been enhanced. The current magic shadow skill was now called Multiple Magic Shadows, capable of releasing 4 at once. Each magic shadow enjoyed 100 of the main body's combat power. It was incredibly powerful. As expected, after the old man released 2 more tentacles to bind the last 2 magic shadows, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Lu Lin was unhurried. Slowly lowering 1 finger from the 5 he had extended, murmuring, first move. Then, something unbelievable happened. The 5 bound, devouring magic wolves struggled with all their might, and then lowered their heads to bite the octopus tentacles in front of them. In an instant, countless black phantoms surged into the body of the devouring magic wolf along those 5 tentacles. This octopus spirit beast could store a large number of spirit beast souls. And after the devouring magic wolf's ability was enhanced, its devouring capacity had significantly increased. It could entirely use this method to forcibly extract the large number of souls stored within the opponent. Lu Lin lowered another finger. 2 moves. Seeing his spirit beast's color growing darker, the old man's expression began to panic. What is happening? What's going on? In a moment of desperation, he immediately released the 5 devouring magic wolves to prevent more spirit beast souls from being drained. But as soon as the 5 devouring magic wolves landed, they looked towards him, mouths slightly open, and black smoke began to gather at the corners of their mouths. Oh no, I have to dodge quickly. Before the old man could complete this thought, 5 powerful black flames shot towards him. Although he managed to dodge, 3 of them still hit him. In an instant, black flames covered his entire body, torturing his flesh along with the mushrooms. Lu Lin's fingers were left with only 2. 3 moves. Then, the 5 devouring magic wolves surged forward, launching a frenzied attack on the old man and his spirit beast. In just a moment, the previously arrogant old man was left with nothing but a cold corpse. The prolonged battle, coupled with the toll of Lu Lin's abilities and the absorption of his spirit beast souls, sealed his fate of dying in regret. Well done. Long Mengting cheered, but a voice suddenly echoed behind them. Indeed, well done. Ha 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 ha. Turning around, they saw a man with bandages wrapped around his abdomen slowly approaching, accompanied by a level 31 spirit beast. You were that guy's deputy from before. That's right. He was mindless, but I'm not. Dealing with an opponent of that level with numbers is useless, so I hid long ago. I never expected this little madman to actually take down the old madman. What do you want? What do I want? Don't think I can't see through it. The skills that Spirit Beast just used, while indeed powerful, consumed a lot of energy. Now, both of you have fallen into my hands. As long as I kill you, everything our team gains from entering the beast domain will be mine, and everything on you will also be mine. Especially you, little beauty. I like your type the most. I'll definitely enjoy you thoroughly. Long Mengting was terrified and couldn't help but shrink closer to Lu Lin. What the opponent could see, she could naturally see as well. The skills used by the devouring magic wolf had tremendous energy costs and could not be released again in a short time. In simple terms, they consumed a lot of energy and had long cooldowns. Her little white was also heavily injured and couldn't fight at all. Did this mean that the 2 of them would really fall into this man's hands? Looking up at Lu Lin, she found that he still had 1 finger remaining, and there was not a trace of panic on his face. He simply said to that man, "What do you see teammates as?" Teammates? Just a bunch of idiots that can be discarded after being used. As soon as he finished speaking, the devouring magic wolf swallowed the octopus spirit beast controlled by the mad old man, and then its level grew to LV26. At the same time, he felt a splitting headache. Before he could recover from this pain, the 5 devouring magic wolves had already surrounded him. Do you know why I dare to give all my energy to one enemy at once? Because here, there is no such thing as exhausting energy. As his words fell, 5 black flames erupted simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, that beast master was reduced to ashes, and his spirit beast was instantly heavily injured, with the devouring magic wolf pinning it down and biting its throat, killing it. After doing all this, Lu Lin finally lowered his last finger. Resolving all troubles within 5 moves, I keep my word. At that moment, Long Mengting looked at Lu Lin with eyes that could no longer be described as admiration. It was as if she saw a god. How can a man be so handsome? Chapter 33. 2-star Beast Tamer, Superhuman Physique. After Lu Lin finished all this, he began to clean up the battlefield. After absorbing all the corpses of the spirit beasts, he looked at the many corpses of the beast tamers scattered on the ground. It wouldn't be long before someone came to collect the bodies and send them outside for their relatives to claim, so he didn't need to worry about that. Are you leaving? We can go together, said Long Mengting. No, I have 2 tasks that I haven't completed, so I need to finish them, Lu Lin replied. Then I'm on the way too. Take me with you. This woman had saved his life after all. So Lu Lin couldn't refuse and had to let her follow him. Boss, how did you get that medal? Long Mengting asked. Don't call me boss. I'm only a month older than you. I got the medal because I coincidentally killed a spy from the lighthouse country, Lu Lin explained. Okay, boss. But the beast tamers from Lighthouse Country have many tricks. How long had you only contracted your spirit beast before you could discover and kill them? She continued. Then, boss, why are you only a month older than me? Aren't you a high school graduate this year? My family had some issues when I was younger, which delayed my studies for a year. And boss, Lu Lin was thus entangled all the way until they were about to reach their task objective when they were suddenly attracted by a series of screams. Turning around, they saw two beast tamers lying on the ground, one of whom had suffered a severe leg injury and was bleeding profusely. If this continued, he would surely die from blood loss. Long Mingting recalled her previous experience, and her face turned cold. Boss, let's go. Isn't your task about a timeout? But Lu Lin stepped forward, exchanged for a hemostatic pill, and placed it in the injured man's hand. Without caring about the man's grateful eyes and his companion's repeated bows, he simply left. Boss, what are you doing? Long Mingting asked. When you helped me stop that old madman and bought me time, I realized that people need to bring warmth to each other. In situations like this, if I can help, I will, Lu Lin replied. Boss is indeed the boss. She said. There was one thing Lu Lin did not tell her. The reason he helped the injured beast tamer was that the beast tamer was injured while his own spirit beast was unharmed. This showed that he did not use his spirit beast as a shield when faced with danger. Such a person earned his respect. But then he recalled the group of beast tamers who had just frantically fought for the pills, but later sacrificed their lives to buy time for him. Perhaps human nature is indeed dark and ugly, but there is also a shining side to it. At critical moments, the shining side will always triumph over the darkness. Will it always? Lu Lin silently shook his head and then looked at a B-level spirit beast that had reached LV-28, revealing a charming smile. Let's first complete those two C-level tasks. He saw the devouring demon wolf split into two, flanking the spirit beast and surrounding it, before black flames burst forth. When Lu Lin finished all the tasks and exited the beast domain, Long Mingting looked at him with a radiant smile. Boss, thank you for teaching me so much. I will definitely repay you when I have the chance. I still need to scout other C-level beast domains, so I'll be leaving now, she said, bouncing away. Lu Lin quietly arrived at the task management office, shocking everyone present. Did this forbidden spirit beast evolve inside? It seems so. This is unbelievable. It can actually grow stronger through battle. After all, it's a forbidden spirit beast. It can't be described by common sense. By the way, he must have paid quite a price, right? Why does he look as if nothing happened? Hearing the discussions behind him, Lu Lin felt a wave of panic, then reached out to touch his eyes, which were unusually hollow. Sorry, my eyes are blind due to the price I paid. Can you help me submit all the task items? After submitting the task items, he directly mounted the devouring demon wolf. Let's go. The devouring demon wolf, now more than twice its previous size, had no problem carrying Lu Lin, but being ridden like this made it quite uncomfortable. After all, it was the Wolf King, very proud, and being ridden like this. Extra meal. That's a one-time deal. Don't expect it again. Lu Lin rode the devouring demon wolf all the way home. As soon as he arrived home, he exchanged for 20 high-quality beast food pills and tossed them into the devouring demon wolf's bowl. After it finished eating, he took it to the bed and exchanged for 25 spirit-nourishing pills. Each of these cost 800 pain points, so 25 cost him a total of 20,000 pain points. Fortunately, although the mad old man had a short time to bear the price, he had provided him with over 20,000 pain points, so even after redeeming 25 spirit-nourishing pills, his pain point balance still had 29,000 points left. After taking one spirit-nourishing pill, he immediately began to cultivate with S-level mental strength, plus Earth-level cultivation techniques, and the support of a large number of spirit-nourishing pills, along with the inherently monstrous growth rate of the forbidden spirit beast. Lu Lin's cultivation was also missing one step. He didn't need to improve the growth level of the devouring demon wolf. He only had to absorb the spirit energy for his own cultivation, which made the speed faster. So in terms of cultivation, no one could surpass Lu Lin. Time slowly passed, but the pills in his hand were being consumed rapidly. Finally, after exhausting the 25 spirit-nourishing pills, he exchanged for 2 more. After taking them, he reached a goal that most young beast tamers plan to pursue over several years: 2-star. Detected Host's Realm has upgraded to 2-star. System All upgraded. Next upgrade condition for the System All: Contract 3 spirit beasts. Realm reaches 3-star. At this level, spirit users below S level and above C level could contract a second spirit beast, and they could also open a mental space to accommodate one of their spirit beasts. Although S-level spirit users could not contract a third spirit beast yet, the open mental space could accommodate 2 spirit beasts. Up to now, Lu Lin had not gathered any information about other forbidden spirit beasts, indicating how rare they were, and he would not be contracting a second spirit beast in the near future. Jumping off the bed, he threw a few punches and found that each punch generated a fierce wind, and after striking, it produced a sound of breaking air. He smiled. The physique of a 2-star beast tamer could be described as superhuman. Now he could crush a world-class boxing champion with just one finger within the realm of ordinary people. After feeling the powerful strength, he returned to the bed and opened up a huge space in the mental realm for the devouring demon wolf. After it tried it out, its evaluation was, it feels really good, just like being home. Then you can stay at home. In the mental space, the spirit beast could have whatever it wanted, and it was indeed comfortable. Lu Lin didn't bother with it and began to check the system. After a round of inquiries, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed because after the system mall opened the second layer, there were still no pills that could heal his sister. However, a large number of 5th and 6th grade pills became available for purchase, but the prices were truly shocking. 6th grade pills cost 3,000 pain points, which was acceptable, but 5th grade pills directly skyrocketed to 20,000. That's a bit excessive, isn't it? Just as he was about to complain about the system's unfairness, he suddenly realized something, picked up his phone, and took a look, immediately breaking out in a cold sweat. The registration assessment for the student competition was today, and it had already started. Chapter 34. The registration assessment begins. Lu Lin knew very well that if he missed the registration assessment for the student competition, it would be over. Those who did not participate in the assessment would automatically be deemed as failing and ineligible for the student competition. His goal was to win first place in the student competition. If he even missed the registration assessment, what was the point? So he immediately got out of bed, changed into a new outfit, disguised himself as someone who had suffered immensely due to the burdens he carried, and quickly rode the devouring demon wolf to the assessment site. At this moment, students were lining up at the assessment site, with a phantom of a spirit beast on the attack platform, and the system would score based on the battle results. Several teachers were discussing among themselves. This Xiao Bufan is too terrifying, just using his second contracted spirit beast. He scored over 900 points, almost breaking 2,000. Yeah, such a score is unbelievable even among the top talents in various cities. And that's just an LV-22 A-grade spirit beast. It's hard to imagine how terrifying he would be if he used his S-grade spirit beast. It seemed that whether for the first place in this assessment or the student competition, Xiao Bufan would undoubtedly take the lead. All the examiners unanimously agreed that Xiao Bufan was the indisputable number 1 among the students of Tianjin City this year. As for Lu Lin, although there had indeed been quite a few rumors about Lu Lin recently, in their eyes, he was just a madman relying on the burdens he bore to gain strength. Not worth mentioning at all. At that moment, Lu Lin rode in on the devouring demon wolf and weakly said, "Teacher, I want to participate in the registration assessment for the student competition." Upon seeing Lu Lin, the expressions of everyone present subtly changed. It was unprecedented for a forbidden spirit beast contractor to participate in the assessment and the student competition alongside other students. It was easy to imagine that such a powerful presence controlling a forbidden spirit beast would definitely disrupt the fairness of the exam, allowing him to defeat many more valuable students. Therefore, these teachers genuinely did not want Lu Lin to participate in any student competition or the registration assessment for it. One teacher then spoke up, "Where's your student ID? I was expelled by the first high school, so where would I get student ID? Then I'm afraid you can't participate in the assessment. Without a student ID, we can't register you." Lu Lin secretly glanced at the registration form in their hands, realizing that only basic information needed to be registered. He sneered and said, "I've never heard of a rule requiring a student ID for this kind of assessment. Did Xiao Bufan have a student ID when he was from a hidden family? You don't need to worry about that. I said I need a student ID. Where am I supposed to find you a student ID? I don't care. Why were you expelled by the first high school? How could our first high school expel a good student for no reason? You must have violated some rules, which is why you were expelled. In other words, you don't deserve to be a student. I don't deserve to be a student? Lu Lin was so angry he almost laughed. The only reason Director Wong had given for expelling him was his mental power level, but that D-level mental power was a result of being tampered with by that bastard. He had not done anything wrong from beginning to end. In a daze, he thought of his sister, who was lying in a hospital bed with her condition worsening. If he couldn't participate in this assessment and register for the student competition, his sister would truly be in danger. Looking at the 3 proctor teachers who were deliberately making things difficult for him, a surge of anger suddenly rose in his chest. I said, "Hurry up and register me. I want to participate in the student assessment. Do you understand?" As his voice fell, Lu Lin looked at the 3 of them. Although they couldn't see his gaze because he was wearing sunglasses, the aura of a 2-star beast master emanating from him pressed down on them completely. 2-star beast master. Every teacher present displayed a look of horror. How long had it been since he first contracted a spirit beast? He had actually reached the 2-star beast master level. The growth rate of a forbidden spirit beast was truly astonishing. If he were allowed to participate in the student assessment and then the student competition after a month of development, would it be possible for him to prevent a true talent like Xiao Bufan from getting first place? No way. We absolutely cannot let Lu Lin participate in this registration assessment for the student competition. Just as Lu Lin was about to resort to forceful measures in his frustration, a sudden change occurred. The entire assessment hall suddenly shook violently, as if there was an earthquake, and several small cracks appeared on the ground. The students were stunned, and the teachers looked over in fear. Lu Lin was also completely bewildered, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, the devouring demon wolf suddenly let out a few growls at him. There's a level 31 spirit beast below that has broken the seal and is about to come up. Lu Lin understood that the devouring demon wolf had strong perception and that its words should be correct. He immediately shouted at the teachers, "The spirit beast below has broken the seal. Quickly organize the students to retreat. It will be too late if you wait." Hearing this, the teachers exchanged glances and then burst out laughing. "Ha ha, do you know what you're saying? A breakthrough of the seal? That spirit beast has been sealed for many years and has never made a mistake. How could it possibly break the seal? Such a thing has never happened in the Great Xia. I think this guy just wants to drag other students down because he can't pass the assessment himself. His mind is really dirty. Hey, I'm talking about you. You don't have a level, so even if you participate in the assessment, your results 1T count. What do you want to do?" Lu Lin ignored them, pretending to stagger towards the crowd, with the devouring demon wolf beside him sniffing the air continuously. All the students expressed surprise at his arrival, and there was a hint of fear in their expressions. After all, in their eyes, Lu Lin was a madman. A madman who wouldn't last long, and whatever he did seemed reasonable. What if he suddenly went crazy and attacked them? Then, as if the devouring demon wolf sensed something, it quickly left Lu Lin's side and began to wander around the assessment hall, causing many female students to scream in fright. The demon attribute spirit beast already had a somewhat sinister appearance, and after evolving once, it followed the path of the nightmare demon god, which naturally made it a bit terrifying. It was reasonable for some students to be scared. The devouring demon wolf suddenly seemed to go mad, darting around the entire hall, causing chaos. Many students looked at Lu Lin. "Isn't your forbidden spirit beast crazy? Hurry up and control it. D-level mental power is indeed useless. Even if he contracted a powerful spirit beast, he can't fully control it. I warn you, if your spirit beast accidentally hurts someone, you will be fully responsible." Lu Lin ignored these people and frowned, constantly observing his surroundings. The next second, he suddenly looked at a spot on the ground, where the cracks had widened more than twice. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he quickly stepped back 2 paces, ensuring he was far enough from the crack. Then shouted loudly to the people over there, "Run! Quickly run! Get away from there!" Chapter 35. Something's wrong at the assessment site. That group of people looked puzzled. Did this lunatic go completely insane? Even though his eyes were blind, he acted as if he saw a ghost, trying to scare someone. The classmate who said this thought he was being humorous and laughed after finishing his sentence. The others were also amused, chuckling at Lu Lin's exaggerated demeanor. However, as they laughed, the ground beneath them began to shake again, and this time the tremor was much stronger than before, causing the whole group to fall to the ground. Was it really an earthquake? While everyone was confused, they suddenly saw a huge crack opening up beneath the feet of the students who had just been mocking Lu Lin, and more than 10 students fell into it, leaving only a long wail behind. This scene left everyone present in a state of shock. A few people wanted to approach the crack to take a look, but Lu Lin shouted, "Don't go over there." Then a gigantic horn emerged from the crack, directly sending several nearby students flying. A powerful aura pressed down on everyone's heads, making it hard for them to breathe. Before the students could regain their senses, a massive rhinoceros, whose horn was 2/3 the length of its body, appeared before them. The rhinoceros looked exactly like the spiritual beast Phantom from the assessment. Lu Lin had already guessed that the phantoms they attacked were the spiritual energy released by this spiritual beast below, created through some technical means. Previously, this spiritual beast had been sealed below, with no chance of coming out. But now, for some unknown reason, the seal had been broken, allowing it to escape. The devouring demon wolf had returned to Lu Lin's side, with a spiritual beast that looked like mud in its mouth. Was it this guy that broke the seal of the spiritual beast before them? By the way, where did this spiritual beast come from? Lu Lin still didn't know that this was Wang Kuan's unfortunate spiritual beast, and didn't think too much about it. He planned to let the devouring demon wolf deal with this spiritual beast. However, when he looked up, he saw that almost all the students had run over to Li Zhuotao and Xiao Bufan. There were 3 most renowned prodigies in Tianjing City: Wang Kuan from the first school, Li Zhuotao from the second school, and Xiao Bufan from the hidden aristocratic family. Wang Kuan did not participate in this assessment, as it was said he had joined some organization and did not plan to compete in the student competition. It made sense. Students entering the competition aimed to get into Beast Control University, and with his D-level spiritual power, he would be exposed once he got to university. Signing a contract with an organization to pass the time was the wisest choice. There was no way around it. The giant rhinoceros was blocking the exit, and if they insisted on escaping, it would be a death sentence. So, their choice was to seek refuge with these 2 geniuses. As for Lu Lin, that guy was strong, but the spiritual beast had gone mad and wouldn't listen to him. So what use was he? Xiao Bufan, you are the most outstanding prodigy in Tianjing City. You must save us. Yes, what level is that spiritual beast? Can the 2 of you geniuses defeat it together? Xiao Bufan, with a calm expression, waved his hand to the crowd and said, "Don't be afraid. As long as we work together, we can definitely defeat it. When I give the order, you all attack that big guy, and we'll find its weak point for a decisive strike." Xiao Bufan's words brought immense hope to the students, and they all applauded enthusiastically. However, what they didn't know was that Xiao Bufan turned to Li Zhuotao and said, "Let this group of idiots attract the attention of that spiritual beast. We'll take the opportunity to escape." What else? That spiritual beast's growth level is at least LV 30, and our spiritual beast haven't evolved yet. They can only hold it off for a while until reinforcements arrive. But what if our spiritual beasts get injured? Is it worth it for this group of useless people? But there's nothing to discuss. We are S-level spiritual power geniuses. It's their honor to sacrifice for us. Li Zhuotao bit her lip, but eventually nodded. All right. It just so happens that the student competition is a one-on-one between us 2, so we want to waste energy clearing out the trash. After their discussion, some students immediately commanded their spiritual beasts to attack the giant rhinoceros. Facing such a level of attack, the giant rhinoceros merely turned to glance at the students, feeling a bit itchy, but nothing more. Seeing the rhinoceros react this way, more and more students joined the fight, desperately attacking the giant rhinoceros. Finally, under their concentrated fire, the once indifferent giant rhinoceros became enraged. The giant rhinoceros let out a roar and charged towards the crowd. As it drew closer, almost all the students turned their eyes to the 2 geniuses, Li Zhuotao and Xiao Bufan. Li Zhuotao and Xiao Bufan, one riding a firebird and the other unleashing his S-level spiritual beast, the 9-tailed mystic cat, decisively struck at the right moment. Their speed was so fast that the students present were left in awe, filled with hope. Was this the power of an S-level spiritual beast? It was incredibly fast. Wait, why were they letting their spiritual beasts carry them into battle? Did geniuses of this level have different fighting styles? No, they were trying to escape. Finally, someone realized this. But it was too late, as they had attracted the giant rhinoceros's attention. Li Juetao and Xiao Bufan had successfully bypassed the giant rhinoceros and reached the entrance of the hall. The two didn't even glance back at the students who were wailing behind them and hurried out, unwilling to linger for even a second. The students felt despair, running around the hall like headless flies. They hadn't expected that the so-called prodigies of Tianjing City were this kind of people. A girl knelt on the ground, watching the bodies around her, some missing arms and legs due to being rammed by the giant rhinoceros, so frightened that she forgot to escape. She stared blankly at the giant rhinoceros charging towards her, even anticipating a scene of herself being torn apart. But just then, a wolf howl suddenly sounded in her ear. Immediately after, 3 devouring demon wolves circled around the giant rhinoceros, leaping into the air with incredible speed and attacking the oversized beast. The giant rhinoceros tried to struggle against this level of attack. It aimed its massive horn at one of the devouring demon wolves and charged forward. However, this attempt not only failed to injure the wolf, but instead drove its own long horn into its flesh, letting out a mournful cry. Burn! As the command was given, 3 massive black fireballs, both powerful and intimidating, erupted from the mouths of the 3 devouring demon wolves. In the blink of an eye, the giant rhinoceros began to flee in panic. Then, the devouring demon wolves jumped in front of the giant rhinoceros, stopping the beast that was dozens of times larger than themselves and launching a new round of attacks. After a few breaths, the giant rhinoceros collapsed heavily to the ground, now reduced to a desiccated corpse. After a long while, the scene remained silent, and all the students echoed a single thought in their minds. Strong. Truly too strong. Chapter 36. Powerful strength, shocking everyone. In fact, the phantom that the students attacked on stage earlier was a spirit beast sealed underground, with its spiritual power processed through multiple procedures before being born. Logically speaking, this type of seal, which targets individual spirit beasts and is not even a powerful one, should not loosen at all. However, if there are external factors involved, that changes everything. Lu Lin looked at the mud that the devouring demon wolf had brought over and fell into deep thought. This was clearly part of a spirit beast, and it was an extremely special one. Based on what he knew, the person responsible for this incident was basically narrowed down to one guy. Finally, he slowly looked towards the outside of the assessment hall, his eyes gradually narrowing. On the other side, a man in a wheelchair coughed a couple of times, and a mass of mud slowly crawled out from his clothes. After saying something to him, it quietly crawled back into the man's clothes. Lu Lin, your level of intrigue truly exceeds my expectations. No one knew that at this moment. 2 men who had long regarded each other as archenemies made an agreement without any communication. That is, you don't mention what I did, and I want to mention what you did. Li Juetao and Xiao Bufan stopped running when they noticed that there was no longer any movement behind them and looked back. Upon seeing the scene inside, Li Juetao was so shocked that she covered her mouth. She never expected that Lu Lin had grown to such an extent. The students also looked at Lu Lin with astonished eyes, unable to avert their gazes. They saw that Lu Lin seemed to have been tortured to the point of being hunched over, unable to straighten his waist, and because he was blind, he could only keep groping around. Earlier, they thought this was tragic, but now, this scene gave them a DJ view of a street fortune teller who was blind. In fact, they had already regarded Lu Lin as a great hero. The incident that just occurred, where 2 so-called prodigies from Tianjing City could actually make them hold up the spirit beast while they escaped, was astonishing. In contrast, Lu Lin had acted without hesitation to resolve that spirit beast, and even when it was on fire and about to charge at them, he had his taboo spirit beast risk itself to intercept it. Comparing the two, there was a huge gap in both character and strength. Lu Lin, after groping towards the devouring demon wolf, was led by it towards the door. 3 teachers, who had already fled in fear the moment the spirit beast appeared, now stuck their heads out and looked toward them. When they saw Lu Lin, they were so frightened that they didn't dare to make a sound. But the blind Lu Lin still noticed them. How about it? Does this count as passing the assessment? Lu Lin said while petting the head of his devouring demon wolf. At this moment, all the students turned to look at the three of them, causing the three teachers to nod repeatedly. Passed. We'll register your information right now. Due to what had just happened, many students hadn't had a chance to take the assessment, so after registering Lu Lin's information, the three teachers casually filled in a score of 500 in the results column, just enough to pass. They then began communicating with higher-ups to arrange for other students to take the assessment elsewhere. Once everything was settled, Lu Lin slumped back onto the back of the devouring demon wolf, pretending to be tormented by the cost and wanting to leave. However, a group of female students surrounded him at that moment. Lu Lin, do you remember me? We were desk mates in our first year. I accidentally deleted your contact information. Can I add you back? You must be in so much pain right now. Do you want to come to my place tonight? I can help relieve your pain. I want to have children with you and leave descendants. Don't worry, I'll raise our 2 kids by myself. The devouring demon wolf continued to sniff around those girls, then looked at a female student with A-grade spiritual power and said, "This one is good. Your offspring should barely qualify." Lu Lin glanced at the woman chosen by the devouring demon wolf, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. It was not a heartbeat of excitement, but shock at why a human could grow to be 1.50 meters and weigh 180. He suddenly pinched the devouring demon wolf. Enough nonsense. Let us go. Well, I think that one is most suitable for you. She is a bit thin, but very strong and has potential. The woman chosen by the devouring demon wolf was Li Juetao. Although Xiao Bufan had already lost face and quietly left, Li Juetao remained in the corner, silently watching him, her hand tightly gripping her clothes, lost in thought. I've already rejected that girl several times. I will fend it, Hadbuddy. Let us hurry up and leave. Under Lu Lin's repeated urging, the devouring demon wolf reluctantly left, still muttering. Are you lacking in that aspect? I remember that human males love to have harems and can pair up with females at any time. With enough quantity, there is bound to be a qualified offspring. Just as Lu Lin finally broke free from the encirclement of the female students and planned to call Su Miao to ask if there were any exclusive C-grade beast domains for connections, a man in uniform blocked his way. Haha, Lu Lin, my brother, we meet again. Lu Lin recognized this person. He had seen him at the scene when he and Su Miao fought their way out of the chaotic beast domain, so he must be someone from the bureau. Judging by his aura, he was also a 3-star beast master. Lu Lin lowered his head and nodded, then asked, "Is there something you need?" "Well, you should know that our Tianjing is located in Qin province, which is quite an old city, so just get to the point. What's the matter? Our officials recently discovered an ancient relic and would like to invite you to enter the relic and take a look." Hearing this, Lu Lin immediately frowned. All he could think about was how to increase his strength. He had no time to visit any ancient relics, and he directly refused. "I'm not going. There are many benefits to be gained from the ancient relic. Then I still want to go." "All right, it's just an invitation. We can't force you. But if you're not there, that taboo spirit beast inside might be quite difficult to handle." "Taboo spirit beast? What do you mean?" "Actually, the so-called ancient relic is similar to a beast domain. It forms its own space and contains some spirit beasts. The ancient relic I mentioned has been detected to have a taboo spirit beast. Why do you want me to go? How much stronger are you than me? Why don't you go?" "Haha, if I could go, I would have gone. After all, there are countless opportunities in ancient relics. But this relic seems to be left behind by some ancient beastmaster before their death. There are very strong restrictions inside that can suppress the growth level of all spirit beasts that enter to LV1, and entrants cannot be older than 20 years. Isn't it dangerous? It shouldn't be. After all, it was left by the ancestors of the Daxia for posterity. When they established that ancient relic, how could they have thought of killing all the descendants who entered?" Lu Lin fell in a deep thought. Taboo spirit beasts are extremely rare. He had hardly heard of any news about them in his life. This opportunity to contract a second taboo spirit beast was something he didn't want to miss. So, he nodded directly and said, "Okay, am I going alone, or are there others? This ancient ruin can accommodate a maximum of 5 people at a time. I'll show you the information on the other 4. Lu Lin, wearing sunglasses, turned his face towards him, seemingly speechless. "Oh, sorry, I'll read it to you. All 4 of these people are students from the 3 top beast taming academies of the Great Xia, 3 of whom control S-level spirit beasts, and only 1 is A-level. That person I know, Long Mingting. Don't be fooled by the fact that she is a girl and that she controls an A-level spirit beast. Her ability to survey the environment is quite impressive, and she is the top of her class in their specialty. All right, I know her. I know she won't hold us back." After saying this, Lu Lin asked, "When do we enter the ancient ruin? If it's convenient for you, we can go now." Lu Lin nodded and got into the other person's car, while also placing the devouring demon wolf into his spiritual space. During this time, Su Miao suddenly called him. "Lu Lin, did an uncle invite you to an ancient ruin? I tell you, you must not go. It's very dangerous there." "You ask me how dangerous? Let me put it this way, there are many ancient spirit beast souls sealed inside." As soon as he heard about the ancient spirit beast souls, Lu Lin couldn't help but lick his lips, revealing a greedy smile. Now he had to go. Chapter 37. Inside the ruins, the car drove to a remote suburb and finally came to a slow stop. After getting out of the car, Lu Lin saw that they were surrounded by a caution tape, and 2 beast tamers in military uniforms signaled them to get out of the car and proceeded to search them. "I am Director Hu from the Beast Management Bureau, and this is my student Lu Lin, who has contracted a forbidden spirit beast. We are now heading to the ancient ruins number 0239. After checking their identities, the 2 beast tamers immediately let them go, and then they began to walk. It took them less than 3 hours to drive here, but they ended up walking for a grueling 5 hours. During this time, Lu Lin couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to let the devouring magic wolf out to ride. But Director Hu said, "You can't release your spirit beast." "Why?" "Because this is a national secret area. If you release a spirit beast here, you will be attacked by hidden beast tamers, and they could take your life in an instant." Upon hearing this, Lu Lin immediately shrank back his neck, relieved that he hadn't directly released the devouring magic wolf. Finally, after climbing a hill, he saw 4 college students who had been waiting there, 2 boys and 2 girls. Quite balanced. As soon as Long Mingting saw him, she immediately ran over with a smile and began to introduce him to the others. "This is my older brother I mentioned to you before, the contractee of a forbidden spirit beast. His growth rate is definitely unmatched by ordinary forbidden spirit beast contractors. And he even has a 2nd-class honor medal. By the way, big brother, what is your situation?" "Nothing much, just paid some corresponding price to gain power." "Oh." Long Mingting fell silent for a moment, then started to introduce the others. "Big brother, this is my classmate, Lu Qinshuan from the Spirit Beast Contract History Research Department. She controls a spirit beast, which is a reverse breed. And these 2 are from Fanyuan Beast Tamer University. Their names are." However, throughout the scene, only she remained enthusiastic and kept talking, while the others were extremely silent. Firstly, the 3 students from the top university in Daxia looked down on Lu Lin, who had contracted a forbidden spirit beast and was on the brink of death. Moreover, in their eyes, they believed they could handle all the troubles in the ancient ruins, even that forbidden spirit beast. With Lu Lin in this crippled state, going with them was just dragging them down. Secondly, Lu Lin was too lazy to have any interactions with these 3. After all, his purpose for going to the ancient ruins was simple: to contract a forbidden spirit beast and let the devouring magic wolf try to absorb the souls of several ancient spirit beasts. So, until the door of the ancient ruins was about to open, there was little communication among the group. Director, who was explaining the precautions, most of which were routine points, and finally told them the main goal of this mission. "Remember, all the benefits you gain in these ancient ruins will not be managed by the authorities. You could distribute them among yourselves. But remember, any inheritance you obtain must be replicated and submitted to the authorities. Do you understand?" "Understood." The 5 all nodded, and then the door of the ancient ruins finally opened. Compared to the spacious entrance of the beast domain, the entrance of the ancient ruins appeared quite narrow. After Director Hu reminded them to pay attention to safety, he made way for them. The other 3 entered first, followed closely by Lu Lin and Long Mingting. As soon as they entered the ancient ruins, the 5 of them froze in place, as the interior was lit entirely by torches, illuminating the area brightly. The stone walls on both sides were etched with strange patterns. The general content depicted people placing their children in a basin and then bashing them to death with clubs, sacrificing them to a high and mighty monster. The rest was some ancient text, which even Lu Lin, despite being a top student, could not decipher. Just as he was wondering what to do next, a person named Meng Yu stepped forward and said, "Long Ming Ting, scout for information and see if there are any spirit beasts ahead. Lu Qinxuan will study the content of the murals. Su Rongfei and I have the strongest abilities, and we will lead the way. As for you," he looked at Lu Lin, "you can just follow behind and don't drag us down. Once you're in here, no one will care about you." "Meng Yu, how can you talk to my big brother like that? He is very strong." Strong? He hasn't even attended Beast.Tamer University for a day. His theoretical knowledge is almost zero, relying solely on a forbidden spirit beast. How can that be considered strong? You, Long Mingding, wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lu Lin. "It's fine. I'm too lazy to make a move." After a cold snort, Meng Yu began to wait in place, while Lu Lin secretly observed. Scouting might sound simple, but it was actually quite difficult. Long Mingting had to keep walking back and forth in the vicinity to find a suitable spot to place something that looked like a stethoscope on the ground to listen. Then, she continuously infused spiritual power, inferring a large amount of useful information from the minimal feedback of useless information. Out of boredom, he simply released the devouring magic wolf. Director who indeed didn't lie to him. Once they entered here, the growth level of the devouring magic wolf would be suppressed to LV1. It didn't mean it would directly turn back into LV1, but it would become as weak as it was at LV1. However, the LV1 devouring magic wolf couldn't use shadow and demon breath, but now it could. After Lu Lin explained the situation to the devouring magic wolf, it showed a look of disdain. "With such a level of restriction, during my prime, I wouldn't have cared about it at all. A single hair could resolve it." Then it focused its gaze on the strange paintings on the wall, its wolf eyes shining with a peculiar light. "Sometimes I have to admire the brains and skills of you humans. They're indeed beyond our comparison, no matter what world or era it is. What's wrong? To actually think of using special syrup to attract such tiny spirit beasts to crawl on the walls and form paintings. Which genius came up with that idea? Micro spirit beasts?" Lu Lin suddenly felt a wave of ominous premonition rise in his heart, because according to his knowledge, there was indeed a type of already extinct spirit beast, so small that it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. He quickly looked at the girl named Lu Qinxuan, who was investigating the content of the mural, and reached out a hand to touch the wall. "Don't touch the walls on both sides." Lu Qinxuan stopped her movement and looked at Lu Lin in confusion. Then she saw Lu Lin's ears twitching, and he slowly said, "That wall has a problem." Upon hearing this, Lu Qinxuan immediately distanced herself from the wall, her expression becoming tense. Meng Yu had already considered himself the team leader and the core of the group. Seeing this scene, he felt that his authority as the captain was being challenged. "That guy is a lunatic or blind. Why are you listening to him? Hurry up and investigate this place. See if there are any clues. And then we can move forward. So much to do." But Lu Qinxuan, after hearing what Lu Lin said, was unwilling to get near that wall again. Meng Yu's face twitched, and he directly walked up to a wall and began to kick its surface hard. "I just don't understand. It's just a wall, right? There's not even a hint of spiritual power fluctuation. What could be the problem?" After he finished speaking, he immediately looked at the others, only to find that everyone was looking at him with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 38, Isn't it just being a bit handsome? In an instant, a dense swarm of miniature spirit beasts, resembling mist, engulfed Meng Yu. He quickly released a spirit beast, a divine deer covered in 7 colors with a pair of ice-horned antlers. As the antlers flashed with a pure white light, a large area of nearby miniature spirit beasts was instantly frozen into ice, crashing to the ground. However, immediately after, the countless miniature spirit beasts surged towards him once again, a significant portion of them also sweeping towards others. Everyone called out their own spirit beasts to engage in battle, but among those present, only Meng Yu and Lu Lin's spirit beasts had group attacks. The others were fighting while retreating, quickly backing up to where Lu Lin was. Feeling helpless, Lu Lin shook his head and spent 2,500 pain points from the system to exchange for 50 small pills, which he then scattered into the air. Use the breath of the demon god to burn those pills. As the devouring demon wolf opened its mouth and spewed out black flames, the pills instantly exploded in the air, and the fine powder covered the entire space. In an instant, almost all the miniature spirit beasts fell into a frenzy, desperately attacking each other, while Lu Lin commanded the devouring demon wolf to split in two and unleash black flames forward, successfully clearing a path. Run quickly along this path. Don't look back. Everyone hesitated for a moment, but immediately followed his instructions and ran for their lives. Given the size of this space, 50 pills that could influence the spirit beast pheromones were far too few. They could only affect those miniature spirit beasts for about 10 seconds. For the higher-level spirit beasts they controlled, there was no effect at all. Therefore, they had to leave as quickly as possible during this time. The devouring demon wolf kept licking the roasted miniature spirit beasts on the ground, mumbling, "So delicious." After regaining its strength, it led Lu Lin forward, and Lu Lin, without resting for a moment, shouted to Meng Yu, "Let your spirit beast build an ice wall to block those miniature spirit beasts." Meng Yu gritted his teeth. Although he was very unhappy, he still built an ice wall in front, successfully blocking the attacks of the miniature spirit beasts. Only then did they feel they had escaped danger. Long Mengting shook herself, and a thick layer of ash immediately settled on her. However, that layer of ash was made up of countless miniature spirit beast corpses, showing how exaggerated the density of those spirit beasts was. Lu Qinxuan slowly walked up to Lu Lin and softly said, "Thanks to your reminder just now, I might have ended up like him." She glanced at Meng Yu. As the person who had resisted those miniature spirit beasts the longest, his face was now covered in red blisters, looking horrifying. Even his spirit beast appeared somewhat swollen, completely losing its previous elegant divine deer appearance. Before Lu Lin could say anything, Long Mingting rushed over, grabbing Lu Lin's arm and shaking it, truly like a little girl. "I was very close to that wall while scouting for information. Why did you only remind her and not me? Are you kidding? I couldn't see a thing. I just heard with my ears that something was off with that wall, so I reminded all of you." The conversation among the three made Meng Yu's face twitch furiously, and he finally shouted, "Enough! Stop talking." He stood up, glanced at everyone, and continued, "I misjudged earlier, and I apologize to everyone. I assure you I won't make such a mistake again." After saying this, he felt very sincere and wanted to give orders. Lu Lin had already realized that this guy was an idiot, ignoring him and letting the devouring demon wolf lead him up the stairs in front. "What are you doing? Don't you know this is a ruin? It's very dangerous." Even Long Mengting said to Lu Lin, "Yeah, come back quickly. It's safer if we stick together." But Lu Lin never looked back, proceeding alone to the second floor. The space on the second floor was obviously much smaller than the first. Ancient armor and weapons were scattered everywhere, but due to time, these things were rusty, as if they would shatter into pieces at the slightest touch. Noticing that all these items had yellow talismans attached, he realized something but did not take any action, continuing to walk forward. At this moment, the 4 college students also caught up, and Meng Yu shouted, "You lunatic! The ancient ruins are filled with traps, and there's a large number of ancient spirit beast souls in a dormant state. If you disturb them, not only will you die, but you'll also drag us down with you." When Lu Lin still ignored him, he gritted his teeth. Why did the officials send such a cripple to hinder us? What use is he? My boss is very strong. Strong? I've heard you say that all the way. If he's so strong, why don't you go with him and die together? Upon hearing this, Long Mingting immediately ran towards Lu Lin. This scene further enraged Meng Yu. In his eyes, someone who had never attended Beastmaster University was ignorant and reckless. Someone like Lu Lin was the epitome of ignorance and recklessness. Without any exploration or testing, just barging in, wasn't that asking for death? Just as Long Mingting reached Lu Lin, a sound like bells rapidly swinging came from the ceiling, and Lu Lin stopped in his tracks. "Boss, what's wrong?" "Nothing, just accidentally stepped on a trap." Lu Lin then lifted his foot and noticed a brick that was distinctly different in color from the surrounding ones. "You stepped on such an obvious trap?" As soon as the words fell, a loud noise suddenly came from the ceiling, and all the armor in the room began to shake violently. "It's over. We're doomed." Lu Lin actually triggered the trap. "We're all doomed because of him." They knew that their spirit beasts were all LV1, with very limited stamina. Without knowing how many levels this ruin had, they should avoid engaging unless absolutely necessary. But Lu Lin, without a word, had triggered the trap. He turned to Lu Qinshuan and Su Rongfei. Don't go help them. Let them pay the price for their stupidity. After hearing this, Lu Qinshuan fell into hesitation but still released her spirit beast, moving closer to Lu Lin. Meng Yu was angry, and Su Rongfei looked even more furious. Isn't it just being a bit handsome? Look at how those two girls are infatuated with him. When they are about to die, they'll know how foolish they are. The benefits gained afterward can be split between us two, saving us from competing with them. As the two spoke, all the armor stood up and drew weapons stored nearby. The traces of time disappearing in an instant. Only the suffocating hostility remained. The two girls were startled and quickly summoned their spirit beasts to deal with them. But Lu Lin merely said calmly, "You two should have your spirit beast step aside to avoid being accidentally harmed by mine." Huh? What did you say? Before they could react, the devouring demon wolf split into 5 and quickly charged towards the group of armor, not attacking, but directly initiating its devouring upon contact. As the 5 armors quickly fell, a system prompt echoed in Lu Lin's mind. Detected that the host is about to endure. It can actually be devoured directly. Moreover, by devouring just 5 of these ancient spiritual beast souls, the level of the devouring magic wolf can be raised by 1. There are a large number of these armors controlled by ancient spiritual beasts on site. This is a jackpot. This time it's really a windfall. Chapter 39. Fragment of the Heavenly Stage Technique after casually transferring the cost of this upgrade to Wang Kuan. He was surprised to find that the level of the devouring demon wolf, which had been suppressed, had actually loosened and risen to LV2. Could it be that this ancient relic only suppressed the devouring demon wolf's level to LV1 upon entry, rather than keeping it at LV1 indefinitely? So as long as the devouring demon wolf's level increases, its level in this relic would also rise. Thinking of this, Lu Lin immediately became excited. And then the others witnessed a shocking scene. Lu Lin's devouring demon wolf, along with 4 shadowy figures, was battling against a large group of armor that was surrounding them. Those seemingly powerful armors appeared weak in front of the devouring demon wolf. With just 1 strike, they could be shattered into pieces. Meng Yu widened his eyes. He knew that these armors could stand because they concealed the souls of ancient spirit beasts within, making them quite difficult to deal with. The only way to defeat them was to shatter the souls inside. But why was Lu Lin handling it so easily? Then, he focused on one of the isolated armors and pointed at it, saying to his spirit beast, "Go up and kill it." The divine deer accepted the command, stomped its hooves on the ground, and then approached the armor without any hesitation, jabbing its icy antlers at the armor. Although an S-rank spirit beast may not be as bizarrely powerful as a forbidden spirit beast, it was still the top tier among regular spirit beasts. At this level, even if its level was suppressed to LV1, its attributes could be unleashed in an instant. Once again, a familiar dazzling white light appeared, and the armor was instantly frozen solid. Then, the divine deer gently tapped the massive block of ice in front of it. In an instant, the armor was covered with cracks and shattered into pieces. A look of disdain spread across Meng Yu's face. "I told you he was handling it so easily. It turns out this thing is so weak, huh?" However, as he laughed, he suddenly couldn't smile anymore because the shattered armors on the ground inexplicably restored themselves and launched another attack on his divine deer. Seeing this, he turned to Su Rongfei beside him and said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help." Hearing Meng Yu, Su Rongfei reluctantly joined the battle. The two struggled for a long time, and their spirit beasts were exhausted and panting, yet they could not completely defeat the armors. They were already numb. In this ancient relic, their spiritual power was suppressed, and they could not participate in the fight. If their spirit beasts ran out of energy, they would be doomed. At that moment, a shadow of the devouring demon wolf came over and effortlessly dealt with the set of armor, then ran off in another direction without even looking at them. Upon witnessing this scene, both of them twitched their faces and looked over at Lu Lin. Over there, the fallen and shattered armors were already countless, and Lu Lin was still fighting fiercely, with Long Mengting and Lu Qinshuan cheering for him enthusiastically. What was going on with that guy's spirit beast? This ability to release illusions and fight in coordination was clearly stated in textbooks as being extremely taxing on the spirit beast stamina. Why was it becoming more and more powerful in battle? Forbidden spirit beasts were all extraordinary existences. This was normal. Just because he looked strong in front of others didn't mean he wouldn't cry when facing the consequences behind the scenes. After Lu Lin quickly dealt with the last set of armor, the level of the devouring demon wolf had risen to LV-28, and its strength had reached LV-3. Although it had only increased by 2 levels, the boost in attributes was significant. Now, even if Meng Yu and Su Rongfei teamed up against him, he could instantly show them what true power was. After patting the devouring demon wolf and rewarding it with 5 beast food pills, Lu Lin looked at the stairs leading to the next level and was about to ascend when a white-haired old man suddenly appeared in front of him. "Well done, young men. You were able to recognize that my spirit beasts are invincible and knew to use everything here to set up a formation to trap them. This first test is all about wisdom, and you have passed." With one sentence, the 5 people present felt their heads smoke. Formation? A formation? And those armors were invincible? Not to mention whether the armors were indeed invincible, but that formation had been lost for 99% of it, let alone using the junk from this level to set up a formation. Even if they were given plenty of good materials plus a detailed diagram of the formation, they still wouldn't be able to set one up. Before they could react, the old man extended a hand and uttered a single word. "Good." Then, a piece of jade and 2 ceramic jars appeared on the ground. Upon seeing these items, Meng Yu's eyes lit up, thinking that Lu Lin was blind and couldn't see them, rushing over to pick them up. But the next second, Lu Lin had already grabbed all the items. "Lu Lin, these items belong to the whole team. The distribution should be discussed." Lu Lin admired his audacity and said, "Please raise your hand if you agree that I should take all the items." Long Mengting and Lu Qinshuan immediately raised their hands. And then Lu Lin turned to Meng Yu and asked, "How many people are raising their hands here?" Meng Yu, infuriated, walked over to Su Rongfei's side and whispered to his companion, "Don't worry. Even if he is strong, he can't possibly single-handedly conquer the entire ancient relic. When he encounters trouble he can't solve, we'll force him to hand over all the items." Su Rongfei nodded, but his gaze shifted to the alluring Lu Qinshuan. Compared to the other 2 top beast-taming universities, the Talent Beast Taming Academy was more focused on the humanities. So, it was famous for having many beautiful women. And it seemed to be true. Seeing such a stunning beauty run over to Lu Lin, he felt his teeth itch with anger. He originally thought that something might happen between the 2 of them in this ancient relic, but it turned out to be this situation. No, he had to find an opportunity to do something. Looking at the items in his hand, Lu Lin revealed a puzzled expression. "What are these?" The jade is a jade slip, used by ancient beast tamers to record information. If you probe your spiritual power into it, you can sense what is recorded inside. It should be something like a legacy. You need to replicate a copy for the authorities after you go out. The 2 ceramic jars probably contain elixirs. Since the ancient alchemy level was poor, the elixirs would be large, and the containers for them would also be big. Lu Lin glanced at the 2 ceramic jars. Sure enough, they contained several large pills, about the size of black dates, which were well preserved and seemed still usable. Lu Lin quietly stored these items and probed his spiritual power into the so-called jade slip. The next second, a system prompt rang in his mind. Detected that the host has obtained a fragment of the heavenly stage technique, Yin Yang True God Decision. You could spend 30 million pain points to complete the entire volume. Chapter 40, Is This Ruin Your Families? Lu Lin repeatedly confirmed the amount of pain value needed to repair this fragment, and after confirming that he wasn't mistaken, he almost exclaimed in disbelief. 30 million? What a joke. How many Director Wangs would need to be tortured to gather this 30 million pain value? The old man had already disappeared, clearing the way to the 3rd floor. Without hesitation, Lu Lin went up immediately. As soon as he reached the 3rd floor, Lu Lin saw 5 large doors on either side, and in the distance in front of him, there was a very retro-looking mechanical beast blocking the way to the 4th floor. Lu Lin walked forward in silence, and suddenly, the doors opened, revealing a small mechanical beast inside each one. Aside from their smaller size, All other details were identical to that large mechanical beast. Seeing this scene, Lu Qinshuan shouted loudly, "Don't keep moving forward. The mechanical beast ahead is very powerful. To defeat it, we need to enter those 5 doors at the same time and attack the same part of the mechanical beast together. This is a test of our cooperation." However, Lu Lin seemed to have not heard and continued walking forward. In the next moment, the mechanical beast that had been crawling suddenly had its eyes light up. With the noise of gears turning, the mechanical beast immediately stood up, towering over 7 stories high. Lu Lin, in front of it, looked as small as an ant. Seeing this, Meng Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha, I told you, those who haven't been to college, no matter what problem arises, just want to solve it with brute force, right? Just a primitive man. Without our help, let's see how you get past this level." Su Rongfei also had a cold smile on his face. "If you don't share what you just obtained with us, don't expect us to help you at this level." Long Mengting and Lu Qinshuan hurriedly waved to Lu Lin, wanting him to come back and telling him that the thing ahead was really dangerous. But Lu Lin showed a relaxed smile. Then, the devouring demon wolf suddenly split into 5 and rushed into the 5 rooms, simultaneously attacking the left leg joint of the mechanical beast inside. The mechanical beast in front of Lu Lin had just taken a step toward him when its left leg joint suddenly exploded, causing it to crash down to the ground. Lu Lin seemed to be unaware of the giant mechanical beast falling in front of him and continued walking forward. But the mechanical beast had already raised its massive claw and slammed it down toward Lu Lin. At that moment, the devouring demon wolves in the 5 rooms simultaneously unleashed their hellfire breath, which could burn everything. In an instant, black flames appeared on the large mechanical beast beside Lu Lin. The flames savagely consumed everything, while the devouring demon wolves' attacks never ceased. Arms, waist, neck. This level tested cooperation, but with 5 individuals each having their own minds, could they cooperate better than the devouring demon wolf splitting into 5? In a short time, that giant mechanical beast, which appeared to be huge and intimidating, collapsed into rubble. By this time, Lu Lin had successfully reached the end of this space and looked toward the stairs leading to the 4th floor. The devouring demon wolf also returned to Lu Lin's side. The 4 people behind him were all astonished, their mouths wide enough to fit a light bulb. The old man had appeared before them once again. "Well done, young people. You are indeed the descendants of my Huaxia. In times of crisis, you always manage to unite as one. Your unity has moved this old man. So this thing is just a recording, right? What cooperation do we have? It's all Lu Lin showing off alone." Meng Yu complained madly, but the old man naturally couldn't hear him. He directly placed 5 jade slips and 5 stacks of talisman paper on the ground. "These things, you 5 each get one." Without saying a word, Lu Lin collected all the items. Just as Meng Yu was about to speak, he was threatened back by a low growl from the devouring demon wolf, making him so angry he turned red. Then, he infused spiritual power into these jade slips one by one, and the system's prompt sound began to ring in his mind. Detected that the host has obtained the fragment of the celestial level technique, Yin-Yang True God Art. You can spend 25 million pain value to complete the entire volume. Detected that the host has obtained a fragment of the celestial level technique, Yin-Yang True God Art. You can spend 20 million pain value to complete the entire volume. In the end, only 5 million pain value was needed to repair the fragment, but he couldn't afford 5 million either. Looking at the talisman paper, Lu Lin's eyes finally lit up. These talismans contained the skills of a certain spirit beast, which could be used in conjunction with spiritual power at critical moments. The stronger the user, the stronger the release skills. In simple terms, as long as he had the talismans, Lu Lin wouldn't have to completely stand behind the devouring demon wolf to command it during battles. He could occasionally throw out a skill himself to assist the devouring demon wolf. The key point was that during the transmission of the Great Xia civilization, there had been an unknown accident that led to many transmissions being interrupted, with the most serious being formations, talismans, and weapon refining. So, these talismans were almost only available to him, allowing him to catch his enemies off guard and serve as trump cards. After obtaining these good items, he smiled and directly went up to the 4th floor. As soon as he reached this level, Lu Lin saw 5 spirit beasts identical to the 5 in their group, all staring at him with red eyes and their aura was clearly stronger than LV1. The four behind him all looked at Lu Lin upon seeing this. And Mengyu's smile had turned into a bitter smile. No matter how strong you are, due to the restrictions, the spirit beast levels can only be LV1, right? These phantoms can replicate spirit beast skills. Even if you can defeat the phantoms of our four spirit beasts, you can't defeat your own, can you? Lu Lin didn't say anything, but ordered the devouring demon wolf to charge forward. Just as the five spirit beast phantoms attacked the devouring demon wolf together, the devouring demon wolf ignored them and desperately ran to an inconspicuous statue, activating its devouring skill. As the sound of a new cost needing to be transferred echoed in Lu Lin's mind again, the five spirit beast phantoms vanished in an instant. Sure enough, the reason these five spirit beast phantoms could appear relied on the ancient spirit beast souls supporting them. As a spirit beast capable of devouring souls, the devouring demon wolf was naturally very sensitive to the position of the souls. As long as it devoured those ancient spirit beast souls, these five phantoms would crumble without needing to be attacked. The old man appeared once more. I didn't expect you to make it this far. Truly remarkable. Yes, we not only need to possess strong combat power, but we also need to have a deep understanding of our spirit beasts, clarifying their weaknesses and strengths to defeat even stronger enemies. Mengyu and Su Rongfei's faces were now completely black-lined. So this ancient ruin was just for Lu Lin, huh? After the old man vanished, a jade slip and a long sword made of countless coins strung together were left on the ground. After absorbing the jade slip and discovering that he still needed 1 million pain value to repair it, Lu Lin decisively ignored it and picked up the long sword to examine it. Seeing the long sword, Mengyu and Su Rongfei were drooling, having recognized what level of spirit tool it was. Su Rongfei's eyes turned, and he walked over to Lu Lin. Brother, I'm really sorry for the previous offenses. Can you sell me this coin sword? Chapter 41. A worthwhile deal. Lu Lin had actually heard the system's prompt in his mind as soon as he picked up the copper coin sword. Detected host contact with a sealed spirit level artifact. Do you want to spend 1,000 pain points to absorb the spirit? Note, this artifact is ancient. Once absorbed, it will become useless. Sealed spirit level artifact? Spirit? Lu Lin was puzzled. Although he had never heard of these two terms before, it didn't prevent him from feeling that they sounded impressive and sophisticated. Moreover, 1,000 pain points wasn't too expensive, just a bit more than a spirit-conserving pill. So he immediately began to attempt absorption. Congratulations, the host has successfully absorbed the spirit currently stored in the system space. Do you want to spend 1,000 pain points to transfer this spirit to any ordinary weapon? What the hell? It turns out it's not for myself, but to be stored away and can be transferred to other weapons? Isn't this a scam? Lu Lin was furiously complaining about his system, feeling he had wasted 1,000 pain points when he saw Su Rongfei approaching with a grin. Bro, I'm really sorry for any offense before. Can you sell me this copper coin sword? Lu Lin's impression of this guy was that he didn't talk much, but definitely had bad intentions, as evidenced by the strange looks he had given him and Lu Qinxuan. So it was clear he came to buy the copper coin sword because he recognized it as a sealed spirit-level artifact and knew its power. Thinking that he had already drawn out the spirit from this thing, and according to the system, it had now become useless, he spoke up. What is the use of this? You actually want to buy it? For you, it might not be useful, since it's just an antique, but for me, it's different. I'm a collector, and I specialize in collecting such items, so I want to buy it from you for my collection. You don't know what this thing is capable of? Are you afraid I want to sell it to you? And that is why you said this? How could that be? If you don't believe me, you can ask those two beauties. This thing really isn't useful. At this moment, Long Mingting also spoke up. Boss, don't sell it to him. Just keep it for yourself. Although weapons from such ruins have mostly lost their function due to age, some can still be useful. Yeah, Lu Lin, the value of this thing can't be estimated until it undergoes professional testing. You absolutely must not sell it to him. But Lu Lin weighed the copper coin sword in his hand. I estimate that this thing isn't anything good. As the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't take what others love. Since he likes it, just sell it to him. Su Rongfei was overjoyed and reached out to take the copper coin sword from Lu Lin's hand, but Lu Lin quickly pulled it back. Let us discuss the price first. All right, how about 10 million? Wow, Lu Lin exclaimed, not expecting a student from a top university to open with 10 million. 10 million? I could earn that by doing a few tasks. If you're going to price it like that, I want to sell it. Don't rush. I'll offer 10 low-grade crystal stones. Low-grade crystal stones, which only appear in sea level and above developed beast domains, can be used to absorb the spiritual power within during cultivation and are the main currency for high-end beast tamers transactions. Lu Lin had always been quite interested in these, but since he had just become a 2-star beast tamer, he hadn't had time to acquire any. Hearing that this guy had some, he immediately asked, "Do you have those 10 on you?" Yes, I do." As soon as Su Rongfei finished speaking, he immediately took out 10 crystal stones the size of quail eggs from his mental space and placed them in front of Lu Lin. Lu Lin picked one up to examine it. After confirming it was genuine, he first brightened up but then quickly shook his head. 10 pieces. It still feels a bit too few. I also have pills, a bottle of 6th grade Huiyang pill exchanged with credits at the university. Seeing Lu Lin still uninterested, Su Rongfei gritted his teeth and took out a small bottle with the official seal of the Great Xia Kingdom on it. This is a pill my father gave me for cultivation, a 4th grade Qingyang pill. I have 2 left which are excellent for breakthroughs. I can give you those. This is my final offer. 4th grade pills? Wow. Currently, the highest grade of pills he could exchange for in the system was only 5th grade. And even 5th grade pills cost a terrifying 20,000 pain points. So how much would a 4th grade pill be worth? 50,000 or 100,000? If it's 100,000 pain points, then he could exchange for 100 spirit-conserving pills. That's a terrifying amount. And Su Rongfei was actually willing to use 2 to trade for this useless sword. So Lu Lin naturally wouldn't refuse. After confirming the pills weren't fake, he accepted everything and tossed the copper coin sword to Su Rongfei, saying, "You really are a big collector. For such a worthless antique, you're willing to pay such a high price." Unexpectedly, as soon as Su Rongfei received the copper coin sword, his expression changed. A sinister smile appeared on his face, and he burst out laughing. "Ha, big collector. Why are you laughing? I'm laughing at those 2 foolish women, and you, a brainless fool, can't even recognize such a treasure." Long Mengting and Lu Qinshuan looked confused, while Lu Lin had already walked towards the next level. Watching Lu Lin's back, Su Rongfei laughed again, pointing to a special rune on the sword's body. With this rune, it indicates that this sword has birthed a spirit. Do you know what a spirit is? It's a powerful life form that can release its own spiritual power. It can assist spirit beasts in battle. Only the Great Xia has such things in the world. And within the entire Great Xia, the number of people who possess them can be counted on one hand. Every weapon containing a spirit is a national treasure. Ha. Upon hearing this, Long Mengting and Lu Qinshuan turned pale, regretting not having strongly advised Lu Lin against it, while Lu Lin pretended not to hear and continued walking forward in silence. Su Rongfei pointed the copper coin sword at Lu Lin. Did I let you go? Seeing Lu Lin still not turning back, he simply bit his teeth and let his blood drip onto the copper coin sword. Just wait. I'll let you see how powerful a spirit is. Soon, I'll deal with you, and then those 2 women will all be mine. Ha. Long Mengting and Lu Qinshuan frowned. What do you mean? You'll find out soon. As Su Rongfei dripped blood onto the copper coin sword, his smile became increasingly brazen and morbid, while Long Mengting and Lu Qinshuan had returned to follow Lu Lin closely, constantly watching him with vigilance. Mengyu was also excited. "Hurry, let me see what the legendary spirit looks like." Then, under their eager gaze, nothing happened. Chapter 42. The second forbidden spirit beast appears. Su Rongfei's face showed confusion. Had too much time passed, and the tool spirit fallen asleep? His brows furrowed, and then he suddenly slashed at the wall with his sword. In the next second, the coins on the copper coin sword fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Seeing this scene, the whole world seemed to quiet down. Long Mengting and Lu Qinshuan were stunned for a moment, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. Where is that tool spirit? Who knows? Maybe the tool spirit looks down on him and has already run away? Long Mingting couldn't help but laugh alone and pulled Lu Lin along. Boss, look quickly. That suffocated expression on his face is completely red. Lu Lin turned his face, wearing sunglasses, and revealed an awkward yet polite smile. Sorry, boss. I forgot you can't see. Even Ming, you solemnly patted this person's shoulder. It's just a miscalculation. After all, your dad's level can easily get a few pills. It's no big deal. Damn, I gave him 2 4th-grade pills. Those are 4th-grade pills. You say it's no big deal? I've long been unhappy with you. Then the two began to fight. Lu Lin ignored them, as if everything was under control, and quietly started the speed run of the ancient ruins. To clear the 5th level, 5 spirit beasts needed to be placed in a strange room and then endure exceptionally cruel torture. Lu Lin's approach was quite simple. He just tore down those 5 rooms. And then the old man appeared. Very good. A truly qualified beast master would never let their spirit beasts suffer alone. Then he gave him 2 jade slips and half a bottle of what looked like very thick liquid. According to Lu Qinshuan, after taking this liquid, it could moisturize the internal spiritual power, making the spiritual power in the Dantian smoother, allowing for better use of spirit beast skills after reaching 3 stars. Upon reaching the 6th level, 10 training dummies used by ancient warriors appeared. All 5 spirit beasts needed to be stored in one room, and then, relying solely on the beast master's physical skills, the 10 training dummies had to be dealt with. Lu Lin's method was to let the devouring demon wolf release 4 demon shadows, store the shadows in that room, then withdraw the shadows and release 1 more, storing it in a last room. As the mechanism was triggered, the dummies began to move. If the beast master relied solely on their suppressed spiritual power to fight, they would surely be crushed, but with the devouring demon wolf, it was different. It easily absorbed the ancient spirit beast souls within them and cleared this level. The old man appeared again. Haha, it seems that the martial arts skills of the descendants of the great Xia have not been wasted in the slightest. I'm truly satisfied with you all. If this old man could live to the present, he would definitely be infuriated. Ancient medical skills and martial arts have not been lost, but no one is willing to learn them. After picking up the 2 jade slips on the ground and examining them, a system notification sounded in his mind. Detected that the host has obtained the heavenly grade skill Yin Yang True God Formula Fragment. Can spend 1 million pain points to complete the entire volume. Detected that the host has obtained the 3rd grade pill recipe for the All Things Creation pill. System shop opens for this pill exchange. Lu Lin was taken aback. 3rd grade pills. He immediately looked at the price needed for the exchange. What the hell? 500,000 pain points. Are you kidding me? After confirming that this was a sky-high pill he could never afford, Lu Lin immediately stepped onto the 7th level. To his surprise, as soon as he arrived at the 7th level, he saw a scene of devastation, with the old man appearing at the forefront. Indeed, for beast masters, the most critical possession is strength. Your strength has already met the standard. Then, at the end of this space, 3 jade slips appeared, along with 2 very ancient-looking small wooden boxes. Could it be that he cleared the level too quickly and disrupted the operational logic of these ancient ruins? Lu Lin was puzzled, but still walked towards the rewards for clearing this level. Behind him, the 4 college students who had just arrived were no longer surprised. Although speedrunning through one of the levels in a second seemed hard to believe, after all, it was Lu Lin, so it was normal. Just as Lu Lin was about to pick up the items on the ground, the fur of the devouring demon wolf suddenly stood on end, and then it looked towards a spot not far away, letting out a low growl. Upon hearing this, Lu Lin also tensed up and looked in that direction. Before his gaze could fully focus on that area, a cloud of black smoke appeared before him. There were no fluctuations of spiritual power, no sounds, no signs, and the speed was astonishing. The devouring demon wolf didn't even have time to block in front of Lu Lin, and Lu Lin was slapped away, crashing hard to the ground. This speed was comparable to that of an LV-5 S-Class Wind attribute spirit beast. It was hard to imagine such a presence appearing in this ancient ruins, which was forcibly suppressed at LV-1. He struggled to stand up and saw a deep claw mark on his chest. Then he looked forward, and in the center of the black smoke, a sound of moaning was continuously emitted. Forbidden spirit beast. His excitement instantly suppressed the pain in his body. After taking a 7th-grade healing pill, he stood up, but that cloud of black smoke rushed toward him again. The devouring demon wolf dared not hesitate for a moment. Predicting the position of the black smoke, it suddenly dashed forward, successfully pinning the forbidden spirit beast to the ground, ready to bite down. But the other party had already struggled to leave several claw marks on its face and took the chance to break free from its control. Lu Lin slowly took out his dagger, took a deep breath, and said to the devouring demon wolf, "This guy's movements are too agile, but its attack power is average. I'll create a flaw for it to attack, and you take the opportunity to exchange injuries." The devouring demon wolf immediately recalled its first battle with Lu Lin and understood, starting to chase the forbidden spirit beast. Although the devouring demon wolf's speed was far inferior to that of the forbidden spirit beast, it still managed to drive it toward Lu Lin. Seeing this human with his back turned, seemingly unaware of its presence, the forbidden spirit beast leaped onto Lu Lin's back and bit towards Lu Lin's neck. Lu Lin timed it perfectly, suddenly turned around and pinned it to the ground, calling for the devouring demon wolf. The shadow skill activated in an instant, surrounding the forbidden spirit beast, followed by a frenzied output. Roar! The roar echoed from the forbidden spirit beast, and just when Lu Lin thought he would succeed, a golden light suddenly flashed through the black mist. And then this forbidden spirit beast disappeared into thin air. Both Lu Lin and the devouring demon wolf were cautiously observing their surroundings, but the next second, the area under the devouring demon wolf began to flicker with golden light. Just as the devouring demon wolf lowered its head, it suddenly felt a chill come from behind. Chapter 43. The Contract of Success. Just as the devouring demon wolf sensed something was wrong, Lu Lin's pupils suddenly contracted. Realizing that the forbidden spirit beast might appear above the devouring demon wolf to launch a surprise attack. At that moment, a white figure suddenly appeared. With just one strike, it kicked the forbidden spirit beast out of the black smoke. Lu Lin let out a sigh of relief and spoke, "Thanks." The leader didn't need to say much. "Let's work together to defeat this forbidden spirit beast." At this moment, Lu Qinshuan also released her spirit beast, which was a peculiar creature resembling an inverted triangle. It hopped over to Lu Lin and the devouring demon wolf, ready to join the fight. Lu Lin waved his hand. "No need, I can handle it alone." After saying this, he couldn't help but think of something. From the recent encounter with the forbidden spirit beast, Lu Lin had basically confirmed that it had definitely evolved once, but its level was suppressed at LV1. Otherwise, with the level advantage, the devouring demon wolf would have subdued it long ago. Moreover, this spirit beast was simply too fast. Its attack power was nothing special, just typical for an S-rank spirit beast, but he was unsure about its defense. He squinted his eyes, recalling a common flaw that such fast spirit beasts tend to have, and then he issued a command to the devouring demon wolf. "Keep your distance. When it tries to attack you, prepare to unleash the demon god's breath with full power. When it rushes in front of you, release it fiercely." The devouring demon wolf nodded in understanding. When it looked back at the forbidden spirit beast, it decided not to take the initiative to attack anymore. Instead, it retracted all its magic shadows to conserve energy and began to provoke it. The next second, the forbidden spirit beast, wrapped in rolling black smoke, charged towards the devouring demon wolf. Although it had already fought this creature, the devouring demon wolf was still deeply shocked by its speed. Despite being only LV1, it was incredibly fast. This kind of talent was the top tier in its world. However, this time it did not dodge or evade the attack. The power of the demon god's breath was building up in its chest, and then it erupted. The charged demon god's breath consumed all its stamina in one go, causing it to collapse to the ground, while the black smoke instantly ignited into a blazing fire. The forbidden spirit beast leaped and flailed within it, eventually collapsing helplessly on the ground. Lu Lin approached, enduring the high temperature to take out a yellow talisman, infusing it with spiritual energy and muttering a few words. The talisman immediately began to burn, and then Lu Lin fiercely threw it at the forbidden spirit beast. As the talisman gradually burned away, the struggling forbidden spirit beast slowly fell silent, only emitting threatening whimpers from the black smoke. Without wasting time, Lu Lin thrust a dagger beside it, then placed a healing pill and 10 beast food pellets on the other side, speaking to it, either become my contracted spirit beast, or die. Choose one. The forbidden spirit beast immediately cried out louder, as if demanding Lu Lin to kill it, while occasionally glancing at the beast food pellets, drooling. Still a tough nut to crack. Boss, what do you want to do? Can't you tell? I want to contract it. Contracting 2 forbidden spirit beasts at the same time? Yes. The 4 college students widened their eyes in disbelief at Lu Lin's actions, especially Su Rongfei, whose eyes were fixated on Lu Lin's backpack. He knew that the backpack contained not only a large number of treasures obtained from the ancient ruins, but also 2 4th-grade pills. If Lu Lin were to contract a new forbidden spirit beast, he would undoubtedly face a severe cost again, and his spirit beast had already exhausted its stamina. This would be the best opportunity to snatch back the pills. Standing before the forbidden spirit beast, Lu Lin noticed Su Rongfei's malicious gaze, but chose not to confront him. Instead, he called the devouring demon wolf over to his side and began feeding it the beast food pellets one after another. At first, the forbidden spirit beast remained unmoved. But as time passed, Long Mengting and Lu Qinshuan's spirit beasts could no longer resist the temptation and gathered around Lu Lin, begging for food. Lu Lin was generous, holding a beast food pellet and saying to them, "Sit." Su Qinrou's white ferret was the fastest and immediately sat down, successfully obtaining a beast food pellet. Then shake hands. This time, it was Lu Qinshuan's spirit beast that was the quickest. The devouring demon wolf remained indifferent. On one hand, as the Wolf King, it didn't want to compete with these 2 lower species for food. On the other hand, it had been eating daily and had become somewhat immune to the temptation. But just then, Lu Lin seemed to trip over nothing. At that moment, all the spirit beasts' eyes lit up, and they rushed over to snatch the beast food pellets from the ground. The forbidden spirit beast's eyes widened in the black smoke, nearly drooling as it saw the pellets dwindling. Ignoring its injuries, it dashed forward. Meow meow. It devoured the food with astonishing speed, leaving the other spirit beasts dumbfounded. Lu Lin stepped forward and, once he found the spot on its neck, pressed down firmly. It was fluffy and felt quite nice. Either become my spirit beast and be treated as food, or die here. Choose one. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his contract black card and aimed it at the forbidden spirit beast. In an instant, the forbidden spirit beast was caught in a difficult decision. Feeling Lu Lin's powerful mental energy and glancing at the devouring demon wolf, such a powerful race was willing to be this human's pet? It furrowed its brow, contemplating the cost it bore. If it allowed this human to contract it and then consumed enough of its pills, once the cost tortured him to death, wouldn't it be free? Thinking of this, it curled its lips into a wicked smile and immediately laid down on the ground. Watching the forbidden spirit beast, the devouring demon wolf couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. It was so similar to its former self. Lu Lin did not hesitate. He took out his contract black card, immediately infused it with mental energy, and connected with the forbidden spirit beast before him. As the black smoke surrounding the forbidden spirit beast slowly dissipated, a system prompt echoed in Lu Lin's mind. Congratulations to the host for contracting the 2nd forbidden spirit beast. Spirit beast introduction. Apocalypse Mad Orange. In the apocalyptic world, regarded as a deity by survivors, known as the Orange God, a powerful existence. Growth level, LV41. Attributes, Seen and Yang. Type, Cat. Skills, Orange Flash, Frenzy Claw, Ethereal Step. Stealth. Upon seeing this growth level, Lu Lin's eyes nearly popped out. LV41? And it already had 4 skills. Wow, this guarantees the first place in the student competition. He was so excited that he began to tremble. A LV41 Forbidden Spirit Beast. He couldn't even imagine how powerful it would be. However, his trembling was misinterpreted by Su Rongfei as the cost taking effect. He suddenly commanded the spirit beasts beside him, "Go kill him." Chapter 44. Completing the cultivation method. The 9th layer unlocked. Seeing Lu Lin seemingly suffering from the cost, lying on the ground in pain at this moment, Su Rongfei's mind was filled with a single thought: kill Lu Lin. As long as he could kill Lu Lin, not only could he retrieve his own belongings, But he could even obtain what Lu Lin had acquired. This thrilling and tense feeling made his pupils tremble, and he found it hard to breathe. Although he was a college student, he had killed people before, many people, all during his training in the beast domain, because he controlled an S-rank spirit beast. His powerful combat ability made him feel an incessant voice telling him whenever he saw someone else get good things. Kill that person, and all their things will be yours. At first, he might have been a bit scared, but as he killed more people, he began to enjoy this feeling. Now, he was left only with excitement for this sensation. Coincidentally, the spirit beast he controlled was one that was incredibly fast and had a fierce attack, suitable for ambush. As he saw his spirit beast getting closer to Lu Lin, his heartbeat quickened. Attack! Use the long leaf wind blade. This command for the spirit beast was shouted out loud due to his overwhelming excitement, shocking everyone present. Even Meng Yu turned his head in astonishment, thinking, is this guy crazy? Lu Lin is a big shot hidden in Tianjing City, a person of director Su Chongling. If you kill him, not only you, but even your father will be in trouble. However, the distance between Lu Lin and the spirit beast was now too close for any reaction. Just when everyone thought Lu Lin would perish in the next second, a crisp sound echoed in everyone's mind. Then they looked at Lu Lin in terror and saw that he was covered by a semi-transparent golden protective shield, with a burning yellow talisman pinched between his fingers. At the same time, an exceptionally sinister and terrifying smile appeared on his face. Haven't you heard that the other senses of a blind person are very strong? As soon as the words fell, Su Rongfei felt an overwhelming pressure coming at him, and in the next moment, he was sent flying, crashing back to the ground with Lu Lin's hand tightly gripping his neck, slamming him down hard. A large pit appeared on the ground, and his spirit beast charged towards Lu Lin, but Lu Lin merely turned his head sharply, and the devouring demon wolf and apocalypse crazy tangerine, using the last of their strength, held off the spirit beast. Lu Lin's anger was also completely ignited at that moment. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Then, his punching speed increased rapidly until Meng Yu could no longer bear to watch. Stop hitting him. Stop hitting him. His father is a person from the provincial bureau. If you keep hitting him, you won't gain anything good from it. Are you saying his father is a 6-star beast master? In the entire province, 5-star beast masters are few and far between. How could his father possibly be a 6-star beast master? So he has a 5-star? His father is an ordinary person. Then you can shut your mouth. After Lu Lin finished speaking, he continued to rain down punches, hitting with a ferocity that was something else. Until he had beaten this guy to the brink of death, he finally slowed down and, after shaking the blood off his hands, said lightly, "Kid, make sure you don't get caught alone where I can see you again, or I will definitely kill you." Su Rongfei was so scared he wet himself. His head swollen like a pig's, bloodied and disfigured, shaking uncontrollably as he tried to stand up, only to find he couldn't get up no matter what. Seeing this guy end up like this, Meng Yu swallowed hard, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Thank goodness he and T fought this guy at the beginning. Thank goodness he had only been talking big without any substantial action. Thank goodness. Lu Lin no longer paid attention to them and looked again at the apocalypse crazy tangerine. The black smoke surrounding it had completely dissipated. When he saw the image of this forbidden spirit beast, he was stunned. A cat that was absurdly overweight, wearing a broken pair of black sunglasses and a large gold chain, even after eating beast food pellets and healing elixirs, was now busily finding some powder to sniff. Why are you looking at me like that? Although I smoke, drink, and sniff catmint, I'm still a good kitty. Lu Lin was dumbfounded, while Long Mengting and Lu Qinshuan both smiled. They quickly walked over to the apocalypse crazy tangerine and started to pet it madly. So cute. Yes, it's worthy of being a forbidden spirit beast. In response to their touches, the apocalypse crazy tangerine was incredibly double standard. It lay on Lu Qinshuan's lap, rubbing its head against a soft spot, then looked at Long Mengting and immediately started to huff. Roar, roar, roar. Long Mengting touched her chest, realizing she didn't even have 2 ounces of meat, and looked up at the apocalypse crazy tangerine. Why is even a cat bullying me? Lu Lin sighed helplessly, realizing that his 2 spirit beasts were one that resembled a husky and one that was just an incredibly fat orange cat. When he took them out, Those who knew would say he was a powerful forbidden spirit beast contract holder, while those who didn't would think he was just walking his pets. Upon reaching the 8th layer, it was another empty space, with a jade slip placed at the front. As soon as he stepped here, the old man's phantom appeared. To obtain my inheritance, reaching here is still far from enough. You all need to possess an incredibly exceptional comprehension. The inheritance I previously gave you, combined with this one, is already 90 of the cultivation method. If any of you can complete this last fragment of the cultivation method through comprehension, that person will be my ultimate successor and will receive all my inheritance. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Lu Lin with blank expressions but simultaneously shook their heads. Although Lu Lin performed exceptionally in all aspects and had now contracted a forbidden spirit beast, becoming even more powerful, ultimately, he was only strong in terms of strength. Having never attended a day of college, let alone studied ancient cultivation methods, what good would it do to have 90 of the method? Even if it were 90 of 90, with only the last line left for you to complete, it would be impossible for you to do so. Just as Long Mengting was about to walk over to persuade Lu Lin to turn back, Lu Lin picked up the last jade slip, probing it with his spiritual power, and immediately heard the system's prompt in his mind. Detected a fragment of the heavenly level cultivation method, Yin Yang True God Decision. The host has basically gathered this set of methods and can spend 500 pain points to complete the full method. Would you like to spend? Yes. The next second, a complete cultivation method appeared in the system space, and Lu Lin directly began to record the information of that method onto the jade slip, finally placing it gently into a socket in front of him. The staircase leading to the 9th layer appeared just like that. Chapter 45. Not kneeling at this moment. Everyone's breath seemed to stop. Although they didn't know what level the technique was, it was undoubtedly a technique from many years ago from a previous era. Not to mention them. Even experts who had studied this field for a lifetime would find it impossible to complete it without the determination to cultivate to the point of obsession and long-term perseverance. However, the heavenly level techniques that have been passed down are precisely some fragmented scrolls. This is also why, up to now, aside from some hidden aristocratic families, the highest level techniques held by other major powers, including the official ones, are only at the earthly level. The reason they were shocked to the point of forgetting to breathe was not just because Lu Lin had repaired such a heavenly level technique fragment, but more so because if he had such abilities, didn't that mean he could repair a large number of heavenly level technique fragments hidden within the Great Xia territory? If that were the case, even if his lifespan were only 1 year left, the contributions he could make for Great Xia would far exceed their imagination. As the 9th layer of the staircase appeared, the old man's phantom spoke again. A prodigy of heaven. Simply a prodigy of heaven. I thought that no one could break through this final level. I didn't expect a genius like you to appear in later generations. Your comprehension is comparable to that of the old sages. May I ask what your name is? Lu Lin looked at the old man's phantom, thinking how long-winded he was, wanting him to give him the reward for this layer and let him go to the final layer. However, the old man looked at him again and asked, "I'm asking you, what is your name?" Lu Lin was confused, pointed at himself, and said, "Are you asking me? Who else could I be asking? Those 4 fools behind you?" Upon hearing this, the 4 university students were first filled with anger. They were the top talents selected from various cities across the country, having passed the college entrance examination and student competitions. Yet this old man called them fools. But soon they, like Lu Lin, were stunned. Wait a minute. Could it be that this old man who appeared this time was different from before, and was not just a phantom but had truly come? But how could that be possible? A human, no matter what means they used, could not live beyond 150 years. How long had this ancient ruin existed? According to the timeline of eras, it had existed for at least 3,000 years, right? Can a person live over 3,000 years? Seeing their expressions, the old man spoke again. Did your master not teach you that when meeting an elder, even if they are not of the same school or sect, you should still show the most basic etiquette? His voice carried a might that far exceeded that of a 5-star beast master, causing a term that the 4 university students had only heard in textbooks to pop into their minds. Golden Core Superpower. Such a powerful being had transcended the realm of ordinary humans, No, ordinary life forms. With just a small thought, they could erase a person from existence. Long Mingting trembled and looked up, but saw Lu Lin standing there motionless, and hurriedly whispered, "Lu Lin, you should kneel down quickly. What are you doing?" Lu Qinshuan also looked anxious and wanted to remind him, but was so scared that she forgot how to speak. Meng Yu and Su Rongfei, however, had faint smiles on their faces. Truly, the ignorant are fearless. They estimated that he didn't even know what level of existence that old man was. The old man was also looking at Lu Lin, his eyes revealing displeasure, and was about to say something when he saw Lu Lin bowing slightly to him. "I'm sorry. Our descendants of Great Xia have long been told not to kneel down over 100 years ago." With those words, the scene instantly fell silent. Especially Meng Yu and Su Rongfei. Although they had no good intentions and inherently looked down on Lu Lin, a reckless person who traded cost for strength, they were still men of Great Xia. They understood the weight of Lu Lin's words and realized how many heroes had exchanged their blood and lives for him to be able to stand here and say that. And they, on the other hand, were so frightened that they kneeled down without even thinking. Not only in terms of strength, intelligence, and comprehension, but even in terms of blood and spirit, they were too far behind Lu Lin. Then, Meng Yu was the first to stand up. Although he trembled in fear, his eyes were resolute. Imitating Lu Lin, he bowed to the old man, but was too scared to say anything. Seeing this, Su Rongfei, staring at his bruised face, also stood up, only to be scared and collapse back to the ground. After being pulled by Meng Yu several times, he finally managed to stand. Even Long Mingting and Lu Qinshuan tentatively stood up. After witnessing this, the old man was silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha! It seems the prophecy that Great Xia would face a great calamity, that the inheritance would be completely severed, and that the national fortune would be greatly threatened is entirely a bluff. Had I known this, why would I have set up this 9-layer inheritance tower?" Everyone fell silent because the prophecy was not wrong. Then the old man stroked his beard and spoke, "Even I now have only the last remnant of my soul left. The future still depends on you young people. All my inheritance is placed on the 9th layer. If you want it, go take it." After saying this, the old man disappeared again, leaving only an empty staircase. Without hesitation, Lu Lin stepped forward, and the devouring demon wolf and the apocalypse orange wanted to follow, but were blocked outside. It seemed that only he could ascend to the 9th layer. Sighing, he looked at the road ahead and stepped up to the top, where a nearly transparent jade slip floated in midair. Lu Lin took the jade slip, and after probing it with his spiritual power, the system's prompt sound immediately rang in his mind. Detected that the host has obtained the method to forge high-quality spiritual weapons. The system mall opens for high-quality spiritual weapon exchange. Detected that the host has obtained the complete collection of basic talismans. The system mall opens for talisman exchange. Detected that the host has obtained the technique for separating spiritual beast souls. After fully absorbing these inheritances, Lu Lin put the jade slip into his backpack and finally fixed his gaze on the row of statues in front of him. The middle statue was the old man he had met before, with a spiritual beast standing on each side, which should be the spiritual beast contracted by the old man. One looked like a white crane, and the other looked like an ox used for plowing. Lu Lin suddenly thought that if this old man could separate the souls of spiritual beasts and even preserve a remnant of his soul for thousands of years, could it be possible that the souls of his spiritual beasts were also contained within these two statues? Thinking of this, he glanced at the devouring demon wolf. The devouring demon wolf instantly understood, instinctively frowned, and still unable to open the third eye on its forehead, walked toward the two statues. As it placed its paw on one of them, a wisp of black smoke instantly entered the statue, and at the same time, a new system prompt sound echoed in Lu Lin's mind. Detected that the host. It really could. Chapter 46, the eve of the great competition. Lu Lin did not hesitate, and immediately had the devouring demon wolf absorb another spirit beast statue. After 2 absorptions, the growth level of the devouring demon wolf made unprecedented progress. LV30, LV31, LV32, all the way to LV35, awakening the 4th skill, Nightmare Claw. At this point, it did not stop. Ultimately, The growth level of the devouring demon wolf reached LV-37. How terrifying was that old man's strength? LV-37 was already a quite high level, comparable to the top beast tamers at the university, who, after a year of enrollment, only reached this level. Yet Lu Lin hadn't even participated in the student competition, and one of his spirit beasts had reached LV-37, while the other reached LV-41. This could no longer be described as terrifying. It was an unprecedented speed in Tianjing City, the entire Great Xia, and even the whole world. Just as he was marveling at how tough this guy Wang Kuan was for enduring such a cost without dying, the ground suddenly began to shake. Then, a brick covered in moss fell right in front of him. At this moment, both the devouring demon wolf and the apocalypse orange exploded with fur and rushed towards Lu Lin in panic. Run! This place is about to collapse. Lu Lin nodded and immediately jumped onto the back of the devouring demon wolf, speeding downward. As soon as he saw the 4 college students with clear eyes, he grabbed Long Mengting and Lu Qinshuan and pulled them up to escape together. At this time, the ceiling had already cracked, and brick after brick began to fall, causing Meng Yu to mount his spirit beast and start running for his life. Su Rongfei looked desperate, glancing at his spirit beast, only to find that his spirit beast was forced into conflict with Lu Lin's 2 forbidden spirit beasts because he had previously tried to ambush Lu Lin. Now, nearly out of stamina and covered in wounds, it couldn't carry him to escape. It's over. I'm really done for. But at that moment, a shadow of the devouring demon wolf suddenly appeared beside him, biting his neck and dragging him away. His already bruised face was smashed further, losing several teeth, and tears streamed from his eyes. It wasn't because of the pain, but because he was moved. He never expected Lu Lin would save him at such a time. Soon, they arrived at the entrance and began to contact the outside to open it, while the shadow of the devouring demon wolf brought Su Rongfei to Lu Lin. Lu Lin didn't even glance at him, but said lightly, "After you go out, you must prove that the pill was given to me by you. Otherwise, if others think I killed you to steal your pill, it'll be a hassle for me." Su Rongfei's blood and tears mixed on his face, and he nodded vigorously. After this experience, he was completely convinced by Lu Lin. As the door opened, Lu Lin stepped out into the fresh air and looked at Director, who's standing in front of him. Originally, he thought Director, who would be very impressed by their speed. But to his surprise, Director, who suddenly placed his hands on Lu Lin's shoulders and looked behind him. "Where are the others? Are you the only one who made it out alive?" Then, Long Mengting and Lu Qinshuan came out, followed by Meng Yu and Su Rongfei. Seeing them emerge, Director, who was overwhelmed with tears, "It's good that you got out. It's good that you got out. After you went in, we learned that this is a highly dangerous ancient ruin, completely unsuitable for people to enter. I thought you all had died inside." "What do you mean?" "The guy who built this ancient ruin was an old madman from ancient times, who took in a dozen apprentices and ended up refining them all to death. He had no choice but to build this ancient ruin. Among the 8 major checkpoints, if any one of them is failed, it's instant death." After hearing this, the 4 college students gasped in shock, staring at Lu Lin. They understood that relying solely on their own strength, they definitely couldn't pass all the checkpoints. Not to mention, just the last checkpoint with the restoration technique was incredibly difficult. Does that mean Lu Lin actually saved all their lives? However, Director, who completely did not notice their expressions and began to pull them toward the car. "It doesn't matter that you didn't gain any inheritance. Just being alive is enough to warrant your title as geniuses. Let's go eat." The group did not move, all eyes shifting to Lu Lin, who straightforwardly said, "We cleared the ancient ruin, and all inheritances have been obtained." As soon as those words fell, Director, who was stunned for several seconds before breaking into a smile. "Ha! Lu Lin, don't joke with me." Lu Lin didn't waste words, took out all the jade slips from his backpack, and placed them directly in Director Who's hands. "These things are useless to me now. You can take them all." Director Who trembled as he looked at the jade slips in his hands, finally turning his gaze to the others. "What about the inheritances you obtained?" Everyone lowered their heads, their faces flushed. It was Long Mengting who spoke first. "We didn't do anything inside. All the checkpoints were cleared by Lu Lin alone." Director, who initially thought he had misheard or that the others were unwilling to hand over their inheritances, and he explained for a long time that the officials only needed copies, not originals. But when all four college students unanimously stated that only Lu Lin had been busy clearing the checkpoints from start to finish, he gasped in shock. He never expected that this nearly impossible to succeed ruin was not only cleared, but that Lu Lin alone had succeeded. Looking at Lu Lin's side, he was even more shocked. Lu Lin had actually contracted another forbidden spirit beast, which had reached a growth level of LV40. And even the devouring demon wolf's level had reached LV37. You only stayed inside for a mere 15 days and managed to grow your spirit beast so much. How did you do it? Lu Lin was about to casually brush it off when he caught the key phrase and was instantly shocked. What did you say? We stayed inside for 15 days. Yeah, I was curious about what you ate and drank to survive in there, which is why I was eager to take you to eat. Now the 5-member team of Ancient Ruins was collectively shocked. Lu Lin blinked and asked, "Does that mean the student competition is in 3 days?" Yes. Chapter 47. Medical Skills in Ancient Ruins. Upon learning the time, the first person that came to Lu Lin's mind was his younger sister. He immediately looked at Director, who in front of him, and asked, "How is my sister?" Director, who broke out in a cold sweat, clearly having no idea what the situation was with Lu Lin's sister. This made Lu Lin grit his teeth and then get into his car. Let's go. To Tianjin First Hospital. Just as the vehicle was about to start, Su Rongfei suddenly grabbed the car window and threw a piece of paper through the gap. "These are the names and contact information of the 4 of us. Boss, if you need anything, remember to contact us." Lu Lin nodded silently and tucked the paper into his pocket. Under the gaze of the other 4, he headed to Tianjin First Hospital. After witnessing this, Director, who admired Lu Lin even more. Those 4 people were genuine top talents, each arrogant and unwilling to bow to anyone, exuding an air of being the best in the world. Even towards official personnel like them, they had a haughty attitude. Yet, after a trip to the Ancient Ruins, they were so impressed by Lu Lin. Indeed, someone who could be recognized by Su Chongling was definitely not just a reckless man who had contracted a forbidden spirit beast. When the vehicle arrived at the hospital, Lu Lin rushed out and quickly arrived at his sister's ward. A ghost! A ghost! Doctor! Jiang was so frightened upon seeing him that he fell to the ground, trembling. Lu Lin looked puzzled and asked while glancing around, "Ghost? Where's the ghost?" You're not dead?" Dr. Jiang stammered. "What are you talking about?" "Of course, I'm not dead. By the way, how's my sister?" "Your sister has deteriorated 3 times in the past half-month. If it weren't for the high-quality pills that Miss Su sent in time, I'm afraid." "Doctor." Jiang's words trailed off, but Lu Lin already sensed the severity of the problem. He quickly went to the disinfection room to finish sanitizing before entering the ward. Upon seeing his sister, he was instantly frozen in place, his heart feeling as if it were being repeatedly sliced by a blade. His sister's originally pure and lovely face was now covered in black lines. Surrounding these black lines were numerous red blood vessels, crisscrossing like a spiderweb, completely covering her face. Her breathing was very weak, and with every breath, the black lines expanded and contracted. In pain, she kept shaking her head, tormented by nightmares. If it were the previous Lu Lin, he would have been at a loss upon seeing this. However, after receiving the complete inheritance from the Ancient Ruins, he had developed some understanding of the situation. At the door, he asked Dr. Jiang for a set of sterilized silver needles, then covered all the cameras in the ward with cloth. After that, he approached his sister's bed. Taking a deep breath, he slowly placed his hand on her collar and pulled down, immediately revealing the bizarre red threads that had spread all over her body. Without hesitation, he took out 5 talismans from his backpack and, after finding an appropriate acupuncture point with his spiritual energy, activated one of the yellow talismans. As the yellow talisman burned out in an instant, the silver needle in his hand began to heat up and emit a faint white light. Without any hesitation, Lu Lin pierced the needle into the spot. Using the same method, he inserted 5 needles in total. And then Lu Shui suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Lu Lin had been prepared, catching the blood with a cloth and tossing it into the trash can before continuing to rummage through his backpack, eventually locating the pills he had obtained from the ruins. Although these pills appeared larger due to the manufacturing process, their potency was by no means weak, and one of them was just right for detoxification. He placed the pill in Lu Shui's mouth, and as soon as he confirmed she had swallowed it, he flicked her body, expelling all the silver needles, and placed his hand on her chest, using his spiritual energy to help her absorb the pill's potency. After a while, Lu Shui's face visibly improved, the black lines gradually receding from her body, and her skin began to secrete a large amount of thick black substance. After bringing a basin of water to carefully clean Lu Shui's body, Lu Lin helped her get dressed. Finally, after taking one last look at his sister, who had been tormented by illness for many years, Lu Lin slowly walked out of the ward. Having mastered a part of ancient medical skills, Lu Lin understood that he still needed to become stronger. He must quickly reach 3-star, 5-star, or even 6-star strength to completely cure his sister's illness. In the hospital, even the best hospitals could only maintain her condition, not truly treat it. Thinking of this, Lu Lin placed the Doomsday Crazy Orange into his spiritual space, then rode on the back of the devouring demon wolf to return home. This trip to the ancient ruins had indeed been fruitful. Not only did it grant him a wealth of inheritance, but also caused the growth level of the devouring demon wolf to leap to LV37. The spiritual energy accumulated within the devouring demon wolf was incredibly terrifying and needed to be absorbed quickly, while also researching the Yin-Yang True God technique. As he began reading the first part of the Yin-Yang True God technique, he was somewhat dumbfounded. Why did cultivation also require 2 people to practice simultaneously? And it couldn't be 2 men or 2 women. It had to be 1 man and 1 woman? As he continued reading, he became even more confused. What did yin and yang blending mean? Moreover, was it a bit too outrageous to convert 1 portion of spiritual energy into 2? According to the technique's explanation, as long as a male and a female could cultivate this technique together, and both had their hearts connected without any ulterior motives, they could use 1 portion of spiritual energy as 2, making it incredibly efficient. Truly a heavenly level technique, it was indeed profound. But where was he supposed to find a woman to cultivate this thing with him? The first person that came to his mind was Su Miao. Dr. Jiang had mentioned that during his absence, Su Miao frequently visited his sister and even brought several high-quality pills, which stabilized his sister's condition. This was a kindness that Lu Lin could not forget, so he thought it would be best to prioritize her for the opportunity to cultivate a heavenly level technique. Besides, he really didn't know any other women. Just as he was about to call Su Miao, he realized that she had already called him countless times during this period, and there were numerous messages asking whether he was dead. He suddenly felt that calling her over seemed a bit insincere, so he headed to her house based on his memory. When he arrived at the large manor, a 3-star Beastmaster security guard immediately showed a ghostly expression. Lu Lin hadn't even said a word, and he was already being pulled inside. Hurry to the backyard. Our young lady has almost gone mad with worry about you. Chapter 48. Embarrassing cultivation techniques. Lu Lin blinked a couple of times, and before he could think, he was pushed in by the old man. The backyard, huh? From what he understood, Su Chongling's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary 5-star Beastmaster. And he was called a legendary Beastmaster not just for his strength, but also for his legendary experiences. He single-handedly held back a beast tide, buying time for the people of a city to retreat. Logically, with his strength, he could easily hold a higher position. But after witnessing the beast tide effortlessly destroy an entire city, he resolutely returned to Tianjing City, his hometown, vowing to protect it for life. Therefore, everyone in Tianjing City, especially the students, would unconsciously regard Su Chongling as their role model whenever they heard his name. Lu Lin was no exception. Especially during his middle school days when he had a bit of a Chinibyu phase, he idolized Su Chongling to no end. He never expected that one day he would casually enter his home and even date his daughter. Reflecting on it, he felt quite emotional. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face, and after bypassing the somewhat exaggeratedly large house, he arrived at the backyard. However, as soon as he got there, the smile vanished from his face, because he saw a gravestone. He certainly wasn't too afraid of gravestones. As someone who had faced death multiple times and had killed many, he wasn't that timid. What shocked him was the portrait on the gravestone, which looked eerily like his ID photo. Looking down, he also saw various offerings placed there. He thought to himself, it's only been half a month. Why has Su Miao been thinking about him to the point of madness? It turned out that this little girl thought he was dead. Just then, he noticed Su Miao walking over with a face full of sorrow. He quickly thought of a plan and said to the apocalypse orange, "Don't you have a skill that lets you teleport? Can you help me teleport behind that gravestone?" The apocalypse orange drooped its eyelids, seeming very uninterested, but still extended its chubby paw and placed it on Lu Lin. With a flash of orange light, Lu Lin found himself behind the gravestone. The skills of a forbidden spirit beast were indeed quite magical. At this moment, Su Miao also arrived by the gravestone, her eyes already brimming with tears. The old bird tilted its head, sensing Lu Lin behind the gravestone with its keen spirit beast senses, and called out, but was slapped to the ground by Su Miao. "Why are you calling out randomly? What if you scare Lu Lin's soul away?" The old bird looked wronged and didn't dare make another sound. "Well, I told you not to go, but you insisted. Why would you listen to me? Woo-woo. I was planning to confess to you after the student competition ended if you hadn't confessed to me first, but you ended up dying just like that. Woo-woo. You could have left me a seed before you died. I haven't even tasted what it's like to be with a woman." Seeing Su Miao getting more and more upset as she spoke, Lu Lin could no longer bear it and called out from behind the gravestone, "Su Miao, I died a terrible death." Upon hearing this voice, Su Miao plopped down on the ground and began looking around. Who are you? Who else could it be? "It's me, Lu Lin. I really died a terrible death. So many ancient spirit beast souls tore me to pieces. Why didn't you stop me from going to the ancient ruins?" Su Miao's face turned pale as she trembled in fear, hugging the old bird's head tightly. I tried to stop you. Why didn't you stop me face to face? I thought your strength was strong enough. An ancient ruin wound cost you your life. Your misjudgment killed me. I hate it. Su Miao was so scared that she turned and ran, crashing into the apocalypse orange. Getting up and looking up, she screamed even louder. Because in her whole life, she had never seen such a fat cat. Just as she was about to continue running, Lu Lin grabbed her from behind. "Little girl, what do you think you're running?" Su Miao screamed again and immediately tried to break free from Lu Lin's grip. But he pulled her back. "Take a good look. Am I dead or not?" At that moment, Su Miao felt as if time had stopped. She looked at the face she thought belonged only to memories and slowly reached out a hand to touch it. "You're not dead?" "Of course not. I'm so invincible. Who could kill me?" The tears that had just stopped flowing from Su Miao's fright suddenly burst forth again, and she choked out, "Lu Lin." Lu Lin didn't say much, but covered her eyes with his hand and quickly leaned down. Before long, the two slowly parted, and Su Miao's face was completely red. She placed her hands on Lu Lin's chest and began to cry. "Why did you do this to me? Woo-woo. You clearly couldn't have lived for many more years, yet you did this. Don't you have any sense of responsibility?" Lu Lin simply held her hand and slowly took off his sunglasses, saying, "I want to die." "Why? I can't tell you yet, but I promise you, I will definitely not die. No matter the cost, or anyone else, they can't take my life away. Do you believe me?" Su Miao was momentarily stunned, but eventually nodded. The devouring demon wolf, seeing this, immediately turned to the side and looked at the apocalypse orange. "Fat cat, I bet you something. Who are you calling fat cat? Silly dog. I bet these two will go to the room soon and create their own offspring." The devouring demon wolf had a confident smile on its face, while the apocalypse orange looked disdainful. Bet on what? Next time, beast food pill. Deal. It knew humans too well. In situations like this, they would definitely wait for a while after just getting together for their feelings to warm up before doing that kind of thing. This time, the beast food pill was definitely a profit. However, time quickly passed, and a few hours later it was evening in Lu Lin's room. Su Miao sat on the bed, puzzled, and asked, "Why do you need my help with cultivation?" "I don't know the exact reason either. It's just what the technique describes." "All right, what do you need me to do?" "Wait a moment, let me check." Lu Lin took out the heavenly grade technique from the system space and began flipping through it. Yin and yang merging. Take one part and divide it into two, then there are three. The cultivation process requires first. Intercourse? What the hell? Lu Lin's mouth dropped open as he looked at the three spirit beasts sitting by the bed. For some reason, the devouring demon wolf and the apocalypse orange looked a bit strange, and then he glanced at Su Miao. Su Miao had already taken off her shoes, her tender little feet swaying by the bed, making Lu Lin feel itchy and restless while he surveyed his living environment. Then she looked at Lu Lin and curiously asked, "So, how do you need me to help? By the way, why is your face so red?" Chapter 49, The Old Father's Warning. It seems like I don't need your help anymore. Why? Do you think my mental strength level is too low? No, absolutely not. Do you think my strength is too low? Not that either. What do you mean then? By the way, what is going on with that cultivation method? Lu Lin hurriedly pressed down on the cultivation method with his hand, his heart racing at a whole new level. It felt even more thrilling than when he faced that old madman back then. Su Miao squinted her eyes into a narrow slit and leaned her body against Lu Lin. Feeling her deadly softness, Lu Lin felt his whole body tremble suddenly, and before he could react, the cultivation method was already in Su Miao's hands. Don't look. He wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Su Miao casually flipped through a couple of pages and found the key part of the cultivation method, complete with illustrations and annotations. It was incredibly detailed. At that moment, both of them fell silent simultaneously. They didn't know how long it had been, but Su Miao was the first to speak. As expected of the legendary heavenly tier cultivation method, it's just different. Yeah. Then Lu Lin saw Su Miao slowly stand up and walk towards the outside. Well, although they had experienced a lot together and were now considered to be together, it was still too fast for a girl to suddenly start cultivating such a method. He sighed and was about to see her off when he suddenly heard a soft voice like heavenly music in his ear. "Where's your bathroom? I need to take a shower first." For a moment, Lu Lin doubted if he had misheard, but he quickly realized what was happening, leading Su Miao to the bathroom and adjusting the hot water. Then he shooed the three spirit beasts out, advising the devouring demon wolf and the apocalypse crazy orange. "No matter what sounds you hear later, you can't come in, understand?" The devouring demon wolf's eyes remained fierce, still revealing a hint of wisdom. They're going to cultivate that cultivation method soon. It seems they want to be creating the next generation. I lost this time, and you benefit, fat cat. The apocalypse crazy orange didn't say a word, its eyes wide open, sitting on the ground, turning into a pile of fat. Then he watched as the towel-clad Su Miao walked into the room, first dead silent, and then it was no longer quiet. "Are you sure you'll like me for a lifetime? My talent is so poor, I might hold you back in the future. I'm sure as for strength, as long as I'm strong enough, I'll protect you for a lifetime." Not long after, the devouring demon wolf began shouting incessantly in its ear. "Did you hear the noise inside? I didn't lose. Next time that guy hands out beast food pills, you need to give me your share. Got it, fat cat?" Now the whole world has entered a beast master era, and every country has its unique way of becoming stronger. Cultivating techniques to get stronger little by little is unique to the Great Xia. Looking across the Great Xia, there may be no more than 20 heavenly tier cultivation methods. Moreover, these 20 heavenly tier cultivation methods are almost all strictly guarded by hidden families or powerful organizations, with only a small portion in the hands of the government. Therefore, for ordinary people to cultivate to the heavenly tier method, the only way is to get into the top 3 universities and achieve extremely high grades before applying for it. It can be said that it's almost impossible. However, the miraculous nature of the heavenly tier cultivation method is incomparable to methods of other levels. After the first round of cultivation, Lu Lin lay on the bed looking at Su Miao beside him, unable to resist gently brushing a strand of her hair. "How does it feel?" "Especially good." "In what way? The cultivation speed or your performance?" "Go away." Lu Lin himself had S-level mental strength, and his cultivation speed was extraordinarily exaggerated. Plus, with the elixirs exchanged from the system space, it was even more absurd. The characteristic of this heavenly tier cultivation method is that the spiritual power cultivated together by the two can double and then be absorbed by both. The speed was simply ridiculously fast. Soon, Lu Lin thought of the large amount of spiritual power accumulated in the devouring demon wolf's body. So he walked out of the room, stuffed the apocalypse crazy orange into the system space, and then brought the devouring demon wolf and the old bird in. "My devouring demon wolf has stored a lot of spiritual power. Later, I'll directly absorb the spiritual power from its body for cultivation, and you can use that portion of spiritual power to raise your and the old bird's levels." Su Miao was shocked. "You can continue to cultivate? What is wrong with that? Keep going." Another 5 hours passed, and Su Miao was so exhausted from cultivating that she could hardly stand. And the spiritual power in the devouring demon wolf was almost depleted, so Lu Lin finally stopped. The difference between the heavenly tier cultivation method and the earth tier cultivation method he had practiced before was indeed enormous. Using this method for cultivation not only allowed Su Miao to increase her strength alongside him, but also made the utilization rate of the spiritual power absorbed from the devouring demon wolf's body more than double compared to when using the earth tier method. Now, he was only about 1/3 away from reaching 3 stars. He was almost startled by himself. Before this round of cultivation, Su Miao had specifically taken a pill given to her by her father, which was a 5th-grade pill that even made Lu Lin drool a bit. With the boost from this pill, she actually broke through to 2 stars in one go, and even the old bird's growth level reached LV18. The immense breakthrough in strength made her overjoyed, and she immediately hugged Lu Lin's neck. "You're even more amazing than I imagined." "In what way?" "Go away." Since both of them had consumed quite a bit of stamina, Lu Lin went to the kitchen to cook. Su Miao originally wanted to help, but she was ultimately stopped by a tearing pain somewhere, so Lu Lin told her to rest easy. "Lu Lin, your phone is ringing." "Who's calling?" "I don't know. It's an encrypted number, quite mysterious." "Then can you answer it for me?" As soon as Lu Lin finished this sentence, he froze in place because he clearly heard Su Miao shout after answering the phone. "Dad? Goodness, it's actually Su Chongling calling. Last night, Su Miao didn't go home at all, and their family's guards watched her leave with him. Would Su Chongling overthink things? What if he thought of something he shouldn't and ended up getting angry? Lu Lin, come over quickly. My dad said he has something to find you for." Lu Lin didn't dare to delay and hurriedly walked over to take the phone, hearing Su Chongling say on the other end, "Tomorrow is the student competition. You know that, right?" "I know. Since you're going to participate in the student competition, it's best to be careful of that guy from the Shao family. I have insider information that their hidden family has been acting strange lately, and their strength might exceed your expectations." To this, Lu Lin didn't care much. His current strength was already very close to 3-star Beastmaster. Not to mention, he had 2 spirit beasts under his control, one at LV37 and the other at LV41, both of which were incredibly powerful forbidden spirit beasts. With such strength, no matter how extraordinary Xiao Bufan was, he couldn't possibly be his opponent. "Don't worry. I'm fine. Thanks for your concern, Director." It's already this late, and you're still calling me Director?" Lu Lin panicked, and his brain seemed to stop functioning, blurting out a word. "Dad? Good job, kid. I just tested you a little and found out. Now tell me, what did you do to Su Miao?" I didn't do anything. You wait until I have time to deal with you, and also, you performed well in the ancient ruins. There are very generous rewards up there, so if you have the guts, come find me to claim them." As the call ended, Lu Lin stood still, while Su Miao burst into loud laughter beside him. Haha. Chapter 50, a thrilling showdown the next day. When the student competition began, the pressure and tension were different from what he had imagined. Lu Lin felt incredibly relaxed and comfortable, as this competition opened his eyes to a whole new world. He saw 2 first-star beast masters, controlling spirit beasts not exceeding level 10, circling around each other. Then they suddenly started to grapple, with not only the spirit beasts tumbling over each other, but also the beast masters themselves engaging in a crazy brawl, punches landing with a satisfying thud, resulting in a chicken fight. As one of them could no longer endure it and raised his hand to surrender, the judges immediately assigned different scores based on their performances. Afterwards, the 2 stood together and shook hands. It was truly a thrilling beast master duel. The winner advanced, having the chance to increase their score in the student competition, while the loser was eliminated, their score forever fixed. This was the mechanism of the student competition. The rankings were merely reference data. The main focus was on the strength displayed during battles with other students. Lu Lin noticed that Li Zhuotao and Xiao Bufan had improved significantly in strength since their last encounter. Li Zhuotao's spirit beast, currently only showing 1, was still that S-class variant spirit beast with a growth level that had reached LV27, clearly having evolved once. Unlike other students, they not only had high levels, but had also reached the 2nd-star beast master level and had some combat experience, indicating they had undergone considerable training. Before he knew it, Lu Lin was about to take the stage, and Su Miao, sitting next to him, nervously grabbed his hand. You must be careful. Don't worry, it's just a competition. I'll be fine. No, I mean be careful not to kill anyone's spirit beast. We're all classmates here. Okay. As soon as Lu Lin stepped onto the stage, his opponent began to tremble. But this was understandable. After all, this guy was just a first-star Beastmaster with a contract for an A-class spirit beast that had reached LV-21. This level of strength was indeed decent among all students, but it was completely insufficient in Lu Lin's eyes. Even if Lu Lin only brought the devouring demon wolf, a forbidden spirit beast, the sense of pressure was overwhelming. Many people turned their eyes towards Lu Lin, eager to see if he still had the ability to control a forbidden spirit beast after paying such a high price. The next moment, as the match began, the opponent's spirit beast charged towards Lu Lin at an incredible speed, causing some spectators to gleam with excitement. It was fast, so fast that its skills were likely related to speed, far exceeding that of spirit beasts of the same level. And its target was Lu Lin himself. Lu Lin had paid such a high price, his eyes were blind, and his body must be weak. If he couldn't dodge in time and was hit, he might even die here. The opponent was also tense, watching Lu Lin, who stood still with no intention of dodging, his breathing quickening. Meanwhile, Lu Lin, through his sunglasses, observed the spirit beast that seemed to move in slow motion. When it was less than a meter away from him, he easily sidestepped, and, at that moment, the devouring demon wolf also lunged out. In an instant, the spirit beast was caught in the jaws of the devouring demon wolf, struggling desperately. At that moment, everyone held their breath, staring at Lu Lin in shock. He was blind, yet he managed to dodge that attack so easily. How did he do it? Even professors from the top 3 universities showed expressions of approval at this moment, with one teacher asking his students, "Do you know why that guy only acted at the last moment to dodge the attack?" Long Mengting looked at her boss, extremely excited. "I know, because it looks cooler that way." Her statement drew eye rolls from Lu Qiansun and a male classmate beside her, who then turned their attention to the old professor. Asking why? Because he is blind, he can only rely on his perception to judge the direction of the enemy's attack. In other words, he only knew which direction the spirit beast attacked from when it reached near him, and in an extremely short time, he judged the attack range and dodged. His battle experience has reached an incredibly terrifying level. Long Mengting and Lu Qiansun nodded in agreement, but a professor nearby spoke up at that moment. Terrifying battle experience? I think he can no longer control his spirit beast at will. If he coordinated well with his spirit beast, that last attack could have been easily blocked by his forbidden spirit beast. A guy who relies on paying a price for power. Once his forbidden spirit beast senses that he can't hold on much longer, it could turn on him at any time. This was a middle-aged professor. As he spoke, he turned to the 3 students standing behind him. Su Rongfei, didn't you enter some ancient ruins with that guy? Wasn't his performance there quite terrible, which is why you got hurt like this? Su Rongfei's injuries from being beaten by Lu Lin had mostly healed by now. Hearing his teacher say this, he looked at the figure on the stage. My old man Lu Lin is very strong. What did you say? Your boss? That's right. He's not just a little strong, he's extremely strong. Whether it's his coordination with his spirit beast, his battle experience, or his speed in responding to crises. None of us can compare. Then why didn't he let his spirit beast block that attack just now? And why didn't his spirit beast act even though it knew its master was under attack? Because they trust each other. His spirit beast believes he can dodge. And he believes that as long as he dodges, his spirit beast will end the battle as quickly as possible. After this statement, the university teachers and students sitting on the same side all looked at Lu Lin with admiration. However, they quickly shook their heads. No matter how powerful, it's useless. Life expectancy is there. Even if he gets into their university, he won't live to graduate. On stage, the Beastmaster saw his spirit beast defeated in just a second and knelt on the ground. Memories of the joyful expressions of his family when he was detected to have A-class mental power flashing through his mind. But he never expected to be so thoroughly defeated in the first match. Lu Lin didn't say much. After having the devouring demon wolf spit out the spirit beast, he stepped forward and helped the young man up. Then without saying anything more, he quietly walked down from the competition platform. Long Mengting peeked at Lu Lin. And after seeing him finish the match and greet his professor, she wanted to say a few words to him as she walked down from the stage. However, as soon as she stepped down, she saw Su Miao and Lu Lin embracing each other, and then they both looked at her. "You are Long Meng Ting. I've seen you before. You came to give a report to my father." Seeing this scene, Long Meng Ting felt her heart suddenly tighten for some reason, and for a moment, she couldn't say a word. On the other side, Xiao Bufan looked at Lu Lin's devouring demon wolf, unable to resist licking his lips. No wonder it's a forbidden spirit beast. Its growth speed is indeed something to be envied. But soon, a sinister smile appeared on his face. "Anyway, you will eventually be tormented to death by the price. I might as well end your suffering early and turn your forbidden spirit beast in my nourishment." Chapter 51. The eccentric Xiao Bufan Lu Lin was completely unaware of anything amiss. He thought that although they had met, they were not really acquainted. So he introduced them to himself. "This is Su Miao, the daughter of Su Chongling. You should know her. This is Long Mengting, a top student from the Beast Taming University, who came to Tianjing City to survey the various beast domains and observe the student competition." Afterward, Long Mengting awkwardly shook hands with Su Miao and quickly found an excuse to leave. Watching Long Mengting's back, Su Miao keenly sensed that something was off and leaned in to question Lu Lin. Just then, Lu Lin suddenly seemed to sense something and immediately looked in that direction. Their eyes met with Xiao Bufan's at once. At the same time, the devouring demon wolf conveyed a message to him through their mental link. "That guy is a very delicious thing inside him. If you can fight that guy, be sure to find a way to let me get close to him and devour that thing." After delivering this message, the devouring demon wolf greedily licked its lips. With just a glance, Xiao Bufan walked away, leaving Lu Lin with a sense of unease. Although half a month had passed since their last encounter, it had only been a day, so the impression from last time was still quite vivid. However, this time, the changes in him were beyond description. Lu Lin even suspected that he had undergone a transformation. His skin had become unusually fair, and his nails were long, especially his hair, which was styled in waves, combined with a look of bitterness in his eyes, giving off a vibe reminiscent of a jilted older sister. Just thinking about that peculiar thing staring at him for so long gave Lu Lin goosebumps, and he turned to Su Miao and said, "Let's hurry and grab a meal. I have to go on stage again soon. What to eat?" Upon hearing about food, Su Miao's eyes lit up, and she completely forgot to question Lu Lin about Long Mengting, reasoning that a girl who didn't seem to have developed well posed little competition. Later, the two went to a relatively upscale restaurant specifically designed for beast tamers. This restaurant not only had places to store spirit beasts, but also provided special bowls and meals for them. Lu Lin exchanged 30 beast food pills and mixed them into the bowls of 3 spirit beasts, along with the restaurant as provided spirit beast meals, before joining Su Miao for their meal. The devouring demon wolf wasted no time and directly snatched the Apocalypse Orange S beast food pills, which were spoils from a bet he had won. The Apocalypse Orange did not stop him, but instead stared intently at the entrance. There, a bird with sparkling spots on its tail was perched on a beautiful woman's shoulder. It gulped, its eyes filled with greed. That beauty was Li Juetao, who had come to eat. She approached the area where spirit beasts were kept, and the staff kindly informed her that it was best to have a separate compartment for spirit beasts of that level to prevent accidents. However, Li Juetao was quite confident. "No need. It's a joke. My spirit beast is an S level and has evolved once. Its strength is evident, so there's no need to panic." After settling her spirit beast, she noticed Lu Lin and Su Miao sitting together, and with a sly smile, she sat down next to them. "Can I sit here?" "No," they replied. "But I have information about that guy Xiao Bufan." "Then go flirt with him." "What does that have to do with me?" Li Juetao's face twitched before she slowly turned to Lu Lin and said, "Don't underestimate the power of S-level spirit beasts. Some characteristics of S-level spirit beasts might not even be advantageous for your forbidden spirit beast. Are you saying that your bird, which is about to be eaten, has some powerful hidden skills?" Upon hearing Lu Lin's statement, Li Juetao's brows furrowed, and when she turned her head, she saw her bird standing on the railing watching her, while behind it, a very fat orange cat was silently creeping closer. This was the skill of the Apocalypse Orange, which could approach without making any sound or spiritual energy fluctuations, perfectly tailored for a killer skill set. Run, she urgently commanded, and the bird immediately flew into the air, while the Apocalypse Orange missed its target. Just as the Apocalypse Orange wiped its drool and prepared to strike again, Lulin stopped it and then turned to Li Juetao. What do you think? Xiao Bufan is not like me. His family is quite strange. You must have seen Xiao Bufan's bizarre appearance today. I advise you, for the sake of your spirit beast, it's better to concede if you encounter him. After Li Juetao left, Su Miao immediately leaned in. My father also said there's something off about Xiao Bufan. If you face him, you might as well concede. If he faces me, I might just solve the problems he has, Lu Lin replied. You're just boasting, Lu Lin scoffed, remaining silent. In the afternoon, Lu Lin glanced at his phone and found it filled with reports about a serious incident. Many beast tamers and their spirit beast corpses were discovered near the student competition site. There were no signs of fierce fighting before their deaths, and the spiritual energy fluctuations at the scene were chaotic, making it impossible to determine the perpetrator's identity. Furthermore, none of the deceased were students. All were beast tamers with some level of strength. Lu Lin stroked his chin, looking at his opponent list. There were 3 opponents in total, and 2 had chosen to concede. Just when he finally waited for the one who did not concede, the guy jumped on stage and started shouting, "Strengthen the rules. If it's not strengthened, there's no game." Then he surrendered at lightning speed. After Lu Lin stepped off the stage, a group of reporters surrounded him. Mr. Lu, is it true that you single-handedly navigated the perilous ancient ruins, as rumored? Mr. Lu, is it true that 4 students from top-tier universities have pledged allegiance to you as their elder brother? Mr. Lu, as a student with a D-level mental strength, how did you manage to control a forbidden spirit beast? Lu Lin waved his hand, refusing to answer their questions, and was about to leave when a weary voice called out from behind. Lu Lin, no need to leave. The reporters are all here, and my opponents have all conceded. Why not see who is stronger in front of all these cameras? Me, the genius, or you, the stubborn fool who bears the consequences? Lu Lin turned to see Xiao Bufan with an excessively twisted smile, his head slightly tilted. It was said that during the student competition, every battle he fought caused other spirit beasts to fall into a state of depression, a true depression, where they wouldn't eat or drink, as if trapped in endless despair, leading no one to dare challenge him. The reluctance to compete against Lu Lin stemmed from similar fears, worried that Lu Lin, who had contracted a forbidden spirit beast, might lose his temper and harm their spirit beasts. Hearing Xiao Bufan's words, Lu Lin took out his terminal to check, realizing that Xiao Bufan's score surpassed Li Juetao's by more than double, so he didn't bother wasting time. After obtaining the consent of the nearby examiners and professors from various beast taming academies, he stepped onto the stage. At that moment, all media turned their cameras toward the two, and the students fell silent, staring intently at the arena. Li Juetao also let out a cold snort, seemingly recalling something, her teeth clenching audibly. Lu Lin, do you really take yourself seriously? How could you, an orphan, understand the terror of hidden aristocratic families? Even Su Chongling, who was busy at the time, paused his actions and looked at the two through the TV screen, muttering, "This is getting interesting." Chapter 52. The mysterious hidden aristocracy. The moment Lu Lin stood on the competition stage, Xiao Bufan gave him a strong impression. It was as if this guy was having an epileptic fit. His mouth twisted into a smile that made it hard not to suspect he had taken drugs before the match. However, despite the obvious oddity, no one raised any objections, as if it were a perfectly normal occurrence. Lu Lin frowned and saw the other party clasping his hands together and saying, "I am Xiao Bufan, the 113th generation heir of the Xiao family. After receiving the enlightening teachings from my elder, my body is unable to contain the excitement. Please forgive me." Lu Lin nodded and then looked at the spirit beast he controlled. The 9-lived black cat, ranked among S-level spirit beasts, was undoubtedly in the top tier of combat power. Cat-type spirit beasts are known for their agility and explosive power, and this 9-tailed black cat far surpassed all other spirit beasts in these aspects. Of course, excluding forbidden spirit beasts. Although Lu Lin did not know what the enlightening teachings were, he just nodded and did not take it to heart. After all, no matter how many tricks were used, his spirit beast growth level was only LV 31. a full 6 levels lower than the devouring magic wolf and 10 levels lower than the apocalypse orange, lagging behind by an entire skill. Lu Lin did not believe there was any trick that could bridge this gap in strength. Just as both of them indicated to the referee that they were ready, the nine-tailed black cat in front of Lu Lin suddenly vanished, replaced by an exceptionally pure black shadow behind the devouring magic wolf. Lu Lin did not act, and neither did the devouring magic wolf, as if they were unable to react to the nine-tailed black cat's speed. Without any hesitation, the nine-tailed black cat extended its long claws and attacked the devouring magic wolf beneath it. As the attack was about to hit the devouring magic wolf, those competent beast tamers present widened their eyes. In that instant, the spiritual power fluctuation emitted by the nine-tailed black cat was completely unlike that of a LV-31 spirit beast. Based on its intensity, it could be said to have reached LV-40. The devouring magic wolf, as a magic attribute spirit beast, had a significant weakness: low stamina and defense. Therefore, if it were to endure such an attack, it could very likely be seriously injured. Just as everyone thought this battle would end like Xiao Buffan's previous matches with other students, with the devouring magic wolf falling into a state of self-doubt. Lu Lin's lips revealed a faint smile. In the next second, the target of the nine-tailed black cat's attack instantly transformed into a cloud of black smoke, and 3 identical devouring magic wolves surrounded it. 2 of them opened their mouths, and the breath of the demon god was immediately spewed forth, causing the nine-tailed black cat to start dodging frantically. However, the middle devouring magic wolf raised one of its paws high and unleashed the nightmare demon claw. The claw, shrouded in black and red smoke, merely touched the nine-tailed black cat, causing it to emit a tragic scream before rolling to the ground. The immense pain caused it to roll continuously, seemingly losing all combat ability. Lu Lin thought he had achieved victory and was about to step down when he suddenly heard unusual noises behind him. Turning around, even with his vast experience, he couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. He clearly saw that Xiao Buffan had actually grasped his spirit beast by the neck, pried its mouth open, and started to expel black gas into its stomach. Lu Lin realized something was wrong and immediately ordered the devouring magic wolf to move forward and stop him. But just as the devouring magic wolf took a step, an LV-28 A-level spirit beast appeared in front of it, blocking its path. This was Xiao Buffan's second spirit beast, which had no combat power. After the devouring magic wolf easily dealt with it, it wanted to continue moving forward, but a bizarre scene unfolded. The nine-tailed black cat was released by Xiao Buffan and placed on the ground. Its originally dark eyes now shimmered with a faint purple hue, and 2 tails began to sway like snakes. As it swayed, it transformed into 4 tails and eventually grew to 6. Lu Lin recognized this type of spirit beast. The number of tails represented its growth stage. In simple terms, the more tails, the stronger the beast. But why did the nine-tailed black cat, whose growth level had clearly not changed, suddenly sprout several additional tails? While Lu Lin pondered this question, the nine-tailed black cat was already by the devouring magic wolf side, moving so quickly that it left after images. Faced with this attack, the devouring magic wolf didn't even have time to unleash its shadow and was struck, sending it flying 3 to 4 meters away, which left Lu Lin even more shocked. No matter how one looked at it, the growth levels of the nine-tailed black cat and the devouring magic wolf were clearly evident. So why was this happening? After taking a hit, the devouring magic wolf communicated with Lu Lin mentally. This is not right. The filthy things inside that human can elevate this spirit beast's power and give it endless stamina. Moreover, just touching me brings up countless negative emotions. Are you okay? I'm fine for now, but if this continues for another 1 or 2 times, it could be bad. Quickly summon that fat cat to deal with it, while I find a way to swallow the filthy things inside that human. Lu Lin did not waste words. As the nine-tailed black cat charged at the devouring magic wolf again, he decisively summoned the apocalypse orange from his mental space. The moment this big guy appeared in front of everyone, it immediately caused a stir. Who would have thought that Lu Lin not only contracted 1 forbidden spirit beast, but actually a second one? What a ruthless person who defies common sense. How much cost had he endured to cultivate these 2 forbidden spirit beasts to such a level? Moreover, Why did this forbidden spirit beast, no matter how one looked at it, just appear to be an overly fat orange cat? The apocalypse orange ignored the discussions around it. In its eyes, all humans were nothing more than its slaves, lowly beings that needed to regularly provide offerings, entirely unworthy of its concern. With a dazzling orange light flashing, it instantaneously appeared directly above the nine-tailed black cat and slammed down with its furry paw. Facing a spirit beast with a power fluctuation far inferior to its own, it was quite confident. But it never expected that when it struck down. Although it successfully intercepted the nine-tailed black cat, the nine-tailed black cat suffered no injuries at all. Instead, at a speed so fast that it was hard for the apocalypse orange to see, it spread a large amount of black substance into its body. In the next second, as a pet cat facing a world-altering event, it was forced to eat its beloved master. That painful memory long buried in its mind vividly resurfaced before its eyes. Meow. After a screech, its expression became dazed, its body trembled incessantly, and the fat shook exaggeratedly. Lu Lin frowned, trying to control it with his mental power. But to his horror, he found that his S-level, 2-star mental strength appeared utterly powerless at that moment, unable to control the apocalypse orange. Moreover, the nine-tailed black cat seized the opportunity and lunged at the only part of the apocalypse orange not covered by fat, which was its head, while Xiao Bufan became increasingly excited, muttering, "Smash its head, smash its head, good child." Just as the nine-tailed black cat's claws were about to land on the apocalypse orange's head and exert force, the apocalypse orange indeed twisted its head at an incredible angle, its eyes radiating green light. Inferior beings, what do you want to do to the gods? Chapter 53. Breaking Free from the Chains of Rules. The Terror of the Forbidden Spirit Beast. Lu Lin had completely lost control over the Doomsday Mad Orange, watching as it raised its furry paw. And then a flash of orange light erupted. Xiao Bufan seemed to realize something was wrong and quickly ordered his nine-tailed mystical cat to retreat. However, in the next second, the head of the nine-tailed mystical cat shone with a hint of orange light. Then everyone, including Lu Lin, was shocked, because in that instant, the fluctuation of spiritual energy from that orange light point became extremely terrifying, even surpassing everyone's understanding in the moment after it erupted. LV-50? LV-80? Or the legendary LV-100? Or even higher? Boom! A loud sound echoed throughout the venue, from the university professors who were 4-star beast masters to ordinary people. Everyone was left with ringing ears, and those with weaker constitutions fainted directly. This loud noise snapped Lu Lin back to his senses, and he looked ahead. He saw a large depression in the center of the competition arena, surrounded by cracks, as if the entire arena was on the verge of collapse. Xiao Bufan stood there dumbfounded, his expression resembling that of a foolish child, while the Doomsday Mad Orange had already collapsed on the ground, completely exhausted from the recent attack. The devouring demon wolf glanced at the Doomsday Mad Orange and then looked at Lu Lin, saying lightly, "This fat cat just broke the rules of this world and brought over its power from another world." The audience was silent, followed by shock. What just happened? Was that fluctuation of spiritual energy for real? This arena was made of Xianjing iron. Even a 5-star beast master couldn't possibly destroy it like this with a single strike, could they? That forbidden spirit beast only used one attack? It's no wonder every forbidden spirit beast is beyond common reasoning. However, Lu Lin really is ruthless, able to control such a level of forbidden spirit beast with D-level mental strength. However, while they were fervently discussing, the professors from universities seemed to be stunned, sitting there for a long time without saying a word, until an old teacher from the Talent Pre-Sale University tentatively asked, "What I just saw, could it be the beast domain unfolding?" All the professors fell silent, and then each of them thought of one thing in their hearts without agreement. No matter how long Lu Lin can live, or whether he can graduate from university, they must find a way to bring Lu Lin to their school. A spirit beast that can unfold the beast domain, especially a forbidden spirit beast, has too much potential for growth. Moreover, it has only been a month since Lu Lin contracted the forbidden spirit beast, and this growth speed and potential are truly terrifying. Lu Lin could very well become a living legend in a short time. Lu Lin slowly took 2 steps forward and looked into the pit. The 9-tailed mystical cat was already dead, with nothing left, having died beyond recovery. Although the process was a bit unexpected, he had won after all. He glanced at Xiao Bufan, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed, but didn't say much. After squatting down to put the doomsday mad orange into his spiritual space, he intended to leave. However, in the next second, he heard Xiao Bufan's voice behind him. Wait. Lu Lin frowned and looked at him. Your spirit beast is dead. Is there still a need to fight? Xiao Bufan stared at Lu Lin in silence. Just as Lu Lin turned to leave again, he suddenly smiled. My Xiao family has a history of beast taming for over 700 years. The foundation is so profound that you can't imagine it. Moreover, only one heir is left in each generation to inherit the legacy. Lu Lin nodded. Impressive. After saying that, he turned to leave again. But soon, he found himself standing still because he felt a sudden chill behind him. Turning around, he was stunned. Around Xiao Bufan's body floated numerous dark, purple spirit beast phantoms. These spirit beast phantoms emitted eerie howls, and Xiao Bufan's face also broke into a smile again. Did you think that the cat with 9 lives mentioned in the legends of the Great Xia refers to which spirit beast? As soon as the words fell, a powerful sense of oppression suddenly radiated from around Xiao Bufan's body. Under this pressure, Lu Lin couldn't help but take a step back, and the audience collectively gasped, because it was not hard to judge from the aura emitted by those spirit beast phantoms surrounding Xiao Bufan that each of those spirit beasts was above LV50, terrifying existences that had evolved at least twice. Moreover, the aura of the 9-tailed mystical cat was mixed in among them. Su Miao quickly reacted and stood up from the front row, shouting loudly at Lu Lin, Lu Lin, run. This guy has gone mad. He wants to fuse all the spiritual power of his ancestors from his family that resides within him to revive the 9-tailed mystical cat. Hearing this, everyone reacted and looked back at the arena, their faces filled with fear. In this world, every hidden family is incredibly mysterious, and the Xiao family is no exception. However, unlike other families, the Xiao family has a peculiar custom. Only one person with the best talent and potential is left in each generation to remain in the family, while everyone else is expelled. This led to many wandering members of the Xiao family revealing some things about the family. One rumor is that every head of the Xiao family, before dying, seals their spirit beast within the body of the heir using a special method. It seems that Xiao Bufan has already obtained the family's legacy, and what is sealed within him is not only the terrifying spirit beast of the former family head, but the spirit beasts of the Xiao family's past heads. What a terrifying concept this is. Although the strength of these spirit beasts is certainly diminished due to the sealing, considering their power before being sealed, the combined strength would still be earth-shattering. The professors from the 8 major beast taming academies exchanged glances, all realizing each other's thoughts. If Lu Lin did not surrender next, it would be impossible for him to defeat Xiao Bufan, and what they needed to do was to save Lu Lin from Xiao Bufan's hands. Everyone turned their gaze to Lu Lin. In their eyes, that enormous orange cat, which was so powerful it was almost beyond comprehension, could no longer fight. So Lu Lin, facing this opponent who could likely defeat him with a single strike, would immediately give up the match. However, Lu Lin narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the spirit beast phantoms of the past heads of the Xiao family for a while, and exchanged glances with the devouring demon wolf. Upon seeing the intense fighting spirit in the devouring demon wolf's eyes, he slowly took out his contract black card from his pocket, revealing the 2 brilliant stars on it, and spoke. Standing before you is the 2-star beast master Lu Lin from Tianjing City, controlling the LV37 forbidden level spirit beast, the devouring demon wolf. I promise that in the upcoming battle, whether in death or serious injury, you will not bear any responsibility. Chapter 54, the last card. The spirit appears crazy. That guy Lu Lin has gone crazy. This thought was born in everyone's mind, because Lu Lin said this on a formal competition stage. It indicated that the upcoming battle would not be in the identity of a student, but as a beast master. In this case, neither side would have to bear any responsibility for dying in battle or suffering serious injuries that could not be recovered from. When Su Miao heard Lu Lin say this, she immediately dialed her father's phone without thinking. However, the next second, the ringing came from both her phone and the one next to her. Turning her head, she saw Su Chongling calmly hang up the phone and then look at Lu Lin and say, "I hope this time, that kid can create a miracle." Before Su Miao had the chance to speak, a powerful sense of oppression suddenly surged towards her, making her feel suffocated. At the same time, Xiao Bufan's wavy hair began to be blown around by an evil wind, and he took out a contract black card. It was a contract black card with only 1 star, indicating that his strength was only at the level of a 1-star beast master. In terms of physical strength and ability to control spirit beasts, he was far inferior to Lu Lin. Standing in front of you is Xiao Bufan, the heir of the Xiao family from Tianjing City, a 1-star beast master, controlling the S-grade spirit beast, the 9-tailed Xian cat. As his voice fell, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. The shadow seemed to connect to the 9 nether hell, and any ordinary person who caught a glimpse felt a terrifying sensation as if their soul was about to be drawn away. From within the shadow, sounds like the wailing of the dead echoed continuously. Soon, a paw crawled out from this shadow, and the 9-tailed Xian cat, which had clearly died beyond recovery, unexpectedly appeared before Lu Lin once again. Indeed, while S-grade spirit beasts might not be as difficult to describe as forbidden spirit beasts, they still possess some incredible characteristics. And due to the rarity of S-grade spirit beasts, there was very little introduction in the Spirit Beast Encyclopedia, to the extent that Lu Lin did not even know the 9-tailed Xian cat could do this. Once the 9-tailed Xian cat fully emerged, Lu Lin noticed that its growth level was only LV1. He was preparing to strike quickly to eliminate the opponent, but the spirit beast phantoms around Xiao Bufan all rushed towards the 9-tailed Xian cat as if they had gone mad. During this time, it should have been the best attack opportunity, but neither Lu Lin nor the devouring demon wolf made any moves and just watched Xiao Bufan's performance. The entire process lasted less than a second. Xiao Bufan raised his eyelids to look at Lu Lin and his forbidden spirit beast, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seemed he could already envision Lu Lin turning into mush in an instant, with that forbidden spirit beast becoming a part of his power. Just as Lu Lin saw the 9-tailed Xian cat absorb all the spirit beast phantoms, he realized that the strength of this S-grade spirit beast had reached a terrifying level. In terms of combat power alone, it was terrifyingly comparable to certain spirit beasts that had evolved more than 3 times. Just as this thought was born in his mind, the 9-tailed Xian cat disappeared from his sight. At that moment, the world seemed to come to a standstill. All moving objects halted. Surrounding the nearly collapsing stage were the spirit beasts of the 8 professors from the Beastmaster University, as well as Su Chongling, who had instantaneously appeared directly beneath the stage, releasing 3 powerful spirit beasts. The horror of the 9-tailed Xian cat's strength after its rebirth had far exceeded their imagination. Given such a disparity in strength, let alone Lu Lin, even if they went up, they might not last 3 seconds under Xiao Bufan's hands. Thus, they had to act quickly to save Lu Lin's life. But as their spirit beasts reached their current position through sharing their spirit beast senses, a sense of despair rose in their hearts. It was too fast. They could not get Lu Lin and his forbidden spirit beast to the stage before they were attacked. Therefore, Lu Lin's fate was already sealed at that moment. Death. Xiao Bufan's expression was ferocious and reckless. He understood that in this world, everything was false. Only one thing was real. That was strength. He could give up everything for strength, even his life. Therefore, he must obtain Lu Lin's powerful forbidden spirit beast and seal it within himself, even if he had to pay a heavy price for it. At this moment of life and death, Lu Lin stared blankly at the 9-tailed Xian cat, which was now within arm's reach, and its sharp claws that could take his life in an instant. The devouring demon wolf could not react to such speed at all. In his mind, the system's prompt echoed continuously. Detected that the host's life is in danger, activating 3 seconds of protection time. Please issue an effective command to the system within 3 seconds. 3 seconds have passed. If the host still dies after issuing an effective command, the binding will be automatically. 3. When a person is on the brink of death, the brain operates much faster than usual. He was very clear that even if the system helped him pause time for 3 seconds, he could not dodge the attack of the nine-tailed Shinkat. It's over. This time it's really over. 2. Lu Lin turned to look around and finally fixed his gaze on Su Miao, unable to help but sigh. In this life, it seemed there was nothing to regret. 1. No, Lu Shui's illness has not been completely cured, and he has not stood at the peak of this world as the king of beast masters. Nor has he fulfilled his promise to Su Miao that he would not die. He cannot just die at the hands of a madman. Absolutely not. Thoughts flashed through his short life, and then he thought of something and tentatively issued a command to the system. Spend 1,000 pain points to transfer the spirit to my dagger. That dagger was a relic left to him by his father, said to be passed down through generations in the family. Lu Lin carried it with him. Besides feeling that this dagger was extraordinarily impressive and had accompanied him through so much without a single scratch, it was otherwise just like an ordinary dagger. There was no trace of spiritual power. It could not store spiritual power, nor could it increase the user's combat power. But just after he issued this command to the system, the dagger suddenly began to heat up, and he distinctly felt that the spirit he absorbed from the copper coin sword with pain points was instantly killed. Then a woman's voice echoed in his ears. Who disturbed my sleep? As soon as the voice fell, the system's protection time immediately passed. Lu Lin closed his eyes, not daring to face what would happen next. However, after several seconds, he felt no pain at all, and he could still hear the exclamations of those elder beast masters around him. How is this possible? Opening his eyes, he was shocked. He saw a stunning woman in a white robe standing in front of him, accompanied by a snow-white fox with 9 tails that were constantly waving around. Chapter 55. The terror of the Shao family. The woman turned her head and shot him a disdainful glance before disappearing. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The 9-tailed mystical cat, as if it had suffered a violent attack, flew off into the distance. The others did not see the mysterious woman, so they were quite puzzled by the situation. When they looked back at Lu Lin, all that remained in their eyes was shock. Faced with such a powerful opponent, Lu Lin stood still the entire time, neither dodging nor defending, as if everything that was about to happen was completely under his control. In the next moment, under Lu Lin's command, the devouring demon wolf seized the opportunity and charged towards the 9-tailed mystical cat, which was rapidly flying away. Everyone was terrified. What level of spirit beast was the 9-tailed mystical cat now? Not to mention, just based on the power and speed it had just displayed, it was definitely a powerful spirit beast exceeding LV50. Moreover, due to its fusion with so many sealed spirit beasts, its stamina was nearly limitless. Although the beast that Lu Lin controlled was an incomprehensible forbidden spirit beast, its growth level was still below 40. The higher the growth level, the greater the gap between each level. After reaching LV40, the differences became enormous, let alone a gap of more than 10 levels. In this situation, what method did Lu Lin intend to use to defeat a powerful enemy? The devouring demon wolf felt its blood boiling like it hadn't in a long time. Even though it once could swallow a star in one bite and command countless races, the thrill it felt now was unmatched. In its eyes, there was nothing but the retreating 9-tailed mystical cat, and it moved 3 times faster than its usual full sprint. Xiao Bufan, for various reasons, deliberately suppressed his own level, so he could not see the movements of the devouring demon wolf and issue commands to the 9-tailed mystical cat in time. The 9-tailed mystical cat was also in a daze due to the attack from the mysterious power. Under these conditions, a miracle occurred. The devouring demon wolf bit down on the 9-tailed mystical cat in one go and simultaneously split into 5, beginning to devour the spirit beast within the 9-tailed mystical cat like a baby sucking milk. By the time the 9-tailed mystical cat landed, the growth level of the devouring demon wolf had skyrocketed from LV37 to LV42. Looking at Xiao Bufan, his mouth trembled incessantly through his connection with his spirit beast. He understood what was happening. His eyes widened, filled with red lines. Then he saw Lu Lin slowly collapsing to the ground, beginning to struggle, seemingly suffering from a great backlash, prompting him to issue a command immediately. With all his might, he ordered his spirit beast to pull away. Even if it didn't T-attack, it must not let the opponent bite him. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards Lu Lin. In his view, Lu Lin was rapidly growing in a short time due to the forbidden spirit beast and must be paying an immense price. In this situation, if he could engage Lu Lin in close combat, even if the latter was a 2-star beastmaster and he was only a 1-star, as long as he sealed part of his spirit beast in his weapon, he could instantly kill Lu Lin. Once the contract holder was lost, the battle methods of the spirit beast would be severely limited. At that moment, if he let his spirit beast take out the opponent in an instant, he could seal it in a special way. His thoughts were quickly noticed by Lu Lin and everyone else. Onlookers glanced at Lu Lin, noticing he had collapsed on the ground, seemingly using all his energy to resist something, and they prepared to enter the arena to rescue him. As far as the student competition was concerned, the battle between the two had completely exceeded the scope. However, just as they were about to intervene, they were forcibly stopped by Su Chongling. "Director Su, what do you want to do? You know how important that kid is to the current Daxia, right? Are you really going to let him die?" Su Chongling looked at Xiao Bufan, who was rushing towards Lu Lin with a serious expression, and then, as if he had made a decision, he calmly spoke to each of them. "If you save Lu Lin now, he will never serve Daxia in the future." The professors from various universities wanted to say something, but it was too late. Xiao Bufan had already reached Lu Lin's side and pulled out a weapon that looked like a blooming flower, stabbing towards Lu Lin's heart. Meanwhile, the devouring demon wolf seemed completely unconcerned about Lu Lin's life or death and continued to circle around the 9-tailed mystical cat. Lu Lin rolled on the ground in pain, but it was not because he bore any real cost. After all, he had transferred all the cost to Wang Kun. He did this for 2 reasons. First, to avoid exposing his golden finger, and second, to create a flaw to lure Xiao Bufan towards him. As Xiao Bufan drew closer, a smile gradually appeared on Lu Lin's face. He simply reached out a hand and grabbed Xiao Bufan's wrist, which was holding the weapon. Then he exerted force, and Xiao Bufan's wrist bones quickly shattered. However, Lu Lin did not hear a scream from him. When he looked up, he found the other party still wearing that excited expression of having succeeded in the scheme. Could it be that his movement was too fast, and this guy didn't react in time? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a shock in his heart and immediately wanted to release his grip. But 2 strange entities quickly entered his body. In that moment, many images flashed before his eyes, finally settling on one. That day he heard that a murderer had invaded his home, and without thinking, he rushed towards home. When he arrived, he found that his house had been cordoned off with police tape. He quickly climbed over the tape and entered the house, only to see his parents had died in a tragic manner, and even his younger sister lay on the ground, crying and seemingly calling for him, or perhaps questioning where he had been. At that moment, his mind went blank, completely unsure of what to do, until the venomous beast hidden in the house suddenly attacked him. At that moment, he woke up with a jolt, looking down to see the flower-like hidden weapon had pierced deep into his chest. Then, as Xiao Bufan pulled it out, blood burst forth like a fountain. He swayed, feeling weak and nearly collapsing to the ground, and then looked ahead. His vision was blurry, but he could vaguely see a peculiar-looking venomous beast standing before him, grinning savagely at him. This venomous beast was the very one from that year. He had to kill it. He must kill it. Chapter 56. Critical Moment. The Skills of Spirit Beasts. Xiao Bufan looked at Lu Lin in front of him, a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. One of their ancestors had once contracted an incredibly unique spirit beast. This spirit beast could release pheromones that instilled immense fear in others or other spirit beasts, rendering them unable to continue fighting and significantly weakening their combat capabilities. This move had been very effective, except for a mishap when used against the Apocalypse Mad Orange. It was particularly effective against humans. Lu Lin was not a spirit beast, but a human, and Xiao Bufan firmly believed that at this moment. Lu Lin had already seen the thing he feared the most, the thing he did not want to see at all, and would certainly not have the slightest desire to fight. He only needed to strike him again to completely end his life. With that thought, he raised the weapon in his unbroken left hand again and attacked Lu Lin. Just a madman who relied on the cost of contracting a forbidden spirit beast and growing rapidly. How could he stand here and compete with me? How could he compare with the thousands of years of heritage of the Shao family? Why? Why? But just as the weapon was less than 3 meters away from Lu Lin's neck, a force blocked his arm once more. Confused, he looked over and saw Lu Lin holding a dagger in one hand while blocking his attack with the other. At the same time, his eyes radiated a bloodthirsty light reminiscent of a devouring demon wolf. It was driven by the determination and courage to become the world's number one. The king of beast tamers, Xiao Bufan, was momentarily stunned, and then he witnessed an unbelievable scene. Black smoke began to swirl around Lu Lin's hand, and then his fingers, imbued with the power of nightmares, plunged into Xiao Bufan's flesh, tearing at his body mercilessly. No, not just 2 hands. It seemed that after some exceptionally terrifying thought was born, he looked to the side and was utterly frightened. He saw 3 identical Lu Lins, their eyes flashing with the blood-red light of high-level spirit beasts, using skills that clearly belonged to spirit beasts to attack him furiously. Under such a fierce assault, he couldn't hold on for even 2 seconds. Then, he immediately released 2 shadows of spirit beasts to block between himself and Lu Lin, and quickly retreated towards the massive pit formed by the Apocalypse Mad Orange's attack. But before he could land, a burst of orange light appeared beside him, causing his heart to race like never before. He had no time for any action. A hand pierced through his chest, and then he was rapidly lifted upwards, a punch embedding him into the ground. Puff! After spitting out a large mouthful of blood, he looked at Lu Lin in front of him, then glanced at the 9-tailed mystic cat rushing towards him. After several battles with the devouring demon wolf, it had withstood its attacks multiple times, crazily absorbing the spirit beast sealed within it. Now, the devouring demon wolf had reached LV-43. Meanwhile, the strength of the 9-tailed mystic cat had also dropped to no more than LV-50. As a powerful forbidden spirit beast, especially one that had undergone a hidden evolution, the strength exhibited by the devouring demon wolf was beyond everyone's imagination. Even at LV-43, it could suppress an S-class spirit beast at LV-50. Such combat strength had left all known spirit beasts on this planet far behind. As Xiao Bufan watched the 9-tailed mystic cat getting closer, a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. He had not lost yet. He still housed a large number of sealed spirit beasts. And as long as he could give all these spirit beasts to his own spirit beast, he still had the strength to fight Lu Lin. But soon that thought vanished, as Lu Lin had already walked up to him again, raising his dagger and stabbing it into his throat. Then, a multitude of purple spirit beast shadows began to surge madly out of his body, while Lu Lin absorbed these shadows one by one into his stomach. And the aura that had originally been that of a 2-star beast tamer was continuously erupting, until the moment Xiao Bufan's life completely faded away. He distinctly felt that Lu Lin was infinitely close to becoming a 3-star beast tamer, just a little bit away. Then Lu Lin stood on the stage, looking around. With Xiao Bufan's death, the spirit beasts sealed within the 9-tailed mystic cat immediately lost their restraints and attempted to escape its body, allowing the devouring demon wolf to seize the opportunity to absorb them madly. Ultimately, this battle ended with the deaths of Xiao Bufan and the 9-tailed mystic cat. The onlookers fell into a dead silence as they watched Lu Lin on the stage. Then, a reporter was the first to react, pressing the shutter, and that flash of light seemed to signal the start of something, erupting into thunderous applause. Strong, incredibly strong. At first, everyone thought that Lu Lin's strength was merely due to withstanding the cost of contracting a forbidden spirit beast. Now it seemed that Lu Lin's strength manifested in multiple aspects. Firstly, he could withstand the cost while still fighting others, exhibiting the tenacious will of intelligent spirit beasts. Then there was the fact that although his mental power level was only D, he could freely control forbidden spirit beasts, even 2 at once with impressive mastery. Most crucially, he demonstrated an extraordinary physique that allowed him to release spirit beast skills even as a 2-star tamer. They stood up and cheered loudly. First in Tianjing City, the cheers caused Su Chongling and a group of other experts present to exchange glances. They still couldn't quite believe their eyes regarding Lu Lin's use of spirit beast skills. Historically, whether through records or experiments, It had been established that a beast tamer could only support the release of spirit beast skills after reaching 3 stars, with sufficient physical and mental strength. If one had not reached 3 stars, yet released spirit beast skills, the only outcome they could imagine was that the physical body would collapse under the skill's power and mental energy would be completely depleted. But when they focused on Lu Lin, they only saw him slowly pressing his hand against the wound on his chest, from which blood continued to flow, before taking a pill. Then he slumped onto the back of the devouring demon wolf, allowing it to carry him away. Soon, Su Miao approached Lu Lin, anxiously asking how he was. Lu Lin just smiled. It's not a big problem. If you want to practice with me tonight, that's fine. Get lost. At that moment, Su Chongling walked over, causing the 2 young people who had been playing around to suddenly become serious. Su Chongling then asked, "Are you really okay?" "Really nothing." Although Lu Lin's expression was relaxed, his heart was still racing. Even now it hadn't weakened much, because he was so close, just a little bit away. His heart could have stopped. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he grasped the trick to using his spirit beast skills and, based on that feeling, used the soul-devouring skill to absorb the spirit beast sealed within Xiao Bufan. It is worth mentioning that when using the Apocalypse Mad Orange skill, his physical body was almost on the verge of collapse, and after continuously using skills, his internal spirit power had nearly reached a state of exhaustion. But just from absorbing a bit of Xiao Bufan, his heart was repaired, his spirit power was restored, and even his cultivation soared. That Xiao Bufan really was a great tonic. No wonder the devouring demon wolf had insisted on absorbing him earlier. Just as Lu Lin was about to leave, Su Chongling said faintly, "In this competition, you're definitely the first place. But there's one thing you need to pay attention to. The Xiao family has many loyal followers and clansmen, so don't fall victim to their revenge. Come on, bring one, and I'll kill one." Chapter 57. The 7th Elder Lu Lin wanted to leave immediately, but before he could exit Su Chongling's line of sight, he was surrounded by a large group of reporters. "Mr. Lu, do you think you can survive until graduation from university?" "Mr. Lu, why did you decide to contract a forbidden spirit beast?" "Mr. Lu, may I ask?" Faced with these questions, Lu Lin had no interest at all. But considering that if he didn't say something, these guys probably wouldn't leave, he scanned them with his eyes and said one sentence. "To become the Beast King and the most powerful being, I had no choice but to contract the forbidden spirit beast." "Then may I ask why you want to become the most powerful being?" "Because I want to. For this dream, are you willing to bear the cost, even face death? As long as I can become the Beast King, the most powerful being, even if it's just for 1 day, 1 hour, or even 1 second, that is more exciting than anyone's entire life." The reporters wanted to continue asking questions, but they were blocked by Su Chongling's people, and Lu Lin finally managed to leave smoothly. However, while he left, the entire Great Xia erupted because of what he had said. Countless netizens saw the interview with Lu Lin online and expressed their shock. Is this guy the legendary battle maniac? I thought anyone who dared to contract a forbidden spirit beast was already a super tough guy, but I didn't expect someone to dare to contract 2 at once. What? The forbidden spirit beast actually exists? However, they were only shocked. In their view, no matter how strong Lu Lin was now, he was destined not to live long. And even if he became the Beast King, what difference would it make? Completely different from the reactions of these ordinary people were 2 of the most powerful organizations in the world. Great Xia, a top-secret restricted area. An old man lived in a small wooden house on the edge of a cliff. After taking a sip of tea, he began his work for the day. After reading several documents in succession, he shook his head and sighed, looking at a woman in uniform beside him and saying, "I see that the next World Beast Master Development Exchange Summit, Great Xia, is going to suffer again." Showing no concern for this so-called World Beast Master Development Exchange Summit, she continued cleaning while saying, "Our cultivation method in Great Xia has determined that we choose to sacrifice growth speed for the sake of our potential limits. So, of course, we have no advantage in competitions among young people. That said, every time such competitions came up, just thinking about our Great Xia losing to those small countries made me unable to eat or sleep." "You are just overthinking it," the old man shook his head, not expecting the young person in front of him to empathize with him, and continued scanning the documents on the table. Finally, his gaze landed on one of the documents, and his eyes lit up. "Xiao family? They accepted the family inheritance so early. That's interesting. He took the document out separately and handed it to the secretary beside him. Investigate this guy thoroughly. If he qualifies, train him as a key talent. Whether it's for the World Beast Master Development Exchange Summit or for carrying out tasks that only young people can handle, he would be quite suitable. The secretary nodded and just took the document out when she quickly returned. Seventh Elder, this Xiao Bufan just died. What? Just died? How did he die? Accident, illness, or was he simply killed by other beast masters? He was killed by other beast masters. Isn't it during the student competition period? How could a beast master dare to kill a student at this time? What audacity! And isn't Tianjing City under Su Chongling's control? How is that kid managing things? The beast master who killed Xiao Bufan seems to be one of Su Chongling's people. What did you say? The old man stood up directly, an imposing aura immediately emanating from him, causing several cracks to appear on the hard marble table, bringing it to the brink of shattering. Before his secretary could continue speaking, four powerful phantoms slowly emerged behind him. That kid, does he think that just because he saved a city, he can act recklessly in Great Xia? If this is true, even if I have to step down, I will have to eliminate him. Seventh Elder, calm down. The guy who killed Xiao Bufan is indeed Su Chongling's person, but he's also a student. Even if he's a student, he can't. Before the Seventh Elder could finish his sentence, he suddenly realized something. Xiao Bufan wouldn't have died during the student competition, would he? His eyes flashed with disbelief because he was quite clear about the Xiao family situation. That family could no longer be described by common sense. If they were willing to sacrifice the spirit beasts of their elders, they would unleash terrifying combat power. Although Xiao Bufan had suppressed his spiritual power to 1 star to prevent those spirit beasts from rejecting him, the power he could unleash was definitely not something a student could compare to. How could a student not only defeat Xiao Bufan, but even kill him? How is that possible? This matter had gone viral online, with videos spreading everywhere. You can check for yourself. The Seventh Elder took a tablet from the secretary and began watching the battle video between Lu Lin and Xiao Bufan. Soon, his mind was filled with several terms. Forbidden Spirit, Beast Contractor, Great Willpower, Child of Luck, Hardcore, Tough Guy. He keenly noticed that Lu Lin could absorb the Spirit Beast soul to resist part of the cost he needed to bear. Thus, even though he had contracted the Forbidden Spirit Beast for such a long time, he should have suffered several terrifying costs. Yet he could still fight. He couldn't believe that contracting a forbidden spirit beast could come without bearing a cost. Judging by the fact that Lu Lin's injuries healed after absorbing the spirit beast's soul from Xiao Bufan, Lu Lin should be able to offset the cost by consuming the spirit beast's soul. Then he keenly sensed that Lu Lin was quite extraordinary. He smiled and put down the documents, then took out his phone and dialed a number. Su Kid, do you still remember this old man? On the other side, Wang Kuan lay weakly in bed, receiving nutrition infusion. When he saw today's news, he suddenly looked at a Western-looking person beside him. You promised me you would help me kill him, right? The Westerner nodded emphatically. According to the intelligence we have, the forbidden spirit beast he contracted is an extraordinary existence among other forbidden spirit beasts, so we will definitely find a way to obtain it. Lu Lin knew nothing of all this. He was sitting at home, studying which of the 3 top universities in Great Xia was more suitable for him. Chapter 58. Tianfu Beast Master University. After the competition ended, professors from the 3 top universities had already come to find him, promising him many benefits as long as he could enroll. For him, those benefits were inconsequential. After all, the cultivation resources they offered were merely pills of the 7th or at most 6th rank, which he could exchange for by collecting pain points in the system. So it was meaningless. The main consideration now was which institution suited him best. Tianfu Beast Master University leaned slightly towards the liberal arts. Students like Long Mengting and Lu Qinshuan primarily studied surveying and ancient beast mastery culture, creating a relatively gentle atmosphere at the school. Fanyuan Beast Master University, on the other hand, had a plethora of cultivation methods, and students grew extremely quickly, gaining quite a reputation nationwide, making it suitable for those obsessed with cultivation. Lu Lin did not consider this option much. After all, he relied solely on devouring the essence and souls of magical wolves and other spirit beasts to enhance his strength. He could now devour the essence and souls of other spirit beasts himself, making cultivation unnecessary. The most interesting was Shunwei Beast Master University, where students had a relatively high mortality rate. Approximately 2 out of every 100 students died each year, and there were jokes online about how attending this school was a high-risk endeavor. This was due to the school's strong emphasis on combat skills and the Beastmaster's control over spirit beasts. In fact, once a Beastmaster reached the 2-star level, the outcome of a battle depended not only on the combat power of the spirit beasts, but significantly on the Beastmaster's controllability. The Beastmaster that impressed Lu Lin the most was that crazy old man who controlled a magic attribute octopus. That guy's spirit beast clearly did not have formidable combat power, even though he burned its soul to elevate his beast's skill strength to an exaggerated level. However, given its level, it was destined not to be very strong. Yet, that old man not only achieved victories against stronger opponents, but also managed to kill several enemies without taking any damage and won against many situations. If it weren't for Lu Lin's built-in advantages and the evolution of the devouring magic wolf through hidden routes, he might not have been able to defeat him. That old man's spirit beast was only an A-level beast, yet he could achieve such feats, relying on the extraordinary combat experience he had accumulated over a lifetime. Shunwei Beastmaster University valued this greatly, often arranging for students to train in various beast domains, even pitting them against each other. The one who exchanged pills for copper coins with him, Su Rongfei, seemed to be from Shunwei Beastmaster University, though he hadn't shown any extraordinary combat abilities. One thing was certain, he was very good at seizing opportunities. During his surprise attack, if Lu Lin hadn't been on guard, he would have truly been caught off guard. If sneaking up on someone was also a form of combat ability, then his combat experience should also be quite rich. Thinking of this, Lu Lin suddenly felt that Shunwei Beastmaster University was the most suitable for him. After all, knowledge and cultivation were completely unimportant to him. Only strength mattered most. However, this thought was quickly negated by a piece of information. Tianfu Beastmaster University had an advantage that no other university possessed. It was located in the capital, close to the best hospital in Daxia, and had a major that excited him immensely. That was the ancient medical arts major. It should be noted that the inheritance Lu Lin received included everything from cultivation to talisman drawing and alchemy, but overall, the main inheritance was the ancient medical arts. After obtaining the inheritance, he had gained a considerable understanding of it. According to his understanding, the poison attribute in his sister's body had long become deeply rooted due to the prolonged time. Moreover, the spirit beast with that poison attribute was most likely a mutated species. Even if she were sent to the best hospital in Daxia, or even the best hospital in the world, those hospitals could only stabilize her condition. They lacked the technology for a complete cure. However, if he continued to study the mysterious ancient medical arts, there might be hope. With this in mind, he already had an answer in his heart. He then stood up and looked at Su Miao, who was busy in the kitchen. How about it? Are you interested in cultivating some more? The next day, Lu Lin sat cross-legged on his bed while Su Miao rested on his shoulder. After 2 consecutive cultivation sessions, Su Miao had reached 2-star beast mastery, and the old bird had rapidly advanced to LV-21. At this rate, if others heard about it, they would be utterly shocked. But for Lu Lin, it made perfect sense. After all, how much spiritual energy had been stored in the devouring magic wolf? That was the spirit beast accumulated by the Shao family over thousands of years. Though the absorption rate was very low due to its sealed state, it allowed the devouring magic wolf to jump from LV-37 to LV-43 in one go. The amount of absorbed spiritual energy was unimaginable. Last night, he nearly exhausted himself refining this portion of spiritual energy with the Yin-Yang True God technique. If Su Miao's mental power level and the old bird's level hadn't been so low, the old bird might have directly initiated its first evolution. After taking a deep breath, Lu Lin took out his contract black card. 3 stars were already flashing on it. As a 3-star Beastmaster with S-level mental power, he could not only use beast skills within the limits, but also had a body that reached the level of steel and iron, allowing him to share his spirit beast senses, making it easier to control. Seeing his contract black card, Su Miao was shocked. Your growth speed is a bit too frightening. Isn't it? Is it? I'm still far from becoming the Beast King. What do you want to do after becoming the Beast King? Anything. What do you mean? Lu Lin didn't answer and turned to look at her. Let's not worry about those things for now. How about just trying not to cultivate? No way. I was nearly exhausted yesterday. By the way, have you decided which academy to apply to? Tianfu Beastmaster University. I thought you would apply to Shunwei Beastmaster University. By the way, what do you plan to do? Since you're going to college in the capital, I want to work there too. My brother is there, so I'll go with you. Lu Lin nodded and then opened his mobile terminal to search for the location of the C-level development Beast domain in Tianjin City. It wasn't that he didn't want to go to the B-level development Beast domain, but Tianjin City didn't have a B-level development Beast domain. There was an A-level one, but it was too dangerous. Plus, he didn't have a pass for the B-level development Beast domain. Feeling his current powerful strength, a smile gradually appeared on his face. This trip to the C-level Beast domain was destined to be an absolute massacre. Chapter 59. The past that the Doomsday Crazy Orange cannot bear to recall after that. Lu Lin contacted Tianfu Beastmaster University to confirm his desired major. Tianfu Beastmaster University immediately began processing the transfer procedures for Lu Shui, allowing her to receive treatment at the affiliated hospital of Tianfu Beastmaster University. If it had been before, given Lu Shui's physical condition, she wouldn't have been able to leave the hospital room for even a moment. However, after Lu Lin used ancient medical techniques to treat her, her condition had significantly improved. Therefore, transferring hospitals at this time was completely fine. But according to what the professor from Tianfu Beastmaster University said, there was a freshman assessment for new students. The candidates for the assessment were all top-tier powerhouses from various cities in the Great Xia who could attend Tianfu Beastmaster University. The scores from the assessment would determine the allocation of resources during their time at the university. In simple terms, if you perform well in this assessment, the school will deem your talent exceptional and invest more resources in you. If you perform poorly, they won't waste too many resources on you. So the professor's advice was for Lu Lin not to rush the transfer and to wait until the freshman assessment was over. With Lu Lin's strength, he should be able to secure the best resources. Just in time, his sister would receive the best treatment. Lu Lin agreed to this and then thought about heading to the C-level development Beast domain. He chuckled to himself, thinking that this time he must go on a rampage and conquer the entire Beast domain. Su Miao looked at the obviously strange smile on Lu Lin's face and asked in confusion, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing much. Just planning to take a trip to the C-level development Beast domain." Hearing this, Su Miao's face clearly showed surprise. "How do you plan to get there? Take a taxi?" "How else?" Lu Lin replied, while contemplating whether the quality of spirit beasts in the C-level development Beast domain would help his growth at this stage. "What are you thinking? Your spirit beast growth level exceeds LV35, and your spirit power quality has reached a 3-star Beast Master. You're prohibited from entering the C-level development Beast domain. You can only go to the B-level development Beast domain. Is that so?" "Of course. If someone with such high spirit power quality were allowed into the Beast domain, it could disrupt the balance within the domain and lead to chaos. But there's no B-level development Beast domain in Tianjin City." Lu Lin suddenly found himself in a dilemma. The A-level open Beast domain was ultimately too early for his current strength and was not suitable for him. Who says there isn't? Upon hearing Su Miao say this, Lu Lin's eyes lit up. Someone like her, who understood the ins and outs, would know much more than he did. "What do you mean?" "Actually, before it was known as the Development Beast Domain, it was called the Undeveloped Beast Domain. This means that the information about this Beast Domain has not been fully assessed yet, and it is temporarily closed to the public." "Closed to the public?" "Yes. There could be incredibly powerful spirit beasts inside. If people were allowed in recklessly, it would be too dangerous. The information about that Beast Domain must be fully assessed before it can be opened." "Do you know its location?" "I do know, but what do you want to do?" "You're not planning to go in, are you?" Lu Lin remained silent and just gave Su Miao a smile that conveyed his intentions. "No way, absolutely not. That kind of Beast Domain is full of unknowns. It's too dangerous. You can't go. What are you doing? Why can't you just be honest?" "You." After some time, Lu Lin used a special method to finally get Su Miao to reveal the location of a B-level undeveloped Beast Domain. While Su Miao lay on the bed saying, "Even if you have a location, it's sealed off. You can't get in." However, Lu Lin was unconcerned. No matter how sealed off it is, can they block teleportation? Without any hesitation, he headed straight for the coordinates. Every beast domain's vicinity was quite dangerous, even stable beast domains. Therefore, there were no cities or even villages around the beast domains. They looked completely like primeval forests. Development beast domains and stable beast domains had roads due to human traffic, but for undeveloped beast domains and chaotic beast domains, there were no roads at all. As a result, when Lu Lin arrived in the vicinity, if he hadn't sensed the unique spirit power fluctuations of the beast domain, he would have thought Su Miao was lying to him. Then, he took the Doomsday Crazy Orange out of his spiritual space. It's worth mentioning that ever since the last battle with Xiao Bufan, this fat cat had been looking quite down. During his cultivation last night, Lu Lin had originally planned to channel some spirit power into it to help it grow, but this guy actually refused, considering Xiao Bufan's special ability, which made people or spirit beasts see scenes they desperately wished to forget. Lu Lin felt that this fat cat must have seen something it couldn't bear to recall, so he tried to communicate with it. However, every time he mentioned what it had seen, the cat would become extremely irritable and even threaten to eat him. The consequence of this was that Lu Lin and the devouring demon wolf gave it a good thrashing, and now it was much more obedient. Lu Lin grabbed the fat cat by the neck and said, "Your perception is stronger than mine. You should know where the beast domain is located, right? Let us work together and enter that beast domain." The Doomsday Crazy Orange's eyes moved, glanced at Lu Lin, and then continued to remain still. With no other option, Lu Lin patted its head and said, "Be good, listen to me, and quickly teleport me to that unknown beast domain, and then you can have delicious beast food pellets. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Initially, Lu Lin had little hope, but the Doomsday Crazy Orange looked at him, appearing somewhat teary-eyed. In the Doomsday Crazy Orange's eyes, Lu Lin had transformed into a beautiful female student. This student, dressed in uniform, patted its head while telling it, "Little tiger, you must listen to my parents at home. When I come back, I'll bring you delicious food. Otherwise, my parents will throw you away." "Huh, little tiger, why are you so cute? Who is the cutest little cat in the world?" "Of course, it's my little tiger, the fatter, the cuter." However, the scene quickly began to crumble, and eventually, the outside world turned dark. That girl and her family all died and became mindless monsters that wanted to eat it. In despair, it had no choice but to use the inexplicably obtained power to kill its original owner and devour them bite by bite. Since that day, when it encountered Xiao Bufan, this scene had been flashing before its eyes, torturing it endlessly. Eventually, the face of that female owner gradually morphed into Lu Lin's, making it suddenly recall something. In the previous world, it had gone to great lengths to grow into an existence close to godhood, even willing to give up all its power to activate ancient technology, only to arrive in this world and meet the man before it. Did this mean that this man was actually the key factor in resurrecting its female owner? With this thought, it slowly stood up and placed its paw on Lu Lin, choosing to obey his commands. Chapter 60, Special Operations Team in the Blink of an Eye. Lu Lin found himself deep within a strange forest. The trees in this forest were hollowed out, looking as if many holes had been drilled into them by human hands, almost resembling meticulously crafted artworks. The moment he looked at these trees, Lu Lin rubbed his eyes to confirm whether he was seeing things correctly. After identifying the species of the trees, he immediately displayed an expression of immense excitement, and then turned to the devouring demon wolf and the apocalypse orange. The roots of these trees were actually a type of spiritual beast that would remain in a dormant state for a long time. Hurry up and dig down along the trees. While they're still asleep, kill them all. As the devouring demon wolf and the apocalypse orange busied themselves, Lu Lin began to look around and used the method of receiving spiritual energy fluctuations to investigate the basic information of this beast domain. After a while, he took a deep breath, and a look of astonishment emerged in his eyes. The spiritual energy fluctuations in this beast domain were exceedingly chaotic, as if all the spiritual beasts were fighting each other. What on earth was happening? Turning his head, he saw that the devouring demon wolf had already dug out many tree roots and was absorbing their blood and souls after killing them. The growth levels of these spiritual beasts ranged from LV-27 to LV-41. Indeed, The difference in growth levels was significant, the higher the level of the beast domain. The more pronounced this was. Hence, there's a saying that the higher the level of the beast domain, the more unknown dangers exist. Lu Lin walked over to several roots of spiritual beasts killed by the apocalypse orange, intending to devour them directly, but suddenly sensed something was off, filled with confusion. He placed his hand on a root that looked completely intact, then found its eye position and slowly pried it open. The light representing the culprit immediately reflected in his eyes. He then stood up, finally understanding why the density of spiritual beasts in such an undeveloped beast domain was so low that it felt wrong. Even after staying here for half a day, he had seen a single one. It turned out that this beast domain was in a state of chaos. All the spiritual beasts had gathered in one area due to the chaos. Just as he was about to leave and inform Su Chongling, he suddenly thought of something. If all the spiritual beasts had gathered in one area, it meant that if he could find that place, he could kill them all and rapidly increase his strength. The thought of fleeing vanished in an instant, replaced by an indescribable excitement. With the skill of Soul Devour, it guaranteed that whether it was him or the devouring demon wolf, as long as they could continue to kill spiritual beasts, their stamina would be limitless and they could infinitely recover from any injuries. With the Apocalypse Orange as support to help him dodge deadly attacks and increase speed, theoretically. Even facing a beast tide, they could fight fiercely. Even if they were overwhelmed, the Apocalypse Orange could carry him away. With these thoughts in mind, he no longer hesitated and set out on the path to find the beast tide. On the other side of the beast domain, beneath a towering giant tree, a man and a woman were present. The man lay on the ground, his entire thigh crushed, leaving him completely unable to move. The woman, however, showed no intention of stopping his bleeding. Instead, she expressionlessly fiddled with a device. "What are you doing? Hurry and stop the bleeding. And painkillers. I really can't take it anymore." But the woman completely ignored him, and after a few minutes, handed the device to him and said, "Where's your contract black card?" The man seemed to realize something, his body trembling instantly, but he still took out his black contract card, which shimmered with 3 golden stars. The woman then took the contract black card, forcibly infused the man's spiritual power into the device, and stood up to walk away from him. "What are you planning to do? With you carrying this burden, neither of us can survive this beast domain. I don't want to die. You're abandoning a fellow. You can't do this." Before the man could finish, the woman silenced him with a look. Then, a large bird with white wings appeared behind her, and after the man fell silent, the woman continued, "Do you know what that device is? Activate it immediately when the beast tide appears around you to buy me enough time to escape. Having abandoned me, you still want to extract my last bit of value. Is it you who dies, allowing me to bring the news back and save everyone in Tianjing City? Or should I and everyone in Tianjing City die with you? Think it over." Seeing the man still looking at her with resentment, the woman suddenly stepped forward and slapped him, her tone growing colder. "The moment you joined the Special Operations Team, you should have anticipated this day." Her voice was extremely cold, devoid of any human emotion. After speaking, she used her white wings to fly high into the sky. Not long after, a rat with a thick tail beside the man suddenly squeaked, and he turned to look in a certain direction. At the edge of his sight, a mass of dark objects was rushing toward a certain direction, and the pressure created by the concentrated spiritual energy caused him, already heavily injured, to spit out a mouthful of blood. He glanced at the device in his hand, then gently stroked the spiritual beast beside him, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Do you regret this?" "Huh!" With all his strength, he stood up from the ground and raised the device above his head, shouting loudly, "History will remember me. The descendants of Tianjing City will remember me. I'm a damn hero." In the next second, the spiritual energy of him and the spiritual beast beside him was instantly absorbed by the device, transformed into an incredibly dazzling white light, forming a pillar of light that shot up into the sky, almost illuminating the entire beast domain. Seeing this, the nearby beast tide went wild, rushing toward him in droves. In the blink of an eye, the man saw several speed-type spiritual beasts already before him, raising their claws to strike at him. For some reason, he suddenly felt no fear peacefully closing his eyes, quietly awaiting death. But after waiting for what felt like an eternity, he still hadn't experienced what death felt like. Before he could open his eyes, a voice reached his ears. Isn't this an undeveloped beast domain? Why is there someone here? Opening his eyes, he was shocked, preferring to believe he was dead rather than accept what was happening before him. A black shadow was constantly flashing among the speed-type, ferocious beasts ahead. The wails of the beast before death ringing out, while the shadow kept moving faster, even splitting into 5, fiercely fighting the beasts. Struggling. A very familiar figure was looking at him in confusion, casually slashing a small spiritual beast charging toward him in half with a dagger. The famous madman of Tianjin City. The taboo spiritual beast contract holder? Why was he here? Chapter 61. The formation used by Lu Lin, seeing the man staring at him blankly with his mouth wide open and not speaking for a long time. Lu Lin simply released a magic shadow of himself. After it appeared beside the man, he handed him a basic healing pill to help stop the bleeding and alleviate the pain. After watching the guy take the pill, he asked again, "Isn't this a beast domain yet to be developed? Why are you here?" The man glanced at Lu Lin with an obvious expression of speechlessness, then pulled out a badge from his pocket. It read General Administration of Beast Management of the Great Xia Special Operations Team, and his name was Yang Hui. "I'm here to carry out a mission, legally and legitimately. What method did you use to sneak in here?" This question made Lu Lin quite embarrassed, so he had to change the topic. "By the way, this beast domain is in such chaos now. Why didn't you escape?" Yang Hui looked at Lu Lin, then at his crushed thigh. Though he didn't say a word, the expression of disbelief on his face became even more apparent. "I know you can't escape. What I mean is, as a professional, you should have realized that this beast domain was in chaos as soon as you entered. Why didn't you leave?" "No need to tell you, because we will both die here." Just as Yang Hui finished speaking, Lu Lin noticed that the real beast tide was rapidly approaching, with countless flying spirit beasts in the sky, forming a cloud that blocked the sunlight. A powerful aura, strong enough to make him feel suffocated and unable to stand, rushed towards him. Looking around, there was no gap or weak point to break through, meaning they were completely surrounded, and even underground, spirit beasts were burrowing towards them. There was no escape from this 360-degree, all-encompassing assault. In the face of such a beast-tide attack, let alone Lu Lin, even a 5-star beast master would only be able to prolong their death, as it was impossible to defeat such a large number of ferocious beasts. Therefore, Yang Hui had no desire to explain the situation to Lu Lin. In his view, he and this madman with the contracted taboo spirit beast were about to die here together. However, Lu Lin showed no signs of panic when facing this wave of beast tide. He simply controlled the devouring demon wolf, consciously targeting and killing certain ferocious beasts within a specific range, aided by the Apocalypse Orange. Seeing this, Yang Hui became even more disdainful. "You're not trying to break out, are you? Ha ha! The length of this beast tide is probably several times longer than the diameter of the entire Tianjin City. You think you can break out? Forget it. Just wait here to die with me." For some reason, after resigning himself to death, Yang Hui felt no fear. Instead, he returned to an unusually calm state, just watching Lu Lin at work. Soon, he noticed that Lu Lin and the devouring demon wolf were not showing any signs of weakness from the prolonged high-intensity battle. Rather, they were becoming more and more courageous. And it seemed that the devouring demon wolf's growth level was even increasing. However, even with this, he had no hope for Lu Lin. When the pressure from the ferocious beast became strong enough to crush his bones, he finally closed his eyes, revealing a peaceful expression. "Grandma, I'm here to see you." But immediately afterward, he saw neither his grandmother nor heard her voice. Instead, he felt a significant quietness around him. He furrowed his brow and opened his eyes, only to be stunned by an even more shocking scene. He saw Lu Lin stab a dagger into the ground, and the entire area began to emit a strange silver light. Then, all the spirit beasts on the ground stood still as if glued in place. Without any hesitation, Lu Lin immediately grabbed Yang Hui and had the Apocalypse Orange teleport them to another location. This wave of frenzied slaughter raised the growth level of the devouring demon wolf to LV-45. Most of the ferocious beasts on the outskirts of the beast tide were a lower growth level than the devouring demon wolf, so the absorption effect was quite poor. The ones with higher growth levels were at the center of the beast tide and were unreachable, considering that staying here would not only fail to yield the desired benefits, but could also lead to disaster and death at the hands of these ferocious beasts. Lu Lin wanted to leave. However, the teleportation skill of the Apocalypse Orange, similar to instantaneous movement, could not be used at will. It required a certain amount of charging, meaning the orange light had to flicker for a while. The longer it flickered, the further they could teleport. Of course, it wasn't simply about teleporting anywhere. There was a limit which depended on the growth level of the Apocalypse Orange and the spirit power stored within. Soon, they were teleported to another area of the beast domain. Lu Lin retracted his magic shadow and looked at Yang Hui, asking, "Can you tell me now?" Yang Hui was completely stunned, his mind filled with the scene he had just witnessed, and his body trembled slightly. The formation, what I just saw, was definitely a formation. He didn't know how Lu Lin had done it, because formations have been lost to history. Even though the great Xia had obtained a lot of formation inheritance through ancient ruins, no one had succeeded in setting up a true formation, even the most basic simple ones. What Lu Lin had just created using an unknown method was clearly a high-level formation, which left him extremely puzzled about how Lu Lin accomplished it. If Lu Lin knew his thoughts, he would probably be even more confused. This formation is just about setting different qualities of spirit power in space according to the formation I and ratio, right? Is that difficult? Yang Hui was very clear that now was not the time to get hung up on formations, so he immediately began to explain the current situation to Lu Lin. In fact, the Great Xia had a satellite in space specifically for detecting the spirit power fluctuations of beast domains. Around the time when the college entrance examination was starting, they detected that the spirit power fluctuations emanating from the Tianjing City beast domain were abnormal. They immediately wanted to send someone to investigate. But then the chaos in the D-level beast domain where Lu Lin was occurred, leading them to believe that this D-level beast domain was the source of the abnormal fluctuations, and they dropped the matter. However, after some time, the abnormal spirit power fluctuations continued and intensified, completely unlike what a D-level beast domain could emit. So they sent people to survey the situation again. Long Mingting was one of them, but since she was a student, she was only responsible for surveying the developmental beast domains of Tianjing City, while other beast domains were assigned to others. Among them, the ones responsible for surveying this beast domain were Yang Hui and a woman named Yao Qian. Their job was not to leave after discovering a chaotic beast domain. They had a more important mission. That was to determine all the weak points of this beast domain, specifically the location of the entrance, to provide information for those outside, to carry out containment efforts, to prevent the beast tide from escaping. However, after their investigation, they discovered something terrifying. Chapter 62. The beast domain without a gate. This beast domain surprisingly has no gate. It can be said that there is no gate, or it can also be said that there are gates everywhere. The entire perimeter is full of weak points. If a ferocious beast discovers one, then all the ferocious beasts can immediately reach the outside. Realizing this, the first thing they need to do is not to escape, but to lure the spirit beast from the edges to the center before thinking about fleeing. Otherwise, it will be too late. During this process, Yang Hui was injured, but he did not manage to lure all the beast tide away, so his companions decisively chose to abandon him, letting him activate a device to attract all the ferocious beasts. After hearing what he said, Lu Lin immediately nodded. In that case, let's run. Run? Where do you want to run to? Of course, back. Humph. Yang Hui suddenly laughed, his gaze towards Lu Lin changing several times before he spoke. Let me simulate it for you. Currently, if you want to leave the beast domain, there are two places you can go, either return to Tianjing City or flee in other directions. Do you know what the outcomes of these two actions would be? What outcomes? Upon returning to Tianjing City, you will see an official announcement stating that the city has to be locked down due to weather reasons. Then the school and special units will summon some people for various reasons and secretly transport them away. Gradually, people will start to realize something is wrong and instinctively try to escape, only to find that all the routes are blocked. Meanwhile, the entire city will start distributing flyers on how ordinary people can use weapons to fight ferocious beasts. Finally, When the spiritual pressure becomes so strong that almost everyone can feel it, the official will announce that Tianjin City is facing a massive beast tide, and everyone must unite to resist it until every person in Tianjin City dies under the beast tide. Lu Lin frowned, feeling slightly shocked but not easily convinced, and continued to ask, "What if I choose to go to another city? Since transportation has already stopped, you have to cross mountains and rivers to get to another city, only to find out in horror that the area of Daxia is far larger than what you saw in textbooks. No matter how fast you move, you won't reach the next city, and you will ultimately be completely swallowed. Why is the area of Daxia larger than what is in the textbooks? Because ever since this Beast Master era began, the area of the entire Blue Star has been constantly expanding. This world is undergoing changes that you cannot even imagine." At first, Lu Lin was quite panicked, but after hearing this, he immediately felt reassured. It was probably due to the trauma he received earlier, coupled with being abandoned by his teammates and the threat posed by the beast tide. A series of blows caused his mental state to go awry. It was strange from the beginning. How could a beast domain possibly have no gate? He had never heard of such a thing. Moreover, if it were as he said, why hadn't the beast tide rushed outside yet? Logically speaking, without a gate, they should be able to escape anywhere, and the beast tide should have quickly rushed out to destroy the city. What a coincidence that they entered just when the chaos had not yet had time to break out. Clearly, it didn't make sense. So he immediately decided to get out of this beast domain first and see what the situation was. He then turned his eyes and had the devouring demon wolf create 4 demon shadows to stay here, while he kept 1 shadow to hunt down solitary ferocious beasts while constantly monitoring the situation here. After finishing all this, he had the Doomsday Orange repeatedly use the teleportation skill to take him back to the urban area of Tianjin City, riding on the devouring demon wolf, and successfully returned to the city. Yang Hui struggled to leave him, then immediately took a taxi away without saying goodbye to his savior, as if he had something urgent to attend to. Lu Lin shrugged, completely unconcerned. When he got home, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate the spiritual power he had obtained in the beast domain into his own cultivation. According to the information given to him by a professor at Tianfu Beastmaster University, he would soon be sent to participate in some student assessment. So he also did not plan to run around randomly. On the other side, Yao Qian stood inside the Tianjin City Presale Management Bureau, facing Su Chongling. The first batch of evacuees consisted of students from Tianjin City, prioritizing talents, followed by various professionals and powerful beastmasters, and finally ordinary people. Su Chongling smiled. "It's just a suspected riot. There's no need to start formulating an evacuation plan right now. Is there? We're not making it now. I'm just conveying an order to you, which is to execute it immediately." "What do you mean? That beast domain isn't just suspected of a riot. It has truly erupted, and the gate of the beast domain is gone for unknown reasons. All ferocious beasts could emerge at any time. How is that possible? All the beast domains within the range of Tianjin City have been strictly monitored by me. If there were such a beast domain, I would have discovered it long ago. Currently, the magnetic field across the world is extremely unstable. Such occurrences are entirely normal. What you need to do now is to orderly evacuate valuable people and abandon those of lesser value." "Are you joking with me? To abandon almost the entire city for a beast tide? The direction of the beast tide hasn't even been determined. Director Su, let me be direct with you. The scope of this beast tide is larger than any previous one. No matter which direction they run, Tianjin City cannot escape." "What do you mean? Tianjin City is finished. My companions have already sacrificed themselves in the beast domain to buy time. If you don't issue the order now, everyone will be trapped. The traces of Tianjin City in this world will completely disappear." Su Chongling's figure swayed, and just as he was about to say something, a voice suddenly rang out. "Yao Qian, you're really heartless. I still have 1 breath left, and you directly abandon me." Turning to look at the person, a look of disbelief appeared on Yao Qian's cold features. "You, how did you escape alive?" Su Chongling also looked confused. Yang Hui limped to a map and drew an enormous circle on it. "I've come into close contact with the beast tide, so I can estimate the range of the beast tide. It's about this big. That's impossible. If it were truly a beast tide of such a massive scale, Even if I got close, there would be no chance of survival. How could you possibly come out alive? I was saved by Lu Lin. As soon as he heard Lu Lin's name, Su Chongling immediately fell silent. If it were anyone else, perhaps surviving such a disaster would be somewhat unbelievable. But if it were Lu Lin, then it made sense. But Yao Qian clearly didn't believe it, yet she understood that there was no time to debate now. She put her hands on the table. Issue the order. It will be too late if you wait any longer. Chapter 63 official means due to the lack of Su Miao's assistance this time, he could only practice with his Earth-level cultivation method. After a round of training, the growth level of his Doomsday Orange reached LV42. He felt that the growth levels of his two spirit beasts shouldn't differ too much. So he decided to prioritize improving the growth level of the Doomsday Orange in his future training. After finishing his practice, he took out his dagger. During his battle with Xiao Bufan, he had no other option but to inject the spear he absorbed from the ancient ruins into his dagger. Recalling that moment, Lu Lin felt a chill run down his spine to the point where he was hesitant to use his dagger now. The spirit obtained from the ancient ruins was unexpectedly devoured in an instant by the spirit that was originally in his dagger. Moreover, the power unleashed by the original spirit of his dagger was beyond his understanding. He was very sure that even if a 7-star beast master stood in front of him and unleashed all their power, he would still be able to comprehend it. To put it simply, a person with a bit of modern knowledge could recognize a mushroom egg, but if they encountered a powerful alien civilization attacking, they would be unable to comprehend it beyond their understanding. Lu Lin's situation was exactly like that. He considered himself to be academically outstanding, having obtained a system, and even acquired the inheritance of an entire ancient ruin. It could only be that others could not comprehend him. It was impossible for him to not comprehend others. Yet, that entity within his dagger was just like that. It should be noted that at that time, the system had intervened to pause the passage of time. Yet this thing seemed to ignore time altogether. From what he learned later, not only did the people around him not notice the woman he saw, but even the devouring demon wolf and the Doomsday Orange were oblivious, not even sensing any fluctuation of spiritual power. It was as if the moment the nine-tailed mystic cat approached Lu Lin, it was repelled by something. After shaking his head, he decided not to think about it any longer. Instead, he took out his phone, preparing to contact Tianfu Beast Master University to inquire about the specific time for the student assessment. However, as soon as he opened his phone, a prominent message appeared on the screen. Due to weather conditions, the roads from Tianjing City to the outside world are temporarily closed. Residents are advised to pay extra attention to their travel plans and prepare for adverse weather conditions. Seeing this news, Lu Lin suddenly recalled what Yang Hui had told him, and he blinked, feeling an ominous premonition. But soon he shook his head. It must be a coincidence. Just as he was about to dial the professor at Tianfu Beast Master University, an unknown number called him. "Hello, where are you?" It was Su Chongling's voice. Lu Lin blinked and replied, "I'm at home." "Then come downstairs. Both Su Miao and I are waiting for you downstairs." As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up the phone, not giving Lu Lin any chance to ask further questions. Lu Lin swallowed hard, and the ominous premonition in his heart became more pronounced. After going downstairs, he indeed saw a car waiting for him. When he opened the back door and got in, he noticed something unusual. Su Chongling was driving without a chauffeur, and Su Miao was in the back seat, clearly not asleep but unconscious. As the old bird was locked in the back and restrained with chains that could suppress spiritual power. Logically speaking, Su Miao had already reached the 2-star beast master level and could have stored the old bird in her spiritual space. So there was no need to confine it like this. The only explanation for all this was that Su Miao had been knocked out, and to prevent the old bird from resisting, it had been locked up as well. He looked at Su Chongling, wanting to say something several times, but ultimately not speaking a word. Instead, he focused his awareness on the demonic shadow he had left in the beast domain. In fact, Lu Lin had just learned that the demonic shadow skill had a distance limitation. Once the distance was too far, it would turn into a spiritual entity. Simply put, the release skill could not control them to act, and it would soon dissipate into the air. However, as long as it hadn't completely dissipated, Lu Lin could sense the general situation over there, specifically the fluctuations of spiritual power. As soon as he sensed it, He found that the entire beast domain was eerily calm, as if nothing had happened, yet it seemed that everything had happened. What about my sister? Lu Lin suddenly blurted out, causing Su Chongling to fall into a brief silence. After glancing out the window, he finally spoke. What about Su Miao's grandparents? What about her mother? I also have brothers and friends and subordinates I've worked with for half a lifetime. I'm a human too, with feelings. Tell me, what will happen to them? Now, it was Lu Lin's turn to fall silent. I will take you to a place shortly. You take care of Su Miao and leave with everyone. And then, you are calmer than I imagined. What I need to tell you is that you will see Tianjin City being destroyed, then the beast tide crisis will be resolved. And soon Tianjin City will disappear from the map. All the once vibrant lives will turn into a series of cold numbers. Is there no way to stop all this? I will try. Remember to tell Su Miao when she wakes up that I was never a cold-blooded person. Then Lu Lin followed the car to the train station. Lu Lin remembered this place. It was said to be an abandoned train station from a long time ago, so hardly anyone ever came here. He never expected it to be used for escape. After handing Su Miao over to Lu Lin, Su Chongling left, and the shackles on the old bird were removed. Seeing Lu Lin holding its master, it no longer struggled and quietly squatted by Lu Lin's feet. Looking around, he found many familiar faces, including several of his classmates from high school. As soon as they saw him, they all surrounded him, asking questions. Lu Lin, that match you had with Xiao Bufan was incredible. By the way, which school are you planning to apply to? Isn't it obvious? It has to be Shenzhou Beast Master University, the first choice for battle maniacs. Right, Lu Lin? By the way, why hasn't the recruiting professor arrived yet? I've been waiting for ages. While Lu Lin was dealing with these students, he glanced in a certain direction. There Li Zhuotao was sitting alone on the ground, looking somewhat dazed, seemingly having suffered a significant blow, unlike the excitement of the other students. Lu Lin understood that she might know something. Before he could take any further action, a very small train with only one carriage approached at high speed, absolutely not comparable to an ordinary train. Before the students could ask anything, a group of Beastmasters dressed in black, all 3-star Beastmasters, came down and rudely pulled the students onto the train without any explanation. When one of them came over to pull Lu Lin, intending to take Su Miao from his arms, Lu Lin calmly said, "I'll get on myself." The person extended a hand expressionlessly, but Lu Lin swiftly dodged, and a strong displeasure was evident in his gaze. I said I'll get on myself. Do you not understand? Then, the devouring demon wolf suddenly erupted with a unique aura of a forbidden spirit beast, coupled with the powerful presence of its hidden evolution, causing the person to shut their mouth. This kid is the one specifically requested by above, so of course he has some skills. Just leave him alone. After Lu Lin sat on the train, he thought about many things, finally focusing on a person sitting across from him. Help me with a favor. Chapter 64. Lu Lin's decision. At first, Li Zhuotao saw him holding Su Miao, gritting his teeth in silence. Then, when he noticed Lu Lin looking at her, he immediately revealed a mocking smile. You must know everything, right? As a man with such strong abilities, how could you make the same decision as us? Lu Lin did not respond to this question. He glanced at Su Miao before turning back to her and said, "For the sake of our childhood friendship, please take good care of her. What do you want to do? What do you think? I was just joking with you earlier. Now it would be wise to run away. Even if you go back now, it would be meaningless, just a death wish. Take good care of her." After saying this, the train started moving rapidly. Watching the scenery flash by outside, many students began to shout loudly. Who are you? What do you want? We're done for. We've been kidnapped. It must be the lighthouse country's doing. Let's go. However, whenever a student tried to resist, they were subdued by the overwhelming strength of the black-clad men. These men began to count their numbers, but after counting repeatedly, they were horrified to discover that one was missing. After multiple checks, they realized that Lu Lin had vanished, and they immediately looked at Li Zhuotao. What about the forbidden spirit beast contractor? Li Zhuotao let Su Miao lean against her and said to the black-clad man, "He left." Left? Where did he go? He's not on this train. Are you kidding? Do you know how fast this train is going? How could he possibly leave? What if I said he never got on the train? Suddenly, everyone was shocked. The black-clad men started to panic and began to turn in circles, using satellite phones to contact their superiors to report the situation. After all, They were not dealing with an ordinary student, but Lu Lin, who had been specifically requested for rescue by their superiors. How could they not be anxious? Hearing the conversation, the other students immediately erupted in excitement. That's Lu Lin for you. He's incredible. Lu Lin will definitely save us. On the outskirts of Tianjin City, on top of a high mountain, Wang Kuan, with various data cables attached to his head, was using a special device produced by the Lighthouse Country to admire his masterpiece. Two obviously Western-looking individuals stood beside him, seemingly recording something frantically. Then the two spoke up. "Mr. Wang, it's time for us to leave." Wang Kuan nodded with difficulty, and suddenly a large amount of black sludge began to seep out of the capillary pores. This sludge kept merging until it formed a bizarre-looking creature that lay in Wang Kuan's arms. Looking into the distance, where a horde of beasts was rushing over, he controlled his electric wheelchair and slowly turned around. "Lu Lin, you never thought, did you? My spirit beast can not only grow stronger by absorbing pain, but can also convert part of the cost into special abilities." Wang Kuan found it laughable when he recalled Lu Lin's response to reporters after the student competition. In this world, strength is useless because even if you become the most powerful being, you cannot accomplish everything you want to do. Once the master of the world descends, civilizations that disrespect the master, like yours, will be destroyed in an instant. What do you do then, Lu Lin? Thinking this, the strange creature in his arms suddenly jumped down and then transformed into a circle. Wang Kuan and the two individuals beside him stepped into the circle and vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Lu Lin returned to Tianjin City and found that the entire city seemed unaffected, still operating as usual. The passers-by on the street, like those students with good grades, were completely unaware of the impending crisis facing Tianjin City. Everything seemed normal, yet everything felt eerie. Sighing, Lu Lin was about to head towards the location of the chaotic beast domain when he noticed his phone ringing, and many people on the street were also pulling out their phones at the same time. Recalling what Yang Hui had said, he quickly took out his phone and found a message. It was filled with information about a weapon. According to the description, this weapon could not only store spiritual energy and unleash powerful might, but could also activate a self-destruct program at a critical moment, delivering a devastating blow. When everyone saw this information, they were all bewildered until they scrolled to the bottom and saw a satellite image. A vast horde of ferocious beasts, large enough to be several times the size of Tianjin City, was rushing towards the city. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. Without hesitation, Lu Lin immediately rushed towards the location of the chaotic beast domain, as he felt that after learning the truth, Tianjin City would undoubtedly fall into unimaginable chaos. At that time, it might affect him. Without any hesitation, he summoned the Doomsday Orange to teleport him to a high mountain. Here, after enhancing his vision with spiritual energy, he could clearly see the horde of beasts surging towards the city in the distance. In the midst of the horde, flashes of fire and powerful waves were constantly visible, likely caused by the military's large-scale destructive weapons. But these weapons were utterly insignificant against such an exaggerated horde. During his student days, Lu Lin had seen reports on what happened when a city faced a beast tide. Currently, when facing a large-scale beast tide, humanity's approach was basically the same. First, use firearms to reduce the numbers as much as possible, then sacrifice a city to slow down the advance of the horde. Meanwhile, nearby cities would quickly evacuate their populations. Once a large area became deserted, the authorities would activate something to destroy everything within a certain range, paying a hefty price to eliminate the beast tide. Lu Lin certainly wouldn't just watch Tianjin City be destroyed. Instead, he took out a piece of paper and a pen, began to draw a map based on the nearby terrain, and frantically marked points on the map. The only way to deal with this ancient relic was through formations. Although he did not know if he could set up a formation of such a large scale, he had no choice but to try now. On the other hand, Tianjin City had already descended into chaos. Standing over a giant well, Su Chongling witnessed everything and kept sighing. When people fall into the fear of death, they become extremely uncontrollable. So when they learned that Tianjin City was facing a beast tide, very few could remain calm. Almost everyone revealed a crazed side. In response, the authorities had long had experience and measures in place. They provided weapons, told people that the roads were open, and as long as they could outrun the ferocious beasts, they could run freely. But the higher-ups had issued a death order, sealing all the roads. They told them that the roads were open, then led them towards the direction of the beast's tide, knowing that when they faced the horde, they would fight with everything they had. Those ferocious beasts were growing at too high a level. This was utterly meaningless. As a soldier, dying at the hands of ferocious beasts was at least more dignified than waiting to die. Do as I say. Then, Su Chongling's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw his brows furrowed. Then a smile appeared on his face. Good kid, I knew it. Chapter 65. The theory of opposing arrays. Lu Lin wanted to set up not just one formation, but many, many formations. In fact, when he obtained the inheritance of formations from the ancient ruins, the system helped him unlock a cheat. It allowed him to integrate all the formations he learned from the ancient inheritance, reaching a level where he could understand the principles of formations. Since Lu Lin had no prior research on formations, he thought little of it. But if experts who specialized in studying formations heard about it, they would undoubtedly be shocked to the point of questioning their lives. According to his understanding, a formation is essentially a large net constructed with spiritual energy in a specific area, with specific shapes, qualities, and ratios of spiritual energy left at certain points on this net. The specific points on the net are known as the formation eyes. And by using spiritual energy to activate the core formation eye, various effects can be achieved throughout the entire formation. The formations Lu Lin intended to lay down were all focused on unleashing specific attributes of power. In simple terms, if two opposing attribute formations are closely connected and can interact, their mutual repulsion would generate tremendous power. This point was clearly mentioned in the ancient inheritance he received, but the purpose of that mention was to discourage him from doing so. However, given the current situation, he was determined to proceed. In the formation diagram he sketched, there were over 1,000 opposing formations. Setting them up would require a considerable amount of time, so he needed a powerful existence to support his actions. As for who could serve as that powerful support, he seemingly had no choice. Just as the figure of Su Chongling surfaced in his mind, a voice rang out behind him. Oh, isn't this my good son-in-law? Instead of gathering the betrothal gifts for my daughter, you've come here to seek death? Turning around, he saw Su Chongling looking at him with a mischievous smile, but there was a deep sense of helplessness in his eyes. As a well-informed 5-star beastmaster, he knew all too well the destructive potential of even a slightly larger beast tide. According to the calculations of the relevant researchers in the Bureau, based on the average growth level of this beast tide, a scale only 1/23 of the current size could completely destroy Tianjing City, leaving those of them who remain there with a 0 probability of survival. At the current scale, let alone Tianjing City, even a small-scale beast tide formed by losing a part would be enough to flatten areas near Tianjing City. Thus, in his view, Lu Lin's return was tantamount to seeking death. Recalling that he had just received an order, that the higher-ups wanted to meet Lu Lin and seemed inclined to cultivate him vigorously, he had been excited, believing that this kid might escape the drastically reduced lifespan caused by his previous choices. But now, it seemed they were both going to die here. I have no betrothal gifts, but I do have this life to offer. Isn't that what I came back to give you? He said. Now, how do you plan to deal with those beast tides? Lu Lin looked at Su Chongling, feeling that this man was frustratingly reliable. The tense atmosphere in his heart eased a bit, and after organizing his thoughts, he spoke. To be honest, how does the official plan to handle this beast tide crisis? I think there must be a way to deal with this beast tide. We can't just let it destroy a country. However, the methods that Daxia used to resolve beast tides were classified information that had never been made public, so he was quite curious. I don't know. The only directive we've received from above is to hold the beast tide at all costs for as long as possible. I suspect there is some ultimate method the officials can activate, but it requires a long time. Can I take that to mean you have a way to delay the beast tide's actions? Yes. What method? Lead the ferocious beasts in another direction and have them keep circling, but the ferocious beasts are intelligent. I'm not sure how long I can keep them distracted. Lu Lin nodded and then placed the formation diagram he had drawn in front of Su Chongling, saying, Director, although we haven't known each other for long, and you know little about me, I have many secrets that I cannot fully disclose to you. But I want you to trust me this once. Trust you with what? Do not let the ferocious beast tide reach this position. When I give you a signal, then immediately let the ferocious beast tide arrive at this position. What is the significance of doing that? Trust me. Su Chongling squinted. Although he fully trusted Lu Lin, he still chose to confirm that Lu Lin wasn't joking before nodding and saying, "All right, considering you always create miracles, I'll bet my life and the entire Tianjing city on this." With that, Su Chongling disappeared from the spot. Lu Lin did not hesitate, quickly reaching the area outlined as diagram and beginning to construct the formation according to his planned framework. As mentioned earlier, the most important thing in constructing a formation is spiritual energy. Although he had reached the level of a 3-star Beastmaster, with both of his spirit beasts at level 40 or above in terms of total spiritual energy, he simply did not have enough to construct such a massive array of formations. Therefore, his plan was quite bold. He intended to use the characteristics of the Shadow Devour skill to absorb ferocious beasts to restore his spiritual energy while constructing the formation. He could unleash 2 shadows, allowing him to keep his main body here to build the formation while one shadow controlled the devouring demon wolf and the other controlled the apocalypse crazy orange, attacking some of the loosely clustered ferocious beasts while they were rampaging. In a mysterious deep mountain of Daxia, there was a base hidden within a cliff. At this moment, everyone was nervously staring at the large screen, watching the unprecedentedly massive beast tide and falling into existential doubt. Why can the scale of a single beast tide be this enormous? It's over. This time we're really doomed. If we don't handle it well, the very foundation of Daxia might be shaken. We can't delay any longer. I suggest calling upon all the Beastmasters in the vicinity to cooperate with the military and do everything possible to delay the beast tide and reduce its power. Soon, the place erupted into chaos. Faced with such an unprecedented crisis, even though they did not explicitly say it, they all showed signs of fear. They felt this way even from a distance, not to mention the people of Tianjing City who would confront the beast tide directly. However, just as 2 researchers were about to come to blows over their calculations, one person suddenly shouted, "Look, it seems someone is doing something." Everyone turned to that direction and began to zoom in on the images on the monitors. Soon, someone noticed something unusual. Is that setting up a formation? Chapter 66. The terrifying Lu Lin. As soon as the idea of arranging a formation was proposed, everyone had a thought. That is, someone had gone mad in the face of the beast tide and started to pin their hopes on unrealistic things. According to the current research on formations by the great Xia, it is simply impossible to set up a complete formation. They haven't even understood what a formation is yet. Currently, the best they can do with formations is to set up a flawed version and use various other methods from later generations to maintain its operation. Even this requires a long time to arrange, and before arranging it, they have to hold various academic conferences. The country has spent so much manpower and resources researching this, and they still haven't figured it out. How could one person possibly master it? However, despite this, some people, out of curiosity about that person, continued to enlarge the scene there. As a result, when they saw that person's face clearly, someone exclaimed, "Isn't this the recently popular taboo spirit beast contractor, Lu Lin? Lu Lin, the one who single-handedly broke through ancient ruins and brought back a large amount of heritage? If it's him, he might actually have some research on formations. But what good would that do? He probably just wants to try to arrange a formation based on the heritage he obtained." Even though they recognized Lu Lin's identity, some still felt confused about his actions and completely did not believe that Lu Lin could really arrange a complete formation. Even if he did manage to arrange one, what would it matter? A person's spiritual power is limited. No matter how powerful the formation is, it is minimal against the beast tide. But at that moment, someone discovered an incredible scene. This guy is simply terrifying. He had just contracted a spirit beast about a month ago, while other geniuses hadn't even started. And he had already reached 3 stars and could use spirit beast skills extremely skillfully. Everyone looked at that guy's computer and saw an unbelievable scene. There was Lu Lin arranging a formation, while 2 other Lu Lins, each accompanied by a powerful taboo spirit beast, were fighting against the fierce beasts at the edge of the beast tide using various methods. If that was all, it would be fine. But the key point is that everything each Lu Lin was doing was very difficult. Just arranging the formation requires extremely strong mental power to control the amount of spiritual power. The difficulty of this process is comparable to carving a memorial speech on a hair. Then, controlling taboo spirit beasts is also not an easy task, let alone simultaneously controlling two taboo spirit beasts to fight against a number of fierce beasts far exceeding their own. Moreover, they were still using the skills of the spirit beasts. This is something that human mental power should not be able to accomplish. Is this guy even human? But after the shock, most of the emotions in their hearts were left with only regret. According to reason, with this strength and strong willpower, he could accomplish many things in his lifetime, and he might even be remembered in history. But because of this accident, he was destined to have only one way to die. Lu Lin was completely unaware that he was being watched. At this moment, he was only thinking of one thing: devour, devour again, and then use spiritual power to construct the formation. But as time passed little by little, when his formation was only 1/10 complete, a sudden change occurred. The fierce beasts on the outside, through some special means, reported their situation to the beast-Tide, and for a moment, a large number of fierce beasts turned to look at the devouring demon wolf and the doomsday crazy orange. If it was just dealing with a few or a dozen fierce beasts, the devouring demon wolf and the doomsday crazy orange could still cope. But if such a large group came to deal with them, then it would be over. Even the devouring demon wolf, which had a great interest in battle, hesitated at this moment. But when it looked at Lu Lin, it found only determination in Lu Lin's eyes and instantly understood his thoughts. In this situation, the only chance for survival was to fight desperately. Watching 3 flying fierce beasts diving towards him and the spirit beast transforming into strange shapes coming back towards him, Lu Lin immediately issued 3 commands to the devouring demon wolf. Recollect all the magic shadows into one. Subsequently, a large number of fierce beasts attacking the devouring demon wolf's magic shadows missed. Use all your strength to attack the fierce beast in front. The devouring demon wolf did not hesitate and bit towards a fierce beast ahead, leaving trails of black smoke on it, while almost all the fierce beasts attacked it again. The moment they locked onto its position, it used 2 magic shadows to attack the flying fierce beasts, while the remaining magic shadows charged up for the demon god's breath. Then a strange scene occurred. Under Lu Lin's command, those spirit beasts actually stood in a line and were all attacked by the demon god's breath. Even if they didn't die, they were already heavily injured. The fierce beasts' attacks targeting Lu Lin barely passed through, but they clearly wouldn't give Lu Lin any chance to breathe and launched a more intense attack once again. So Lu Lin needed to issue commands to the devouring demon wolf and the doomsday crazy orange time and again, telling them to repel the fierce beasts over and over. This is the meaning of being a beast master. A single spirit beast or person, fundamentally speaking, does not have much combat power. But as long as the two are combined, they can complement each other and achieve an effect greater than the sum of their parts. After issuing a set of instructions, Lu Lin felt he had entered an incredibly subtle state, whether it was the fierce beast in the tide, the devouring demon wolf, and the doomsday crazy orange, or even himself. Threads were spreading from his body to the outside world, and he was controlling these threads to attack over and over again. In the blink of an eye, his formation had been completed to 1/5, and because the devouring demon wolf was continuously devouring fierce beasts and growing stronger, the amount of spiritual power he could use was also increasing. Overall, the speed of constructing the formation was gradually accelerating, but instead of igniting hope in his heart, he felt increasingly desperate, because the reaction speed of the fierce beast tide was much faster than he had imagined. More and more fierce beasts began to stop charging forward and turn to deal with Lu Lin. At this rate, even completing half of the formation would be a luxury. If the beast tide reached here, it would immediately destroy the formation. What should he do now? Just as he gritted his teeth and planned to let the devouring demon wolf and the doomsday crazy orange escape, he suddenly saw several shooting stars streaking across the sky. Regarding the saying that one can make a wish upon a shooting star, Lu Lin scoffed at it, but at this moment, he placed his hope on such an ethereal thing, hoping that someone could help him. No, it's not a shooting star. Someone is really coming. As the shooting stars hit the ground, Lu Lin saw clearly that they were a group of powerful beastmasters. Some were slowly lighting a cigarette. Some were constantly recording something, and others were looking at the position of his magic shadows. All right, you've done enough. I've brought the people over. You can rest assured to arrange your formation. Then, the 5 of them unleashed an incredibly powerful aura. Each of these 5 was a 5-star beastmaster. Chapter 67. The arrival of digital 5-star beastmasters. At the moment they released their aura, all the ferocious beasts halted like moths drawn to a flame, collectively turning their gaze in their direction. Subsequently, several shadows emerged from behind them and dove into the tide of beasts. Su Changling's eyes were sharp as he seemed to speak to himself. Old pals, is your body still as tough as when you were young? Is there such a thing as a late-blooming hero? We can only get closer to being invincible. At this point, let's stop the chatter and just act. What happened next shocked Lu Lin. He saw an unusual glow suddenly burst forth from behind those beast masters, as if powerful spirit beasts were manifesting behind them. And a phantom appeared above the entire tide of ferocious beasts. It looked like they were battling among themselves, but in reality, it was the phantoms that were fighting each other. Once they confirmed that they had attracted the attention of all the ferocious beasts, they quickly ran in one direction, prompting a multitude of spirit beasts to chase after them in the same direction. This method could indeed change the direction of the ferocious beasts. However, it was ultimately futile, as there were undoubtedly some highly intelligent ferocious beasts among them, who would soon react and ignore these beast masters, focusing solely on one thing: entering human settlements and devouring whoever they found. This was the only desire that spirit beasts retained after transforming into ferocious beasts. Driven by this desire, they could fear nothing, not even death. During this time, Lu Lin quickly retracted his magic shadow, and the 3 Lu Lins began to set up the formation. Their efficiency tripled, which made Lu Lin's heart race with renewed hope. With Lu Lin's swift actions, the formation was being completed at an astonishing speed, and it was almost at 99% completion, with just one last node left. In an extremely excited state, Lu Lin placed his hand there, intending to leave his spiritual power. However, the moment the first trace of spiritual power was injected, he suddenly felt everything around him come to a standstill. Then the woman who had flashed before him appeared once again. She placed one hand on his head, giving off an unsettling, threatening vibe, and then spoke, "Kid, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Lin felt every part of him being shackled by chains, rendering him unable to utilize any spiritual power no matter how hard he tried. This meant that even though the formation was only 1% away from completion, he could not finish it. The woman then looked around, seemingly inspecting the entire formation, and said, "Your strength is a bit too strong. You're not suitable to inject this last bit of spiritual power. Let someone else do it." As her voice faded, the world returned to normal, and the woman vanished once more, but the chains binding Lu Lin remained, preventing him from releasing any spiritual power. Even his magic shadow had disappeared. Recalling what the woman had said, he gritted his teeth and glanced at the devouring demon wolf. As a 3-star beastmaster, issuing commands no longer required verbal communication. They could connect telepathically in an instant. Thus, the devouring demon wolf immediately understood his intent and came to his side, leading him away in a dash. Upon witnessing this, the beastmasters beside Su Chongling began to tease him. "Little Su, your son-in-law is not very reliable. He ran away and left us old folks here. I thought he was a real man, but it seems he is just scared of dying, haha. But it's too late for regrets now. We're all destined to die in this tide of beasts." Though they laughed, despair filled their hearts. Because every 10th of a second, the pressure they had to endure grew greater, and if this trend continued, they could be crushed to pieces at any moment, dying in this hellish battlefield with no chance of survival. But Su Chongling, in response to their jests, just glanced at Lu Lin's fleeing figure and said lightly, "He absolutely won't run away. He must be looking for another way. I believe in him. Ha ha ha, you can be quite humorous sometimes." No one believed Su Chongling's words, nor would anyone trust Lu Lin. After all, being a 5-star beastmaster was a rarity among hundreds of thousands of people in this world. Their understanding was far superior to that of ordinary people. Faced with such a level of beast-Tide, they could only place their hopes on the higher ranks. Let alone someone like Lu Lin, who had only just become a beast master a little over a month ago. Those watching Lu Lin included some individuals from Hidden Base. Most of these people had been paying some attention to Lu Lin, believing that his actions could not be understood by common logic, thus placing some hope in him. However, after seeing Lu Lin run away, they all shook their heads in resignation. It seemed they had overthought it. No matter how unusual or powerful Lu Lin was, he was still just a student, and his level was only that of a 3-star Beastmaster. Their official teams consisted entirely of 3-star Beastmasters, so they were acutely aware of the limits of a 3-star Beastmaster. Relying on one to resolve a crisis that could theoretically annihilate a nation was utterly absurd. What they did not know was that Lu Lin's journey was not one of escape, but rather a quest to find someone who understood how to release their own spiritual power and was not as strong as he was. He then rode the devouring demon wolf all the way to the city wall of Tianjing City. In this world, to cope with the beast-Tide, every city had fortified walls built around them. However, these walls were not excessively tall, but were quite sturdy, with the primary purpose of delaying time during a beast-Tide. Indeed, the only thing humans could do in the face of a beast-Tide was to find every possible way to buy time. At this moment, a large number of people, having received false information, had come to the edge of Tianjing City with thoughts of fleeing. But when they saw the terrifying tide of beasts, they all wanted to retreat, only to find a massive army behind them. The message they had received was simple: either grab a weapon and fight the ferocious beasts or stay here and wait to die. Escaping was impossible, as all trains had been used to transport students and important personnel. Though this was cruel, there was no other choice in the face of such a catastrophe. Standing on the city wall and looking at the crowd, Lu Lin, despite having his spiritual power sealed, could still see the things entangled around each person. Those threads, while not as powerful as the devouring demon wolf or the doomsday orange, nor as strong as the 5-star Beastmasters, seemed to gather together intentionally or unintentionally, resembling the tide of ferocious beasts. However, Lu Lin had no time to think about that. He dashed down, snatched a weapon capable of storing spiritual power, and ran back. A person with exceptionally poor talent, who had not broken through to a 2-star Beastmaster for over a decade, saw him and suddenly stood up to ask, "Are you Lu Lin? Should you be with the other students? Why are you here? What do you need a weapon for?" Lu Lin turned his head and saw that nearly everyone was looking at him. He suddenly raised a weapon in his hand and shouted loudly, "I have exhausted my spiritual energy and plan to use this thing to fight against the beast-Tide." After saying this, I immediately disappeared from everyone's sight, and then the scene fell silent. Everyone who had been shouting to escape felt a burning sensation on their faces. Chapter 68. Success or failure lies in this move. In fact, most people did not recognize Lu Lin due to the distance. To them, he was just a young beastmaster sitting on a wolf-shaped spirit beast who took the weapon they deemed ominous and didn't even want to touch, then just left. Moreover, the reason he came to take the weapon was that he had exhausted his own spiritual energy. This meant that in places they couldn't see, many beastmasters were already risking their lives to fight against the beast-Tide. They were just hiding here. They thought they were the cannon fodder sent out by the authorities. But unexpectedly, they were actually the ones being protected. Previously, and even now, it remained the same. Then, the person at the front began to take the weapons, having calmed down completely and understanding what needed to be done. After that, the crowd started to queue up to receive their weapons. Their expressions better described as facing death rather than resigning to fate. Upon returning to the formation's location, Lu Lin found that a few ferocious beasts had actually broken away from the group and were rushing towards him, damaging his formation. With no other choice, he had to control the devouring demon wolf to deal with those ferocious beasts. After finishing, he was about to repair the formation when he suddenly realized something. The mysterious woman had sealed his spiritual energy. How was he supposed to make repairs? Glancing at the weapon in his hand, which resembled a long spear, he felt a bit helpless, but still walked to one of the damaged formation nodes and injected the weapon's spiritual energy into it. This type of weapon was meant for ordinary people, so the spiritual energy reserves were naturally minimal, One weapon was just enough for one formation node. But now, there were dozens of damaged nodes. What was he supposed to do? Go back and bring more at once? That idea was just born and quickly dismissed by Lu Lin, as he clearly saw a large circle of ferocious beasts rushing towards him. It was probably because the spiritual energy fluctuations created when the devouring demon wolf dealt with those few beasts had startled them. Truly, trouble always comes from the smallest of things. Lu Lin had no choice but to control the devouring demon wolf to keep maneuvering with this group of ferocious beasts. And since he couldn't use any spiritual energy, he was as weak as could be. Therefore, the Apocalypse Orange had to stay by his side to protect him. Just as Lu Lin was at a loss for how to resolve the current situation, the Apocalypse Orange suddenly laid down on the ground, scratched its neck with its hind leg, and spoke. In my world, I have witnessed countless human gathering places facing destruction. Do you know how many ways humans react when facing catastrophic strikes on a large scale? How many? I'll tell you. Humans have a collective subconscious, meaning when everyone faces a significant event together, their reactions tend to be consistent. Can you say something we humans can understand? In simple terms, when humans face a catastrophic strike, with just a little guidance, everyone will do one thing. If someone deliberately creates chaos, they will fall into chaos. If no one does anything, they will just wait to die together. So, if someone leads the charge, will everyone face the beast tide head-on? Exactly. But based on my experience, this is meaningless. When that kind of strike arrives, almost everyone will die, and survival depends purely on luck. After finishing, the Apocalypse Orange rolled over and started to sleep. In its mind, it completely did not believe that Lu Lin and Tianjing City could survive this disaster. Lu Lin recalled the group that had tried everything to escape and did not want to face the beast tide. He felt that among them, it was highly likely that there was no one leading the charge. Looking over at Su Chongling's side, they too were dwindling down to just the last two 5-star Beastmasters, resulting in more and more spiritual beasts turning towards him. He felt increasingly desperate. Was this the so-called fate that was hard to defy? Su Chongling was nearly out of stamina, yet these ferocious beasts seemed to have figured out his battle trajectory, always able to predict where he would dodge and then deliver a heavy blow. After being knocked down again, he saw the arm of his former comrade, and a flood of youthful, reckless memories flashed through his mind, causing him to smile wryly. Sensing the ferocious beast preparing for another coordinated attack, a spirit beast that looked like a turtle suddenly blocked in front of him, and then he looked in another direction. There lay the location of Tianjing City. From this distance, it was just a small dot, but that dot held everything he had. It was over. Everything was over. Just as he closed his eyes, ready to resign to fate, a wave of spiritual energy surged in, followed by an LV-43 A-grade spirit beast. Director, I'm sorry I'm late. You're Xiao Wu? Shouldn't you be in the city protecting the retreating students? What are you doing here? Thanks to Lu Lin, there aren't many people wanting to force their way onto the train anymore, so we don't need that many hands. We can help too. You all. As those two words fell, one beastmaster after another appeared like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each using various methods to arrive. Their eyes were resolute. Having come here, they had no intention of returning alive. The number exceeded 10,000. The arrival of a large number of beastmasters greatly alleviated Lu Lin's pressure. After all, the logic of the beast tide was that wherever the spiritual energy fluctuations were strong, they would collectively rush in that direction. He looked towards the location of Tianjing City. He initially wanted to go back for weapons, but was shocked to see an immense crowd rushing towards him, weapons in hand. Their appearances had completely changed, converging together as if they had solidified into a sturdy rope. At this moment, the Apocalypse Orange slowly opened its eyes, casually killed an LV-37 small spirit beast, and said, "There's one thing I forgot to tell you. Even if the disaster is irreversible, as long as everyone unites as one, there is still a chance to create miracles." Lu Lin took a deep breath. His response to that statement was, "Miracles have never happened in this world." Then he saw the crowd collide with the beast tide. Even though most people hadn't even come into contact with the ferocious beasts, they would be immediately sent flying and die on the spot, or be devoured like little snacks. At first, some people couldn't accept what was happening and instinctively wanted to flee, But as someone shouted, "Behind us is home. Our children are evacuating. We have no way to retreat. Tianjin City cannot fall. As long as we can hold these spirit beasts back and let the children evacuate, Tianjin City will not fall." Slogans can always maximally stimulate human courage, and as a result, the army formed by these people actually managed to hold back the spirit beast tide, which was simply unbelievable. While Lu Lin collected those weapons capable of storing spiritual energy, he frantically injected spiritual energy into the formation nodes. When it came to the last formation node, he slowly raised the weapon in his hand and inserted it there. Success or failure lies in this move. Chapter 69. Igniting blood in the Great Xia. Beneath a massive mountain peak, two staff members from the Great Xia Beast Management Bureau, wearing suits and red badges, slowly knocked on a wooden door. As soon as the door opened, they saw a muscular man, covered in tattoos and sharpening a sharp long sword. "Who are you?" The visitors were the captain and vice captain of the Special Circumstances Handling Team from the Great Xia Beast Management Bureau. The muscular man stood up, waved his long sword to warm up his body, and his tattoos, surprisingly, turned blood red. "Speak plainly. What is the matter?" At the border between Tianjin City and Spirit City, a massive beast tide has emerged, classified as a national catastrophe. We need true powerhouses to assist us in overcoming this crisis. Ha ha ha. The muscular man suddenly burst into laughter, a large green shadow appearing beneath him. The calls of 5 different spirit beasts echoed from the shadow, and then a vulture poked its head out. "I, Morong Taiju, have practiced for over 30 years, thinking I would be trapped in this broken Taoist temple for life. I never expected such an opportunity to achieve fame and leave a legacy would come so quickly." Ha ha ha. As Morong Taiju spoke, he waved his long sword and looked at the two men, ready to let them take him away, but the other party slowly said, "Your strength is too weak. You're not the true powerhouse we seek." Upon hearing this, Morong Taeju's body temperature instantly dropped, and even his tattoos lost their vibrant red color. He pointed at himself, then incredulously took out a contract black card. After glancing at the 5 stars on it, he was about to say something when a whisk suddenly struck his head. "Guests have arrived, and you don't even know to brew some tea? What are you chattering about here?" An elderly voice fell, and a man in a white Taoist robe, holding a whisk, appeared, looking very ethereal. "Taoist Qingfeng, your disciple Su Chongling is also in Tianjin City. Please come with us." "What did you say? My senior brother is also in Tianjin City? Quickly, let me go with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he received another strike from the whisk, and the old man slowly spoke. "I understand the situation, but it might be too late to follow you. You might as well stay here in my little Taoist temple and drink some tea." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 staff members from the Beast Management Bureau felt a gust of wind pass in front of them, and then they could no longer perceive the other party's presence. To know, they were 5-star beast masters. Moreover, they primarily cultivated their own strength rather than spirit beast levels, so their perception was extremely strong. Yet someone could instantly render them unable to perceive. This indicated that if the other party wanted to kill them, they would have no way of noticing. Is this the terrifying aspect of a legendary 7-star beast master? Morong Taiju looked in one direction, seemingly accustomed to this situation, turned around, and said to the two, "How about it? Do you still want to drink tea?" Upon learning that one of the most mysterious experts in Great Xia, Taoist Qingfeng, was about to head to Tianjin City, everyone at the base shifted their focus entirely to the beast tide. Although they knew that even if Taoist Qingfeng had immense abilities, he could not resolve all the beasts alone, they all wanted to witness the strength of a 7-star beast master. However, when they looked at the camera again, they saw a scene they never expected. One by one, Tianjin City's beast masters took the lead in joining the resistance against the beast tide, closely followed by countless ordinary people from Tianjin City. Even if their strength was as insignificant as ants in front of the beast tide, and even if their participation wouldn't make much of a difference, merely adding to the beast's feast, they still rushed forward without hesitation. Then they noticed another unexpected person. It was Lu Lin. Lu Lin was seen continuously picking up weapons that could store spirit energy from the ground. relying on the speed of the devouring demon wolf to navigate within a certain area, seemingly. Still trying to set up a formation. I see. He wasn't running away. He ran out of spirit energy while setting up the formation, so he went back to find a source of spirit energy. It was hard to believe that a small Tianjin city, one of thousands in Great Xia, could unleash such strong cohesion. But what use was that? In the end, wouldn't this beast tide still rely on delaying time, ultimately being resolved by some mysterious force? At this point, everyone felt dejected, unable to generate even a glimmer of hope in such despair. Just then, they witnessed a bizarre scene. Lu Lin inserted the weapon capable of storing spirit energy into the ground, and then strong winds suddenly arose around him, as if containing some immense energy, creating ripples. Every observable area saw all spirit energy converge like a tornado towards that spot, causing all beasts to pause their actions and look towards Lu Lin. Then, as if they sensed something, they began to charge wildly towards Lu Lin. Lu Lin could clearly feel that his formation was complete, and now all he needed was for the formation to absorb enough heaven and earth spirit energy to activate. But soon, he saw the dark mass of beasts rushing towards him. Although he could escape using the teleportation skill of the Doomsday Orange and the speed of the devouring demon wolf, if he fled now, the formation he had worked so hard to set up would become entirely ineffective, and Tianjin City would truly be finished, with no hope left. Holding the weapon that could store spirit energy tightly in his hand, his pupils trembled wildly. Even as the devouring demon wolf began to tear at his clothes, to urge him to escape, he did not move a step. As the leading spirit beast was about to engulf him, two figures suddenly appeared in front of him. One was Su Chongling, covered in blood, and the other was another 5-star beast master, whose skin had begun to crack from prolonged output of spirit energy, his body on the verge of collapse. Su Chongling turned to his old comrade and smiled, saying, "Old man, can your blood still burn? Who are you looking down on? Back in my day, I could slaughter dark spirits with a single stream of urine. Burning some spirit beasts was nothing to be favored." Then, the man, referred to as Old Man, slowly took out his contract black card imprinted with 5 stars, and the card suddenly ignited. Along with it burned the vigorous vitality of the 5-star beast master and his passionate blood. Chapter 70. The formation is activated. The world is shocked. Su Chongling did not say a word to Lu Lin, nor did he even look at him. He simply released his spiritual power to shield Lu Lin. However, Lu Lin could see through his back that he was trembling slightly, a tear mixed with blood rolling down his face and falling to the ground. In that moment, Lu Lin felt an immense amount of spiritual power explode from a small point, forming a powerful wave that turned into flames, instantly reducing a large area of fierce beasts ahead into ashes. A portion of it then transformed into spiritual power, which was completely absorbed by the formation. Some in the crowd witnessed this scene and suddenly thought of another use for their weapons, swiftly raising them. With a flash of light, it was unclear whether it was their weapon, themselves, or their indomitable will that transformed into spiritual power, repelling a portion of the fierce beasts while also being absorbed by the formation. Lu Lin saw one person after another disappear before him, and at that moment, the formation began to operate at full speed. Feeling the continuously expanding powerful force within the formation, the shackles on Lu Lin suddenly broke free. He glanced behind him, but only saw a fleeting glimpse of white. Finally, a smile appeared on his face as he pressed his hand against the ground, using his powerful mental strength to connect all the formation nodes. Let me witness the immense power generated when the wisdom of the ancients collides with the will of future generations. Taoist Qing Feng arrived at Tianjin City at a speed that surpassed everyone's understanding. Upon seeing the massive tide of fierce beasts, his heart trembled violently. This level of fierce beast tide, not to mention in the Great Xia, had never been seen in the entire world. Was his presence here truly useful? But soon, he noticed something was amiss. The spiritual power around was gathering towards one specific location. Relying on his strong perception of spiritual power, he quickly locked onto a spot. There was a familiar face, his eldest disciple, Su Chongling. However, the reason the spiritual power felt so strange was clearly not because of his disciple, but because of the young man behind him. Just as he was preparing to observe what was so different about this young man, a figure dressed in white, riding a nine-tailed fox, appeared in his peripheral vision. This figure quickly reminded him of a scene from an ancient book in their Taoist temple. It was a stunning woman also riding a nine-tailed fox, but unlike this one, the woman exuded a terrifying aura, and the nine-tailed fox was pressing down on a dragon, a five-clawed golden dragon. What connection does this woman have with the legendary figure? Before he could ponder further, his gaze met that of the woman, whose eyes were filled with a sense of threat, as if to say, "If Lu Lin dies, you will also perish." He suddenly came to his senses, but the beautiful woman had vanished. Then he seemed to realize something and began to observe the entire formation. This kid actually wants to create a spiritual power version of a mushroom bomb using the principle that collisions of attributes generate immense energy. In fact, while collisions of attributes do generate massive energy, this energy alone is far from enough to deal with the tide of fierce beasts. But the key issue lies in the fact that Lu Lin's grand formation hides countless smaller formations. When two different attributes of spiritual power collide, they will generate a large amount of specific attribute spiritual power, which will then collide with the opposite attribute spiritual power, thereby producing even more spiritual power. This process can repeat endlessly, resulting in unimaginable power. When he realized this, the fluctuations of spiritual power had completely stabilized. That was a precursor to an impending explosion. Looking at the positions of Su Chongling and Lu Lin, he gritted his teeth and, in the blink of an eye, appeared beside them, pulling out a Chinquan bag to store both of them and their spiritual beasts inside, then turned and ran. But it was still too late. When he had already sprinted to a position as far away from the formation as possible, the powerful spiritual power began to rub against the air, leading to an explosion. Just the aftermath of the explosion made him feel as if he was soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, the people in the base were all dumbfounded, each pore on their bodies expressing disbelief. They saw that Lu Lin not only successfully set up a formation they thought was impossible to complete, but also activated it. At the moment the formation was activated, the scene was suddenly engulfed by flames generated from the spiritual power. Everything seemed to turn to ashes in an instant, and through their satellites, they couldn't see anything at all. Lu Lin had set up a formation, sacrificing himself and those brave individuals in Tianjing City, annihilating all fierce beasts. Once this statement emerged, everyone sat up from their positions, taking off their hats in respect for Lu Lin. Even a few young girls began to cry. They could never have imagined that in a small corner near Tianjing City, Lu Lin sat on the ground, gazing at the vast flames in the distance and a massive mushroom cloud rising into the sky. The force generated by the explosion had yet to subside, causing the earth to tremble violently. Su Chongling was also shocked by this power. He glanced at Lu Lin, wanting to say something, but ultimately held back, unwilling to probe into Lu Lin's hidden cards. Then he looked towards his master. "Master, why are you here? Although you are a wayward disciple, as the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. When my son is in trouble, how can I not come to help?" Taoist Qing Feng placed his hands behind his back, his white beard waving in the aftermath of the explosion, looking like a celestial being who had just descended to the mortal realm. Su Chongling swallowed hard, marveling at his master, who at over 100 years old still retained his vigor. However, he still asked with concern, "By the way, are you all right? Just now, I felt as if I was almost engulfed by that power." "I'm fine." Taoist Qing Feng waved his hand, extinguishing a small flicker of flame in his hair, then turned gracefully to admire the distant explosion. "This kind of power I have never witnessed before. The world is likely to boil because of this explosion." In fact, just as he said, the entire world had already been set ablaze due to this explosion, which exceeded the current understanding of humanity. In Lighthouse Country, how can there be spiritual power fluctuations coming from the Great Xia? Investigate. Hurry. It must be that the Great Xia has mastered some technology we do not possess. In Sunset Country, God, please protect your devoted subjects. The situation in the Great Xia must be a sign of world destruction. In Cherry Blossom Country, Baka, what the hell is going on? Wasn't it said that the Great Xia would suffer a heavy blow, giving us a chance? Could be that lighthouse country deceived us. Chapter 71, The Crazy Plan of the Lighthouse Country. In the research base of the lighthouse country, a huge conference room was filled with silence. The president of the lighthouse country and all the actual decision-makers sat in their chairs, staring at each other without uttering a word, until a set of data appeared before them. Based on the seismic waves that erupted within the Daxia territory, they determined that the power of this explosion was equivalent to the combined spiritual energy of 1,000 seven-star beast masters and their spirit beasts exploding simultaneously. This was completely beyond their comprehension. No matter how hard they tried to analyze the waves after the explosion, they could not figure out how such a level of explosion could be achieved. After comprehensive consideration, they reached a conclusion. Daxia had broken through a technological barrier and developed a spiritual energy version of a mushroom bomb that could unleash such tremendous power. If this were true, the lighthouse country, as a hostile nation, would be in great danger, just as everyone was at a loss for words. A person wearing a white lab coat and glasses, resembling a scientist, suddenly walked in. Then, under the puzzled gazes of everyone, he turned on a display screen at the front and began to speak. "Gentlemen, I am here to introduce you to a century-defining invention that will completely relieve your anxiety." As he spoke, a model of a human body and a model of a spirit beast appeared on the screen. You should know what these two things are, right? Someone in the audience exchanged glances with others, clearly sharing the same confusion, and immediately said, "Dr. Bembies, this conference room is for discussing strategies, not for you to showcase your research achievements, and certainly not for showing us these boring models. Please leave." Dr. Bembies smiled and lowered his eyelids, looking intently at the person with bloodshot eyes. "I am telling you a method to resolve the current situation." He then placed his hands on the legs of both models and made a transfer. A miraculous event occurred. The legs of the human model transformed into those of the spirit beast, looking extremely twisted and eerie. "Bembies, what exactly do you want to say?" "I have mastered a method to fuse humans with spirit beasts, even ferocious beasts." The smile on Bembies' face twisted to a degree that could give one goosebumps. As soon as he finished speaking, two figures wrapped in black cloth were pushed in. Then, Bembies stepped forward and pulled away the black cloth, leaving everyone in shock. Because over half of the parts of the person under the black cloth were actually removed from spirit beasts and installed onto them. For instance, the one on the left had a water attribute spirit beast for its left arm and a wind attribute spirit beast for its right leg, with a large area of non-human tissue below the neck. Looking incredibly bizarre, Bembies was clearly very pleased with the reactions of these people and began to speak passionately. "The human body is no longer suitable for the current era. If we continue down this path, we will surely be destroyed by ferocious beasts. To prevent this, there's only one thing we can do: evolve. That's right, as long as we can evolve, continually evolve, and grow stronger, we can resist the ferocious beasts. But what if we evolve into ferocious beasts ourselves? Evolve into ferocious beasts with high intelligence and human-like thinking? Then we would not only be unafraid of ferocious beasts, but we could even become ferocious beasts ourselves and develop a higher civilization. Evolution is our only path, a path we must choose." I originally had no idea how to make humans evolve towards ferocious beasts until I met a Daxia person named Wang Kun. The spirit beast he controlled, after undergoing an unknown mutation, actually gained the ability to change the essence of objects. The reason Daxia experienced a surge of ferocious beasts is that I had him use the spirit beast ability to close the beast domain gate. At this point, everyone's faces were filled with shock, and they didn't dare to breathe as they realized what Bembies' research achievement meant. Just as it seemed this madman wanted to continue his monologue, a man in military uniform could no longer hold back, slammed the table, and stood up. "Bembies, do you even realize the consequences of this? It has already become like this. Can it still be considered human? And don't you know that the only thought in the minds of ferocious beasts is to kill? Moreover, spirit beasts can turn into ferocious beasts. If what you create also becomes ferocious and starts killing unconditionally, it will be a disaster for all humanity." But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a sweetness in his mouth, and when he touched the corner of his mouth, he found a large amount of blood flowing out. Looking down, He immediately saw something like a claw piercing through his chest. As he collapsed to the ground, everyone turned to look at Bembees. The two human-beast hybrid monsters beside Bembees had acted. In the blink of an eye, they reached the general's side and easily dealt with him. At the same time, they realized something. Bembees had managed to come here by relying on the strength of those two monsters, killing all the security personnel, including a large number of beastmasters. Then Bembees pressed his hand on the table and asked them, "So please tell me, who agrees to widely apply this technology in national defense?" No one dared to refuse at that moment. All fell silent. "I'll take that as all of you agreeing. Next, I will work hard to research this technology, striving to enable you, your family, friends, and everyone else to use this technology to enhance their strength in the near future." Finally, he turned around and took out a photo of Lu Lin. The forbidden spirit beast can actually behave so stably. It's so interesting. I must obtain their bodily tissues and their controllers. On the other side, Lu Lin was completely unaware of this matter. He looked at the elderly man with an immortal aura, turning around and tentatively asked, "Old sir, don't you feel a bit cold behind you?" Not at all, because the old man's clothes behind him had turned to ashes in the explosion, leaving his backside completely exposed to the air, while the front half of his clothes remained intact, giving an exceptionally poignant feeling. To save him and Su Chongling, this old man had really put in his all. Then, he let out a heavy sigh and lay down on the ground. It's over. Everything is finally over. However, the devouring demon wolf and the apocalypse crazy orange felt no sense of relaxation, only exchanging incredulous glances with each other. With their knowledge, they could tell that the unimaginably large explosion was caused by a tiny bit of spiritual energy stored in a weapon. If such a tiny bit of spiritual energy could cause such an exaggerated explosion, what would happen if Lu Lin infused his own spiritual energy into it? They didn't dare to imagine. It was simply unfathomable. The only thing they could think of was that coming to this world might have been the right choice. Chapter 72, Second Evolution, Direction, Divine. Lu Lin lay on the ground, and soon he heard the roar of fierce beasts nearby. He shivered and quickly stood up. Could it be that the fierce beast tide has not been completely resolved? It is known that the scale of this fierce beast tide is quite outrageous. If a part of them has not died, or even just a small portion, the threat they pose to the surroundings would be enormous. After taking a glance in that direction, he understood the situation. The explosion indeed had great power, covering the entire fierce beast tide. But some fierce beasts with relatively strong vitality, specifically the higher-level beasts and those further away from the explosion center, were not killed, although they were not blown to death. They had completely lost their ability to move and fight. However, when they transformed into fierce beasts, a single command had been implanted in their brains: to kill. So even though they had no ability to act, they still struggled to rise and kill. At this moment, Su Chongling and Taoist Qingfeng both said, "All right, Lu Lin, you've worked hard. Just rest here, and we'll handle these remaining fierce beasts." Just as they were about to move, Lu Lin immediately jumped up from the ground, grabbed their shoulders, and slowly said, "There's no need for that. I quite enjoy killing fierce beasts." Then, he mounted the devouring demon wolf. Charge! For Tianjing City. Taoist Qingfeng looked on in confusion and then turned to Su Chongling and asked, "What exactly is wrong with this kid? I don't know the specifics, but I can confirm that he can increase his strength by killing spirit beasts and fierce beasts. And he can also use something within the bodies of these fierce beasts and spirit beasts to offset the costs he has to bear." "What did you say?" Taoist Qingfeng looked at Lu Lin's departing figure, recalled the stunning woman he had seen, and couldn't help but swallow hard, exclaiming, "This kid is extraordinary. He might far exceed our imaginations. He says he wants to become the Beastmaster, but it probably won't be long before he achieves that goal. However, his strength won't stop after becoming the Beastmaster." Over there, Lu Lin looked at the fierce beasts scattered all over the ground, drooling at the prospect. These are all up for grabs. Devouring Demon Wolf, End of Days Mad Orange. The two taboo spirit beasts, upon hearing their names called by Lu Lin, immediately lay down on the ground, eager to move. Harvest them fiercely. With a command, the two taboo spirit beasts charged forward like arrows. with End of Days Mad Orange taking the lead and smashing the head of a struggling fierce beast with a single slap. Then Lu Lin stepped forward to begin devouring the blood and soul of this fierce beast. It is known that this was a fierce beast from the B-level beast domain riot. Each one's level was particularly high, and some fierce beasts were already close to LV50, undergoing their second evolution. Therefore, the benefits gained from devouring them far surpassed what low-level spirit beasts in the C-level developmental beast domain could provide. Lu Lin suddenly felt fortunate that he had learned about the location of this B-level developmental beast domain from Su Miao. If he hadn't gone to that B-level developmental beast domain, he would have been unaware of the truth and would have been taken away like those students, ultimately leading to the destruction of Tianjing City. His sister would also have perished in this catastrophe. But now that he was here, it was different. Not only had he resolved the crisis in Tianjing City, but he had also gained so many fierce beasts ripe for slaughter, one after another. These powerful fierce beasts that would typically require certain means to deal with were now continuously roaring in front of Lu Lin, trying to assert their inviolability. But how could Lu Lin indulge them? He commanded the devouring demon wolf, which eagerly bit into them, one after another. The fierce beasts killed by the devouring demon wolf would be devoured and converted into strength, while those killed by End of Days Mad Orange would be absorbed by Lu Lin. When End of Days Mad Orange's stamina was nearly depleted, Lu Lin would transfer spiritual power to it to maintain its stamina. It could be said that as long as the devouring demon wolf had this soul-devouring skill, they were like a perpetual motion machine. This left Taoist Qing Feng dumbfounded. Taoist Qing Feng pulled Su Chongling's coat over himself, looking at the devouring demon wolf in shock. I just blinked, and that taboo spirit beast is already LV49. I've never heard of such a speed in leveling up. What does this kid want to do? Why is he sitting on the ground? No, his taboo spirit beast is beginning its second evolution. What kind of evolution is this? This is definitely not an ordinary hidden evolution. Is this how taboo spirit beasts evolve? No matter how you put it, I am one of the few 7-star beast masters in this world. Don't I have more experience than you? Even if it's the second evolution of a taboo spirit beast. There's nothing like this. This is definitely a legendary, divine-level evolution. This kid's goal is not to become the Beastmaster at all. He is continuously moving towards divinity. Su Chongling understood how credible his master's words were and immediately looked in shock towards Lu Lin. There, Lu Lin was sitting cross-legged on the ground, using his mental power to guide the devouring demon wolf to help it complete its second evolution. In just a short time, the growth level of the devouring demon wolf had already reached LV50, ready for another evolution. Meanwhile, End of Days Mad Orange sat nearby to prevent any accidents from disturbing the devouring demon wolf's evolution. The commotion caused by this evolution of the devouring demon wolf was much larger than the last time. The last time, it was just thick black smoke with 3 strange red lights flickering. But this time, the moment the black smoke rose, Lu Lin actually felt a fear of complete annihilation. As if allowing the devouring demon wolf to evolve like this would lead to the destruction of everything in the world. However, Lu Lin quickly escaped from this feeling of fear because he clearly understood that this was not a precursor to the destruction of everything, but rather a sign that one day, the devouring demon wolf would grow to the point of being able to destroy everything. The black smoke not only brought an unsettling feeling, but also revealed a terrifying scene inside. It was as if a monster with 3 eyes was struggling within the black smoke, occasionally emitting terrifying sounds, as if from the depths of the underworld. As time passed, the black smoke gradually dissipated and floated near a gigantic serpent, which then swallowed it whole. Originally at LV52, but unable to evolve due to racial limitations, it completed its second evolution in an instant. Its scales became reflective in a short time, as if covered with a layer of titanium alloy armor, giving a very hard feeling just by looking at it. Upon seeing the giant snake, Su Chongling immediately wanted to help, but was stopped by the old man. Just watch. Subsequently, the giant snake coiled around, swallowing the corpses of numerous fierce beasts nearby, and then looked at Lu Lin. The satellites in the sky also focused on Lu Lin at this moment. In the secret base of Daxia, Everyone had not yet recovered from the massive explosion when they saw Lu Lin's devouring demon wolf rapidly increasing in strength and completing its second evolution in a short time. Therefore, they were also very curious about how long it would take Lu Lin to deal with such a powerful giant snake. However, when Lu Lin looked at the giant snake, he felt no tension at all. Instead, he smiled and commanded the devouring demon wolf, "Let me see your new skills." Chapter 73. Powerful new skills. As Lu Lin's voice fell, the black smoke completely dissipated from the devouring demon wolf. A large, bloodthirsty, devouring demon wolf, exuding a solidified aura, appeared before everyone, glowing with a scarlet light. The originally black and white fur of the devouring demon wolf transformed into silver-white during its first evolution, and after this evolution, more and more pitch-black stripes appeared among the silver-white fur. At first glance, it gave the impression that its body was covered in terrifying runes. These terrifying runes began to move across the devouring demon wolf's body in a short period, and its aura became increasingly terrifying, causing brows to furrow. The third eye on its forehead finally opened slightly at this moment. As some runes spread from its body to its tail, the third eye fully opened, emitting a faint red light that shone on the giant snake. In the next second, the light rapidly expanded until the red glow completely enveloped the entire giant snake. When the light dissipated, a miraculous scene occurred as a giant snake identical to the original, but in a bright red color, appeared next to it. Without a moment's hesitation, the devouring demon wolf immediately used the demon god's breath skill to attack the giant snake. The giant snake, already a powerful beast at LV 52, reacted quite quickly. For such a powerful skill that required charging, it chose to twist its body to dodge. However, the target of the demon god's breath attack didn't seem to be it, but rather the red shadow that was identical to it. Boom! The red shadow did not evade and was struck directly by the demon god's breath. The black flames quickly engulfed the red shadow, and at the same time, the giant snake suddenly began to twist its body rapidly, its tongue flicking out continuously, making hissing sounds. It felt as if it was enduring immense pain, seemingly sensing something. The giant snake began to endure the pain and charged towards the devouring demon wolf, wanting to use all its strength to coil around and kill it. But just as it reached the devouring demon wolf and attempted to coil around it with all its might, it ended up coiling around nothing. In an instant, its position had actually swapped with the devouring demon wolf. Then, the devouring demon wolf looked at the red shadow that was so close to it, and a human-like wicked smile appeared on its face as it lunged forward to scratch at it. The scratches mixed with a special black shadow left marks on the body of the red giant snake, causing it to emit even more painful hisses. Finally, it collapsed to the ground, writhing as if trying to break free from something, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't escape. The devouring demon wolf casually walked up and bit down, killing the powerful giant snake just like that. Everyone could see one thing. If the devouring demon wolf wanted to kill its opponent, it could easily do so. The only reason it was slow was that it wanted to understand its new skill. Taoist Qingfeng's eyes trembled and his brows furrowed. Although the skills of demon attribute spiritual beasts were generally quite bizarre, he had never heard of anything so strange. As a well-informed 7-star beast master, he understood just how terrifying the skill the devouring demon wolf had just displayed was. It was a lethal move that could kill the enemy invisibly. Just imagine, upon encountering an enemy, first creating a similar puppet-like red shadow, and then no matter how far the enemy tried to escape, it could still attack them. Even if the opponent wanted to attack you, they could use the red shadow to dodge. What a terrifying skill that was. If Lu Lin continued to grow at this rate, even if he reached a level where he could slay the so-called gods of the Sunset Kingdom and the Western nations, he could believe it. Su Changling's eyes widened, unsure of what to say. Although he was a 5-star beast master, he always felt a sense of fear towards Lu Lin. It was as if the eye of the devouring demon wolf, if it shone upon him, would mean he couldn't escape. Both of them felt this way, let alone the staff and the base. The moment they saw that skill, each of them thought of one word in their minds: uncontrollable. Lu Lin's strength was no longer just reflected in his power. It also lay in the fact that he could not be controlled by the authorities. When encountering such a beast master, all they could do was forcefully control his personal freedom to prevent him from doing anything irreversible. They had to control Lu Lin, even though he had just saved the entire Tianjin city. But just as they began recording Lu Lin's detailed information and even his spiritual power fluctuations, an elderly voice rang out. "What do you want to do?" Everyone turned their heads and immediately stopped their actions, as if their breaths had been held. Elder 7. Am I dreaming? A figure of such importance actually came here. Elder 7 scanned everyone and then walked over to a table, picking up a document with all the information about Lu Lin. He smiled and said, "This child does indeed exceed our current understanding of beastmasters. But I don't think he is uncontrollable. Even if one day his strength surpasses everyone else's, I believe he won't do anything to betray the country." But Elder 7, if we really allow him to develop like this, his mentality could very well. You mean that demon attribute spiritual beasts can affect the mentality of their masters? And the stronger the demon attribute spiritual beast, the greater the impact on human mentality, right? In fact, demon attribute spiritual beasts do affect human mentality. And as the level of the demon attribute spiritual beast grows, the impact on human mentality gradually increases. This is also why the old man who controlled the demon attribute octopus recklessly collected the souls of all spiritual beasts, even disregarding beast masters. He essentially went mad under the influence of his own spiritual beast. The authorities were well aware of this, which is why they had never made this information public. There were many powerful beings controlling demon attribute spiritual beasts. If this information were to be released, it could lead to their social isolation, allowing the impact of the demon attribute spiritual beasts on their mentality to become even more severe. The devouring demon wolf happened to be a demon attribute spiritual beast, and it was a taboo-level beast exceeding S rank, now exhibiting such powerful strength and incredible growth speed. According to this trend, they calculated and were terrified. Lu Lin would definitely have his mentality influenced into that of a demon, and by that time, the impact he would cause would be immense. Elder 7, being a person of high status and power, naturally understood this. However, he still spoke up for someone like him. Either kill him or don't constrain him, otherwise, that would truly be nurturing a demon. So you all should stop worrying about this matter. But there's no but. If any problems arise, I will bear the responsibility alone. Chapter 74. The student's admiration Lu Lin was completely unaware that, out of his sight, people were intensely discussing him. He was simply marveling at how useful the new skill of the devouring demon wolf was. The eye of the demon god seemed to lock onto a specific spirit beast or a group of spirit beasts, creating a phantom of those beasts, and then attacking based on the connection between their true forms and the phantoms. The impact of this skill was immense, significantly enhancing the combat power of the devouring demon wolf. He then looked towards Su Chongling's direction and found that Taoist Qingfeng had already left. Glancing around, he noticed there were no more ferocious beasts, so he asked Su Chongling, "Where did that old Taoist go?" "He left," Su Chongling replied. He said the younger generation is formidable and feared that if he stayed here, he would be targeted by your dog's gaze and left a phantom. "Cough, that's not necessary," Lu Lin said. After Su Chongling finished speaking, he glanced at the devouring demon wolf and sighed, seemingly lost in thought. He then quietly left, walking while addressing Lu Lin. Although we managed to save Tianjin City this time, the population loss is severe. Over half of the beast masters have perished, so we must pay more attention to training the students. Elder 7 happens to want to see you. You must help us. He was preparing to tell Lu Lin that after meeting Elder 7, he should strive for more resources for Tianjin City to train the youth and rising stars, helping the city recover its vitality. However, he found that Lu Lin had already disappeared. After the crisis of the ferocious beast tide was confirmed in Tianjin City, a railway for emergency evacuation was opened. This railway could make a round trip to the neighboring spirit city in just 2 hours, unmatched by any other means of transportation. Thus, when Lu Lin resolved the crisis of the ferocious beast tide, all the students were sent to Spirit City. The first batch to arrive in Spirit City consisted of the talents from Tianjin City, each possessing either excellent mental strength or having contracted spirit beasts of B rank or higher. Of course, this excluded Su Miao, who had connections. When they learned about the crisis facing Tianjin City, their expressions became blank, collectively standing at the Spirit City station, staring at a large television broadcasting the news in a daze. They finally understood why Lu Lin had fled alone, leaving Su Miao behind on the vehicle. At first, they thought Lu Lin was just playing with Su Miao and hadn't taken her seriously when he ran off. They never expected that Lu Lin wasn't running away at all. He was charging forward. As students, they had been evacuated without their knowledge, while Lu Lin chose a completely different path, standing in front of them to protect them. They felt the gap between themselves and Lu Lin was immense. It had nothing to do with growth speed, spirit beast rank, or mental strength. It was purely a comprehensive disparity, completely overwhelming. Deep down, they had already regarded Lu Lin as their faith. At this moment, watching the television, they were eager to learn the latest news about Tianjin City. But they also harbored an inexplicable hope that Lu Lin could create his own miracle in the face of such a crisis. It was only then that Su Miao slowly awakened, realizing how heavy-handed her father had been. Ugh, my head hurts. Where am I? This is Spirit City. Oh, so it's Spirit City. What are we doing here? Eating sandwiches? No, it's to escape. Tianjin City has fallen. Well, if Tianjin City has fallen, then so be it. By the way, Su Miao was about to ask why it was so noisy here when she noticed she was lying on the wings of an old bird. And the person speaking to her was actually Li Zhuotao. Suddenly remembering something, her eyes widened. Wait, Tianjin City is facing an unprecedented ferocious beast tide crisis. I need to tell Lu Lin. No need to tell him. After he entrusted you to me, he turned back, seemingly to face the fate of Tianjin City. Upon hearing this news, Su Miao was instantly stunned. She looked around and found that the station was filled with students from Tianjin City, each face reflecting fear and sorrow. Most of them had lived in Tianjin City for generations, and now, suddenly learning that the city was on the brink of destruction, no one could maintain their composure. This is impossible. Even Lu Lin can't stop a tide of that magnitude. I have to find him. Just as she was about to head in a certain direction, Li Zhuotao suddenly grabbed her wrist. No one could go back now, not even you. I don't need you to worry about me. Lu Lin entrusted you to me. I must keep my promise. What is your relationship with him? What is your relationship with me? I may not have much of a relationship with you, but my relationship with Lu Lin. Li Zhuotao suddenly showed a smile and slowly began to speak to Su Miao. We're childhood friends. You know that, right? You don't think his first kiss was given to you, do you? With that one sentence, Su Miao's face twitched. Taking advantage of the moment, Li Zhuotao immediately suppressed Su Miao's spirit power to prevent her from running around while commanding her spirit beast to subdue the old bird. Seeing what appeared to be a battle between beast masters about to break out, the black-clothed individuals responsible for maintaining order suddenly approached, preparing to say something when the volume on the television suddenly rose, echoing in everyone's ears. Tianjin City faced a massive, ferocious beast tide crisis 6 hours ago. The suspected forbidden spirit beast contractor, Lu Lin, used some unknown method, sacrificing himself along with 7,000 beast masters and 360,000 ordinary people of Tianjin City, perishing in the tide. Upon hearing this news headline, the previously lively crowd fell silent in an instant. Even Li Zhuotao was left in a daze, staring at the television screen, her face reflecting disbelief and sorrow. Su Miao immediately broke free from Li Zhuotao's suppression of spirit power, carefully reading every word on the television screen. After confirming she wasn't mistaken, she immediately grabbed the collar of a black-clothed person. Do you know who my brother is? Let me go back to Tianjin City. The black-clothed individuals were certainly not afraid of Su Chongling. After all, even if he was a 5-star beast master, he wasn't their direct superior and wasn't even in the same department. But they were wary of Su Miao's brother, who not only possessed immense power, but also had a notorious nickname, the Madman. When he acted, he truly did not consider the consequences. Most importantly, that Madman was in the same department as them, and it was said he was a protective brother. Seeing Su Miao's reaction, they immediately began to make phone calls to confirm the news authenticity. The first call was to Su Chongling. Director, I heard the news from Tianjin City is stable now. The ferocious beast tide has been eliminated, and we can arrange for the students to return. Understood. They then looked at Su Miao and spoke. The crisis has been confirmed as resolved. We will arrange for you to go home immediately. The students sat on the train, but did not feel much joy. As according to the news, over 50% of the population in Tianjin City had perished during this crisis. Among them, there was a high possibility that some were their family members. Just as several students with poorer psychological resilience could no longer hold back their tears in this oppressive environment. The train suddenly shook violently. Then they heard the black-clothed individuals responsible for their protection shouting loudly, "Bad news. A prehistoric ferocious beast is hiding beneath the tracks. Everyone, release your spirit beasts and prepare to fight." Outside, Lu Lin first went to the first hospital of Tianjin City. After confirming that even during the most chaotic times in Tianjin City, the hospital had not abandoned any patient and had remained steadfast on the front line. He thought about going to the train station to pick up Su Miao. Suddenly, he noticed that the tracks began to tremble. He frowned and looked deep into the tracks. Chapter 75. The Unusual Beast. After confirming that there was indeed a ferocious beast in that direction, and that it was an exceptionally powerful one, Lu Lin didn't hesitate and immediately rode the devouring demon wolf, rushing towards that location. However, as they ran, they suddenly stopped, for even from a great distance, they could see the beast. Goodness! Although Lu Lin hadn't contracted a spirit beast for long, he had been training continuously in the beast domain or elsewhere, and considered himself fairly knowledgeable. Coupled with his memorization of the spirit beast guide, he believed he could recognize all spirit beasts except for the forbidden ones. Even if he didn't recognize some ancient spirit beasts, he could still see traces of modern spirit beasts in them. But now, the ferocious beast that appeared before him was completely different from any spirit beast he knew. It wasn't that it looked particularly strange, though it was indeed odd, but what shocked Lu Lin was its size. This thing was at least half the size of a mountain. Buildings looked somewhat mini in comparison. The students on the train couldn't see the beast, but they were all stunned by the various phenomena it created. They had just released their spirit beasts as instructed by the man in black when, before they could take any further action, the entire train started to tilt. Oh no! The spirit beast sensed that there were people in this train. It wants to flip the train. What should we do? Should we go out and stop it? Are you crazy? The train is going at 400 kilometers per hour. Do you dare to go out while it's moving? And even if we went out, what would we do? That newly awakened ferocious beast is at least LV-55. We would be no match for it. Hearing their conversation, the students quickly understood the situation. Lacking professional training, they couldn't remain calm in the face of danger and immediately started to panic on the train. No way. The crisis in Tianjin City just passed. Now, it's our turn to face a crisis. Hurry and stop the train. Let's escape. Look, what is that? As one student crouched down in fear, everyone turned to look in the direction he pointed. They saw a giant eye floating outside one of the windows. The eye resembled that of a snail, connected to a tentacle, staring at them intently. A man in black, seeing this, didn't hesitate and commanded his spirit beast to unleash a wind blade-like skill towards that direction. With a snap, the tentacle connected to the eye was instantly severed, and the eye fell to the ground. At this sight, all the students cheered. It seemed that this so-called ancient ferocious beast wasn't as terrifying as they had imagined. After all, these men in black were all 3-star beast tamers. And among the spirit beasts they controlled, there were quite a few strong beings above LV-50 who had evolved at least twice. With them around, dealing with a so-called ancient ferocious beast shouldn't be a problem, right? But the next moment, the scene outside the window made their earlier sigh of relief turn into a gasp of horror. The tentacle quickly began to elongate, transforming continuously until it became dozens of tentacles, each ending in an eye. The man in black wanted to act again, but before his spirit beast could gather energy, the train's glass was shattered by the ferocious beast outside, and a tentacle reached into the train. Instantly, the train was filled with screams. Although many students still managed to maintain some rationality and wanted to fight the tentacles, before they could act, the entire train was completely wrapped up by the tentacles, lifting it off the tracks. Captain! All the men in black looked to the captain of the operation, hoping to see what countermeasures he had. Grabbing a seat to stabilize himself, The captain surveyed the surroundings and said, "Those who want to survive, jump off the train with me now." Without hesitation, he found a window that hadn't been wrapped by tentacles, ordered his spirit beast to shatter the window, and jumped out. Although they could easily judge from the scene outside that they were at a high altitude and jumping out recklessly could lead to death. Seeing more and more tentacles inside the train, several students who accidentally came into contact with them were swept away, prompting others to jump out of the window as well. At this moment, the advantage of flying spirit beasts was evident. The old bird, even when it was at a lower growth level, might not have been able to carry Su Miao for high-altitude flight, but after a few experiences with Lu Lin, its growth level had increased, making it easy to carry Su Miao into the air. So, without a moment's hesitation, Su Miao let the old bird fly out of the window first, then jumped onto its back. The bird controlled by Li Zhuotao was small, but it was still an S-rank spirit beast, so it easily carried one person and jumped out as well. When they got outside, they suddenly realized just how huge the ferocious beast was. With that size, not to mention a spirit beast of the same LV-50, even an LV-60 spirit beast might not be able to defeat it. Su Miao didn't hesitate and turned to command the old bird to leave. But a terrifying scene unfolded before her eyes. Rows of gaping, bloody mouths opened, revealing a terrifying circle of sharp teeth. These mouths appeared all around the train, and many students who had just jumped out of the window fell right into the beast's mouth. Some students saw those gigantic mouths clinging to the train's windows, trying to prevent themselves from falling. But the ferocious beast unhesitatingly began to use its tentacles to pull them down and into its mouth. The captain of the men in black had two shadows emerge behind him, exuding a powerful aura, making the students realize that these were two spirit beasts that had at least evolved twice, meaning they were above LV-50. Without hesitation, these two spirit beasts attacked the mouth below. As long as they could move one of those mouths, they could escape. However, just as these two spirit beasts reached the edge of the ferocious beast's mouth, it suddenly expanded several times, swallowing both spirit beasts in one bite. Then, all the mouths of the ferocious beast began to inhale sharply. Those like Su Miao, who were relatively weak, immediately began to be pulled rapidly towards the beast's mouth. It's over. This is truly the end. Against such an unreasonable ancient ferocious beast, they had no means of counteraction. As long as they got close to those big mouths, they would be swallowed whole. What could they even do? Su Miao felt as if she had just blinked, and in an instant she was inside the ferocious beast's mouth, after which the world fell into darkness, with the sounds of her classmates' screams echoing in her ears. Just when the hope in her heart vanished along with the light, she suddenly felt the ferocious beast tremble violently, and then its mouth opened again, spitting them all out. Regaining the light, they wanted to escape, but stopped when they saw a figure. Lu Lin. It's Lu Lin. We've been saved. Chapter 76. Taking action casually. Just at the peak the moment Su Miao saw Lu Lin, she was momentarily stunned. Before she could say anything, a burst of orange light suddenly blossomed in front of her. Before she could clearly see Lu Lin, his voice had already reached her ears. "Miss, if I arrived just a moment too late, would you have been digested by this thing?" Looking at Lu Lin standing before her, Su Miao felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. She embraced Lu Lin's waist and spoke with a choked voice. "I was almost scared to death, boo-hoo. What are you afraid of? What else could it be? That ferocious beast. Did I not block it for you, so you wouldn't see it? Why are you still afraid?" Su Miao's face twitched. "Can you not be afraid of something if you can't see it?" She leaned forward to try and see what was happening behind Lu Lin, but he covered her eyes. "I'm warning you in advance. The scene is not something to take lightly. If you can't eat afterward, don't blame me." "How could that be?" Su Miao insisted on looking, but just one glance left her completely stunned. The ferocious beast was not just enormous, resembling half a mountain. Its entire body was covered in a mass of bizarre growths, like countless tentacles adorned with strange things. In the center was a soft, slimy body, while the rest was densely packed with tentacles. The ends of these tentacles might have mouths, eyes, or even intestines and a host of other bizarre features. If any single one of those were taken out, it might not evoke a strong reaction, but together they were pure mental pollution. Just that one glance made Su Miao feel nauseous, nearly causing her to vomit. All the surrounding students were dumbfounded because they clearly saw that when Lu Lin had just borrowed Su Miao's strength, all the mouths and eyes of the ferocious beast were aiming at him. Yet, they completely missed seeing Lu Lin's forbidden spirit beast attack. The ferocious beast seemed to have suffered some intense injury, starting to struggle violently before finally collapsing to the ground. After Lu Lin and Su Miao landed, the devouring demon wolf and the apocalypse orange gently lowered to the ground, holding a large number of students. It was at this moment that the ferocious beast struggled to stand again, with only one target in mind, Lu Lin, the only one who could threaten it. However, Lu Lin seemed to sense something and continued talking to Su Miao, which made the students anxious, prompting them to remind him. It wasn't until Su Miao sensed something was off, looked down, and noticed through the shadow on the ground that the ferocious beast had reached behind her and was about to attack her or Lu Lin that her expression changed dramatically. Just as she was about to say something, Lu Lin placed a finger on her lips and spoke first. "Do you want to go to my house to practice later?" "Huh?" Su Miao was taken aback, instinctively wanting to turn around to confirm something, but Lu Lin held her head in place. "Are we practicing today or not?" Seeing Lu Lin like this, Su Miao was anxious, thinking, "What are you thinking all day?" The ferocious beast's strength was clearly not ordinary, and it was currently attacking them. How could he be so relaxed? "Let go, that ferocious beast." Before she could finish her sentence, a roar erupted, so loud it echoed through the mountains. Roar. Undoubtedly, this sound came from the monstrous, ferocious beast. This time, she couldn't hold back anymore and turned to look, only to find that the previously enormous beast was now rapidly withering and drying up, ultimately being smashed into ashes by the devouring demon wolf. Once the devouring demon wolf absorbed the ferocious beast, Lu Lin was overjoyed. Such a large body wasn't just for show. This single beast actually raised the devouring demon wolf's growth level from LV50 to LV52. It was simply incredible. Moreover, dealing with this kind of spirit beast using the devouring demon wolf's third was immensely satisfying. After everything was over, all the surviving students and the black-clad individuals looked at Lu Lin with shock. Strong, truly too strong. No wonder he saved the entire Tianjin city. Speaking of which, every time this man took action, it made them question their lives, and each time it was more than the last. How could one person grow so quickly and possess such immense strength? Lu Lin frowned as he looked at a large pit in the distance. The giant, ancient, ferocious beast had awakened from that pit. In fact, he had learned about the revival of ancient, ferocious beasts during his student days, but not from textbooks, rather from magazines that mainly recorded gossip and rumors. He had always thought it was fake, but now it seemed to be true. Moreover, judging by its appearance and skills, this beast was vastly different from other ferocious beasts. Could it really be a spirit beast from Blue Star? The most critical question was, what was happening recently? With the beast domain experiencing turmoil one after another, and the revival of ancient ferocious beasts, was something major about to happen in this world? Shaking his head to dismiss such thoughts, he pulled Su Miao onto the back of the devouring demon wolf and began to dash toward Tianjin City, speaking to the others. "We have things to do, so we'll head out first." Su Miao wrapped her arms around Lu Lin from behind, playfully complaining about why he was in such a hurry. But she was smiling. Lu Lin thought, how can I not be anxious? The spirit power accumulated in the devouring demon wolf was several times greater than what it had accumulated in its entire life. He had every reason to believe that if he cultivated all that spirit power into the apocalypse orange, it could reach LV50 and complete its second evolution. He had witnessed the difference in strength before and after the second evolution, so he was very eager for the apocalypse orange to evolve. Moreover, with such a massive amount of spirit power, if combined with the yin-yang true God technique, allowing Su Miao to absorb a similar amount, then at the very least, Su Miao would possess the strength of an ordinary genius. At the very least, she could ensure her own safety. So as soon as he got home, he couldn't wait to pull Su Miao in, wanting to get into the right mindset and start cultivating. However, the two diligent youths, deeply interested in cultivation, had no idea that two old figures were discussing them while walking toward Lu Lin's residence. "Elder 7, look at you actually coming to Tianjin City in person. After all, Tianjin City has just experienced such a disaster. It is appropriate for me to come and express my concern. And by the way, check on that kid Lu Lin. You are very thoughtful. Please, this way. That kid Lu Lin lives here. Elder Su Chongling arrived at Lu Lin's house and knocked on the door. When no one answered, he immediately intended to use spirit power to forcefully unlock the door, but was stopped by Elder 7. Hey, young people today are quite open-minded. Are you not afraid that if you see something, it will blind our old eyes? What could there be? I know this kid Lu Lin well. It's impossible for him to do something inappropriate in broad daylight, especially since he has made a lifelong commitment with my daughter. Is that so? Then, Elder 7 no longer obstructed him, allowing Su Chongling to open the door to the room. Chapter 77, The True Secret of Cultivation. Beastmasters have developed senses. And just as Su Chongling was releasing his spiritual power to open the door, a sound finally came from inside. At that moment, the two of them stood frozen in place, and after a tense silence of several seconds, Elder Qi placed his aged hand on Su Chongling's shoulder. Children will grow up one day. They learn every day, and are we also learning? Now, what you need to learn is just one thing, to let go appropriately. Su Chongling shed 2 lines of tears, overwhelmed with emotion, and immediately wanted to use his spiritual power to break down the door. After all, Su Miao had just come of age, and in the eyes of this old father, she was still a child. Although he knew that his daughter had visited Lu Lin's house many times due to the traditional mindset of the older generation, combined with his generally positive impression of Lu Lin, he never imagined that his daughter would have anything happen with Lu Lin, at least not so quickly, to the point where he couldn't hold back after learning the truth. However, Elder Qi calmed him down with a single sentence. Think about it carefully. If you rush in now, how will you face Lu Lin and your daughter in the future? Su Chongling stopped his movements but remained silent. Think about yourself. Didn't you ever have a youth? I got married when I was almost 30. The times have changed. Let's just sit downstairs and wait for a while. It took Su Chongling a long time to calm down completely and follow Elder Qi's advice. The energy in Tianjing City was severely depleted, and even though the area where Lu Lin lived was usually very lively, there were hardly any people around at this moment. Deep in the city, in the steel forest, there were hardly any people, even in broad daylight. The combination of these elements created a lifeless feeling, which sharply contrasted with the vibrant sounds coming from Lu Lin's room, prompting Su Chongling to light a cigarette. Stimulating the population was indeed the most important thing to do in Tianjing City right now. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, yet the noise did not stop. Calm down. After all, beastmasters have better physiques. It's normal for it to take a little longer. 6 hours passed. Don't be impulsive. Maybe that kid Lu Lin is just extraordinary. 12 hours passed. At this point, Su Chongling could no longer hold back. Ignoring Elder Qi's words, he rushed in and kicked open Lu Lin's door. Inside the room, Lu Lin and Su Miao were sitting cross-legged on the bed. Beside them were the closed-eyed Doomsday Orange and Old Bird, while the devouring demon wolf was squatting in the corner, frantically eating beast food pellets and looking at the two with a confused expression. The sudden noise startled Lu Lin and Su Miao, making them tremble all over. Upon seeing Su Chongling standing in the room, they were instantly dumbfounded. "Director, what are you doing?" They were stunned, and Su Chongling was even more taken aback. "You two are cultivating together?" "Yeah, what else could we do?" To prove his words, Lu Lin pointed to the Doomsday Orange and said, "It's already LV49 now. I'm working hard to help it break through to LV50 and complete its second evolution." Old Bird has also evolved once. Indeed, Old Bird had evolved, and perhaps influenced by Lu Lin. It did not follow the normal evolution pattern in the Spiritual Beast Guide, but underwent a hidden evolution. After this evolution, Old Bird's eyes had become gem-like, and its feathers could become extremely sharp after it exerted itself, turning into flying blades to attack enemies. Overall, it looked much more imposing, almost as if it were a different Old Bird. Hearing Lu Lin's explanation and confirming the growth of these spiritual beasts, Su Chongling was stunned. "This is impossible. I clearly heard sound from inside when I was at the door." Before he could finish, Su Miao, blushing, hit him on the head with a pillow. "You actually eavesdropped on us. You shameless." Elder Qi also patted Su Chongling earnestly. "How could you eavesdrop? You're supposed to be a hero. Is this how you treat your children?" Lu Lin was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. fearing that Su Chongling would sense something was wrong and rush over to kill him. In fact, the Yin-Yang True God technique emphasizes dual cultivation, which is not a physical merging, but a spiritual one. Indeed, beast masters cultivate based on mental power. No matter how advanced the technique, it cannot be separated from mental power. The strange sounds were entirely due to Su Miao's lack of self-control. Lu Lin had been holding back all along. How could he possibly go 12 hours without interruption? He wasn't made of iron. As the atmosphere became tense, Su Chongling slowly stood up and walked towards the door, waving to his daughter. You come out first. That old man wants to talk to Lu Lin, and your brother is about to come back. We'll go first. Upon hearing that her brother was coming back, Su Miao didn't linger, and after saying goodbye to Lu Lin, she left. After Su Miao and Su Chongling had both left, Lu Lin went to the living room to brew a cup of tea for Elder Qi. After taking a sip, Elder Qi looked at Lu Lin and smiled, asking, "Do you know who I am?" "Yes, I often see you on the news." Hearing Lu Lin say this, Elder Qi couldn't help but feel a bit proud. It was perfectly normal for someone of his level to appear in the news, so he took another sip of tea. But before he could speak again, Lu Lin continued. "However, I don't know your name because you always appear behind others and have never made any speeches." Elder Qi choked on his tea and then said, "I am the 7th elder among the 13 elders, responsible for all matters related to beastmasters in the Great Xia, including the Beastmaster Management Bureau, beast.Domain, Spiritual Beast Research Institute, and so on." "Oh." Lu Lin nodded while pondering in his heart. "So what exactly do you do? Why are you looking for me?" Elder Qi's expression suddenly twitched as he reminded himself of the importance of his presence in front of him and tried not to get angry. He then spoke. "I am recently looking for a suitable candidate to represent the Great Xia in an international competition, and you are the person I am looking for." So you thought you could just come over and tell me, and I would be instantly flattered and eager to participate in that competition. Even imagining how I would use words like approachable and amiable to praise you? As soon as those words fell, Elder Qi's teacup shattered in his hand, and his eyes stared intently at Lu Lin. "I have indeed been in the background for a long time, but dealing with you is still quite easy." "Dealing with me?" Lu Lin took a sip of tea nonchalantly. "When I was risking my life to resolve the crisis in Tianjing City, that was actually the best time to deal with me. Where were you then?" This sentence successfully enraged Elder Qi, and a wave of overwhelming spiritual pressure, deep and threatening like the sea, descended upon Lu Lin. "Did your parents not teach you how to communicate with your elders?" Chapter 78. The evolution path of the Doomsday Orange. Faced with this sudden threat, Lu Lin had only one course of action. He slammed his hand on the table and exerted all his strength to unleash his spiritual power. No, to be precise, it was 3 times his own spiritual power, because the skill Demonic Shadow could also be used to increase pressure. The two streams of spiritual pressure collided almost instantaneously, and Lu Lin was pressed onto the table, finding it extremely difficult to breathe, his face quickly turning purple. Elder 7 also withdrew his spiritual pressure at that moment, feeling an uncontrollable shock. Although Lu Lin was supposed to only have a 3-star strength, the intensity of his spiritual power was already comparable to that of a 4-star. The total amount was more than 3 times that of other 3-star beast tamers. Such exaggerated strength, if he were to grow to 4 stars, 5 stars, or even 6 stars, 7 stars, how terrifying would that be? He might truly be the future king of beast tamers. However, he quickly masked his shock and revealed a smile as he spoke. "You have been so calculated in trying to provoke me. What is your purpose?" Indeed, Elder 7 realized at the moment he attacked that this was all intentional on Lu Lin's part, aimed at making him act. The 2 forbidden spirit beasts that Lu Lin controlled seemed to have communicated with him long ago, sitting there eating without moving an inch. Lu Lin was clearly well prepared, immediately releasing his spiritual power to resist the attack at the moment it came. In response to the question, Lu Lin took a few breaths and then revealed a shy smile. "I may have offended Elder 7. I just wanted to test whether I have a chance to escape against an opponent of your level with my current strength." "And the result?" "Absolutely none." Just having that thought proves you have surpassed many in your own level. Now that you know the answer, will it discourage you?" "Not at all, but rather I am exceptionally excited." "Why?" "Because one day I will reach your level, and by then, I will become much stronger than you." After a brief silence, Elder Seven's smile became more pronounced. "Interesting. If all the sons and daughters of Daxia had your spirit, what would we have to fear from those so-called Western countries? So, will you participate in the competition or not?" Bullying foreigners sounds too interesting for me to refuse. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Without any hesitation, Elder Seven picked up a document and pressed Lu Lin's handprint onto it. "I'll inform you when the time comes. I hope you want to mess around and get yourself killed before that." Speaking of the cost, reminded Lu Lin. According to his original calculations, Wang Kun should not have survived long after enduring round after round of costs. Even if he managed to survive, he should have died after a few more costs. However, the reality was that Wang Kun's vitality was resilient beyond what Lu Lin could imagine. Not only had he endured countless small costs from leveling up, but he had also withstood the large cost generated during the second evolution of the devouring demon wolf. That was like maggots feasting on his internal organs. How could he endure that? Lu Lin had thought that was Wang Kun's limit, but to his shock, he not only survived, but also contributed an unprecedented amount of pain value, up to 300,000. Moreover, the increase in fear value showed no signs of stopping. After the Doomsday Orange rapidly leveled up, it continued to rise, and his pain value balance also broke through the 500,000 mark. What kind of concept was this? His father had contributed about 10,000 pain value in a short time and had died. Wang Kun was stronger than his father, and not just by a little. He was stronger than 6 fathers combined. A 5th-grade pill cost 20,000 pain value each, which he originally couldn't afford. At most, he could take 6th-grade pills. But now, he immediately exchanged for 10 5th-grade pills to consume. Although 5th-grade pills were 7 times the price of 6th-grade pills in terms of effect, 5th-grade pills were at least 10 times better than 6th-grade pills. According to Su Miao, even at Su Chongling's level, the pills he frequently consumed were only 6th grade. He could only get a few 5th-grade pills a month. As for 4th-grade pills, Su Chongling had only received them a few times. Once when he was about to break through to a 4-star beast tamer, he received 1. And another time when he was about to break through to a 5-star beast tamer, he received 3. Afterward, he could only obtain them by making significant contributions. If Lu Lin wanted 4th-grade pills, aside from the methods mentioned above, there was another way, through system exchange. However, the highest quality pills currently available in the system were 5th grade, and to upgrade the system further, he needed to contract another spirit beast. In fact, as a 3-star S-level psychic, he was indeed capable of controlling a 3rd spirit beast, but the problem was that there were no leads on forbidden spirit beasts. Without breaking through to 4 stars in short term, he could only think about making contributions. Thinking of contributions, Lu Lin suddenly remembered something. After pressing his handprint, he quickly spoke up. "I saved Tianjing City this time. My contributions should be significant, right? Is there any reward?" "Young man, do we do things just for rewards? One must have a spirit of dedication. If you don't give me one, I'll just assume you're keeping it for yourself. And you can wait to be investigated. Good lad, here you go," Elder Seven said, immediately pulling out a medal that had long been prepared, along with 3 bottles of pills. "This is the soul-nourishing pill, a 3rd-grade pill that can enhance your spiritual power, capable of raising it to B level at most. You're at D level, right? So it will be very useful for you. There are a total of 6. That should be just enough to raise you to B level." The remaining 2 bottles contain 12 4th-grade training pills in one and 24 4th-grade healing pills in the other. This medal is only for first-class merit, because, although you saved Tianjing City, you sacrificed too many lives. Those are real lives, not numbers. If we widely publicize your actions, it could have a negative impact. So there won't be an awards ceremony. Negative impact? Lives cannot be measured, at least not publicly. In essence, sacrificing so many to save more is wrong. It violates human morals. Lu Lin nodded, not wanting to argue further on that point. Although his spiritual power was S level, making the 3rd-grade pills useless for him, it made him realize something. Spiritual power levels could indeed be improved later on. So does that mean Su Miao's spiritual power level could also be raised? For instance, the bottle of pills in his hand could completely be used to raise Su Miao's spiritual power to B level. If his system Maul continued to upgrade, it was very likely that higher quality pills that could enhance spiritual power would appear. After Elder 7 left, Lu Lin consumed a 4th grade training pill, trying once again to help the Doomsday Orange reach LV50. After all, there was a vast amount of spiritual power within both him and the devouring demon wolf. This spiritual power was enough to propel Lu Lin to become a thought beast tamer, so there was no reason it couldn't help the Doomsday Orange reach LV50. He worked tirelessly until dawn before finally stopping his actions, and the Doomsday Orange, living up to expectations, began its evolution under a shroud of black smoke. Since the Doomsday Orange had already evolved once in the ancient ruins after arriving in this world, its evolution path had long been set. Lu Lin took a glance, and its evolution path was named Primordial Sovereign. Chapter 79. The bewitching skill of the Doomsday Crazy Orange. As the black smoke slowly dissipated, Lu Lin gradually became excited. After all, the Doomsday Crazy Orange was quite good in many aspects, and its skills were very useful, but it looked too unappealing, just a super fat orange cat, lacking presence. So he was very much looking forward to it. After this evolution, he hoped the Doomsday Crazy Orange could turn into a slightly more handsome spirit beast, at least a bit more imposing, enough to instill some intimidation in its enemies. However, it turned out he was overthinking it. The evolved Doomsday Crazy Orange was still that excessively fat orange cat, and it itself was quite indifferent to the evolution process. When the black smoke cleared, it was leisurely licking its fur. Did you evolve just to be lonely? In response to his evaluation, the Doomsday Crazy Orange appeared quite disdainful. It extended its chubby paw and pointed to the patterns on its body, indicating, "Did you not see that these stripes have shifted 3 centimeters to the left? And the diameter of these coils is also 1 centimeter larger than before." Lu Lin's face twitched wildly, and he could only pin his hopes on this creature's new skill. After this evolution, the Doomsday Crazy Orange successfully acquired a new skill called the Mark of Mastery. Lu Lin was extremely puzzled about this skill, so he commanded the Doomsday Crazy Orange to demonstrate it. The Doomsday Crazy Orange smiled broadly. This skill was arguably the one it used the most in its previous world. It could dominate that world entirely thanks to this skill, so it immediately decided to put on a good show to broaden the horizons of Lu Lin, the human who looked down on it. First, it glanced around, then locked onto a potted plant as its target. Without hesitation, it dashed to the potted plant and tapped its paw on the leaves. In the next moment, a strange pattern appeared on the leaves, with shimmering lights flickering on it. Under Lu Lin's puzzled gaze, the leaves began to dance gracefully, and the Doomsday Crazy Orange turned its head to reveal a smile, as if to say, "How about that? Am I impressive or what?" The devouring demon wolf was dumbfounded. It could actually control plants with spiritual energy, a level of manipulation that was no less than divine power. Right? If that mark could be applied to spirit beasts that already had spiritual energy, wouldn't that mean total control? To put it bluntly, controlling plants was much harder than controlling spirit beasts. This was also why the Doomsday Crazy Orange wanted to showcase this. However, just because they understood this didn't mean Lu Lin did. His mind was filled with question marks. What was so great about making a plant dance? But he still said, "Impressive, impressive." Seeing that Lu Lin didn't display any of the overwhelming excitement that the devouring demon wolf had when it acquired its new skill, the Doomsday Crazy Orange suddenly felt a bit jealous and wanted to show off again. But just then Lu Lin's phone rang. Upon answering, he learned that it was a professor from the Tianfu Beast Master University. "Great, the signal in Tianjing City has finally been restored. We just found out that you're still alive. In that case, hurry up and come to participate in the student assessment." After knowing the location of the Tianfu Beast Master University assessment, Lu Lin immediately mounted the devouring demon wolf's back. In this world, the only way to travel to other cities was by high-speed train. Planes were only used for traveling to other countries. The reason was simple. In this era, strange creatures occasionally appeared in the sky. If it were a giant flying spirit beast, it wouldn't even need to meet you. A casual flap of its wings could cause a plane to crash. Hence, planes were rarely used. However, that was for ordinary people. For someone like Lu Lin, who had reached the 3-star beast master level and whose contracted spirit beast had surpassed level 50, there was no need for a train at all. The distance between two cities was actually quite short, but trains had to consider safety, so they often took a long detour to avoid encountering spirit beasts in the wild. Thus, Lu Lin could easily ride his spirit beast directly over. After all, spirit beasts outside the beast domain, unless they were some awakened ancient spirit beasts, were generally of average strength and definitely couldn't defeat him. When he arrived at the edge of Tianjing City again and saw the large pit that had appeared, along with the researchers assigned nearby, a smile appeared on his face. This student assessment might be quite interesting. What didn't he know was that, just as he left, someone arrived at his home. This person had a buzz cut and was dressed exactly like the black-clad individuals responsible for transporting students that day. Realizing that Lu Lin had already left, he immediately rushed into Lu Lin's bedroom, oddly climbing onto the bed and began to sniff frantically. After a while, he suddenly raised his head, revealing a sorrowful expression. "Little sister, are you foolish?" At the entrance of a large technological experimental park in Taihu City, Lu Lin hurriedly rode the devouring demon wolf over. Hundreds of students had already gathered there, and in front of these students stood several professors from Tianfu Beastmaster University, along with more than 20 senior students. Upon seeing the late arriving Lu Lin, the new students participating in the assessment all displayed expressions of despair. They had initially held onto a glimmer of hope that Lu Lin wouldn't arrive on time, automatically giving up on the student assessment, and that the school would find some excuse to give him a high score. Even if the school did that, they wouldn't have any complaints. But now that Lu Lin had actually come, things had turned terrifying. One person even publicly questioned the professors. "Are you guys confused? Is that guy on the same level as us? Why are we being made to take the assessment with him? Exactly. Who wants to compete with that monster? Our strongest spirit beast is only level 31. Just look at his two spirit beasts, both of which have undergone secondary evolution and are forbidden spirit beasts. What is the point? I protest. This score is meaningless." The professors on stage, though understanding of these students' feelings, rubbed their foreheads and said, "This student assessment is different from previous ones. It is a simulated beast domain created using the latest technology from the Daxia, so there is no danger, and the assessment scores cannot be influenced by others." Hearing the professors say this, the students finally quieted down. When Lu Lin stepped forward, both the professors and those senior students treated him with great respect, handing him a wristband with both hands. "This will record your performance in the virtual beast domain later. Please take good care of it." After speaking, they immediately looked at the group of new students. "You all, hurry up and line up to receive your wristbands. Don't you know that from the moment you registered at the Beastmaster University, you must bear responsibilities akin to those of soldiers?" The crowd of students gritted their teeth. The disparity in treatment was just too great. Chapter 80. The odd assessment. Soon, they were brought to a device that looked high-tech, resembling something from a science fiction movie, a portal-like apparatus. Inside, it was the simulated beast domain, capable of accommodating spirit beasts below level 60 for unrestricted attacks. So you needn't worry about damaging the equipment. Just go all out. Lu Lin understood a bit more and realized why the professor had said that his assessment results wouldn't be influenced by other students, because their assessment location was completely in a different space. This was actually better, as if they followed the previous practice of everyone going to the same beast domain for the assessment, with someone like Lu Lin who could crush everything. What would the other students do? They'd get brushed aside by others as soon as they saw a spirit beast. Their chances of scoring would depend entirely on luck. As the focus of everyone's attention, Lu Lin felt uncomfortable all over and was the first to enter this so-called virtual beast domain, wanting to experience the charm of technology. After he entered, all the new students were eager to follow him, and one by one, they began to enter the virtual beast domain. As the last person entered, a figure in black suddenly walked in, looking around before approaching the professors and senior students, asking, "Where's Lu Lin?" "I'm sorry. Lu Lin has already entered the virtual beast domain to participate in the assessment." "Entered the virtual beast domain to participate in the assessment? Are you kidding me?" "Ha ha ha, sir. How did you get in here?" "Never mind how I got in. Please explain to me what a virtual beast domain is and what an assessment entails." "Sir, you may not be aware, but this year's assessment at Tianfu Beastmaster University is different from previous years. It takes place in this virtual beast domain. The figure in black had already released his spiritual pressure, appearing ready for battle, and spoke again, due to the crisis in Tianjin City. The student assessments at Tianfu Beastmaster University have been postponed, and this virtual beast domain is prohibited from being researched in Daxia, let alone put into use. Who are you people? At the moment Lu Lin entered the beast domain, he was stunned. In his imagination, the so-called virtual beast domain should be a realm made up of numerous digital images, feeling vastly different from a real beast domain. But he never expected that everything in this beast domain would feel so real. According to the rules they introduced, killing spirit beasts in this domain would earn points. And the stronger the spirit beast killed, the more points would be earned. So let's get to it. The devouring demon wolf let out a battle growl, eager to tear through this so-called virtual beast domain, but the apocalypse orange lay on the ground, sniffing, and its fur suddenly bristled. Not good. We need to escape from here quickly. What do you mean? This is a trap. They've used a special technological means to transport us to a subspace, controlling us. Every corner you see, every spirit beast, is actually a reflection of other beast domains. What do you mean? The world apocalypse orange originally came from had a civilization level hundreds of years ahead of this blue star. Since that world had no concept of beast masters, humans focused solely on technological research. Ultimately, this led to their downfall due to technology plunging the world into an apocalypse. Therefore, as a product of that civilization, these so-called high-tech devices seem trivial in its eyes. There's no time to explain. In simple terms, this is not a virtual world at all. It is real, akin to a shadow of the real world. Then the apocalypse orange placed its paw on Lu Lin. My skill can perform spatial teleportation, but my strength is too weak now. I don't know if I can teleport us out, so I can only try. With a flash of orange light, the world before Lu Lin began to change dramatically. Various types of beast domains flashed before his eyes, and then these domains continuously stitched together, shattered, and then reformed, eventually creating a bizarre beast domain with various terrains. This bizarre domain with various terrains didn't mean one whole section was a forest and another turned into volcanic lava. Instead, the entire area was divided into equally sized small squares, with each square only big enough for one person. Taking a step forward would lead to another small square, and each small square had a different terrain. At the same time, he noticed that the hundreds of students had all arrived in this space. Their expressions, one more bewildered than the other. The apocalypse orange was panting heavily. The situation was worse than he had imagined. This space seemed to be locked by something, and even its spatial skills couldn't escape. Now, the only way to get out was for someone from the outside to turn off the device. The students quickly noticed Lu Lin. Although they didn't understand what was happening, they realized that Lu Lin was the strongest among them, and he must know the most. So they gathered around him. Lu God, do you know what's happening? I was hunting a red-tailed scorpion when I suddenly got transported here. Did something go wrong with the device? Why are there no spirit beasts here? Is there anyone who can hear us? The virtual beast domain is malfunctioning. Let us out to reassess quickly. It was only at this moment that Lu Lin sensed something was off. Tianfu Beastmaster University held assessments with all students together every year, making it easier to see the differences among each student. But this year, why were there only a few hundred of them taking the assessment? Did the school not enroll around 4,000 students every year? Before he could ponder this question, the entire world suddenly shook, and then the aura of spirit beasts surged from beneath their feet, so numerous that everyone frowned. What is happening? We're the spirit beasts. I don't know. I can only sense their presence, but I can't see them. This must be a problem with a virtual beast domain. Stupid school, using immature technology. But the next second, something shocking happened to everyone. The squares beneath their feet sprouted eyes, each eye completely different, the pupils locking onto each of them. At this moment, a clever student spoke up. Oh, I get it. This must be the school testing our adaptability. These eyes must belong to spirit beasts, and they're hiding underground. We need to find a way to kill them all. So all the students busied themselves, but Lu Lin looked at the eye beneath his feet, feeling it was increasingly eerie. No, this isn't the eye of a spirit beast, nor is it the eye of any other animal, and certainly not a human eye. This is a combination of human and spirit beast eyes. Chapter 81. Biotechnology of Artificial Creatures. After confirming the truth, Lu Lin was covered in goosebumps. The eyes on the ground were not simply composed of human and beast eyes. Rather, the human eyes contained a liquid that could only be secreted by spirit beasts, leading to pupils that exhibited the characteristics of spirit beasts. This meant that either a spirit beast had grown human eyes, or someone was in the process of transforming into a spirit beast. Either scenario was terrifying. He stared at one of the eyes and tentatively poked it with his dagger. The next second, the eye was suddenly filled with red blood vessels, and a roar, produced by human vocal cords yet filled with the essence of spirit beasts, came from below. Then, Lu Lin sensed the presence of the other party. It felt like a 4-star beast master or a spirit beast above level 55. Or perhaps the two presences were completely merged into one. Before he could think it through, a tragic scream came from not far away. Looking in that direction, he witnessed an unbelievable scene. A student was being choked by another student, with his entire body suspended in midair. The one choking him was also a student, but he was somewhat different. His legs were covered in blood, and countless vine-like things were crawling up his legs. His eyes were trembling wildly, and the two spirit beasts he controlled were running around chaotically. Lu Lin understood that this was a manifestation of the body being uncontrollable. Even the mental power was out of control. The two spirit beasts were likely on the verge of collapse due to the chaotic commands being issued by that student. If this continued, there would only be one outcome. The spirit beasts would forcibly break free from their owner's control and revert to wild spirit beasts. The other students were in a frenzy, only knowing to pull at the two, but their strength was such that no matter how they tugged, they couldn't separate them. And it looked like the student being choked was about to be killed. At this moment, Lu Lin slowly walked over. Upon seeing him, the students seemed to see a glimmer of hope and quickly made way for him. Great God, Lu is here. God, Lu, come quickly and take a look. This guy suddenly went crazy for no reason. Yes, God, please help pull them apart. You're strong. It must be easy for you. Lu Lin did not respond to their words, but had the doomsday mad orange teleport the choked person away and control the crazed student, then looked at his legs. There, almost an entire area was covered by a white substance that resembled nerve fibers, rapidly spreading from his ankle to his thigh. Lu Lin tried to use his spiritual power to control these things, but it was futile, so he took out his dagger, intending to scrape them off. However, these things seemed to have a life of their own. Upon sensing the threat, they crawled even faster, and no matter how hard Lu Lin scraped, once the things fell off, they would return to his leg. Realizing that this substance seemed to be a type of spirit beast he had never heard of, he scanned the surroundings. Everyone stand back. No student questioned him and immediately began to disperse. Just as everyone reached a safe distance, Lu Lin struck down with his knife, and a leg completely wrapped in the white unknown spirit beast flew into the air. The waiting, devouring demon wolf quickly unleashed its demonic breath, and in an instant, the leg was reduced to ashes. Once Lu Lin stopped the bleeding from the student's leg, the red color in his eyes gradually faded, and after lying on the ground and blinking in confusion, he noticed something was off. Seeing everyone staring at him, he asked in bewilderment, "What happened?" Then, everyone's gaze shifted from him to his severed leg. He followed their gaze, and his face immediately filled with terror. What is going on? What happened? The other students also looked at Lu Lin and asked, "God, Lu, do you have a way to restore his leg?" Lu Lin replied disdainfully, "I'm not a divine doctor. How could I possibly perform such advanced feats as regrowing a severed limb?" In an instant, the scene erupted. "So you just casually cut off someone's leg? What the hell? What were you thinking? Yeah, didn't you already separate the two? Why did you cut off his leg?" It was at this moment that Lu Lin confirmed one thing. These students could not see that strange white spirit beast. So what exactly was going on? The bloody cries made it impossible for him to think, ultimately leading him to glare at the group of students. "Shut up. If you keep yelling, I'll kill you." If it were any other student threatening them like this, they might not be afraid, especially since they still thought they were in an assessment at the Heavenly Capital Beast Master University. Unless it were at the Divine Might Beast Master University. Killing other students during an assessment was a serious crime that no one dared to commit. But with Lu Lin threatening them, they had no doubt he would follow through. So they all shut their mouths. Once the world quieted down, Lu Lin looked at the devouring demon wolf and doomsday mad orange and asked, "Do you know what this is? Do you recognize that white thing?" The devouring demon wolf twitched its nose. It's turned to ashes. Who could recognize it? The doomsday mad orange glanced disdainfully at the devouring demon wolf. "If I say you're a stupid dog, you still won't believe it. In times like this, you have to rely on me. Do you know it?" "Not all." Lu Lin twitched his face, wanting to give the fat cat a good beating. But the other party merely adjusted its sunglasses, took a deep breath of catnip, and displayed an expression of enjoyment as it continued. "But I have seen similar things. They are artificial life from my world." "What do you mean?" "In my world, when scientists messed around with viruses and DNA, the apocalypse began, and more plants and animals gained powerful abilities, just like me. At first, superhumans did not appear, so human scientists, in order to resist those plants and animals, thought of an extremely unreliable method." As it said this, it took another puff of catnip, its eyes becoming clearer. "Those humans actually wanted to fuse with the tissues of us mutated creatures to gain our powers. And the most crucial step in this process was to create a being that could merge the two." "Are you saying that thing we just saw could very well be a type of artificial life technology?" "Exactly." Chapter 82. United students, although Lu Lin heard this answer from the mouth of the Doomsday Orange, he was unwilling to believe it. Just as it said, in its world, humans had no way out, which was why they resorted to such desperate measures. However, in this world, humans could control spirit beasts and ferocious beasts to fight against each other, and there was absolutely no need to create such a thing. Yet the eyes on the ground reminded him that it seemed someone really wanted to merge humans and spirit beasts. While he was pondering what to do, a sudden scream pierced through the crowd. A female student, dressed in an extremely short skirt and looking quite uninhibited, was exchanging bacteria with a boy. The boy seemed to have never had such close contact with a girl, appearing quite excited, flailing his arms and legs, while his mouth kept uttering woo-woo. His eyes, however, were filled with fear as he kept glancing around. All the students present were geniuses from various cities, so upon noticing this, they immediately surrounded the two to observe the situation and to prevent Lu Lin from once again taking drastic action and turning someone into a cripple. Lu Lin ignored them completely, walking over with a blood-stained dagger, wanting to let his two spirit beasts see clearly this time. However, the students did not give way. Lu Lin initially thought of using brute force to push them aside, only to find that these students had actually released their spirit beasts to confront him, leaving him helplessly twitching his face. "You don't understand why she has become like this. If you don't let me handle it, it will only complicate things further. All we know is that letting you handle it will turn another genius into a cripple." Hearing this, Lu Lin took a deep breath, decided not to argue with them, and turned to the student whose leg he had chopped off, asking, "What were you doing before you lost consciousness?" The student looked at Lu Lin as if he had seen a play god, desperately trying to use his two spirit beasts to block Lu Lin while crawling backward. However, he didn't dare to give the command to attack Lu Lin, and before he could crawl very far, he was caught by Lu Lin. As Lu Lin asked his question, the student began to recall. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. I just touched the eyes on the ground, and then I blacked out. Just touched them? Actually, I also made eye contact. Just touched them and made eye contact? Well, it seems like we made eye contact for quite a long time. Lu Lin, what do you want? I lost my leg. What else do you want? I'm scared. Lu Lin placed his hand on his shoulder and said earnestly, "Didn't you feel anything crawling onto your leg?" The student, who had been trembling in fear of Lu Lin, fell into a brief contemplation upon hearing this question, then suddenly seemed to remember something, his eyes widening. He then covered the place where his leg had been severed and cried out loudly, my leg hurts so much." Hearing his scream, many students looked over, shaking their heads and sighing. This is called phantom limb pain. It's said to be several levels more intense than cancer pain, and no medication can alleviate it. It's truly pitiful. Lu Lin's actions were too decisive, wasn't he? He didn't even ask before chopping off the guy's leg. He was just a bit mentally disturbed after all. Who told him to be a big hero? Better to say less. Otherwise, when school starts, he might use his power and status to deal with you, and your life won't be easy. Lulin truly couldn't be bothered with this group of people. He turned to the guy in front of him and asked, "Does your leg hurt?" It's turned to ash. How could it possibly hurt? Come on. What did you remember? Spirit beast. The spirit beast ate my leg. After shouting this, he suddenly deflated like a deflated balloon and fell into a coma. Lulin frowned, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. What on earth was going on with the eyes on the ground and what this guy had experienced? On the other side, after continuous efforts, the students finally succeeded. They managed to get the girl to bite off the boy's tongue, and blood splattered everywhere, with the boy beginning to wail in pain. Several people pinned the girl down, repeatedly trying to calm her down. But the next second, the girl chewed and swallowed her tongue, then bit into the arm of a nearby person. It should be noted that they were all 2-star beast masters. Although their physical quality wasn't as hard as that of 3-star beast masters, it was still far beyond imagination. Since the main attack method of beast masters is their spirit beasts, their current training methods generally focus on body refinement, making their bodies quite robust. To forcibly bite off a 2-star beastmaster's tongue would require an immense amount of strength. Just this fact allowed Lulin to conclude that the girl's strength had definitely been enhanced, almost like a spirit beast, as the girl attacked others again. The scene became somewhat chaotic, allowing Lulin to see clearly what was happening over there. He was shocked, because the girl also had that kind of white substance on her which had already covered various areas of her body. Most astonishingly, her teeth had become much sharper, and after biting into others, she began to suck their blood. Each time she finished drinking blood, the white substance would start to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the girl's right hand, her entire left leg, and part of her face had been covered by that white substance. Moreover, that substance had begun to spread to the person she had bitten. Lulin reacted quickly, rushing into the crowd with his dagger, intending to chop off the bitten person's arm to prevent him from being infected by this strange spirit beast. But soon, some students desperately blocked him, telling the bitten person, "If you don't want to become a cripple, hurry and run." Seeing Lulin's stance, that person immediately had no hesitation and ran away with the girl who had bitten him. The devouring demon wolf stepped forward, letting out a roar that drove everyone back. While Lulin quickly looked in the direction the person was escaping, his heart tightening. It was over. It was too late. The other students completely failed to realize the severity of the situation, still feeling relieved that the two had escaped, while looking at Lulin with disdain. We would rather be bitten than casually turn others into cripples. Chapter 83 Nickname. Madman, due to these students being completely unable to see the strange white spirit beast. They still believe that there must be some issue with this virtual beast domain, which has caused some students to fall into hallucinations. As for Lulin cutting the boy's leg, that boy got better. This can be understood as the immense pain pulling someone out of a hallucination. They think they know how to solve the current situation, which makes them even more unwilling to let Lulin approach them. To put it bluntly, no matter how talented they are, they're just a group of students who have only contracted spirit beasts for about a month. Because they are busy with cultivation, they have hardly had any practical experience. They have no idea about the cruelty of the Beastmaster world and still naively believe that during the student assessment period, they are absolutely safe, with the only unsafe factor being Lulin, a person with questionable sanity. He looked at the students in front of him and directly ordered the devouring demon wolf to start charging its demon breath. Get out of the way. Otherwise, let's see who can withstand this blow. He thought they would dodge out of fear, but to his utter surprise, these students were more stubborn than he expected. Faced with his threat, they did not retreat at all. Of course, Lulin would never truly let the devouring demon wolf attack them. After all, with their meager strength, one attack would probably annihilate them. And what would he become then? A murderer? However, the main reason was that he was very clear that there might be some extremely bizarre spirit beasts lurking in all directions of this space, waiting for the right moment to act. Once he caused chaos at the scene, who knows if those things would take the opportunity to strike. He could already see 5 students being entangled by that unknown white spirit beast, and they were starting to act strangely, probably about to bite someone. They gritted their teeth and looked around. If someone outside could cooperate with him and create a crack in this space, it would be much easier. Outside, the shadow behind the man in black had already elongated in a short time, with 3 pairs of eyes shining with a bright light, fully prepared for battle. Meanwhile, those who claimed to be professors and seniors from the Talent Beastmaster University were slowly retreating, creating distance from him, while their spiritual power began to surge. One of the eyes of the man in black was watching the portal-like device, while the other was fixed on them, creating a sense of extreme discord and a hint of creepiness. He extended his tongue, licked his lips, and spoke again. "What exactly are you? Your aura is somewhat strange. But I advise you, if you don't let that kid Lu Lin come out, I will really kill you." The moment his voice fell, his aura suddenly surged, pressing down on the few people in front of him without any warning. Although it was only the pressure of a 4-star Beastmaster, it was filled with a sense of oppression that made the bodies of those opposite him tremble involuntarily. Then, a glimmer of inhuman light began to flicker in their eyes. In an instant, a shadow suddenly appeared to the left of the man in black, and one of his arms transformed into a large claw covered in red thorns, attacking the man in black with a powerful wave of spiritual energy. The man in black tilted his head and easily dodged this attack. Suddenly, a spirit beast made of 3 moss-covered stones emerged from the shadows. One of the stones was raised high and then slammed down. With just one strike, the guy who had initially attacked the man in black was smashed to the ground, creating a deep pit, and that person was left in ruins. With only a large claw still trembling slightly, the man in black glanced at the thing in the pit, and an expression of interest appeared on his face. He then looked at the others. "I thought being able to use spirit beast skills was the limit of humans. I didn't expect you to have a way to turn humans directly into spirit beasts." The leading person glanced at the man in black, and then at the terminal in his hand, his gaze sharpening, just at the moment when the other party attacked. He successfully captured the opponent's spiritual energy fluctuations and found the information on the person in front of him through the spy information network. Su Hung, 24 years old, 4-star Beastmaster, employed by the Spirit Beast Management Bureau, nicknamed Madman, director of the Beast Management Bureau in Tianjin City, son of Su Chongling. Upon seeing this information, their hearts trembled. Could it be that their actions had already attracted the attention of the Daxia government? But that was impossible. Right now, the Daxia government's focus was entirely on Tianjin City, and they had used every means for this plan, so it was absolutely impossible to alert the Daxia government. Moreover, if they had truly alerted the Daxia government, and they had not received the news, it would not be possible for only Su Hung to come over. They squinted their eyes, as the opponent's strength was too high. If a fight broke out, there would be spiritual energy fluctuations, which would attract the local Beast Management Bureau's attention. Therefore, after careful consideration, they decided to stabilize Su Hung first. "Don't be anxious. We actually came here just for research, with no malicious intent. Then will Lu Lin die in there?" Su Hung raised his eyelids, thinking that as long as Lu Lin died inside, he would take care about this matter anymore. The person opposite him, upon hearing Su Heng's question, immediately thought that the other party might have been searching for Lu Lin all along. If they learned that they were plotting against Lu Lin, they would definitely not let it go. So he hurriedly said, "We will never do anything excessive to Lu Lin. He will only become stronger than he is now and then come out." Unexpectedly, after this sentence was finished, Su Heng's originally smiling face suddenly froze. Before they could react, Su Hung had already reached their side, his voice low. "Hand Lu Lin over to me." The leading person's eyes suddenly trembled, and his blood pressure surged with the spiritual energy in his body, and then his eyes suddenly turned a deep green, with pupils resembling those of a lizard. His skin rapidly rotted away, and he opened his mouth wide, extending a long, sticky tongue towards Su Hung to attack. This person's strength was comparable to a level 60 C-class spirit beast. But just as this tongue was about to strike Su Hung, a spherical spirit beast covered in sharp spikes suddenly blocked the attack. The spikes hardened continuously, and at the moment the tongue made contact with it, it was pierced with several blood holes. Meanwhile, those disguised as professors and students from the Talent Beastmaster University all sprang into action, revealing parts of their bodies that belonged to spirit beasts, and began attacking Su Hung. In their eyes, the spirit beasts they had fused with were all high-level spirit beasts. fully capable of killing this Beastmaster as long as they could hit his vital points. But in Su Heng's eyes, apart from the parts belonging to the spirit beasts, the rest were all weaknesses and flaws. Even with high-quality spiritual energy, they were just a rabble. He placed a finger between his two eyes, focused, and then muttered to himself, "Do you know why I'm called Madman?" Chapter 84. The strength of the brother-in-law Lu Lin had already settled into a cross-legged position. According to the information provided by the Doomsday Crazy Orange, he speculated that he could sense some external information in this space, such as fluctuations in spiritual energy. Right now, he needed to quickly establish contact with the outside world to escape. As for those students who had lost their minds, he couldn't be bothered with them. As long as he could get outside, those researchers would naturally have ways to deal with them. However, as time passed, the students could no longer hold on. Initially, they thought that this virtual beast domain would induce hallucinations and drive people insane. So their method was to tightly restrain the individual and use various means to awaken them. The so-called methods included, but were not limited to, saying kind words to them, attempting to influence them, and attacking their vital points to inflict immense pain. There was even a couple that performed a public embrace, tried to use love to pull her boyfriend back from the environment. The result of such actions was that more and more people were attacked and injured, allowing them to absorb enough blood to start rapidly growing and spreading. More and more individuals became insane and began to bite others, further accelerating their growth. Finally, when the situation was completely out of control, they thought of Lu Lin. A group of people rushed to Lu Lin's side, speaking one after another. "Lu Lin, do you know something? What's going on with them?" "Yeah, Lu Lin. You should tell us what the situation is here. Can we stop them?" "Lu Lin, hurry and save me. I saw a spirit beast eating my head." "Ah." Lu Lin remained motionless in his seated position, while the devouring demon wolf and the Doomsday Crazy Orange kept howling. Whenever they detected the approach of the unknown white spirit beast, they would destroy the part of the student that was being absorbed. A considerable number of students had not even gone mad yet before they became disabled, and they began to scream in panic. "It's over. That Lu Lin has gone mad too. We're completely finished." The scene turned chaotic, and finally, out of fear, some students began attacking others. The continuous tremors caused a large amount of blood to flow onto the ground, which was then absorbed by the ground, and the eyes on the ground became increasingly bright, even causing the entire earth to tremble. Lu Lin remained still throughout, not even opening his eyes, because he truly sensed a hint of the external fluctuations of spiritual energy. Strong, so strong. In his perception, he could clearly detect that there was someone outside, enveloped in the spiritual energy of 3 different spirit beasts, battling 7 entities with very abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations. Lu Lin believed those people's spiritual energy fluctuations were abnormal because, in ordinary beast masters battles, they either connected with their spirit beasts through mental energy to control them, or allowed their spirit beasts to infuse spiritual energy into themselves to use their skills in battle. Of course, only beast masters of 3 stars or above could achieve this. The higher the star level, the more powerful the skills they could unleash. However, the spiritual energy state of those 7 individuals was such that one part of their body was completely infused, while other parts had no spiritual energy fluctuations at all, resembling ordinary people. This was completely against common sense. Before he could carefully observe what was happening, he noticed that in a short time, the aura attached to the beast master surged several times, and then, together with the 3 spirit beasts, eliminated all the others. Lu Lin understood that this method involved forcibly infusing a large amount of spirit beast energy onto oneself, even exceeding the body's capacity, without stopping. He had experienced this once in a desperate situation against a beast tide. The result had nearly killed him. The sensation of his body being torn apart by spiritual energy, as if he were a balloon about to burst, could only be described as worse than death, so Lu Lin never wanted to experience it again. Yet this guy had used it multiple times in a short period. From now on, if anyone called him crazy, he would be furious. That was the real madman. Seeing that the battle had ended, Lu Lin suddenly thought of something. If those who had deceived them into this space were not really professors and seniors from the Talent Beastmaster University, then it was very likely that the ones fighting against them were indeed people from the Talent Beast Master University. At the very least, there were people on their side, right? So, as long as he could establish contact with that person, perhaps he could get their help. With this in mind, he quickly began to mobilize his mental energy. In theory, mental energy should not encounter any resistance. After all, even across great distances, a beast master could connect with their contracted spirit beast. Moreover, his mental energy was of S rank, an extraordinarily powerful level. If used properly, he could completely establish contact with another person. However, while this was true, he had only seen similar things in some small magazines, and it was said that there seemed to be 3 necessary requirements to achieve this. First, the contacting party must know the location of the other party. Second, the contacting party must possess powerful mental energy. Third, the contacted party must be continuously thinking about the contacting party when being contacted, although he could only meet 2 of the 3 conditions. He had no choice but to give it a try. Outside, the entire Science and Technology Museum was covered in blood, and Su Hong was covered in spikes, with blood all over his body. He looked at the teleportation portal, then began to study it. At that moment, his blood had completely heated up, entering a combat state. The few guys he had just dealt with had only warmed him up. He and T even had a good fight. As a result, he was now filled with a desire for battle, capturing every anomaly around him, while constantly thinking in his mind, "Lu Lin, I must find you, then tear you to pieces and bring your head back to show Su Miao how miserable you died. Ha ha." This thought continually simplified in his frenzied state, eventually transforming into "Kill Lu Lin, kill Lu Lin, kill Lu Lin." Just then, a unique mental energy fluctuation was suddenly captured by the spikes on his body. Indeed, the skill he released inadvertently acted as an antenna, successfully capturing Lu Lin's signal. At the moment he felt the connection between the two, Lu Lin immediately spoke up. "Hello, I am Lu Lin. Right now, I and hundreds of prospective students from the Talent Beast Master University are trapped in a peculiar space. Do you have any way to help us or contact the authorities? The situation here is already out of control." Su Heng's eyes trembled, and a smile of extreme excitement suddenly appeared on his face. "You're Lu Lin, the man involved with my sister Su Miao?" Upon hearing this, Lu Lin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Wow, so it's my brother-in-law, one of us." Yes, that's me. "I have a great relationship with your sister. She often mentions you to me. Please help me get out. Just find a spatial barrier and attack it." Following Lu Lin's instructions, Su Hong quickly found a spatial barrier outside and began to laugh uncontrollably. "Okay, I'll rescue you right away. I will definitely save you." Chapter 85. Beast Transformation. As soon as Su Hong finished speaking, he immediately communicated with Lu Lin and plunged one hand into the teleportation array. Lu Lin finally stood up from the ground, ready to explore the connection point between this space and the outside, only to find that the group of students had already descended into chaos. There were clearly only a dozen students infected by the unknown spirit beasts, yet they were all engaged in a fierce battle, creating a spectacular scene of a 100-person melee. Spirit energy surged chaotically, occasionally brushing past Lu Lin, causing several students to sustain injuries. They were all red-eyed, attacking anyone they saw without hesitation. In a daze, Lu Lin once again saw the strange lines connecting the students. At that moment, these lines were protruding from their bodies at bizarre angles, drawing closer to each other, and eventually colliding. Once 2 lines began to collide, it wouldn't be long before the connected students would turn against each other. If any line broke prematurely, the student connected to it would almost certainly die. Using this method, he was able to predict certain events. However, what exactly were these things he was seeing? Shaking his head, Lu Lin understood that he had to crack this space immediately. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable, so he didn't dwell on it. Just as he prepared to unleash all his mental energy to thoroughly investigate this space, the connection with Su Hong's mental energy suddenly broke. This made him frown. Could it be that something had gone wrong with that guy outside? Outside, Su Hong felt as if his hand had grasped something, and a frown appeared on his face. He tentatively gripped the object in his hand and immediately sensed a powerful wave of spirit energy, as well as the object starting to struggle vigorously. It turned out to be a living creature, He quickly pulled his hand back, only to see something beyond his comprehension. Before him was a large sphere covered in eyes, pulsating like a beating heart. The exterior of the sphere was covered with numerous blood vessels, along with several eyes scattered in various positions. These eyes were clearly not human, but didn't resemble spirit beasts either. Others might not recognize what kind of eyes they were, but he could, because the ones he had just fought against had the same blood. Out of curiosity, he transformed his 5 fingers into sharp spikes and thrust them forcefully into the sphere. To his surprise, the sphere was highly elastic. Instead of piercing through it, his attack caused it to bounce back. Su-hong was about to pursue when he noticed that the sphere had stopped next to the corpses of the students he had just fought. A large amount of blood continuously flowed into the sphere, even some that had already dried up was being absorbed. Then, the eyes on the sphere began to shine brightly, and the blood vessel-like structures gradually disappeared. As Su-hong approached the sphere, the eyes had begun to emit a glow similar to that of spirit beasts before battle, and it was clear that it emitted spirit energy. Su-hong squinted. He immediately deduced that this was a spirit beast of around LV-60, capable of releasing such spirit energy. He raised his hand again, gathering spirit energy at the tip of his spike, intending to pierce the sphere in one go and see what was inside. However, as soon as the spike touched the sphere, it suddenly exploded, spraying a large amount of liquid onto Su-hong, and the outer membrane covered his entire arm. In the next second, his arm began to transform into that of a spirit beast. On the other side, Lu Lin also saw the strange sphere. But unlike Su-hong, who had unknowingly brought it out, Lu Lin watched as the sphere emerged from the ground after absorbing a large amount of blood, its eyes turning twice. Sensing that the spirit energy fluctuation from the sphere was clearly abnormal, he immediately called for the nearby students to stop fighting, using forceful means to end their battle, then approached the sphere to observe. However, just a second later, he suddenly began to retreat. At the same time, a student whose body was mostly adhered to by an unknown white spirit beast stopped attacking other students and desperately ran towards the sphere. Just as he reached the sphere, Lu Lin immediately commanded his devouring demon wolf, "Release the demon god's breath. Blast that student away." The devouring demon wolf did not hesitate, opening its mouth as countless spirit energies rapidly gathered. At the same time, its third eye opened, and all 3 eyes aimed simultaneously. Since Lu Lin's command was merely to blast the student away and did not imply taking their life, it had to aim precisely. Just as the demon god's breath was about to be released, a spirit beast suddenly charged in and attacked the head of the devouring demon wolf. Although this attack was completely harmless to the devouring demon wolf, it altered the trajectory of the demon god's breath, causing the attack to miss. Lu Lin was infuriated and glared at the spirit beast, only to see a girl angrily scolding him. "It's all because you attacked the first student that they started this crazy melee. You've already crippled someone, and now you want to kill? Are you a murderer?" Hearing this, Lu Lin's face twitched violently, and he had the impulse to tear this woman apart on the spot. But before he could say anything, something abnormal occurred at the sphere. The student actually clung tightly to the sphere, and then the sphere exploded, enveloping the student in a large amount of viscous liquid along with its outer skin. Simultaneously, the spirit energy radiating from the sphere began to rapidly fuse with the spirit energy emanating from the student under the influence of the unknown white spirit beast. Lu Lin furrowed his brow as he witnessed something completely beyond his understanding. The student's body parts began to transform into spirit beast traits. Even the spirit energy within began to undergo beast transformation. In such a short time, this weak 2-star beast master had actually acquired spirit energy comparable to a LV-60 spirit beast. He was just about to take action when the woman suddenly grabbed his hand and shouted to everyone around, "Look, this madman wants to kill. He is afraid of his actions being exposed, so he plans to kill us all to silence us." With this remark, all eyes turned to Lu Lin, and everyone looked at him with furrowed brows, watching as he slapped the woman aside. Then, the Doomsday Frenzy Orange quickly moved in, biting her spirit beast in its mouth. And before her other spirit beast could react, it knocked the second spirit beast to the ground. At the same time, The devouring demon wolf swiftly moved in and unleashed its nightmare claws on the spirit beast transformed student. In an instant, the student's already transformed arm was covered in claw marks mixed with nightmare energy. Other students watched this scene with their mouths agape, all ceasing their battles. It was over. This guy Lu Lin was truly going to kill. Chapter 86. Blind following. Seeing this attack blocked by the opponent's spirit beasts, Lu Lin immediately commanded the devouring demon wolf to split into 3 shadow forms and launch attacks in different directions. However, before he could make a move, a large group of students, riding their spirit beasts, charged at him. There were hundreds of students here. Even though some had lost their fighting capability in a recent chaotic battle, there were still many left. Lu Lin watched as a dense mass of spirit beasts charged towards him, each one ready to unleash full force, clearly intent on killing him. The devouring demon wolf turned its head, reluctantly halting its attack, and stood guard beside Lu Lin alongside the doomsday crazy orange, releasing its powerful spiritual pressure to intimidate all the spirit beasts. Gritting his teeth, Lu Lin looked at the group of students, and the imposing pressure unique to a 3-star beast master instantly pressed down on them, accompanied by a furious reprimand that rang in their ears. Are you all crazy? Take a good look at what that guy has turned into. If you don't kill him, you will all die. The students turned their gaze towards the student transformed into a spirit beast, only to find that he was perfectly fine, except for a severely injured arm. Looking at Lu Lin with an aggrieved expression, Lu Deshun, I admire you the most. Why did you attack me? Seeing this scene, Lu Lin was instantly speechless. He almost forgot that although this being had fused with a spirit beast, it undoubtedly still had a human physiological structure, making it incredibly easy to imitate a normal person. These students, being merely 2-star beast masters, completely lacked the ability to discern his spiritual state, naturally mistaking him for a pitiful student like themselves. They reasonably assumed that if Lu Lin could attack that innocent student, he could also attack them, ultimately believing what the female student had said. The key point was that Lu Lin had knocked that female student unconscious with a single slap, clearly intending to silence her forever. A series of messages combined in their minds, confirming one thing. The reason they had just fallen into chaos was entirely because Lu Lin had attacked a student first, rendering that student incapacitated, and then that student had returned to normal. This led them to believe that attacking someone could cure the crazed student, resulting in a chain reaction that caused them to start infighting. Fearing that his actions would be exposed once he stepped outside, Lu Lin intended to take advantage of the chaos to eliminate them one by one. With Lu Lin's strength, dealing with any one of them would be quite easy. After all, a taboo spirit beast that had evolved twice was not to be trifled with. Therefore, in order to protect themselves, they could only unite to confront Lu Lin and prevent being killed by him. Lu Lin wanted to say something more, but he saw large spheres emerging from the ground, each emitting strange spiritual fluctuations. Get out of the way. The words slipped out, and the students instinctively took a step back. Even some spirit beasts were frightened into a frenzy, but they showed no intention of moving aside. With no other option, Lu Lin glanced at the devouring demon wolf. It immediately understood, releasing all its shadow forms and beginning to charge its demon breath skill. The students had witnessed the power of demon breath before. It was not an exaggeration to say that if this level of skill hit them, they would feel no pain and turn to ashes in an instant. Moreover, most likely, just one shot would annihilate an entire row of students. No one feared death, especially this group of students who had hardly experienced anything. In an instant, all the students' attention was focused on the devouring demon wolf, while the doomsday crazy orange disappeared from sight without anyone noticing. The students barely had time to react when they felt a sudden slap on a part of their bodies. Looking down, they saw a strange pattern where they were slapped, which looked a bit like a cat's paw. This cat's paw was extremely peculiar. Even though it was slapped through their clothes, it still appeared on their skin and retained a faint spiritual fluctuation. Then, when they looked back at Lu Lin, they saw the devouring demon wolf retracting its skill, while the doomsday crazy orange appeared in a flash of orange light, leisurely licking its paws. Lu Lin's voice echoed in their ears. Do you understand now? If I wanted to kill you, I could easily dispose of you without needing to go to such lengths. Now all of you get out of my way. The students looked at the patterns on their bodies, then at Lu Lin, clearly aware that he was not lying. As the speed displayed by the Doomsday Crazy Orange was simply astonishing. If the opponent had truly wanted to kill them, they certainly would not have survived to this point. But soon, a voice rang out among the crowd. He definitely has concerns and doesn't dare to act directly against us. If we compromise now, he will surely kill us one by one. Yes, I agree. I support this. Lu Lin's face darkened as he realized that the speakers had unknowingly transformed into spirit beasts. However, these students were all talented individuals from various places. Surely they wouldn't believe such a crude lie, right? However, the reality proved that he had overestimated them. They actually found this reasoning very convincing and firmly told Lu Lin, from now on, don't even think about killing any one of us. Although we are relatively weak compared to you, we are definitely not lambs to be slaughtered. After saying this, they even formed an association to resist Lu Lin, with a transformed individual as the president, beginning to discuss ways to deal with Lu Lin. It seems that no matter how talented or intelligent humans are, once they are in a tense group, their intelligence will decrease infinitely, leading them to blindly follow the actions of others in the group. During this process, Lu Lin also observed that once a student completed their transformation into a spirit beast, they would quickly return to normal, and the unknown white spirit beast that had been attached to them would immediately go to another person. In this way, when another large sphere appeared, that person would instantly transform into a spirit beast, and this cycle would repeat. Lu Lin used his mental power to scan the space, and the number of transformed students had already exceeded 100. This is bad. These fools are beyond saving. Lu Lin completely gave up on them, and once again attempted to contact the person outside. This time, before he could say anything, the entire space began to shake violently. And at that moment, he could clearly feel the barrier of this space starting to loosen. Lu Lin, do you know? I have gained an incredible power. I can now attack your space from the outside. You just need to hit that point inside simultaneously, and I can open a teleportation exit to rescue you. Without any hesitation, Lu Lin scanned the point that had just been attacked in the barrier and immediately commanded the devouring demon wolf to head over there, simultaneously communicating with the person outside. In 3 seconds, we attacked together. Okay, Chapter 87, Half-Human. Half-Spirit Beast Lu Lin seized the moment and commanded the devouring demon wolf and the apocalypse crazy orange to unleash their strongest power, attacking that point. In the next second, the entire space trembled violently. The students below looked on in confusion and saw a dark door appear in front of Lu Lin. Then, Lu Lin turned to them. If you don't want to die, escape from here. Everyone looked disdainful and was about to say something, but Lu Lin wouldn't give them a chance. He stepped forward and passed through the door to the outside. As soon as he emerged, he felt his nerves tighten again, because he clearly saw that the person outside, who was previously an ordinary beast master with no spirit energy fluctuations, now had part of their spirit energy transformed into a spirit beast. He immediately stepped back several paces. Could this guy have intentionally lured him out? Looking at the 3 spirit beasts beside him, Lu Lin gasped. They were all powerful spirit beasts above level 60. Against such opponents, even if the devouring demon wolf and the apocalypse crazy orange were strong, they wouldn't stand a chance. Moreover, the devouring demon wolf had consumed too much energy in that space and hadn't recovered in time. If he faced this guy, his chances of winning were nearly non-existent. So his choice was to quickly approach the apocalypse crazy orange, ready to use teleportation to escape from this person at any moment. However, upon seeing his reaction, the other party simply smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. This thing has a rejection effect with my body, so it can't stay on me for long." As soon as he finished speaking, a membrane-like substance indeed fell off him, and the spirit energy that had transformed into a spirit beast dissipated in an instant. Lu Lin realized that this was the thing wrapped around the large ball, and he guessed it was because the person in front of him had not been infected by that unknown white spirit beast, which allowed him to escape a disaster. But at the same time, he hurriedly spoke, "Quickly notify the local Beast Master Administration to come over. This space is very wrong. We need to control it immediately. Don't panic. They'll come once they detect the spirit energy fluctuations." "But are you really Lu Lin?" Lu Lin glanced at her and then pointed to his 2 forbidden spirit beasts. Is there anyone else besides me who can control two forbidden spirit beasts at the same time? Upon hearing Lu Lin's words, Su Hong finally smiled and walked towards Lu Lin step by step, asking, "What is your relationship with Su Miao?" Sensing that this guy seemed a bit off, Lu Lin once again pressed close to the Apocalypse Crazy Orange and asked in confusion, "Who are you? What does this have to do with you? I advise you to tell me quickly, or your fate will be quite miserable." Su Hong continued to approach, his aura gradually exploding forth. Lu Lin realized this guy was too off and immediately wanted to leave, but his hand was grabbed by the other party. Moreover, the spirit energy from Su Hong wrapped around him in an instant. In this situation, if he used teleportation, he would take this guy with him. So teleportation was of no use. Who exactly are you? First, tell me your relationship with Su Miao. What happened between you two? Just as the atmosphere became increasingly tense, and Su Heng's three spirit beasts began to confront Lu Lin's spirit beasts, a sudden explosion erupted from the place Lu Lin had just come out of. Then, both of them felt a cold wind blow. Without hesitation, they instantly jumped in different directions. In the next second, a person suddenly appeared where they had just been. This person had one side of their face covered in scales, looking entirely like a half-human, half-spirit beast, with eyes radiating the light emitted when a spirit beast enters battle mode. The part of their body that belonged to the spirit beast was actually a level 63 B-grade spirit beast. Such a creature, although having average defense, had exceptionally rapid attack power. Even the devouring demon wolf and the Apocalypse Crazy Orange could be severely injured if they were caught off guard. Su Hong looked at the suddenly appeared creature without concern. To him, a half-human, half-spirit beast was a complete joke. He could take on 7 opponents at once, let alone this one. But soon, another wave of chaotic spirit energy appeared, and a second half-human, half-spirit beast emerged. Yet he remained unfazed, keeping his focus on Lu Lin. "Quickly tell me what you did to Su Miao. If you don't say it soon, I might just beat you until you do." Lu Lin felt that this guy's mental state was definitely problematic, so he didn't pay too much attention to him and looked towards the exit. To his shock, he saw that the exit was actually expanding continuously. Before he could react, the entire exit seemed to burst open, and a large number of people surged out from the beast domain. Many students had not fully transformed into spirit beasts. They were merely being tightly attached by the unknown white spirit beast and were writhing on the ground in pain. When they saw the situation outside and the so-called professors and seniors lying on the ground without breath, with spirit beast body parts scattered around, they immediately understood what was going on. Lu Lin was right, because they hadn't listened to him. They had been completely wiped out. These students, who had not fully transformed into spirit beasts, looked at Lu Lin with tears in their eyes, pleading with him, "Save me. You must have a way to save us, right? Please save us." Lu Lin shook his head. If that unknown white spirit beast had only infected one of their legs or arms, it would have been relatively simple to deal with. But now, they were extensively infected all over their bodies, and it would be easier to kill them directly than to treat them. Su Hong looked around and immediately stepped forward, wanting to go to Lu Lin's side. However, as soon as he got up, a large hand belonging to a spirit beast knocked him down to the ground. Turning around, he saw that he was surrounded by at least 100 half-human, half-spirit beasts. These creatures all released their spirit energy pressure simultaneously. And even though he was very strong and could exert power far beyond an ordinary 4-star beastmaster, he was still pressed down, struggling to breathe. But even so, his smile did not diminish. Do you know what the consequences of doing this will be? In the next second, he slapped one of them in the chest, causing that person to explode entirely, with the spirit beast part blown away. Before the other half-human, half-spirit beasts could react, 3 spirit beasts appeared beside him and began to efficiently deal with these monsters. But their numbers were simply too many. One of his spirit beasts, due to rapid energy consumption and slightly slower movements, was hit by one of the half-human, half-spirit beasts. Subsequently, a large number of half-human, half-spirit beasts swarmed in to attack. To protect this spirit beast, he was forced into a passive state. Even though he had become bloodthirsty, the overwhelming numbers were truly terrifying. It wouldn't be long before he would be hit due to a moment of carelessness, and that would be dangerous. Chapter 88. The ruthless Su Hung, he suddenly looked up and found that Lu Lin was using a magic shadow to attract the attention of these creatures. While his real body had long since disappeared, he immediately cursed loudly. Aren't you supposed to be a hero? Is this how you act like one? Lu Lin commanded the devouring demon wolf to run around, collecting the souls of these half-human, half-spirit beasts, as well as the spirit beast components on them, absorbing them to restore stamina and enhance growth levels. It was no joke. These spirit beast components came from spirit beasts above level 60. For a devouring demon wolf that was only level 50, these were definitely great supplements. If he missed this opportunity, who knew when the next one would come? So he had to feast vigorously. As for Su Heng's accusations, he chuckled. This guy was full of hostility towards him. How could he possibly save him? I think you misunderstand something. These are all students from the Talent Beast Master University, my classmates. We have a great relationship. How could I possibly harm them? Just as this sentence fell, one of his close classmates rushed over and exploded the head of his magic shadow, making Su Hung grit his teeth in anger. He yelled loudly and commanded his 3 spirit beasts to carve out a bloody path at all costs. Then, he expanded his mental power and instantly locked onto Lu Lin's position. He then attacked a wall with great force, breaking through it and grabbing Lu Lin's arm. Good for you, kid. Even if I die, I'm taking you down with me. With that, Lu Lin's position was completely exposed. Seeing a large number of half-human, half-spirit beasts rushing towards him, he gritted his teeth and immediately wanted to leave this tech museum. But the next second, all the half-human, half-spirit beasts stood still. At the same time, the cat-like marks on their bodies began to shine. Suddenly, both Lu Lin and Su Hung were stunned, looking around in confusion about what was happening. Lu Lin directly asked the Doomsday Crazy Orange, "Why are these marks still here?" He was puzzled, but the Doomsday Crazy Orange seemed even more confused than him. "Weren't you the one who wanted me to leave marks on them for this moment?" Huh? In Lu Lin's bewildered state, the Doomsday Crazy Orange began to explain. These creatures, which are a mix of humans and spirit beasts, are actually very fragile. The human part of their consciousness is suppressed, and my skill can control human will. Upon hearing this, Lu Lin understood. In simple terms, the Doomsday Crazy Orange had used this skill to awaken the human part of consciousness within these monsters. So now, the reason they were standing still was that the human consciousness and spirit beast consciousness were in intense conflict. Although the Doomsday Crazy Orange couldn't directly control them, due to their large numbers, it could easily influence their human consciousness. He never expected this skill to be so overpowered. The Doomsday Crazy Orange looked at Lu Lin's shocked expression with a puzzled face. "Aren't you the one who calculated this step and had me leave marks on them?" Lu Lin looked at the Doomsday Crazy Orange, feeling embarrassed. Until just now, he had thought this skill was quite useless. He had only asked the Doomsday Crazy Orange to leave marks on those students to successfully intimidate them. However, he no longer had time to dwell on that. He suddenly looked at Su Hung and said, "Now's your chance. Quickly deal with them." Su Hung remained unbothered, laughing as he stared intently at Lu Lin. "You really do have some skills, just as the legends say." Then, he released Lu Lin's arm, wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate all these students. But the next second, one of the students fell to the ground, his eyes constantly switching, muttering nonstop, "Lu Lin, I was wrong. Please help me. I beg you, save me. The spirit beast is eating me. I'm so scared. Can someone come save me? Why didn't I listen to Lu Lin back then? Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'm human, not a spirit beast." Upon hearing this voice, Lu Lin immediately frowned. Their expression of such thoughts meant that they were not completely spirit beasts anymore, and he could no longer handle them using methods meant for spirit beasts. He then looked sharply at Su Hung, wanting him not to go overboard. However, he never expected this guy to laugh loudly while commanding his 3 spirit beasts to start a slaughter fest. "Ha ha ha, weren't you just hitting me so fiercely? Come on, keep going. Oh, you're not a spirit beast? Then what are you, a human? Look at your arm. Can a human's arm have so much hair? You turned into this because you were forced. Why didn't Lu Lin turn into your ghostly appearance? Just die already." In no time, Su Hung's face was covered in human blood, yet he showed no signs of stopping, turning the scene into a slaughterhouse with blood flowing everywhere, causing Lu Lin to frown. He never expected this guy to be so ruthless. He himself seemed a bit saintly in front of him. However, Lu Lin did not intervene, but coldly watched everything unfold. Because the reason these students ended up like this was entirely due to their own choices. So, Su Hong continued his frenzied killing spree, while Lu Lin, controlling the devouring demon wolf, picked up scraps and surprisingly leveled it up to LV52. Indeed, to enhance growth levels, one had to kill spirit beasts with much higher growth levels. For instance, even though these spirit beasts were only partially so, they were still 10 levels higher than the devouring demon wolf, and the quality of the spirit power contained in them allowed the devouring demon wolf to level up quickly. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of students were reduced to less than 100. These students, watching everything happening before them, were completely paralyzed with fear, their minds filled with thoughts of their previous foolish doubts about Lu Lin. But due to part of their bodies transforming into spirit beasts, they had lost their grasp on spirit power, lost their ability to control their spirit beasts, and lost control over their own bodies. Faced with the madman's slaughter, they were utterly powerless. Ultimately, they closed their eyes, preparing to await the arrival of death. But just then, a voice suddenly rang out. As expected of the legendary madman, even when attacking his own kind, he can do so without hesitation. The moment Su Hong heard this voice, he stopped his actions and looked in a certain direction. Lu Lin, too, immediately felt a sense of crisis and turned to look in that direction. There, a humanoid figure in a cloak stood high above, recording something. Its face had 8 gem-like eyes, and below the waist, it appeared spider-like. Finally, its eyes turned crimson as it gazed at Lu Lin and Su Hong. This harvest is not bad, although I lost so many low-level test subjects. Chapter 89. The mysterious compound. Lu Lin looked at the guy and felt a wave of physiological discomfort, with goosebumps rising on his skin. What disgusted him was not the guy's appearance. After all, there were plenty of terrifying spirit beasts. What truly nauseated him was the state of spiritual power emanating from this guy. The spiritual power belonging to the spirit beast intertwined and fused with that of a human, creating an unnatural feeling that made one's scalp tingle just thinking about it. Just as he furrowed his brow to observe the guy more closely, he suddenly felt that eerie fluctuation of spiritual power approaching his face in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately switched positions with a shadow of magic. The next second, that shadow transformed into black smoke and was swept away by the other party's strike. Not only did Lu Lin fail to react, but even the devouring demon wolf and the apocalypse crazy orange were caught off guard. On Su Heng's face, which had been smiling from the beginning, there was now a hint of vigilance. The man then shook his hand. Magic attribute spirit beasts truly had troublesome skills. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards Su Hong. I know you. I heard you're willing to do anything to become stronger, right? Su Hong smiled, but didn't he respond, merely narrowing his eyes into a slit. Just now, you felt the power that comes from transforming into a spirit beast, didn't you? How was it? Quite impressive, right? Hearing this, Su Hong glanced at his right hand, seemingly savoring the power he had just obtained. Seeing his reaction, the strange man let out a deep, almost roaring laugh, and then took out a syringe, tossing it in front of Su Hong. Inject this into your body. Once you do, you'll gain 3 times your own strength. This is the latest version, completely different from the garbage products used by those students. As he finished speaking, he took out another identical item and looked towards Lu Lin's position. You don't need to hide anymore. Come out and chat. Don't you want to be the king of beast tamers? As long as you inject this, it won't be long before you become the king of beast tamers. Lu Lin knew that hiding was useless, so he stepped out and glanced at the item in the man's hand. The transparent glass tube contained purple liquid, with the number 5 written on it and a badge from a certain experimental base in Lighthouse Nation. Just by sensing the syringe with his mental power, Lu Lin gritted his teeth, because what was inside that syringe was not some chemical drug, but a compound made from a large number of spirit beast cells mixed with spiritual power. Meanwhile, the apocalypse crazy orange used mental power to send a message to him. This is a good thing. In my world, this is called an extraordinary enhancer. By the time I left, they had already released the 17th generation. The efficacy of this one should be at the 6th generation level. So what is it used for? Lu Lin asked. What else could it be used for? Of course, it's to completely grant you the power of a spirit beast, allowing you to continuously enhance your own strength through the spirit beast means. If you inject it, who knows how powerful you'll become. The cost is turning into that ghastly form. Lu Lin replied, this is just a 6th-generation product. It's inevitable that there are some side effects. First, your appearance will change, and eventually you'll turn into a spirit beast, losing your consciousness and going on a rampage attacking others. But compared to the power it brings, that is hardly worth mentioning, right? Hardly worth mentioning my ass. Lu Lin had not reached the point where he would give up everything for power, but the person beside him seemed a bit unhinged, and that was hard to say. Then, he turned his gaze to Su Hong, watching as he picked up the syringe from the ground, his smile seeming very off. At that moment, both Lu Lin and the strange man focused their attention on him, feeling a bit tense. Lu Lin was nervous because this guy was filled with hostility towards him. If he really injected that syringe, would he use his newfound power to kill him? The strange man understood Su Heng's background well and knew that if he injected the syringe, no one would kill him on the spot. Perhaps the powerful strength from the syringe would even make the scientist from the Great Xia unable to resist studying him. This thing was like a Pandora's box that no one could resist. Just imagine. The strength that ordinary beast tamers take years or even decades to cultivate could be gained by injecting a single syringe, all while retaining your original thoughts. Only your appearance would become somewhat terrifying. No matter how you looked at it, it was a huge profit. Once more and more people accepted such things, human morality would become irrelevant, and everyone would be swept into a frenzy of pursuing power. This was also what people experienced in the world where the apocalypse Crazy Orange came from. As soon as the Great Xia fell, the entire Eastern world would fall under its spell. By then, there would be no need for a monstrous tide or the resurrection of ancient divine spirit beasts. All of humanity would descend into chaos, ultimately being dominated by spirit beasts. This was the Eden they wanted. However, after Su Hong picked up the item and stared at it for a long time, he suddenly burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. His laughter was so insane that Lu Lin took several steps back, fearing that after injecting it, his first act of newfound strength would be to kill him. The strange man also laughed along. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. What are you laughing about? Do you think I don't know how to use this thing? Su Hong said as he stopped laughing and approached him, pressing a button on the syringe. The needle is very small, so it can easily break and is inconvenient to transport. You need to press this button to get the needle out. Su Hong nodded and said thoughtfully, this thing can bring such strong power. What would happen if 2 syringes were injected directly? The strange man thought he still wanted the syringe in his hand, so he spoke directly. This one is for Lu Lin. You don't need to covet it. Besides, unless someone is crazy, they would want to inject 2 syringes at the same time. Who knew that just after he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a pain in his arm. The syringe that was meant for Lu Lin slowly fell to the ground, and then he looked at Su Hong in disbelief. Su Hong held the syringe and actually jabbed it into his own arm. The liquid instantly disappeared into the strange man's body. Then, the strange man pushed Su Hong away, trembling, and shouted hoarsely, why? You love power the most, don't you? Why? I think you've misunderstood something. I want power just to protect my not-so-smart sister. If I turn into your ghastly form, how can my sister possibly still like me? Chapter 90. Fusion of souls in a single sentence. 3 spirit beasts suddenly appeared behind him and launched a fierce attack. The once oppressive figure of the monster now showed no ability to resist at all. It merely trembled while trying to protect itself with skin as hard as armor. At the same time, it emitted painful whimpers, with veins on its body writhing incessantly, and its eyes changing from black to red intermittently. In the end, with a single slap, it sent the 3 spirit beasts flying, showcasing a terrifying strength. This was at least the spiritual pressure that could only be released by a spirit beast that had evolved 3 times. Neither Su Hong nor Lu Lin could even comprehend it. He stood up, his mouth opening and closing as if he wanted to say something. But before he could utter a syllable, 5 devouring demon wolves spewed forth a large amount of demon breath. After a horrifying scream, the veins on his body completely exploded, and before he could stabilize himself, an orange light lit up on his body. In the next second, he suddenly appeared in front of the devouring demon wolves, and the claws infused with nightmare power left deep scars on him, causing his screams to escalate again. At the same time, a mark resembling a cat's paw suddenly lit up on his chest, and before he could react, the veins all over his body began to writhe wildly, as if they were in a nightclub. Su Heng's 3 spirit beasts also reached his side at this moment, attacking without holding back. Already severely injured and with human cells and spirit beast cells in his body fighting fiercely against each other, the monster gritted its teeth and forcefully knocked the 3 spirit beasts away, only to be hit again by a blast of demon breath and the cat's paw, the apocalypse crazy orange. The whole person was on the verge of collapse, wanting to escape immediately. But Lu Lin and Su Heng appeared in front of him simultaneously. Su Heng was still smiling widely, wielding 3 different types of spiritual power as he threw a reckless punch, while Lu Lin also went all out. Although his spiritual power was insufficient to unleash a high-consumption skill like Demon Breath, he gathered Demon Breath onto his fist, which exploded with tremendous force as he struck. The combined strength of the 2 beast masters was unleashed in an instant, shattering the flesh on a monster's chest, causing it to fall to the ground like rotten meat. The devouring demon wolf wasted no time and immediately absorbed the blood and soul from this powerful being, causing its growth level to rise to LV52 in an instant. Lu Lin sat down on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. When he looked at his right hand, the skin was almost burned raw, a testament to the power of that punch. At this moment, a syringe rolled over to his side, and he couldn't help but pick it up and examine it closely. Indeed, this thing could allow a person's spiritual power to fuse with that of a spirit beast, even enabling ordinary people without spiritual power to control spirit beasts, a highly tempting prospect. But thinking about the fate of that monster, he shook his head and casually tossed the syringe aside, commanding the devouring demon wolf, "Destroy this thing with demon breath. Keeping it around is just a disaster." However, the apocalypse crazy orange at this moment tucked the syringe into its thick fur. "No, this thing is too similar to what the scientists in my world were researching. I should keep it. I know a bit about this, and it might prove useful at a critical moment. What good is knowing a bit do? Don't mess up and end up turning your master into your beast friend." What I meant by knowing a bit is just a bit of modesty. I used to have a large group of humans specializing in this, and our technology in this area is at least hundreds of years ahead of this world's humans. Fine, do as you wish. After communicating with the apocalypse crazy orange, Lu Lin looked at Su Heng. He had to admit that his view of this mental case had changed a lot. He took the initiative to greet him. "I didn't expect you to have a sister. You really care about her. Usually, someone like you can't be too bad." Su Heng was panting heavily, as using the spiritual power of his spirit beast had caused him immense pain with each breath. He inadvertently glanced at Lu Lin's lower body. Based on Lu Lin's earlier performance, he decided not to kill him. Instead, he would simply give him a sterilization. This way, he could never harm his sister again. But just as this thought flashed through his mind, preparing to recover a bit of strength before acting, Lu Lin took out his phone and showed it to him. "This is my sister. Isn't she cute? You have a sister too?" "Of course, but years ago, during the beast crisis in Tianjin City, she was infected by a poison-type spirit beast. The reason I risked contracting a forbidden spirit beast and wanted to become the Beast Master King is actually to completely cure her of the extremely abnormal toxin in her body." After saying this, Lu Lin began flipping through an album filled with memories they had created together while his sister was still awake. These photos plunged Su Heng into silence, and he suddenly thought of something. If he really harmed Lu Lin, what would his sister's reaction be when she woke up? As he pondered, he couldn't help but put himself in Lu Lin's shoes and Su Miao as Lu Lin's sister. He suddenly found it hard to go through with it. Just as his emotions reached a peak, he suddenly saw a photo. "Stop! Who is this person?" "Oh, this is my girlfriend. Isn't she beautiful?" Seeing that Su Heng had been silent for a long time, Lu Lin thought he was stunned by Su Miao's beauty and couldn't help but continue to boast. "Let me tell you, not only is she very beautiful, but she's also very gentle and sweet." Hearing this, Su Heng was instantly enraged. Even though he was in so much pain that he could barely get up, he still lunged forward and knocked Lu Lin to the ground. Lu Lin was startled by his sudden action. Just as he was about to question him, he noticed a flash of black light from above. If Su Hong hadn't knocked him down, he would have been hit by that black light. Su Hong was also about to make his next move when he was drawn to this black light. The two of them looked simultaneously towards the place where the light dissipated, only to see an incredibly eerie scene. The puddle of muck on the ground was actually writhing at that moment and emitted a powerful wave of spiritual energy. The devouring demon wolf growled softly while sending a telepathic message to Lu Lin. I just absorbed a part of human soul. And now the remaining part of the human soul has completely fused with the soul of the spirit beast. Lu Lin was shocked. If the monster at first was merely a fusion of cells and spiritual power with the spirit beast, it could still be called a monster. But if even the soul fused with the spirit beast, wouldn't it have completely become a spirit beast? Chapter 91. The Investigation Bureau takes action. Lu Lin looked at the pile of rotten flesh on the ground, which was wriggling incessantly as if trying to gather together. Naturally, it was impossible for it to have the time to truly transform into a spirit beast. He immediately commanded the devouring demon wolf, "Use all firepower, demon god breath." The moment the devouring demon wolf received the command, it split into 5 and surrounded the pile of rotten flesh tightly. After charging for a full 7 or 8 seconds, it simultaneously unleashed 5 bursts of demon god breath. In an instant, the entire area centered around the rotten flesh was engulfed in black flames. This black flame contained a power of annihilation, so everything touched by the annihilation flame was destroyed. Faced with such flames, the only thing a person could do was use spiritual power to resist or extinguish it. Otherwise, they would be burned to nothing. Lu Lin believed that this pile of rotten flesh had no control over spiritual power, so he assumed that this time the demon god breath would turn to ashes. However, as the flames burned, the originally weak spiritual power within the rotten flesh suddenly became vibrant, and then a large number of infected students began to twitch uncontrollably, foaming at the mouth. Unexpectedly, parts belonging to spirit beasts began to fall off the students, transforming into white membranes that rapidly flew into the pile of rotten flesh, extinguishing the flames caused by the demon god breath in an instant. Before Lu Lin could make his next move, a strange creature stood up from the black flames. This creature was entirely black with fiery accents, had several pairs of eyes of different sizes, and its skin seemed alive, continuously wriggling and struggling, as if trying to break free. Su Hong saw this scene and immediately released his grip on Lu Lin, his expression revealing a sense of despair. It's over. This is it, because both of them could sense that this creature was significantly stronger than before. Given their current state and that of their spirit beasts, there was no way they could deal with such a being. Without thinking, Lu Lin immediately prepared to flee with his 2 spirit beasts. But at that moment, all the glass in the technology museum suddenly shattered, and a large number of beast tamers in black uniforms squeezed through the windows. Their speed was astonishing. They quickly pulled Lu Lin and Su Hong aside, then began to surround the strange spirit beast and ran swiftly. After running a short distance, they placed something resembling energy batteries on the ground. As more and more of these energy batteries were laid down, the black-clad figures finally stopped running and almost simultaneously pulled out their contract black cards. These black-clad individuals were all 3-star beast tamers, and the one in charge was even a 4-star beast tamer. As the stars on the contract black cards flashed, the energy batteries released subtle spiritual power fluctuations that connected with each other, and then all the spirit beasts they controlled were released. They began to attack the strange spirit beast inside, using various methods. Faced with such a dense barrage of attacks, even if that spirit beast was exceptionally powerful, at least LV-75, and had evolved 3 times, it was now shaking its head and struggling, seemingly unable to withstand it and wanting to flee. However, every time it tried to cross the barrier formed by the energy batteries, it would be suddenly repelled as if it had received some kind of damage. Furthermore, the cells from various spirit beasts within it were not very coordinated, so it could only passively take hits. At this time, the 4-star beast tamer smiled and approached Su Hong, who was lying on the ground, seemingly devoid of combat power. You really are a madman. Do you know what that thing is? Risking your life to save your relatives. Are you insane? Who said he was my relative? And what exactly is that thing? It's said to be a secret research project by the Lighthouse Nation, trying to create some kind of super soldier. I'm not quite sure of the specifics. Then he looked at Lu Lin with a puzzled expression. Aren't you Lu Lin? Lu Lin was about to answer him when he suddenly turned to look at the strange spirit beast, his pupils contracting. Quick, tell your people to stop. Seeing his anxiousness, the leading black-clad man chuckled. Don't worry, Brother Lu. That's the latest successful research from Daxia. It's very easy to contain a hybrid spirit beast that doesn't even have unified consciousness. It absolutely can't break free. It's not about whether it can break free, but your attacks are all being absorbed by that thing. Its power is increasing, absorbing attacks to enhance its own combat power. The black-clad man laughed. If there really was such a powerful creature, wouldn't it wipe out all of humanity and unify Blue Star in no time? Ha ha ha. Suheng also looked at Lu Lin with a speechless expression. The spiritual power contained in the skills released and the spiritual power that can remain in the body are completely different. The two cannot be converted into each other. Aren't you the top student in cultural subjects? You don't even know this? Lu Lin frowned. Could it be that his perception was wrong? But he clearly saw that the threads on the spirit beasts controlled by these black-clad individuals had already tightly connected with the threads of the strange spirit beast in the center. Moreover, they were continuously supplying power to the strange spirit beast, causing its threads to become thicker and thicker. At that moment, the doomsday crazy tangerine began analyzing. That kind of injection that allows a person to possess the power of spirit beasts contains not only the spiritual power in cells of spirit beasts, but also a special element that can merge human spiritual power in cells. The previous guy injected 2 doses in a row, causing his body to collapse. But his vitality is incredibly resilient, stimulated by the black flames of the foolish dog. He actually began to crazily absorb all the spiritual power he could. This led to all the uncontrollable spiritual power and spirit beast cells on site, which are essentially parts belonging to spirit beasts from those students being absorbed by him. Do you know what kind of consequences this will produce? What consequences? The doomsday crazy tangerine turned to look at him, revealing an exaggerated smile. Imagine a big fat cat grinning widely. It becomes somewhat terrifying. So Lu Lin's heart began to tighten. It will completely collapse due to the cells and spiritual power from different spirit beasts attacking each other. Lu Lin twitched his face, preparing to pat the fat cat's head, but it spoke again. But there's another possibility. The part of the elements responsible for merging in the injection begins to operate at full power. If that's the case, things will become truly incredible. How incredible? These humans might create a god with their bare hands. Chapter 92, The Way of Creating Gods, the third forbidden spirit beast. Creating gods? The doomsday crazy orange glanced at the devouring demon wolf and then spoke. The so-called creation of gods refers to lower life forms creating a powerful existence through a series of methods, the most common of which is power fusion. Continuously merging power into a life unit to make it stronger. You can say whatever you want, but why keep staring at the devouring demon wolf? Because this method of creating gods is something that the silly dog should understand best, right? The devouring demon wolf's eyes gradually turned cold without it realizing, as it looked at the incredibly fat orange cat, stirring up a storm in its heart. Originally, in its eyes, both Lu Lin and the doomsday crazy orange were far from its level. Even if they grew to become the top combat strength in this world, or even in this plane, it was unimaginable how powerful that would be for an existence of its level. But now, putting Lu Lin aside for the moment, just from the words of the doomsday crazy orange, it understood that this spirit beast, which had fought alongside it several times and seemed incredibly fast, was once also an existence it could not easily imagine. What exactly is going on in this world? What kind of power could strip them of everything, allowing them to descend here and become a forbidden existence feared by humans? Lu Lin was even more incredulous, being able to contract them without any cost. Could it be that their reason for descending into this world was for Lu Lin? Lu Lin just glanced at the devouring demon wolf and did not ask too much about its past, but continued to ask the doomsday crazy orange. So what does that thing have to do with creating gods? As I mentioned before, that guy has a very special element within it, and it is very likely a life element, which is a living element. This element, combined with its tenacious vitality, will forcibly merge all different cells and spiritual power together. In this process, that element does not differentiate the source of spiritual power, meaning that even attacks released by other spirit beasts, it will continuously absorb and then merge into itself. After hearing this explanation, Lu Lin confirmed his thoughts. He had not been mistaken. Through those invisible threads that others could not see, he could truly see the essence of things. Then, he immediately turned to the leader of the black-clothed people. "Hurry and make your people stop. If you wait any longer, it will be too late." The leader glanced again at the spirit beast surrounded in the middle. Noticing that it was still jumping around, seemingly in great pain, and immediately waved his hand at Lu Lin. "Young man, don't be so anxious. It's fine." As soon as he finished speaking, a student crawled over from the ground. And experiencing the feeling of forcibly merging with the cells and spiritual power of the spirit beast, and then being forcibly extracted from it was quite unpleasant. But even so, he relied on his strong willpower, grabbed the leg of the black-clothed leader, and said, "You should listen to him and make your people stop." Other students also looked over and started to persuade him. "Yes, I always feel that if we don't stop Lu Lin, it will lead to a disaster. I experienced it myself. My dad is the director of the Jiangcheng Beast Management Bureau Special Operations Team. You should know him. Please give him some face and stop quickly." Facing the requests of these students, the black-clothed leader frowned. He pointed to the spirit beast surrounded in the middle. "You guys are supposed to be geniuses from all over. You got scared like this by just a single thing? When I was your age." Before he could finish his sentence, a black-clothed person walked up to him and said, "That spirit beast is no longer moving and has no spiritual power fluctuations. It is probably completely dead." Hearing this, the black-clothed leader became more confident. "See, trust us. No matter how powerful Lu Lin is, he will make mistakes in judgment, and with our years of experience, we won't make any major errors, understand?" After saying that, he immediately arranged for people to take away those devices that looked like energy batteries, then walked alone to the side of that strange spirit beast. Compared to the beginning, this spirit beast had become even more bizarre, with various body parts of different spirit beasts all over it. Even though it no longer emitted any spiritual power fluctuations, its skin was still writhing continuously. Lu Lin observed everything happening before him, his brows gradually furrowing. A spirit beast, even when resting, would emit spiritual power fluctuations. This is an undeniable fact. If it completely lost its spiritual power fluctuations, then there is only one possibility. It is completely dead. However, the thread connecting to that spirit beast had not broken. It had only stabilized a lot, and its color was still constantly changing. Then, he witnessed an unbelievable scene. The strange spirit beast, which should have already died, suddenly began to emit wisps of black smoke, smoke that could only come from forbidden spirit beasts. A terrifying thought arose in Lu Lin's mind, and he immediately wanted to warn the black-clothed leader, "You need to get away from that thing." But the leader remained as steady as a rock, and even to show his leisure, he put his own spirit beast into the spiritual space. "I've said it, you young people today are just too timid. When I was your age, I was incredibly brave. Don't talk about this mixed spirit beast, even ancient god-level spirit beast." He was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly stopped and turned to look behind him. He saw the spirit beast that had originally been lying on the ground motionless had now completely disappeared into the black smoke, no trace left. At the same time, a completely stabilized spiritual power fluctuation spread throughout the area. This aura was definitely not that of a mixed spirit beast, but a spirit beast that did not belong to Blue Star. In other words, it was a forbidden spirit beast. Before the black-clothed leader could fully react, a terrifying roar from the forbidden spirit beast echoed throughout the area, followed by even more terrifying pressure. The black-clothed leader didn't even wait to come into contact with the forbidden spirit beast. Blood began to flow from his nose and mouth. He tremblingly released his 3 spirit beasts from the spiritual space, but the next second, the black smoke instantly enveloped him, and the scene fell into a terrifying silence. The Doomsday Crazy Orange glanced at the black smoke and then at Lu Lin. The creation of God succeeded. Run. Without any hesitation, Lu Lin put the devouring demon wolf into the spiritual space and immediately grabbed onto the Doomsday Crazy Orange, glowing orange as he tried to escape. However, before the somewhat lengthy release process of this skill could be fully completed, a claw from a person grabbed onto him. He turned his head to see the black-clothed leader, whose pupils had disappeared, gripping his shoulder, his voice coming out as if each word was being ground out. "Hurry, save me." Chapter 93, A Dignified Death. In that moment, Lu Lin felt an endless pressure surging towards him. At the same time, the finger of the leader in black actually dug deep into his flesh. And with a strong pull, a large amount of spiritual energy, which did not belong to him or to the devouring demon wolf and the apocalypse crazy orange, surged into his body. Previously, Lu Lin had never understood what it felt like when people said it was as if ants were crawling all over them. But now he understood. To be precise, it wasn't that ants were crawling all over him, but rather that there were numerous entities the size of cells tearing apart every bit of protein in his body. The sensation was akin to having his entire skin forcefully peeled off without anesthesia. Then he felt as if he was thrown into industrial alcohol. Due to the immense pain, he began to uncontrollably channel all of his spiritual energy to resist the influx of foreign energy into his body. But this action was akin to struggling in a bath of industrial alcohol while having all his skin peeled off, resulting in even more agony. Although only a mere 10 seconds had passed, Lu Lin felt as if he had endured a lifetime of hardship. Because of the pain, he couldn't muster even a shred of mental energy. He could only faintly perceive the devouring demon wolf and the apocalypse crazy orange rushing to his side. Summoning all his strength to open his eyes, he saw the devouring demon wolf approaching, enveloped in thick black smoke. Without hesitation, the devouring demon wolf bit off the leader's finger that was gripping Lu Lin, leaving several fingers embedded in his flesh. Then, a flash of orange light appeared, and they were transported to another location. Lu Lin didn't know where this was. He only felt an overwhelming pain throughout his body, as if he was about to explode. He knew that if he relaxed even slightly, his flesh would rot away in an instant. But if he held on, the pain was unbearable. After 20 seconds of this torment, even Lu Lin, no matter how tough he was, could no longer endure it. His eyeballs felt like marbles rolling around in their sockets. The devouring demon wolf and the apocalypse crazy orange, although unable to fully comprehend their master-esque experience, could sense a fraction of it. They were shocked. The spiritual energy flowing within Lu Lin was at least that of a spirit beast that had evolved 3 times or more, with a growth level of at least LV70. Moreover, the state of that spiritual energy was extremely unstable. Logically speaking, a 3-star beastmaster like Lu Lin should have collapsed under such a level of spiritual energy. Why was he able to hold on for so long? However, they also understood that this was not the time to ponder that question, but rather to think about how to help Lu Lin escape his current plight. After a moment of silence, the expression of the devouring demon wolf became increasingly serious. Lu Lin was a warrior, and after spending so much time together, it had recognized him as its master. Since he had become like this, it decided to help him in the most respectful way possible. The apocalypse crazy orange nodded its chubby head, realizing that this seemingly foolish dog was actually quite extraordinary. If that were the case, it was reasonable to find a way to save Lu Lin. But unexpectedly the next second, it saw the devouring demon wolf place its mouth on Lu Lin's neck. "Foolish dog, what are you trying to do? What else could I do? As a warrior, the most dignified way to die is to die at the hands of a stronger opponent. I believe I am strong enough. So killing him and helping him escape this pain is, in fact, helping him." Upon hearing this, the apocalypse crazy orange, despite its face being mostly fat, began to tremble violently. It pushed the devouring demon wolf away, wanting to say something. But the next second, the finger that was left in Lu Lin's flesh began to wriggle. Then, a large amount of black smoke erupted from the finger, flooding into Lu Lin's body. Lu Lin began to convulse violently in front of them. What happened to him? The spiritual energy and cells within his body began to clash head-on with that entity's spiritual energy and cells. It was a miracle, an absolute miracle, that Lu Lin's meager spiritual energy and cellular strength could withstand such a level of spiritual energy and cells. It was unbelievable. The devouring demon wolf was completely bewildered, as it didn't even know what cells were. In its world, While there were humans, their technology was at a level where they used blood to paint art on walls. Gazing at the stars counted as astronomical research, and anyone who could start a fire was considered a talented individual. During its travels through the universe, it had been to places with the highest levels of civilization, equivalent to the ancient dynasties of the Blue Planet, which were still far from impressive. This led to its initial disdain for Lu Lin, seeing him as an inferior human. But so what? It looked at the apocalypse crazy orange, its eyes turning blood red, as if entering a battle state. No matter how unbelievable it was, he was still a human, weak enough to need to sign a contract with them to fight against those so-called spirit beasts. Even at their level, his spiritual energy was merely equivalent to that of a spirit beast that had evolved once. If all the spirit beasts in this world were to mobilize, or if those beings they both knew began to have designs on this planet, do you think humanity would have any hope of survival? Fat Cat, get out of the way right now. Let me give him a truly dignified death. You spent more time with him than I have. Do you not have even a shred of feeling for this human? It is precisely because I have a bond with him that far exceeds yours that I cannot bear to watch him suffer and die inexplicably in pain. The devouring demon wolf stepped forward once more, its aura of oppression reaching its peak. In terms of combat strength, the apocalypse crazy orange was definitely no match for the devouring demon wolf, but it was simply too fast for the latter to do anything about it. At that moment, the two spirit beasts faced off, and within a few seconds, blood began to seep from Lu Lin's 7 orifices, while his cries of agony grew even more tragic. The devouring demon wolf could no longer endure it. Gritting its teeth, it charged toward the apocalypse crazy orange, raising its paw to strike. The fat orange cat pressed its entire body weight onto Lu Lin, and its body began to flicker with orange light. It wanted to use its skill to teleport Lu Lin away, but it was already too late. Just as the devouring demon wolf's paw was about to land, a wave of spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly emanated from a distance. Both forbidden spirit beasts turned to look in that direction. Through the information that spread to them, they had already determined what was happening. A large number of low-level beast masters were risking their lives to confront the spirit beasts that even they found strange. It was simply a death wish. At that moment, the apocalypse crazy orange used its paw to pull Lu Lin behind it and picked up the number 5 spirit beast transformation serum that it had originally intended to keep for itself, saying, "Humans are far from as weak as you think." Chapter 94. Using the reinforcement liquid, what do you want to do? The apocalypse orange did not answer, but instead fell into memories. When I was still a pet cat, my impression of humans was that they were extremely fragile. Despite being tall and strong, they were afraid of mice and cockroaches and needed to band together to survive. Isn't that how humans are? In the eyes of the devouring demon wolf, the ancient god-level spirit beasts the humans fear most in this world are no different from mice and cockroaches. That's because you haven't seen the potential humans unleash when faced with a crisis. What potential could there be? Let me ask you, what was your strength when you awakened your intelligence? Intelligence and wisdom are two completely different things. The simplest example is that in this world, even the highest S-rank spirit beasts only have intelligence, but no wisdom. They cannot understand the grammar of human language, communicate without barriers, or conduct in-depth research on a subject like the two of us can. The devouring demon wolf thought carefully. When I awakened my spiritual essence, I already had intelligence. So did I, but it seems that humans possess intelligence shortly after birth. The power of this species far exceeds your imagination. As the apocalypse orange spoke, memories flashed in its mind of the terrifying technologies that humans unleashed in its world when faced with apocalyptic disasters. Also flashing through its mind was a large group of humans with indomitable will, showcasing their fierce explosive power just before death. With this thought, it looked at the devouring demon wolf again and said, "The only thing I need to do now is to remove the cells and spiritual power of the other spirit beast from the syringe, and then add our cells and spiritual power before injecting it into this kid." The devouring demon wolf narrowed its eyes. "So what exactly are cells?" The apocalypse orange did not explain, but immediately opened the syringe and began injecting its spiritual power into it. It had lived for 300 years, spending 30 years studying the cutting-edge science of its world, so what it could do far surpassed those so-called cutting-edge scientists in the Lighthouse Nation. In just an instant, the liquid in the syringe turned orange. Then it placed the syringe in front of the devouring demon wolf and said, "If you want that kid to have a glimmer of hope, stand still and don't move. I need to take something." Next, the apocalypse orange made a cut on the devouring demon wolf's forehead, and dark, ink-like blood flowed into the syringe. The next part was crucial. The apocalypse orange had to rely on this weak spiritual power to forcibly delineate a boundary between its own and the devouring demon wolf cells. Then, it needed to find the element that could fuse spirit beast cells and spiritual power, kill it, and then revive it, turning that element into its own. In such a short time, the technology of the Lighthouse Nation had already been surpassed by the apocalypse orange by at least 100 years. Then it looked at Lu Lin and found that Lu Lin was almost completely losing consciousness, still struggling with sheer willpower. What is the success rate of this thing? Optimistically, about 1 in 10,000. What? Before the devouring demon wolf could stop it, the apocalypse orange jabbed the syringe into Lu Lin's chest, making his entire body arch up. Although Lu Lin saw nothing but darkness, he could still see the fat figure of the apocalypse orange in front of him, attacking his chest. The already unbearable pain escalated to a new height at that moment, causing him to explode. You bastard!" As the voice fell, Lu Lin collapsed to the ground, his face changing from red from enduring pain to a pale white in a short time. His heart had stopped beating. He wasn't shouting anymore, and he looked so peaceful. It was as if he was dead. This was definitely death. The devouring demon wolf was furious. "This way of dying is worse than if I had killed him myself. You fat cat. You stupid dog. According to the framework rules of this world, if he truly died, our contract would have long been dissolved. The fact that the contract is still in place means he is not completely dead. Then he is close to it." Just as they argued, a pitch-black figure stumbled toward them. When he saw the devouring demon wolf and the apocalypse orange, he immediately looked at Lu Lin behind them, smiling and revealing blood-stained teeth. In the next second, a monster shrouded in black smoke appeared behind him. The monster dragged a large number of beast masters' bodies beneath it, continuously dripping thick, dark liquid. Whenever this liquid touched those beast masters, it would make them cry out in pain. The devouring demon wolf and the apocalypse orange, upon coming into such close contact with this guy, only had one thought in mind. This thing was a chaotic existence, unclear about what it was supposed to do, and didn't even know how to kill enemies or its own existence. It could only rely on instinct to drag all the humans it deemed to have offended it. Though this guy's strength was on a completely different level compared to them now, if operated properly, they might still be able to fight back. At least they couldn't just run away and leave Lu Lin behind before he truly died, and they dissolved all contractual relations. Without any communication, they transformed into black and orange light, passing through the person in front of them, arriving directly beneath that strange spirit beast. Although they were a bit unaccustomed without Lu Lin's control and command, they still chose to fight with all their might. Su Hong's body turned completely black just from touching a bit of that strange spirit beast liquid. His skin underwent a qualitative change. The pain he felt was something even this madman couldn't endure. If Lu Lin had the liquid directly enter his body, how immense the pain he must have endured was. With this thought, he looked at Lu Lin and saw him lying on the ground, looking peaceful as if he had no regrets in this life. His heart immediately trembled. What is going on? Didn't he always hoped Lu Lin would die? Why did he feel uneasy when he truly saw Lu Lin dead? Unknowingly, he had walked to Lu Lin's side, confirming he had no heartbeat, no breath, and even his body temperature had vanished, revealing a smile. He slowly picked up Lu Lin's phone, unlocked it with a fingerprint, and opened Lu Lin's album. "You little brat, I didn't expect you used to be such a model student. It's a world of difference from now." Cough, cough. Then he saw his sister, and also Lu Lin's sister, his eyelids twitching as he grabbed Lu Lin's collar and shook him violently. "You saw the beast tide in Tianjin City. You're just going to die here? Who allowed you to die? Get up now. If you die, what will happen to my sister? What about yours? I'm talking about Su Miao and Lu Shui. Do you hear me?" Lu Lin suddenly woke from the darkness. only to find he had arrived in another darkness, surrounded by silence, as if everything had come to an end. Is this the real feeling after death? Chapter 95. Near-death state. As Lu Lin just conceived this idea, he felt himself gradually drifting back into nothingness when he suddenly sensed a warmth. Looking up, he saw a beam of light ahead. It seemed that if he could reach that light, he would be freed from all his constraints and achieve the most perfect state of relaxation. For Lu Lin, who had just been swimming in a sea of pain, this level of relaxation was undoubtedly a huge temptation, causing him to unconsciously drift towards it. In this space, he had no thoughts. Although his body was still in excruciating pain, it seemed that this suffering no longer affected him as long as he could reach the source of the light. Everything would disappear along with the pain. But at that moment, he suddenly felt the entire world shake, and two figures appeared before him. He struggled to recall who these two figures were, but found that he was not only in a void space, but also that his mind was completely empty. He couldn't remember anything, only felt inexplicably unable to let go of these two people. What was going on? As he saw himself drifting further from these two figures and closer to the light, Lu Lin suddenly panicked. Gritting his teeth, he tried to stop himself, then looked back at the two figures again. Who were they? When a person is about to die, adrenaline begins to surge wildly, a phenomenon commonly known as the light before death. As a 3-star beastmaster, Lu Lin already had a strong physique, and this phenomenon was naturally more intense for him, causing his brain to start functioning rapidly. Eventually, some images flashed back in front of him. He was born on Earth, running a pet shop, where he mostly didn't remember the animals, but he had a deep impression of a husky and an incredibly fat orange cat. But what did this have to do with the two figures he saw? Just as he was thinking, he seemed to find himself in that pet shop, where two people were helping out. A little girl was handling the cash register, and a slightly older, very beautiful girl was taking care of a hawk. At that moment, Lu Lin seemed to forget about the void world and walked over to the older girl. Just as he was about to ask something, a group of people rushed in, wielding sharp blades, looking quite fierce. Seeing this, Lu Lin frowned and couldn't help but shield the two girls behind him, just as he prepared to question them when a large knife swung down towards him. As the knife came closer, he instinctively protected the girl behind him and closed his eyes. At the critical moment, the large bird that had been cared for suddenly flew up and knocked the knife-wielding thug to the ground. At the same time, the group of thugs charged into the pet shop. In an instant, Lu Lin only had time to see a flash of orange light, and then the fat cat suddenly came over, knocking down a large number of thugs. Then there was another flash of black, and the husky actually joined the fight. Lu Lin didn't have time to think, and could only lead the two girls to the back. But frustratingly, there was no back door in the pet shop, and they had nowhere to hide. Lu Lin looked towards the entrance, where 3 animals were fighting fiercely against the thugs, and he could only hide behind, trembling. He wanted to protect the two girls, but all he had was his utterly weak body. As he saw the thugs approaching, he suddenly stood up, wanting to grab a knife, but his arm was brutally slashed. He fell to the ground, blood flowing out and forming a small red stream that flowed to the feet of the two girls, making them scream in fright. Lu Lin lay on the ground, being slashed by knives, while looking at the two girls. At that moment, he only had one thought in his mind. If he died, they would have no one to protect them and would be at the mercy of others. No, even if he survived, he would be powerless because he was too weak enough to rely on his pets for protection. Was this really okay? A strong sense of unwillingness surged within him, forcing him to crawl up from the ground. He glanced at his body, the shocking wounds, and suddenly felt that he was excessively fragile. If he could gain powerful strength, he would be willing to pay any price. Just as he struggled and endured the excruciating pain to rise, he saw several thugs had already defeated the husky and the fat orange cat, holding them in their hands. When they approached him, although they saw he was awake, they only showed a contemptuous smile, then gathered together, their malicious gazes sweeping back and forth over the two women. Seeing their unrestrained eyes, the smiles on their faces, and the fear in the two girls, Lu Lin felt his heart tighten. With sheer willpower, he forced himself to stand up. His movement drew everyone's attention, and as they looked at him with thick mockery, a blade was suddenly pressed against his neck. And one of them spoke. "Who are you? dare to show off at a time like this? Faced with the knife against his neck, he had no way to respond, only watching as the blade slowly pressed into his flesh. Red threads began to spread from all around into his eyes, a different kind of warmth quickly filling his entire body. Moreover, a voice kept echoing in his ears. Kill them. Kill them. With what? Just as his question fell, a special power enveloped his right hand. Then, he suddenly swung that arm, and with a simple motion, a large group of people was thrown aside. And even after being flung away, some of their body parts were no longer attached to them. It was clear just how great his strength was now. After experiencing this level of power, he began to move frantically, immersed in the euphoria of slaughtering the thugs. The initial resistance to killing transformed into a delightful pleasure that came from the act of killing. But when he came to his senses, he realized that the husky and the fat orange cat were crazily gnawing at him. If he could stop them, he would not be eaten, but that would mean giving up this power. In the next moment, a smile appeared on his face. He not only did not stop the actions of these two spirit beasts, but even patted them, having made his choice. Finally, he looked at the remaining thugs, his smile taking on a hint of wickedness. Kill, kill, kill. As long as I have enough power, I can kill anything that obstructs me, even gods. The thugs had no ability to resist under his hands, one after another falling to his might. He slaughtered his way through until he saw that beam of light again. Give up everything for eternal peace. Now he wanted to rely on his own strength to kill all that disturbed his peace. Chapter 96. Transformation of the Spirit Beast. A brand new state. Without any hesitation, he immediately conjured a massive black fireball in his hand and threw it towards the source of the light. In an instant, the light was engulfed by the black flames. The raging fire seemed capable of consuming everything, including the light itself. Once everything was burned to ashes, Lu Lin slowly walked towards that direction, stepping into true brightness. Outside, everything around had undergone tremendous changes, due to the bizarre spirit beast being too outrageous. The surroundings had turned into a pitch-black, scorched earth, tainted with blackness that, if any living creature approached, would be controlled and unable to move. At the same time, their bodies began to gradually collapse. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely collapse on the spot. But even a beast master would gradually have their spiritual power drained away, merging into the monstrous entity. 5 powerful beast masters had already arrived on the scene. Yet faced with this clearly weaker existence, they found themselves with no means to counter it, because anything released by their own spirit beast would be devoured by this monster. It had become beyond mere spirit beast description. It was simply a god. A local 5-star beast master had his spirit beast merely swipe at the monster, and the entire spirit beast became trapped within, unable to escape. By the time he realized what had happened, it was already too late for the spirit beast to flee. In just a moment, the 3 5-star beast masters were utterly stunned, because that strange spirit beast had actually grown an organ unique to their own spirit beasts. This could only prove one thing. This spirit beast possessed an incredibly powerful learning ability, not just to learn the skills of other spirit beasts, but to change its own body structure. Thus, it could grow certain specific organs. This was simply too terrifying, because most spirit beasts have advantages over others due to certain special organs. If this spirit beast could truly replicate the organs of other spirit beasts one-to-one, wouldn't that mean it could eventually possess all the advantages of every spirit beast? After coming to this realization, they immediately called off their spirit beast attacks and began thinking of every possible way to stop this bizarre spirit beast from moving towards other places. But to their surprise, this spirit beast did not go anywhere else and instead headed straight towards Lu Lin, expanding the black substance around it with every step to prevent other spirit beasts or humans from approaching. At that moment, the devouring demon wolf and the apocalypse orange sprang out from between the 5-star beast masters and resolutely stood beside the bizarre spirit beast. Just as these 2 spirit beasts were about to launch an attack, the 5-star beast masters hurriedly called off the 2 taboo spirit beasts. It is important to note that in their eyes, this strange spirit beast could grow special organs of other spirit beasts. Although the devouring demon wolf and the apocalypse orange did not seem strong in their eyes, they were still taboo spirit beasts. In this world, no one is not afraid of taboo spirit beasts. Even the powerful ones, and especially compared to ordinary people, they fear taboo spirit beasts even more. There was no way around it. The impression such things left on humanity was just too terrifying. Even the spirit beast radiated black smoke, symbolizing taboo spirit beasts, making it hard for them not to associate this bizarre spirit beast with taboo spirit beasts. It was even possible that this thing was a taboo spirit beast. However, they soon realized that the devouring demon wolf and the apocalypse orange were not trying to fight this spirit beast at all, but were instead constantly drawing the attention of the bizarre spirit beast, delaying its actions. Why were they doing this? Were they afraid that this strange spirit beast would continue moving forward? In their confusion, they turned to look back and saw Lu Lin's body lying there, incredibly peaceful. Then they suddenly thought this was disastrous. Lu Lin had actually died in their city, and now they would lose their jobs. But they quickly shook their heads, thinking that this wasn't the key issue. The key issue was that Lu Lin was dead. So why were the devouring demon wolf and the apocalypse orange still trying to divert the bizarre spirit beast? Could it be that these two spirit beasts had learned the high-level culture of guarding the spirit from spending a long time with humans? While they were lost in thought, a black tentacle shot straight towards them. In a moment of panic, they used their own spiritual power to defend. Unexpectedly, with that one strike, the entire tentacle of the bizarre spirit beast was severed, and at the same time, the severed tentacle was detected to have lost its spiritual vitality. The 5-star beast masters suddenly understood that this spirit beast was formed by completely suppressing human spiritual power and cells with the spiritual power and cells of a large number of different spirit beasts. Therefore, what could harm it could not be spirit beasts. It had to be themselves. This meant that to truly deal with this creature, they had to fight personally. Realizing this, they exchanged glances and ran without thinking. They needed to report this matter and quickly find a large number of powerful beast masters to come over. Otherwise, they would be unable to contend with this creature. Just the two of them? That would be ridiculous. Although they were 5-star beast masters, they could not compare to the likes of Su Chongling, who would carve out a name for himself through battle. 1. They had no combat experience at all, relying solely on controlling spirit beasts to reach this level. 2. They believed that their own strength was simply not enough to deal with this spirit beast. But they did not realize that their actions were essentially fleeing in the face of danger. Not long after they left the apocalypse orange, which was frantically tugging at the monster spirit beast